Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the Roboutian Heresy in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. There shall come a time when 4 kings rise from their silent thrones, and judgment stirs in innocence's grave. From the depthless abyss shall come twin curses, born in ancient times. One of eternal hunger, one of twisted ambition. One wholly unknown, one lost to the mist of ages. The prince who sees all will return, and refuse the power that is his by right of blood, to take his appointed place within his father's plan. From the grave of empires will come the nameless, fatherless ones, united under a banner of blackness, united under the will of the one who is many. Others will follow in their wake, bringing rage and despair, and the great lie shall be revealed. At light's end, the newborn children of the stars shall seek their kingdom, guided by promises and faith long rendered hollow, to break the chains holding the darkness at bay. Shadows shall gather from all sides, seeking to crush the embers of hope, and usher in the age of chaos. Then, at the crossroad of fate, the firstborn shall make alliance with the serpent, and together forge salvation from doom. The dead shall know death, and the damned, damnation. Excerpt of the prophecy of the Ranadandra, the Eldar legend of the end of all days. Times of ending, the rise of Ennead. Ever since the fall, the descendants of the few Eldar who rejected the corruption of their race have lived in fear, clinging to relics of a distant past even as they seek to distance themselves from it by walking their paths. Though their number diminish with every passing year, the children of Isha have endured against the many forces that seek their annihilation. But not all are satisfied to merely survive. Some seek more. Some seek, if not a return to glory, then the means of fighting back against their race's promised doom, to defy the cruel fate written for them by their ancestors' sins. Among those, none are more determined than Eldrad Ulthran, Farseer of Craftworld Ulthwi. Now, as the times of ending descend upon the galaxy, the old seer's plans are about to reach fruition, or be smashed down forever by his many enemies. The planet hung in the void, surrounded by a massive armada. It had no name, because it did not exist in any imperial record. 9,000 years ago, it had been chosen as the site, because of a combination of unique etheric alignments and more physical properties, and subsequently wiped out of the Imperium's collective memory. Such a total and utter suppression of information had been the work of decades, even with taking advantage of the confusion that had followed the War of the Beast and the catastrophic losses the Imperium had suffered. To this day, there were still operatives whose sole function it was to ensure that the planet remained unknown, none of them knowing why, only that it must be done. And so, the system had vanished from the maps of the Segmentum Tempestus, knowledge of its existence kept within a very small and select group. Surveys were quietly modified, reports were lost, astronomical measurements were updated. Every so often someone would find out, and they would be silenced, if possible. The memory would be expunged from their minds, if not, they became martyrs for a cause they had no idea existed. Such were the grim necessities of the war fought against the archenemy, whose servants were spread everywhere and whose minions could pick the thoughts from dreaming minds. The agents of the Hydra consoled themselves in the knowledge that the Inquisition's methods were much more brutal than theirs, even if they were all too often justified. That masquerade, however, was at an end. There would be no concealing the massive army that had landed on the world. Even wiping it all out in some exterminatus great apocalypse would not erase the gigantic data trail such a gathering had created. The Alpha Legion leadership had known, and they hadn't even tried. It would have been a wasted effort. The army had been brought here because the sons of Alphareus knew that even they were not infallible, and they fully expected someone to have heard of what would take place here and try to interfere. Even if all their precautions had worked perfectly, the magnitude of what they intended was guaranteed to draw attention from beings who were unbound by the limitations of time. An attack would come, all the various auguries the Cabal had access to confirmed it. The nature of that attack, however, was unknown, which was why, after much deliberation, the army had been brought to Hell to fight it off. Whatever the threat would be, it would be big, and so the 20th Legion had pulled all the stops, making full use of the influence it had cultivated across every branch of the Imperium. Half a battle fleet's worth of ships covered the planet, some in stationary orbits, others patrolling the system. Millions of Imperial Guard troopers were garrisoning the planet, taking post around the immense fortress that had taken 9 millennia to construct piecemeal, each stone placed at a precise angle to act both as a martial stronghold and as a mystical catalyst. Only the legionaries and their allies were allowed within the fortress proper. Entire phalanxes of Skitarii had been deployed, and with them several groups of Titans, who towered above the thousands of transports, tanks, and artillery pieces the hundreds of regiments had brought with them. Rogue traders belonging to the coils of the Hydra had brought their private armies, thousands of mercenaries and household troops equipped with the finest war gear money could buy. All of the troops brought together had but one thing uniting them all beyond their ultimate allegiance to him on Earth, the fact that, at some point in their martial careers, they had fought alongside the Eldar Xenos against a common enemy. For most, that enemy had been the slaves to ruin, but others had fought with the children of Isha against orcs, tyranids, and even the Eldar's own dark kind from Komarok. When presented with a chance to ally with the Eldar, however temporarily, their officers had chosen to risk censure in order to fulfill their duty and protect the troops under their command. That the Alpha Legion had managed to find so many of them spoke more of the sheer number of armed forces under the Imperium's banner than of any tolerance among its people of the ancient Xenos breed. There were countless more regiments and armies that had faced destruction rather than accept a truce with the Eldar. It was a muster of a strength not seen outside of the Imperium's crusades. If no one came, then the Alpha Legion would effectively have taken an enormous amount of troops away from important assignments for no reason, and there would be a reckoning. Without these ships and soldiers, entire wars would be lost, or at the very least not won when they should have. The death toll was going to be staggering even in the best of cases, and the Hydra's sons knew better than to expect the best case. They had run the numbers, calculated potential losses, and the cold, cruel calculus of war had rendered its verdict. It was still worth it all, to ensure they succeeded. As things stood, the Imperium would inevitably fall to the ruinous powers, if it did not succumb to another threat first, like the orcs or the tyranids. Therefore, the situation had to be changed, dramatically. That cold knowledge had been the root of the 20th ever since Alpharius had returned to Terra in the aftermath of the Istvan massacre and spoken with his father. The Emperor's great plan for mankind, freedom from the warp through use of the webway, had been ruined beyond repair by the folly of Leman Russ. In its place, another plan had been hatched, slowly, painfully, through an alliance that ran against the very precepts of the Great Crusade. A plan that would shake the stars themselves and rewrite the skeins of fate. A plan whose first step was finally about to be completed. Hopefully the ones that came after wouldn't take nearly as much time. Preparations had already been made for them, should this first step prove successful. And what a first step it was. Together, the Alpha Legion and its allies among the craft world Eldars sought nothing less than to engineer the birth of a new god. Ennead, the god of the dead. Once nothing more than a glimmer of possibility across the weave of fate, the Whispering God has become a real entity in the Sea of Souls through the combined efforts of the Second Cabal. Under the leadership of Eldrad, the Eldar side of the conspiracy has encouraged the spread of the slumbering god's legend, cultivating belief within the children of Isha. Even Eldrad himself does not know, however, whether it was the Cabal that started the legend of Ennead, or if they merely discovered it deep within Eldar mythology and spread it among their kin. Most current believers of the God of the Dead belong to the craft world, for the Exodites still have their world spirits to worship and the Dark Eldar laugh at the very idea of worshipping anything but their own glory and self-indulgence. Still, there are exceptions in both groups, individuals who fear the pull of she who thirst upon their souls, or visionaries who reject the way of their people and search for something more and find themselves drawn to Eldrad's vision of a resurgent Eldar empire. According to Inari myth, Ennead dwells within the collective infinity circuits of every craft world in the galaxy. Thus is the Whispering God formed from the union of all the billions of souls that have found refuge within them over the course of 10,000 years, host to all of their power and knowledge. According to the Farseer Kaisadura's the Ansha rite, Ennead grows in strength with every Eldar death whose soul isn't claimed by Slaanesh. As such, the Whispering God gains nothing from the Dark Eldar, whose spirits are devoured by she who thirst the moment they fail to sustain themselves through the suffering of others. Kaisadura's prophecies on the Whispering God were of tremendous use to the Cabal, but before they could recruit the Ansha rite to their cause, he mysteriously vanished during his travels, and not even the Hydra could pick up his trail. Nevertheless, the work continued, and in the last century Farseers unaligned with the Cabal have begun to perceive the echoes of Ennead's potential existence across the web of fate. Meanwhile, the Alpha Legion has used its influence and resources to secure all that would be needed once that legend had sufficiently grown, and the slumbering god had to be roused to full awakening. Securing the nameless world that would serve as the location for the ritual of Ennead's awakening was only part of their contribution, for they also helped protect Craft World where the worship of Ennead was strong, turning aside Xenos attacks and even Imperial conquerors. There are some among the Hydra who fear that, should Ennead awaken and free the Eldar from the threat of Slaanesh, the Xenos will return to their ancient ways and seek to restore their galaxy-spanning empire. But even the dread possibility of the Yildari Ascendant is nothing compared to the shadow cast upon mankind's future by chaos in its myriad forms, and so the Alpha Legion is willing to take the risk. If worst comes to worst, better slavery under Eldar rule with a chance to rebel and reclaim freedom than total corruption by the archenemy or extinction within the Great Devourer's maw. The plan to create Ennead was first formed after the disastrous War of the Beast nearly destroyed the Imperium. For the 1,000 years between the Roboutian Heresy and that most terrible conflict, the Hydra and its alien allies had been drifting apart, pulled by separate allegiances and concerns. But the near annihilation of the Imperium at the hands of the Orcs shook the 20th Legion to its core, with Omegan returning from his travels to reorganize the Legion and give it one new, united purpose. With knowledge gleaned from his battles against the corrupt members of the Cabal, Omegan had helped Eldrad set up the grand design that would ultimately result in the creation of a new god. The Primarch vanished soon after setting plans into motion, his instructions faithfully carried out since then by his sons, with Omegan only appearing from time to time, and even the Alpha Legion not knowing for certain that these sightings were real. To create a god was no simple undertaking. To create one with the power to defeat She Who Thirsts and save the collective soul of the Eldar race from her maw was nothing short of impossible. To even think about attempting such a thing was simply insane. But Eldrad had learned long ago that he did not live in a universe that obeyed sane rules. After all, in no sane universe would his people be on the brink of extinction, dragged steadily closer to the abyss each year as their enemies hunted them down. And in no sane universe would the best hope of avoiding that creeping doom be an alliance with beings that, he knew, the immense majority of his own people regarded with nothing but naked contempt. Despite all that had been lost since the fall, the Eldar were still prideful. Prideful. Eldrad knew that what he intended would not be called that by his detractors, no, they would use much stronger terms. Foolish. Arrogant. Insane, yes, of course. Heretical. Treasonous, even. An insult to everything their people stood for. And yet here he stood, at the center of a fortress built by the hands of humans at the exacting standards of a child of Isha, along with the rest of his kindred who had joined him in this endeavor. There were few of them, so very few. The millennia had not been kind to the members of the hidden alliance between mankind and the Eldar. After the war that the humans called the Heresy had been declared over, Eldrad and the Hydra had hunted those surviving members of the corrupt Cabal, suffering great losses as they battled beings that, for all that they had fallen in the end, had schemed and fought against chaos for thousands of years. Even then, they had not killed them all, and those survivors of the First Purge had prosecuted their vengeance from the shadows ever since, drowning ever deeper into darkness as they did. New souls had been recruited, but the Eldar were a diminishing breed, and it was difficult to convince those who were too young to truly understand the scope of what was at stake, too young to see past the pride to which they all clung so desperately. Eldrad was the last one left who remembered the fall, well, the last one left who was mortal, at least. 12 of the brightest minds of the Eldar, including his own, stood in a circle around a pillar of psi-resonant crystal that had been reclaimed for this exact purpose 4,000 years ago. The material was disturbingly similar to that of the dozens of crystallized statues that were arranged around the circle. Like the pillar, the statues had required great effort to claim, much more, in fact. Each was the shell of a Farseer, whose power had transmuted his or her body from within until the soul could no longer be anchored within the flesh and had joined the infinity circuit of the Farseer's craft world. There was at least one statue from every craft world in existence within the galaxy, and it had taken millennia to gather them. Millennia, and the lives of many, both human and Eldar. The craft world's guardians had rarely looked kindly upon the Cabal's need, and more of the crystallized seers had been acquired through violence or deception than had been through honesty and alliance. Eldrad could feel the psychic gaze of the souls entrapped within the statues, their anger at him for daring to remove them from their resting places. He had communed with each of them over the course of entire months, pleading the necessity of what he and the Cabal intended. He had managed to convince the ghosts of the Farseers of his sincerity, and they had agreed to help him, but they had not forgiven him. Nor did he seek their forgiveness, for he knew full well it was unlikely their spirits would survive the ritual's demands. So many sacrifices, just to arrive to a point where hope could once again be glimpsed. He would not allow it all to be in vain. No matter the price he must pay, he would awaken Iniad. The Cabal's analysts agreed that the most likely source of attack was the forces beholden to the Dark Prince of Chaos, Slaanesh. Priests and demonologists of the Ordo Malleus had placed wards upon the ships of the Armada and granted blessings to the assembled armies, while operatives of the 20th Legion were scattered through their ranks, watching for any sign of spiritual corruption. Veterans of conflict against the scions of the Lord of Pain and Pleasure had been brought into the army to bring their experience to bear. Along with several Culex assassins, newly designed null devices had been deployed, both having proved able to disrupt the seductive aura of daemonettes and the glamour of blood angels alike. In a stasis pod deep within the battle barge Epsilon, one of the Imperium's living saints slumbered, kept out of time so as to avoid psychic interference with the ritual's incredibly complex workings unless his power was absolutely necessary. From the Eldar, groups of Harlequins and Aspect warriors had arrived, none among them younger than 100 years and all having already faced the corruption of the archenemy and held fast before it. The allied forces of mankind and Eldar were as ready to face the legions of ruin as they could conceivably be. But the attack, when it inevitably came, did so from a nearly completely unexpected source. Psykers who had been braced for the onslaught of the youngest god's corruption felt nothing, for it was the mundane Auspex arrays scanning the system that picked up the first trace of the arrival of those who sought to prevent Iniad's awakening. One moment, all was calm on the bridge of the Tyrant-class cruiser Watchful Dominion. The Vox officer had just finished reciting the appropriate identification codes to another patrolling ship, and the datamugos had confirmed that the ones they had received in reply were also correct. If either of the ships had made the slightest mistake in transmitting the million-digit-long keys, the other would have opened fire at once, just in case the first ship had been compromised or replaced. So far, no such mistake had been made during the entire operation, but the tension kept everyone on their toes and prevented them from thinking too hard on what was happening here. Idle minds had a tendency to wander and wonder, and of the thousands of souls that dwelled aboard the Watchful Dominion, only her master had the clearance needed to know at least a fraction of what was going on. Of course, even Captain Leopold Bocellier did not know much, only that the Alpha Legion was responsible for the massive gathering of Imperial forces, and that the Eldar were involved somehow. And that was all that he wanted to know. Thank you very much. He might have led his cruiser in battle in a tentative alliance with the pointy-eared Xenos once or twice to protect the Jeremiah sector from chaos-worshipping pirates, but he knew better than to trust the Eldar. Suddenly, a voice erupted from every Vox speaker on the bridge, utterly devoid of humanity and lacking the static that accompanies even the closest ship-to-ship transmissions. Despite himself, Leopold shivered. He had heard servitors speak with more emotion than this voice. Eternity is ours, it said, and ours alone. None may pry it from our grasp. None may challenge our immortality. For your trespasses against our dominion, submit to your rightful judgment, and die. Every alarm on the bridge started to scream as dozens, hundreds of new contacts were detected by the Auspexes, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, far from the system's Mandeville point. Strange energy readings flared near these strange, crescent-shaped ships, and the same instincts that had seen Leopold survive 100 void battles told him that these were the signs of an imminent attack, even if none of the tech priests could understand their significance. Raise the shields. Leopold shouted, desperate to be heard above the dim of the alarms. Raise dash. The Watchful Dominion vanished in a flash of light and energy, nothing remaining of the ship but particles of dust. Her crew did not have time to feel anything before the Necron weaponry ended them. 9 more ships were destroyed as the Necron fleet materialized back in the Materium from whatever impossible realm it had crossed to reach this location, obliterated without being able to do anything but shout, however briefly, for their comrades to hear their death cries. For many years, the galaxy had been preparing itself for vast and tremendous changes. The first of these to reach fruition had happened on Prospero, where Vendita, power of vengeance, had arisen from the depths of the warp, brought forth by the wrath of Magnus the Red and the prayers for justice of trillions of souls throughout 10 millennia. Then the Crimson King himself had risen from his slumber, defending his legion's adopted home world of Terathelion from the minions of the Changer of Ways. Though the galaxy still rang with the echoes of these momentous events, they were but precursors to greater transformations of the galactic game, such as the one the Cabal hoped to achieve. The Alpha Legion knew of several other great schemes, and the Hydra's high command did not doubt for a moment that there were others they knew nothing about. But as new powers stirred, old evils were also on the rise. While human and Eldar worked to forge their salvation, horrors that had slept for eons awoke. Over the last century, all across the galaxy, the ancient race of the Necrontyrs, reduced to the soulless automatons known as the Necrons by their alliance with the godlike C'tan, had slowly emerged from the sleep of ages. These antediluvian lords of the galaxy had found their dominion much changed, their empire gone and countless lesser races dancing upon its ruins, ignorant of the noble legacy they were desecrating. Though they had reacted to this new state of things in varied manners, all had shared the same rage at being so usurped, and the same contempt for the living. With their simulacrum minds often damaged by their long sleep, many reacted by striking out, emptying whole worlds of life or enslaving their inhabitants. Others were utterly mad, consumed by curses cast upon them by the betrayed star gods before they fell, and those set out to exterminate all life, driven by an eternal, soulless hate. One dynasty had even been wiped out entirely as a result of solar storms, and was now nothing more than an extension of its defective main computer, an abominable intelligence calling itself the Sarkhanai Emperor and seeking the assimilation of all other Necrons into itself. Over the course of the Dark Millennium, more and more of the Necron tomb worlds had awakened, and each of the great factions of the galaxy had encountered the ancient Xenos. The Imperium had been slow to realize the emergence of this new threat, for once not because of its colossal size and inertia, but because none of the first encounters with the Necrons left any survivors in its wake. Whole colonies were emptied overnight with no sign of struggle left behind. At first it was small settlements, then larger one, until the entire world of Sanctuary 101 was harvested, every battle sister of the fortress convent flayed and slain, with records only showing them fighting flickering shadows. That horrific event had finally made the higher echelons of the Imperium realize the threat, and in the following years signs of the Necrons' increasing presence had been detected. Agents of the Ordo Xenos reported the appearance of strange creatures of living metal wielding technologies of a potency beyond anything they had ever encountered, and the Imperial Guard fought against silent adversaries more tenacious and unrelenting than even the traitor legions themselves. With the help of their Eldar allies, whose records spoke of the unliving ones and the terrible wars their ancestors had waged against them at the behest of the Old Ones, the Alpha Legionnaires were able to identify the threat and shared their intelligence with the organizations concerned, though they themselves had little contact with the Necrons. During the Great Sleep, the duration of which encompassed the entire span of both the Eldar Empire and the Imperium, which is to say, a staggering 60 million years, many of the tomb worlds had been destroyed or were otherwise lost. This was something for which the species of the galaxy could be thankful, for had the Necrons roused with the full might at their disposal before entering the Great Sleep, all would have been swept aside before them. Even so, the great Necron dynasties remained powerful, but they were also disunited, separated by ancient rivalries, madness, and the absence of the Silent King, sole ruler of their race and the one who had given the order for them to enter the Great Sleep at the end of the war in heaven. Each dynasty was led by its own Phaeron, or in his absence, by a fractious court of ambitious warlords and nobles, who were the only ones of the Necrontyr to retain even a fraction of their personality during the biotransference process. Even before losing their souls, these individuals had been cruel and tyrannical, ruling over their parts of the Necrontyr Empire with a ruthlessness born from generations of bitter war. It was such a dynasty that had come to Ennead's potential birthplace. Frantic analysis of the heraldry on the Xenos ships, which after their sudden apparition did not even bother to hide, revealed them to belong to the Acherazon dynasty. As the fleet approached, every leader in the Imperial army quickly learned as much as they could about their coming foe, some, like the Adeptus Mechanicus overseers, much more quickly than the others. The Acherazon dynasty. Long before mankind first left old Earth, the Acherazon dynasty took a great part into shaping the fate of the entire galaxy. Of course, No imperial scholar knows this tale. The Ordos Xenos and the Mechanikus know precious little of the Necrons at all, and their knowledge of the dynasties is little more than a collection of heraldry, names, and traits noticed on the battlefield by the traumatized survivors of encounters with their superior technology and unrelenting numbers. To the Imperium, the Acherazon dynasty is a powerful clan of Necrons who, in the distant past, spread across over a quarter of the region of space now known as Segmentum Tempestus. Only the Eldar's oldest records contain hints of the Acherazon dynasty's true history and its terrible consequences. Millions of years ago, the Necrontyrs rose from the muck of their radiation-poisoned home world. In time, they escaped this planet, achieving spaceflight despite the fact that their lives were dramatically shortened by their dying home world, bathed in the radioactive light of a star approaching its end. Made bitter by their short and painful existences, they sought immortality by accomplishing great things, and building immense tombs that would ensure their legacy endured forever. They spread across the stars, growing in number and strength if not in wisdom, and began a centuries-long conflict against the Old Ones and their children. Dynasties formed from the Necrontyr ruling classes, each overseeing a portion of the empire. Wars of conquest raged against the other races of the galaxy, or between rival dynasties, as Phaerons sought glory at any cost. According to some tales, the Necrontyrs became jealous of the Old Ones, the first sentient beings of the Milky Way, wielders of godlike psychic powers and long-lived beyond our comprehension. The Necrontyrs demanded that the Old Ones share the secrets of their immortality, and the Old Ones refused, for reasons long since lost to time. In their rage the Necrontyrs declared war against them, vowing that if they could not live forever, then no one else would. Other tales suggest that the lords of the Necrontyrs saw their species driving itself to extinction in destructive civil wars and sought a way to unite their people under their leadership by starting the war on false pretenses. But while the Necrontyr Empire had grown strong, they were still but children compared to the Old Ones, and soon found themselves facing extinction. For the atrocities committed by the Necrontyr generals against the Old Ones' lesser allies, or perhaps because of visions of what their foe would become in time, the ancient reptiles were determined to wipe the entire Necrontyr species from the galaxy. World after world fell, and the Necrontyrs grew increasingly desperate as everything their civilization had built was erased from the stars. Even the immortality the leaders had thought to achieve through monuments and tombs was threatened, as the Old Ones destroyed everything. It was then that an explorer of the Acherazon dynasty first made contact with the entities that would later come to be known as the Ingur, the Citan, the Star Gods, and countless other names across a million cultures. Following strange anomalies in the fabric of the cosmos, he found several Citans surrounding a binary system, feeding upon its twin stars. He found the godlike creatures and brought news of their existence to Surik, the silent king of the Necrontyrs. Under the command of their sovereign, the Necrontyr Cryptex found a way to communicate with one of the Star Gods. Calling itself Mepharan, later to be known as the Deceiver, this entity made an offer to the Silent King. Ensurik, driven by desperation at the state of the war against the Old Ones, made a pact with the Citans that he would regret unto eternity. He sold his people in exchange for power. The covenant was forged, paid for by the Necrontyrs crafting bodies of living metal for their new gods. In return, they were rewarded with their help in their war, as well as insight into the inner workings of the universe, granted to them by beings that had witnessed the Big Bang, billions of years ago, and the secret of immortality. The Necrontyrs shed their flesh, using biotransference to gain new, immortal bodies of living metal, the same as their alien gods. The Acherazon dynasty was rewarded by Surik for this discovery, which finally turned the tides of the long, bitter war the Necrontyrs had been waging against the Old Ones, though the godlike reptiles regarded their self-proclaimed foes as little more than petulant children before. The power of the Citan and the techno-sorcery they taught to the Necrons did not come from the warp, and the Old Ones were nearly powerless against it. For eons, the war in heaven raged, leaving scars in reality that endure to this day, until the Old Ones were finally defeated and the Necrons became masters of the galaxy. For a time, the Lords of Acherazon ruled over a quarter of the region of space known to the Imperium as the Segmentum Tempestus in the name of the Necrontyr Empire. Initially a minor noble family from the Necrontyr home world, the dynasty grew in power during the war against the Old Ones thanks to the Silent King's favor, conquering vast swathes of space and using their resources to raise armies for the Empire's war machine. The ruling family was torn by bitter conflict, as the power they had always coveted was finally bestowed upon them, at the terrible cost of their allegiance to the Cetans. Then came the great betrayal, when the Silent King looked upon what had become of his people, lifeless, soulless abominations enslaved to the whim of cruel, hungry gods. At the command of the Silent King, Urfarazan, Phaeron of the Acherazan dynasty, joined the rebellion against the star gods. The Cetans were shattered and imprisoned within the great Tesseract vaults. Surak then led his people into the Great Sleep, using the great technology of the Necrons to hide their lairs from the lesser races. Why the Silent King forced his people into hibernation can only be guessed at. Some theorize that he feared the power of the Old One's heirs, a theory most often supported by the Eldars, not coincidentally, while others believe that he sought a way to reverse the process of biotransference and give his people new living bodies. Since then, the Acherazan dynasty has slumbered, awakening only in the final hours of the Dark Millennium to join the Necrons' campaign of reclamation. Though entire tomb worlds have been lost, the capital of their domain remained hidden from all eyes, along with much of their treasures, artifacts, and military forces. And now, after millions of years, only in the Black Library itself is spelled the name of that Necrontyr explorer who discovered things that would have been best left undisturbed and brought forth the end of the Old Ones and the advent of chaos. None knew how the Necrons had learned of the Cabal's plan, and their motives for attacking could only be guessed at from the single transmission they sent before starting to kill the servants of the Emperor. Their fleet appeared in the middle of the system, behind several of the Imperium's lines of defense, and immediately opened fire. The admirals of the fleet reacted quickly, having been prepared for an attack ever since they had come to the system, and soon the skies above the nameless world were filled with the light of lance beams and torpedo trails, as well as the strange, eldritch energies unleashed by the Necron ships. But while the war in orbit raged and soon reached a bloody stalemate, the battle soon spilled to the surface. Thanks to their technology, the Necrons did not need to secure orbital supremacy in order to land their troops on the planet, they could simply teleport them there by the million. Soon, the plains surrounding the Imperial fortress where the ritual of Ennead's awakening was taking place were filled with ranks of silent Necron warriors and humming war machins. The fortress was surrounded, with Necron battle groups advancing in from all directions like a dark tide closing in on an isolated island. The situation was made even worse by that fact that, as the space-time continuum was rent apart by the mass teleport's energies, Vox communication across the entire world grew increasingly unreliable. Only the Mechanicus' reliance on the ancient technology of the Noosphere allowed their network of Skitarii troopers and tech priests overseers to continue to function despite the interference, though the senses of the augmented soldiers were still perturbed by it. Cold, pale lights shone in the heavens, an etheric storm that raged above the fortress. The Emperor alone knew what was happening inside those walls. Well, he, the Alpha Legion, and the pointy-eared Xenos. Certainly Colonel Gregory Droyle of the Thracian 136th Regiment had no intention of learning more than what he absolutely had to know. Things were already disturbing enough out here without adding unwholesome knowledge. Let the Xenos do whatever they planned to do away from the eyes of pious servants of the God Emperor. With a disgusted grunt, Gregory threw down the Vox he had been trying to make work for the last minute. He hadn't believed static could sound sinister until today, but now he was forced to admit that what came out of every communication device at his disposal was somehow managing it. Well, if technology failed them. He turned to the regiment's Primaris Psyker, a hunched woman who looked to be in their 90s, even though she was less than 40 years old, 15 of which she had spent in the 136th. Loyal and friendly enough, for a spook. "Talk to me, Emmanuel," said Gregory, as kindly as he could. "What's going on?" Emmanuel had started shivering hours ago, when the Eldars had started, whatever it was they were still doing, and hadn't stopped since. Now she was standing, immobile except for the shivers, staring directly in the direction of the approaching invaders with sightless eyes. "There is nothing there," she whispered, low enough that Gregory had to bend over to hear. "No emotion, no thought, no soul. Just a black void, where their lights should be. But, no. There is something in that void, something unlike anything I have ever seen. It hates us, Gregory, no, not hate, too hollow for that, but it wants to stop the whispers, prevent them from growing louder, and it sees us as nothing but obstacles in its path. I think it's afraid." Afraid of the Whispering One, afraid of what he may do. "Thank you, Emmanuel," said Gregory, keeping his feelings off his face, before gesturing to the nearest commissar. "Now, why don't you have some hot recaf before things get ugly?" The commissar gently led the psyker away, and the colonel returned his gaze to the plains. The outriders of the Xenos army were almost upon them, ugly things of black metal and greenish light that floated above the ground in eerie silence. Without functioning Vox, it would fall to each gun crew to decide the optimum time to open fire. Gregory blinked. For a second, he had thought he saw a raven flying ahead, between the advancing army and the fighters dancing in the skies. But that was impossible. There had been no life on this planet, according to the briefings. Even the breathable atmosphere was the result of careful engineering by the Alpha Legion's Mechanicus allies. A chill spread across his body as he tried and failed to find the bird again. He tried to tell himself that he was being foolish, that the sight had just been the result of the pressure he was under. But the feeling of dread would not leave him, and for once it had nothing to do with the prospect of his imminent death on the battlefield. Everyone in the Imperium knew that ravens were bad luck, even if very, very few knew why. But they couldn't be here, couldn't be involved in this. They couldn't. He had to have imagined that raven. Hopefully, the battle would focus his mind. The Necron army marched onto the fortress in eerie silence, and the Imperial artillery opened fire, raining metal and fire upon the deathless ranks of the Xenos legions. Most of the bombardment was blocked by vast mobile energy shields that flickered above the marching army, projected by the enormous monoliths surrounded by groups of cryptechs and their minions, ensuring the engines remained operational under the strain. Ahead of the millions of Necron warriors, tomb blades, and wraiths raced toward the fortress, while the skies were filled with the aerial ballet of doom scythes battling the fighters of the Imperial Navy. The first wave of attackers was met with concentrated fire from the multi-layered lines of trenches and bastions that guarded the fortress' actual walls. The lost weapons of the Imperial Guard needed to focus the output of many weapons in order to take down the Necrons, while the tools of the Mechanicus performed with varied efficiency. Folkite weapons were soon revealed to be utterly useless against the Xenos' unliving bodies, but gravitic weaponry could still tear them apart. But the weapons that performed the best against the Necrons were the handful of photon thruster cannons, recovered from the mass graveyards of the Heresy by the Alpha Legion and part of the Hydra's gift of ancient technology to the Scions of Mars in return for their assistance in the Cabal's efforts. Not all of the first wave was struck down before reaching the Imperial lines, and the wraiths rampaged within the trenches, turning immaterial and passing through the earth before emerging elsewhere and cutting entire platoons to bloody ribbons. Thousands died as the ghastly constructs were pulled down and destroyed one by one, but by that time the rest of the Necron army had reached the outer trenches. The shields that had protected them from artillery fire faded as the first line of Necron warriors opened fire, and the battle was joined in earnest. Under the leadership of the Alpha Legion, the Imperial defenders had many plans and stratagems in reserve, each officer having been made to learn all of them. When the Necrons launched a spear thrust aimed at breaching their lines, led by a Necron Lord, they appeared to break and retreat, allowing the Necron force to penetrate deep within Imperial lines, and then, at a synchronized signal from Alpha Legion agents scattered across their ranks, the seemingly panicking troops turned back, while buried charges detonated and artillery pieces opened fire on the isolated Necrons. Within moments, an entire host of the silent Xenos was wiped out, and a shout of triumph rose from the Imperial defenders, their confidence renewed by this small victory. Then, to the shock and horror of the Imperial forces, a circle of cryptechs activated a strange, towering device. A wave of energy burst forth from the apparatus, and everywhere it reached, time was reversed. Destroyed Necrons rose back to their feet in reverse, while the corpses of fallen men and women returned to life, screaming as their souls were torn from the warp and replaced within their flesh in brutish fashion. Entire squads of Skitarii suddenly stopped as their cogitators tried and failed to make sense of the time reversal mechanism, their loaded algorithms unprepared for such an occurrence. It only took the tech priests a few seconds to find an appropriate protocol in their databanks, dating to a war against a species of warp-wielding aliens, but that lapse was enough. Cyclopean killers holding elongated, pulsating rifles suddenly materialized within the Imperial ranks, and opened fire upon the Alpha Legion agents who had suddenly found themselves back at their infiltrating positions. Using the information gained from their reveal during the now erased timeline, the death marks slew the Hydra's children with casual ease, before vanishing back into whatever shadowed hell they had come from. Confusion and terror spread through the ranks, and the Necron army resumed its advance, the trap it had fallen into now removed from its path. All it had cost the Necrons was the Lord which had led the first attack, whose spirit had been removed from the planet by his safety protocols upon the destruction of his physical shell. The very paranoia of the Necron courts which had made the Lord shield himself from the Cryptek's time manipulation technology also meant that he was not returned to his body along with the rest of his army. His body reassembled itself, but fell to the ground, inanimate and soon trampled by the feet of thousands of Necron warriors. As the Imperial defenders reeled, the leader of the Necron incursion advanced. Urfarezen, Phaeron of the Acherazon dynasty, strode forth, clad in a golden panoply and wielding a staff glowing with eldritch energies. At his side marched an host of Lickguards, elite bodyguards of the Necron nobility and wielders of dimension-cutting blades. They cut through an entire regiment of the Astra Militarum like a scythe through wheat, until they and their master stood before the walls. Urfarezen raised his hand, holding a glimmering device whose sight caused nearby guardsmen to turn away, shouting in sudden pain and confusion at its impossible shape. A wave of unlight burst from the apparatus, and a perfectly circular hole appeared in the citadel's wall. Pieces of bodies fell when guardsmen had been caught on the edge of the phenomenon, and no trace remained of those who had been fully within it. The fortress walls trembled under the sudden shift in pressure before stabilizing, the superior architecture and special materials of the walls preventing a total collapse. But the Phaeron cared not that the gun emplacements on the battlements continued to rain destruction upon his forces. All he cared was that the way was open for him. Slowly, steadily, the master of the Acherazon dynasty began to walk the path he had opened across the imperial lines, striding forth like a conquering king down the streets of a captured city. Between the disruption of communications, the sudden reversal of time and the unleashing of Urfarezen's weapon which had so easily pierced shields and walls alike, the morale of the imperial forces was dangerously close to collapsing entirely. Deep within the fortress, the defenders' leader saw all that which was transpiring, perceiving the battlefield in ways no mere mortal could comprehend. He sensed the shift, and acted before it became too late. His order went out, carried by messengers and communication lines proof against the Necron's interference. Less than 5 minutes later, the command reached a tech priest standing atop the fortress walls, next to a massive stasis casket surrounded by a group of tech thralls monitoring it and ecclesiarchy's preachers reciting endless prayers of purification and strengthening. The Martian adept acknowledged the order and, with a single push of a rune, unlocked the casket, releasing the living saint which had spent almost the entirety of the last 5 decades entombed within. Icariel the Kind-Hearted. In the year 945 M41, the cardinal world of Salem Proctor was caught in the fires of heresy when its cardinal was revealed to be a traitor by the Ordo Hereticus and sentenced to death. The cardinal, whose name was wiped out of all records with such care that it cannot be found anywhere even a mere few decades after his ultimate demise, escaped the Inquisition's first efforts to deal with him by raising an army of heretic fodder from the ranks of the population, driven to adore him above all else by years of carefully crafted sermons. After the inquisitorial team was wiped out, the Holy Ordos gathered a strike force to reclaim and purge the world, led by, famous Puritan Inquisitor Fyodor Karamazov, the Pyrophant judge of the Ordo Hereticus. Karamazov set off with the firm intent to cleanse Salem Proctor of the taint of heresy with fire. But upon his arrival, rather than a bastion of darkness, he found a world torn apart by civil war, as the people of Salem Proctor rose against their corrupt master, led by a young man named Icariel. The lowly priest had retained his true faith in the God Emperor, and according to many witnesses, was capable of performing miracles by calling upon the power of the Master of Mankind. Already there were those who were calling him an imperial saint, these souls gifted with a fraction of the Emperor's divine light. Between the faithful forces of Icariel and the inquisitorial task force of Karamazov, the heretic cardinal was quickly put down, along with thousands of his followers, their pyres illuminating the smoke-filled skies of Salem Proctor for weeks. But before the flames died down, Karamazov turned his gaze toward Icariel himself. The masses who had rallied to his banner were revealed to have mutants in their ranks, doubtlessly infiltrated by agents of the ruinous powers hoping to corrupt or manipulate the nascent imperial saint. Karamazov saw this as evidence that Icariel himself was a tool of chaos, his powers daemon granted witchcraft clad in a pleasant glamour. The Puritan Inquisitor decided to execute Icariel, but before he could do so, the Alpha Legion intervened. Under the cover of the night, they faked the death of Icariel, making it look as if he had been slain by the remaining mutants hiding among his followers. There had been plans to simply kill Karamazov, whose fanatic pursuit of his own view of the Emperor's will had clashed with the interests of the 20th Legion many times, but cooler heads prevailed, claiming that the Inquisitor Lord still had a part to play in the Emperor's design. His single-minded devotion to the Emperor would yet serve. Icariel was taken by the Hydra, under heavy psychic and physic surveillance. After much examination, the Alpha Legion determined that Icariel was indeed an Imperial Saint, a vessel of the God Emperor's power. Icariel was trained in the arts of war and leadership, and then willingly submitted himself to being placed in stasis, a trump card for when the Alpha Legion needed his powers. As the plan for Ennead's awakening neared completion, his stasis casket was brought to the ritual's location, heavily shielded to prevent the living saint's power from interfering. The kind-hearted rose, and through him the light of the Emperor descended upon the battlefield, and all servants of the throne felt a renewed surge of strength and purpose. Soldiers whose mind had been teetering on the brink of panic in the face of the Necron's shattering of the universe's most basic laws tightened their grip around their weapons and went back into the fray, determined to wipe out these affronts to the natural order. Officers called to their subordinates with voices filled with the authority of the God Emperor, and discipline reasserted itself. The Imperial lines reformed, and the advance of the Necrons stopped. Only where Urfarezen and his Lictguards fought was the Xenos' attack still progressing, the Phaeron's power too great for mere mortals to stand against him. Entire squads were wiped out in seconds, cut to ribbons by shimmering blades, while tanks were reduced to smoldering ashes with a single blow of the Necron's phasing weaponry. Within an hour of the Necron appearance on the planet, Urfarezen stood before the walls of the fortress, facing the last line of defense, an entire company of Alpha Legionnaires. 100 sons of the Hydra stood against the Phaeron and his elite guard, each of them a veteran of decades of covert warfare and responsible for the death of untold numbers of the Emperor's enemies. They had been scattered across the Imperial lines, lending their support to the Allied forces, but had pulled back together to stand against the advance of the Xenos war leader with the force only Space Marines fighting side by side could bring to bear. Faced with this new, more powerful foe, Urfarezen raised his staff, and the orb embedded within it glowed brightly enough to outshine the sun for a second. When the glow receded, a new force had appeared at the Phaeron's side, a company of Triarch Praetorians, these Necron elite soldiers who had never entered the Great Sleep, instead spending 60 million years fighting to ensure the safety of the Tomb Worlds, with varying degrees of success. How Urfarezen had been able to secure their services for this battle was unknown, but they engaged the Alpha Legionnaires with all the skill and ruthlessness that could be expected from such ancient warriors. As the battle raged all around him, Urfarezen continued to advance, unperturbed, his deathless gaze fixed on the opening he had made in the fortress walls. Sensing the Phaeron's advance, Icariel disengaged and flew over the battlefield, shielded from all attacks by a sphere of impenetrable light. When the gaze of Icariel fell upon the Phaeron, the living saint's aspect suddenly changed. Gone was the kindness that had given pause to armies in the past, he was now the avatar of the God Emperor's divine wrath. Something in Urfarezen angered him beyond imagining, and he swore that the Necron overlord would pay for his many and terrible crimes, his words hinting at some ancient and horrible sin. He descended upon Urfarezen like an avenging angel, but then the Phaeron raised a hand and spoke a single word, and on the other side of the battlefield, the restraints that had kept the patron of Acherazon captive for millions of years slipped away, releasing the old evil calling itself Elrumokus onto the galaxy. The Tesseract vault was opened, but the Citan was still bound to obey Urfarezen's commands, compelled by ancient pacts and technologies from which even its hatred of those who had imprisoned it could not free it. A dark cloud descended upon the field of battle, cloaking the light of Icariel as the living saint and the diminished Citan clashed, and Urfarezen seized the opportunity to advance and finally enter the fortress. Elrumokus, the playwright. Among the Citans, Elrumokus, whose name can loosely be translated to Eater of Hope, was one of the weakest in terms of raw power, but its intellect and cruelty rivaled those of the more infamous star gods such as the Deceiver and the Nightbringer. Its name is written in the archives of the Eldar, and every tale that mentions it is one of tragedy and suffering. Like all the star gods, Being granted a body exposed Elrumocus to the pleasures of soul devouring, but the playwright's appetites were more refined than the rest of its kin. It reveled in the consumption of souls already broken by despair, and inflicted great horrors upon the Necrontyrs, manipulating cosmic events so that billions of Necrontyrs went into the chambers of biotransference willingly, their souls crushed by despair and dread, ready to be consumed by the ravenous star god. These heinous deeds are the source of Elrumocus's nickname as the playwright, a weaver of tragedies on a cosmic scale. After the biotransference was complete, Elrumocus's hunger was appeased somewhat, and it encouraged the selfish desires and ambitions of the Necrons under its influence, increasing its own challenge by forcing itself to never lie to the lesser creatures. The higher echelons of the Acherazon dynasty were ravaged by scheming and betrayals, even as the war in heaven raged, until Feir and Urfarazon managed to rise through a pact with the Citan, feeding it his own extended family until he alone remained of the royal bloodline, now made immortal by his body of necrodermis. Urfarazon was Elrumocus's favorite, though the Citan was only preparing the Fëanor for its own consumption at a later date, anticipating great things of the taste of a soul that had known such dizzying heights of power and prestige before being cast down and made into fodder for its gods. But Elrumocus did not foresee the great betrayal at the end of the war in heaven, nor did it realize that Urfarazon had known about its plans for him all along. When the Silent King gave the order to the Necrons to turn against their alien gods, Urfarazon already had plans in place, carefully prepared over the course of entire eons. In a single strike, the Fëanor broke the Citan's power, using a weapon that consumed the lives of 13 stars in order to nearly exhaust Elrumocus's energies before binding what remained of the star god into a single tesseract vault. For 60 million years afterwards, what remained of Elrumocus was used as a power source in the core world of the Acherazon dynasty, feeding power to the central computer and ensuring that the planet remained hidden from the lesser races. When the dynasty went to war against the Cabal, Urfarazon ordered the Tesseract Vault be exhumed and brought into battle, in case the strength of the broken Citan was required to put the upstart mortals in their place. Inside the fortress, Urfarazon faced yet more defenders, elite agents of the Hydra and the Inquisition gathered from all across the galaxy. Calling upon his technology once more, Urfarazon summoned more Necron warriors from his dynasty's nigh limitless reserves. A greater obstacle to the Fëanor's progress was the fortress itself. The inside of the keep had been constructed from a scavenged ship from the Dark Age of technology, recovered in the deep void by the Alpha Legion. Walls moved and corridors shifted, guided by the intelligence of the ancient vessel, which had been one of the few of its kind not to turn against humanity in those distant days. Millennia older than the Imperium itself, the ship had lingered in the dark for ages, unable to return to its makers, knowing they would destroy it. The Alpha Legion had persuaded it to resume its ancient duty to protect mankind, and it did so now, serving as a sentient battlefield that granted every advantage to the defenders. Ambushes erupted from previously impenetrable walls, while warning sirens blared to prevent the defenders from being caught unaware by Necron killers. Eventually, Urfarazon realized the truth of the fortress nature, and sent a direct attack onto the intelligence itself. Jamming his staff into the ground, he sent his own consciousness throughout the fortress' hidden circuitry, and after a brief confrontation with the intelligence and an exchange that occurred at the speed of thought and during which the intelligence refused to submit, the Fëanor obliterated the ancient machine consciousness, silencing it and ending the defender's advantage. As the Whispering God was drawn ever closer to awakening by the coaxing of Eldrad and his peers, the Sea of Souls shook with the echoes of the ritual, and they were heard across the galaxy. Perhaps the Farseer had known what the unintended consequences of his work would be, perhaps not, and perhaps, if he did not care, or consider them an acceptable price to pay. On Craft World Yandon, the many dead poured into the Wraith constructs without prompting from their living kin, thousands and thousands of them suddenly moving, from the most humble Wraith Guard to the immense knights and lords of the silent undead. With so many spirits leaving its infinity circuit at the same time, the Craft world trembled as its Wraith bone structure suddenly became weaker, and entire sections of the continent-sized ship collapsed. Thousands of Eldar perished in the catastrophe, and when their bodies were dug out days later, it was discovered that the spirit stones that should have safeguarded their souls were cracked and empty. In the eye of terror, the dead of a world that had not known peace since the birth of Slaanesh rose as one, drowning the legion warbands that fought one another across its surface under a sea of vengeful bones, dragging warriors of all of the four down before tearing them to bloody shreds. At long last, the thunder of bolters and the clashing of blades had been silenced, and the dead were finally able to rest, their shades slipping out of the dark god's greedy grasp and into oblivion. In the Psy-kingdoms of the race that called itself the Koth, the crystalline towers whose unique properties had helped the species attain sentience shattered, and each shard drew to it the soul of one of the Koth, extinguishing the entire race in a single moment, their spirits added to the maelstrom of psychic energy from which Ennead was emerging. In the Xenos ruins buried deep beneath the surface of a crowded hive city, a creature which had slumbered for thousands of years after becoming the last of its kind in a self-extinguishing war awoke, filling the dreams of the population above with unamiable horrors as it began its long journey back up, hungering for flesh and souls. In Elandrak, darkest of all districts of Komarok, Kradruake lifted his gaze from the skull of his latest victim. For a moment, he remained immobile, sitting in the center of his chamber, surrounded by the flayed and cured heads of his most worthy kills. Then he rose, threw the skull he had been holding to the ground, where it shattered into 100 pieces, and shrieked. His cry was picked up by one mandrake, then another, until the whole of Elandrak echoed with their screams, and the dark city trembled as the children of shadows prepared for something. And in the deep darkness, far removed from the ritual's location in both space and time, an ancient evil was awoken by the echoes of Ennead's birth. That which had long lay dead woke once more, and turned its hateful gaze upon the stars, as its ancient hunger was kindled anew. Years before the Hydra and the children of Isha gathered on the nameless world to perform the ritual of awakening, this antediluvian evil felt the tremors of Ennead's birth rippling across space and time, and it grew wrathful. For it had conquered death, and would not accept any others following in its steps. And so, that evil began to stir in its grave, and reached out to the stars from which it had been banished once already. Across ancient battlefields and long-forgotten tombs, its servants and tools heard the call, as did many of the living, who went mad under the horrible revelation. Predators everywhere, alien and human alike, felt the rising tide of darkness, and a star the color of blackest night shone its baleful light upon world after world, bringing damnation to sinner and innocent alike. So were the Uvath raised from their slumber. So began the last Calician War. As the ritual's preparations neared completion and Urfarezen drew ever closer to the fortress center, the Phoenix Lords revealed themselves. With Azurman leading them, they appeared in the fortress, arriving through paths known only to themselves, and fell upon the Necrons with all the fury of the dead Eldar pantheon come to protect the birth of their younger sibling. The Phoenix Lords. In the wake of the Old One's fall, the Eldar Empire ruled the galaxy for 60 million years. None could challenge them, for they wielded both unrivaled psychic power and magic-like science inherited from their vanished predecessors. Yet in the end their empire fell and their dominion waned, as they all must in time. Corruption drowned the soul of the Eldar race, and birthed Slaanesh, she who thirsts, the youngest god and dark prince of chaos. The pantheon of the Eldar gods, psychic constructs of immense power that had protected the species from the depredations of ruin, was decimated. Weakened by the moral decay of the Eldar, the gods were slaughtered by Slaanesh, only 3 of them surviving, and only one doing so unchanged. Isha was captured by Nurgle, forced to endure an eternity of torment within his garden, while Cain was shattered into shards that dwelt within the core of each craft world, as well as in other secret places, still full of the dead god's rage. Only the laughing god, Segorok, survived intact, mocking Slaanesh in his face when the Dark Prince slaughtered the gods of the people who had created him. But while the Eldar gods were dead, not all trace of them was gone. Asuryan, greatest of the Eldar pantheon, had performed one last gambit before the youngest god slew him and devoured his power. Reaching out to the ruins of the Eldar Empire, the Phoenix King granted his power to 10 peerless warriors, turning them into immortal avatars of the Empire's ancient values and ideals. Each became the embodiment of a particular martial art, and founded the aspect temples that are the foundation of the craft world Eldar's military to this day. First of those was Azurman, who witnessed the fall from the very heart of the Eldar Empire and survived with his body and soul intact. Amidst the madness and destruction, Azurman found wisdom, and shared this path with 9 other warriors, who were in turn imbued by the embers of the Eldar god's power. Thanks to that lingering divine power, and the quasi-worship of generations of Eldar warriors, the Phoenix Lords became immortal, capable of returning from death through the sacrifice of an exarch from their temple. By wearing the armor of a fallen Phoenix Lord, an Exarch's composite personality and soul will be absorbed by the Phoenix Lord's own essence, and that Phoenix Lord will rise again, restored to life by the sacrifice of the Exarch. Such a fate is regarded as the greatest honor among the Exarchs, who believe that those who sacrifice themselves in such a way live on forever as part of their species' greatest warriors. Of the 10 Phoenix Lords, only 3 manifested on the nameless world. Leading them was Azurman, first of that august order and first to have joined the second cabal during the distant days of the Roboutian Heresy, to atone for the sin he had committed against the King of the Night. At his side were Jainzar, his first apprentice and the founder of the Banshee Temple, and Karandras, Lord of the Striking Scorpions, who had not been Azurman's disciple but had replaced his master Arera after the latter's fall to darkness and betrayal of the Phoenix Lords. These 3 warlords had not been reunited since the fall of the Temple of Asur, where Azurman had first taught the path to the surviving Eldars. Each of them was a great warrior on their own, but together, they were nigh unstoppable. Had all 10 Phoenix Lords manifested, the Necrons would not have stood a chance, but just as the Eldar people were divided on the subject of Ennead's awakening, so were they. The Phoenix Lords did not come alone. With them came aspect warriors from their temples, summoned from every craft world by bonds of allegiance stronger even than those they owed to their people. This new host joined the fortress defenders, and the tide turned once more, each force locked in brutal battle within the fortress labyrinthine corridors. Azurman sought Urfarazin, burning with the desire to strike down the Faerun, his rage driven by similar motives as that of Icariel. But Urfarazin was cunning, and avoided the Phoenix Lord, sending his Lich Guards to slow him down instead. The Faerun had pulled the fortress plans from the intelligence's collapsing mind, and was able to elude Azurman's wrath, finally reaching the ritual chamber with only a handful of his guards remaining. There, between him and the Eldars performing the ritual, stood a single green-armored warrior, holding a glowing spear. Urfarazin sent his minions to dispose of this final interloper, but they were dispatched in seconds, cut down by the warrior's strange weapon. His interest piqued, Urfarazin addressed this strange warrior. "I am Urfarazin, Faerun of the Acherazon dynasty, a lord of the Necron Empire. After our long slumber, my people have returned to reclaim that which is ours. You thieves will not be allowed to trespass upon our domain with impunity any longer." "Oh, I know who you are," answered the armored warrior. "You are the midwives of ruin. It was your arrogance, your greed, your envy, that started the war that shattered the universe's balance. Your quest for immortality is the reason this galaxy has been burning for millions of years." "How little you know, mortal," said Urfarazin. The warrior shook his head. "I am no mortal, metal thing. I am Omegan. For 10,000 years I have watched over my father's empire from the shadows, protecting it against all threats. What have you accomplished in the last ages? You were mighty once, that is true. But this is a new age, and it has no place for those like you within it." Urfarazin laughed, and charged. His staff clashed against the relic weapon Omegan carried, and sparks erupted between the Necron weapon and the pale spear. For several seconds, Primarch and Faerun dueled, filling the air between them with the sound of clashing weapons, until they came face to face, weapons locked as they attempted to push their foe off balance. Omegan disengaged and struck again, and this time, the spear passed through Urfarazin's defense and stabbed into his chest, but he caught the pale spear by the shaft. The weapon was blocked, and cracks spread along its shaft, glowing with the same baleful green energy as the Necron Faerun. "S. You asked me what I had accomplished," said the Faerun. "Let me tell you." Urfarazin leaned forward, forcing Omegan back, until the Necron's face was mere centimeters away from the Primarch's own. Then, the Faerun spoke 7 words, and behind his helmet, Omegan's eyes widened in shock, horror, and then, burning, incandescent hatred. "You," he growled, and there was very little human in the sound. "You." With a great cry, Omegan forced Urfarazin back, his strength ignited by the rage that coursed through his very soul. The pale spear detonated in his hands, and a storm of shards erupted, tearing gouges in both lords' armor. But Omegan did not appear to notice, even as his blood dripped from the rents in his warplate. His hands tightened around Urfarazin's skull and, still screaming incoherently, Omegan bashed the Faerun into the ground, again and again, tears of white-hot fury running down his cheeks. And despite the damage inflicted upon his body, Urfarazin laughed as Omegan beat him to pieces, the sound a hollow parody of emotion. After a minute or so of brutal beating, Omegan reared back, and the pale spear reassembled within his hands as he towered above the broken, already repairing shell of Urfarazin's consciousness. The ancient blade glowed with eldritch energies, the damage it had sustained already gone. "I have already won, Prince Eling," said Urfarazin, eyes glowing with sick amusement at the sight of Omegan's fury. "This is but a setback. You cannot kill me. Nothing can. I am eternal. With that spear, I have already slain a being older even than you," replied Omegan, his voice cold as the void, and far more powerful. "I wonder whether it can kill you as well. Let us find out." Omegan stabbed downward, and the pale spear pierced through the Faeron's necrodermis armor and into the power core at the center of his chest. There was a great, inhuman scream and a flash of light powerful enough to momentarily blind Omegan even through his helmet's lenses. By the time his vision returned, no trace remained of Urfarazin but a silhouette scorched into the stone. Outside the fortress, Elrumokus and Icariel were still fighting. The ground shook and the air trembled as the fragments of two gods clashed, releasing energies not meant for mortals to witness, let alone wield for their own. The two of them were surrounded by a vast circle of broken earth and ruined bodies and machines, and not even the fearless Necrons dared to approach. Icariel was bleeding from a dozen wounds, droplets of golden blood falling onto the dry ground, while the Citan's form was yet more diminished, its hold onto existence weakening under the strain of the living saint's assaults. If not for the souls of fallen guardsmen that it snatched and devoured to sustain its waning power, the Citan would already have succumbed, weakened as it had been by its millions of years of imprisonment. As for Icariel, his psychic strength was fading, for while it would have been easy for the living saint to draw upon the energies of the millions of humans defending the fortress, such an act was abhorrent to the kind-hearted. But still he fought, uncaring that he risked death. After all, his demise had been all but certain when he had risen against that corrupt cardinal, in what now seemed like another life entirely. Why should he be afraid now? Then, within the fortress, Urfarazin was defeated by Omegan, and the bonds on Elrumokus shattered. The Citan shrieked at its new freedom, a sound that contained nothing of joy at its release, only bitter hatred and rage that it had been denied the chance to strike its tormentor down itself. Enraged, Elrumokus abandoned its battle against Icariel, vanishing through the broken walls too fast for the living saint to stop it. If it was to be denied the right to claim its vengeance in person, then the star god would make the one who had taken the opportunity from it suffer instead. Gold and black flames clash upon silver sands. Three shapes rise from the ruins of empires to challenge the abyss jaws. The blade of the greatest betrayer falls upon his own blood. A tide of darkness rises in the lightless realms. The eyes of the beast gaze upon a shard of purest light. Eldrad screamed as his mind burned under the strain of the titanic effort required to keep his balance, to not drown into the web of fate and dissolves across its infinite pathways. He screamed at all the horrors he glimpsed through it, and laughed at all the wonders, and those who heard could not tell the two apart. So long had he been blind, unable to perceive events beyond what would occur on this world. He had thought that meant his death, in so complete and absolute a fashion that even his ethereal self could not go further in time. Perhaps he had been right. It certainly seemed less likely than it ever had before that he would survive this. But what he saw now that his vision was unhindered once more. He wept and laughed and screamed, and wove together the threads of the whispering god as the doom of the galaxy cracked his mind to pieces. Far away, something vast and powerful shrieked in anger. Or perhaps the terrible echo was actually laughter, Eldrad could not tell. As the Farseer's psychic sight soared higher and higher, his mortal eyes opened, and he saw the ritual chamber breached. He saw the Inger towering above Omegan, saw the terrible power the ancient creature commanded, and knew that for all his strength and that of the weapon he wielded, the Primarch would not be able to win this battle. Omegan had always been the lesser of the Emperor's sons, half of his power lost with his fallen twin. Omegan was going to lose and die, and the Cabal would die with him. The alliance of man and Eldar would end. And then? This could not be allowed to happen. Long ago, before Guilliman had even revealed the truth of his betrayal to the rest of the galaxy, Eldrad had walked the paths of the future, and seen that in every future where the children of Isha and mankind did not stand together, both of them would fall. The humans needed the Eldar's knowledge and legacy of power, and the Eldar needed the humans' determination, their numbers, and even their, for lack of a better word, innocence. The Eldar had already had their chance at defeating the primordial annihilator, and they had failed most spectacularly. Ranadandra was their last chance to make things right, and so Eldrad acted. The Farseer reached out and, with a great scream of pain and regret, pulled the threads of Ennead's burgeoning power into himself. Agony flared across his body and soul, and every crystal statue in the chamber burst into shards as the souls of the seers contained within were forcefully dragged out and into the newborn avatar of the Whispering God, screaming in horror all the way. Eldritch light glowed within Eldrad's eyes. Half his body had been turned into the same crystal as the petrified seers, merged with his flesh in a fashion made possible only by the power of the Whispering God coursing through him. He floated in the air, kept aloft by wings of crackling lightning, and looked down at the star god with a gaze entirely devoid of mercy. He spoke in a voice of thunder, and said, "You have something that does not belong to you." The being that had once been Eldrad Ulthran gestured, and all the souls the C'tan had devoured during its rule over the Akarazan dynasty were ripped out of its essence and swallowed by the nascent Ennead. Drained by millions of years of being used as the power source for the dynasty's tomb world, including the enormous power consumption required to awaken them upon the end of the Great Sleep, it was simply too much. The star god shrieked piteously as the last of its strength faded, and then, a creature which was as old as the universe finally vanished from existence. The souls of the Necrons had been weak when they had been alive, but eons of being slowly consumed by a star god had reduced them to mere embers, and upon being removed from Elrumokus, they flickered and died. And across the entire world, the hosts of the Necrons fell and perished by the million, as Ennead's power reached through the lingering connection between their metal bodies and the remains of their spirits. Only the most powerful and self-aware of the Necron nobles were powerful enough to reclaim their souls and survive, and, upon seeing their army collapse around them, they immediately fled, calling upon their ancient tech sorcery. Within moments, the forces of Akarazan were gone, even the hollow shells of the Necron warriors vanishing in a haze of greenish light. In the ritual chamber, for a moment, the avatar of Ennead remained in the air, clad in the mantle of its terrible might, and Omegan feared that he and the rest of the Cabal might have made a horrible mistake and created something none of them could control. Then the light faded, and Eldrad fell to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Azurman moved, suddenly emerging from a corridor and catching the Farseer before he hit the stone, and gently helped him to his feet. It felt strange to see the avatar of martial prowess assist Eldrad like he was an infirm, though also strangely appropriate. The Primarch approached cautiously. Eldrad's body still bore the changes it had undergone when possessed by the Whispering God, and his eyes still glowed with the same inhuman light that had scoured the star god from the galaxy, hopefully once and for all. But there was blood dripping from his mouth, the scent filling Omegan's nostrils with its alien potency, and he was trembling, apparently of exhaustion, but perhaps because of violent emotions as well. "Ennead lives," he said, not looking at Omegan or anyone else in particular. He hasn't woken up yet, not fully, but he lives." "What happened? What did Ennead do to you, Eldrad?" It was Azurman who answered. "Eldrad made himself the vessel for Ennead to act in our reality, much like Asurian chose me and the other Phoenix Lords. But the Whispering God was less subtle, less careful than Asurian ever was. I am become his avatar," said Eldrad, his face wearing an expression of religious fervor Omegan found entirely at odds with his usual arrogance. "His hand in the Matrium, until he wakes fully from the sleep of growth, ready to claim his crown. I doubt I will be able to wield his power in such a fashion again before a long time, but I can still hear him." There were many things Omegan wanted to say, many questions he wanted to ask, but he suppressed them all. Only one thing really mattered at this stage. "So, it worked. The ritual of awakening was interrupted, which resulted in your current state, but the principles behind it, the theory of God forging, it worked, didn't it?" Eldrad finally raised his head to stare in the Primarch's eyes, his burning gaze filling Omegan with discomfort for several seconds before he answered. "Yes, son of the Emperor. The theory is sound. Our common work to create Ennead was a success. You must hurry. At the ritual's apex, I saw many things, most of which I barely remember, but I do remember this: your brother Magnus has awoken, and journeys even now to Terra." "And the sword?" pressed Omegan. Did you see where it is? Did you see him? Eldrad shook his head, and the crystals in his face shone with reflected light at the motion. The protections around it were too powerful, even with Eniad's blessing. Which is reassuring, since I doubt our enemies are able to pierce them either. Do not worry, O Megan. Its carrier will bring it to Terra in time. That was the one part of our plan that was never in doubt. Then I must go. We are so close now. I must be on Terra to help direct the final step. Eldrad watched Omegan turn and call to his warriors, already making preparations to deal with the battle's aftermath, disperse the Imperial fleet where it was most needed, and then set a course to Terra, where the fate of mankind, of the galaxy, would soon be decided. There the second step of the Cabal's grand plan to defeat chaos and bring harmony to a shattered galaxy would take place. Eldrad's ability to feel emotions, already eroded by 10,000 years of cold calculations, had been further deadened by his fusion with Eniad's nascent power. But even so, he was unable to find it in himself to tell Omegan what their plan would truly bring about. With the destruction of Elrumokus, the forces of the Necrons were nearly wiped out, and their fleet vanished from the system faster than the Imperial ship's sensors could track them. With the last of its strength, the Star God had taken its vengeance upon those who had brought it so low, letting loose a pulse of energy that scrambled the circuits of nearly every Acherazon Necron. Millions of Necron warriors were now nothing more than hollow shells, unable to even answer the commands of their betters, while the ranks of the Necron nobles were decimated, as few were able to withstand the strength of Elrumokus's final curse. The power of the Acherazon dynasty was broken, likely forever, even if the dynasty retained its mighty war engines and most of its fleet. Within a few days, the forces of the Cabal were ready to depart. The Imperial armies were brought aboard their ships, their members sworn, if not to silence, then to discretion, while the Eldars vanished through the webway, bringing the avatar of Eniad that Eldrad had become with them. The fortress was scoured of anything of value, but the Cabal made no effort to conceal what had happened there. Such an effort would have been beyond futile. The warp resonated with the echoes of what had transpired here, and likely would until the last star of the galaxy grew cold. Still, the crystalline dust of the destroyed Farseers was recovered, and the lines of the ritual circle erased, lest someone managed to find a weakness in the newborn god of the dead through them. Of Omegan, no trace remained. The Primarch departed immediately after the awakening of Eniad, and if the Alpha Legion knew where their Gene-Sire had gone, they remained silent. Lord Urfarezin, said an impossibly distant voice. Can you hear me? There was pain in his chest, a burning sensation that sent him trashing and kicking, panic spreading through his struggling awareness as it grew worse and worse. Breathe, my lord, said the voice urgently. Breathe. Breathe? He hadn't needed to breathe in, so long, he didn't actually remember. How? Instinct finally took over, and he forced air into his lungs. Lungs? He had lungs? How? The pain was excruciating as the organs fulfilled their function for the very first time. The burning in his chest abated, and he took several more breaths, until it faded away almost entirely, replaced by a constant need to keep up the breathing, lest it return. His vision was blurry, and he felt pain in his eyes. He blinked, another thing he hadn't done in a very long time, and his sight became clearer. He was lying down in a warm liquid. How was he feeling that warmth? A silhouette stood before him, clad in black armor similar to that of the warriors he had faced what seemed but moments ago, but twisted and warped. He recognized this being. With that recognition came understanding of his situation, and with that understanding came a sense of wonder the likes of which he hadn't felt since he had beheld the Citan in their natural form for the first time, when he was but a mere explorer of the Acherazon dynasty. He took another breath, and managed to force a single word out. W. Why? Because that was the deal we made when we told you of Eniad's rise, of course. But I failed. The god of the dead has risen. We never wanted you to prevent its awakening completely, only stop it from being complete, and you achieved all that and more. And so, as promised, we have honored our end of the bargain, a new body of flesh and bones, for you to experience all the sensations you lost so long ago. Live again. You do indeed. Rest now, Lord. You must regain your strength. Then I will bring you back to your people, that you may bring word of the miracle we have granted you. Let all of your brethren know that our offer of alliance is genuine, and that the gift we bring to you is real. I will. Chief Apothecary Vincente VI of the Raven Guard watched as the grey-skinned Xenos fell back into slumber. He could still sense the soul contained within that cloned body, and allowed himself a sigh of relief that stank of things not found in any sane universe and which echoed in the chamber like the distant screams of damned souls. He hadn't been certain at all that this would work. The Necrons were old things, and their souls were withered dregs, drained almost dry by the setans they had served for so long. Corix himself had demanded that Vincente journey to the Acherazon core world and made contact with their Faerun, but the chief apothecary hadn't been sure he would be able to bring Urfarezon back to life. Cloning the body in itself had been a challenge, more because finding Necron DNA had been all but impossible. It had been the prospect of adapting the rituals that allowed the 19th Legion's purebloods to cheat death time and again that had daunted even one as expert in them as he was. And yet, in the end, when the time had come, it had been almost disturbingly easy to pluck the Necrontier's soul from the ether. Something had happened. He could feel it in his body and soul, both equally changed after 10,000 years within the Eye of Terror. The veil between life and death was thinner now. I know you are alive. I have always known. Did you really think I would not? We are bound together, you and I, shackled by the fates you forged for us in perverting the streams of destiny to create this nightmare of which we are all prisoners. And so, I know that you endure, trapped between life and death on your throne of lies. I sense your gaze, peering from beyond the veil, uncaring of distance or time. I feel your hand reaching out to move your pawns in the galaxy's shadows. I hear the echoes of your voice in my brother's thoughts as you manipulate their minds, not caring if doing so hurts them even more than you already have. But then again, you never did. Not for a long time. Or have you forgotten what you did to us? Once we were kings, heralds of a truth that would shatter the chains of the past and elevate all of mankind. Such glory we were promised, and you swore that you would lead us all to it. And we believed you. We had seen the same darkness you had, the same horrors, and we believed you when you told us that you would lead us onto a path that would end them forever, a path that would lead our species to eternal glory and supremacy. We believed you, and we were fools. For when the gods whispered in your ears and promised you greater power for yourself, you betrayed us without a moment's hesitation, proving beyond doubt that you only ever saw us as instruments, tools for your own purposes. We were never sons to you after that, but we were still brothers to one another. And then, my brothers died in their thousands, burning in the pyre of your schemes and bid for absolute power. And as for me, you betrayed me, abandoned me, and left me to die, all in the name of your twisted ambitions. Yet I have endured, in spite of everything you and your masters have inflicted upon me. More than that, I have thrived, in this infernal kingdom of the damned where we all dwell. I have adapted to this new reality we all found ourselves within in your failure's aftermath. And throughout the long years, never have I lost sight of my vengeance. And now, the time has come to see it fulfilled. I have gathered the broken and the exiles around me, bound by our shared hatred of you. All those you have failed, all those you have betrayed, all those you hold back by your stubborn refusal to let them move on, have rallied to my banner. All of them have their own goals, their own motives, their own ambitions, as opposed to the obedient pawns that were all you ever wanted them to be. It has taken me many years, but I have united them at last, despite their hatred for each other, despite their contradicting ambitions and desires. Such is the power of our hatred for you, Father. From them, I have forged the blade that I will drive into your cold heart, into the wound my grandsire carved into your flesh. I will carve your corpse to pieces and cast them to the dogs. I will end the possibility of your return before it is ever realized. And most of all, whatever it takes, whatever the cost, I will never be your slave again. This I swear, upon what remains of my soul. I am the sacrificed son. And I am coming home. The Battle of Makridge. Part 1, The Path to Glory. In the depths of the ruined storm, the Ultramarines endure, cut off from the rest of the galaxy by one of their father's greatest sins. For millennia, they have wallowed in the ruins of the 500 worlds, building petty kingdoms on the bones of the past and fighting for the attention of the same gods who cursed them for their Primarchus failure. But even as the 13th fell deeper and deeper into the abyss, some among its scions still showed the same genius that made Guilliman so dangerous. Driven by dark ambitions, they strive to gather the scattered might of the Ultramarines under their banner, and none have been more successful than Marius Gage, the sacrificed son, most powerful lord and most infamous heretic of the Ultramarines. Consumed by antediluvian hatred for his gene-sire, Gage has spent 10,000 years plotting the destruction of Guilliman's legacy, and as the times of ending begin, his last and greatest gambit is unveiled, a black crusade, aimed at Macrage itself. Not long after the declaration of the Roboutian Heresy at Istvan III, the word-bearers and world-eaters were sent by Horus Lupercal to the Ultramar sector in order to neutralize the power base of the arch-traitor. But Guilliman had foreseen this move, and turned his own kingdom into a trap for the 12th and 17th legions. On the world of Kelth, he left his second-in-command, Marius Gage, master of the Ultramarines' first chapter, to bait Lorgar and Angren into a confrontation. There, his mind broken by the horrors of the warp, Marius sacrificed himself to summon the Daemon Lord Samus and unleash the Ruin Storm, trapping 2 loyalist legions. But Gage's story wasn't over. To this day, both his rivals in the Ruin Storm and the scholars of the Ordo Malleus who are trusted with knowledge of the Ultramarines have yet to figure out how exactly he endured serving as the vessel for Samus. By all rights, his soul should have been obliterated, consumed to fuel the mighty Daemon's manifestation. Instead, he returned after the end of the heresy, clad in the mantle of power of a Daemon Prince of Chaos Undivided, and swore vengeance upon the memory of the Primarch who had sent him to a most hideous demise. His first attempt to destroy Guilliman's body failed, but it foiled the efforts of the Avenging Sun's heirs to keep the Ultramarines united after their defeat at Terra. For centuries afterwards, he brooded and plotted, secure in his strongholds in the Calth system, gathering allies and weapons. Then, as Terathalion shook under the assault of Sarthoriel's Black Crusade and the Cabal's plot to create a new god reached fruition, the sacrificed son finally made his move. His fleet departed Kelth, carrying a war host of hundreds of Chaos Marines, tens of thousands of Evocati, and millions of the lost and the damned. The Evocati, thin-blooded versions of Astaroths, had been gathered over the course of the last century, as Gage launched a campaign of conquest across the Ruin Storm, seizing the facilities required for their creation. While inferior to true Space Marines, the Evocati were still to be the transhuman edge of Gage's Black Crusade, their rampant insanity and degeneration compensated by sheer numbers, and their utter disposability. Breaking the walls of Macrage would require a cost, and the Evocati were how Gage intended to avoid having to pay it himself, or risk the loyalty of one of his allies. For the target of this Black Crusade wasn't the iron cage that circled the Ruin Storm, nor one of Gage's rivals within it. The sacrificed son intended to succeed where he had failed 10,000 years ago. He wanted to burn Macrage to the ground, and destroy the stasis-preserved corpse of Guilliman. At his side were powerful allies, who had their own reasons for wanting to end the legacy of the Avenging Son. Some wanted to free the 13th Legion from the chains of the past, while others sought the glory of conquering the Ultramarines' greatest stronghold, and the cause for which they fought didn't matter to the masses of cultists and chaos-worshipping troops, so long as they spilled blood for the dark gods. Gage cared nothing for his forces' motives, as long as they were willing to join him and follow his orders until the Black Crusade's goals were achieved. And so the Black Crusade of the Sacrificed Son came to Macrage, word of its purpose spreading ahead of it, carried forth by the warp itself like a clarion call. Across the Ruin Storm, psychers and debased things whose ancestors had, at one point, been men, sensed Marius advance and warned their lords of his intent. Those who were loyal to the memory of Robert Guilliman rushed to the system, but the ethereal currents around Gage's fleet were quickened by sorcery and sacrifices, and few warbands reached Macrage ahead of him, though the threat of enemy reinforcements would hang over the sacrificed son for the entire Black Crusade. Leading the Black Crusade was Gage's personal flagship, the Macrage's Treachery, named in mockery of the 13th Legion's own Gloriana-class battleship, Macrage's Honor, which had long since vanished in the tides of the Ruin Storm after the Legion's flight from Terra. The Treachery had been built in the dark Mechanicum shipyards of Calth over the course of several centuries of real time and countless eons within the Ruin Storm's time-broken reality. It was a Leviathan of the Void, nearly the same size as the fabled Legion flagships of the Great Crusade, infused with every secret and forbidden technology the dark Mechanicum possessed. It was whispered by the Heretex who had worked on its construction that the ship was alive, sentient, and utterly malevolent. Only Gage's own indomitable will could keep it under control and aim its immense power at the enemies of the sacrificed sun. When Marius' armada emerged from the Ruinstorm's tumultuous tides at the edge of Makraj, it found a disparate fleet arrayed against it, made of the most fanatic believers of the Dark Master of Chaos, those who had been willing to risk the most dangerous paths to arrive before him. They were led by the Chaos Lord Laszlo Tiberius, who had gained infamy for his cunning void tactics during assaults on the Iron Cage, though he had never successfully broken through. Tiberius had managed to assume control of the fleet through a mix of experience, charisma, and the ruthless destruction of a ship whose captain had refused to submit to his authority. They died. The loyal sons of Guilliman fought well, despite being outnumbered 100 to 1. None of them surrendered, none of them tried to flee. They called out to their Gene-sire as their ships blew apart around them, or whispered prayers to the ruinous powers with their final breaths as a boarder's blade cut into their hearts and their blood spilled onto lightless decks. They fought and fell with as much courage and honor as was left to the scions of the 13th Legion, drawing upon millennia of experience fighting the long war and walking the treacherous paths of ruin. But they still died. On the bridge of the Soulful Shadow, Laszlo Tiberius stood alone against 12 Terminators, and took down 3 of them before being cut to pieces by the other 9. All the while, he cursed them for traitors, never giving voice to the terrible pain of his body's destruction, and his last words were a curse aimed at Marius Gage, invoking the wrath of the Dark Master upon his renegade son. The warp around the Soulful Shadow boiled with the violence of his death, and the strength of his death curse shook the hull of the Makraj's treachery as it hit its many layered wards. But he still died. The battle only lasted about 40 minutes, such was the difference in numbers. By the time the last ship of the patchwork defending fleet was destroyed, 1,492 ultramarine souls, both legionaries and evocati, were cast out into the Empyrean, along with hundreds of thousands of mortal crew. The latter were devoured by the Neverborn swarms haunting the Makraj system, but the former vanished before the daemons could get to them. Their fate would have been kinder if the Neverborn's claws had gotten to them first. The first obstacle of the Black Crusade was defeated, but the way to Makraj was far from clear. The capital of the Ultramar Kingdom had changed dramatically since it had been engulfed in the ruin storm, shaped by the emotions and beliefs of the billions of chaos-touched souls that dwelled there. Thousands of years of prayers to Guilliman's silent corpse had remade the system into something that could never have existed outside a warp storm. Before the ruin storm had been unleashed, the system had had 6 worlds: Makraj itself, the Legion's home world, Laphise, Ardium, Thulium, Nova Thulium, and Mortendar. All of these planets had become daemon worlds, with 4 of them having fallen under the sway of a particular dark god. Together, these 4 worlds are what is known in the ruin storm as the path to glory. On each of them lies a test, and together they form a succession of trials that are the only way for any champion of chaos to prove his worth and set foot upon the hallowed ground of Makraj itself. Only the warbands hailing from Makraj itself, under the leadership of Marnus Calgar, could travel as they pleased, only occasionally having to fend off a flock of Furies or other, less easily classified Neverborn. There are the servants of the divine gathered, praying to the silent throne. Corrupt their hearts with the whispers of Slaanesh. Twist their minds with the secrets of Tsianch. Poison their flesh with the plagues of Nurgle. Spill their blood with the strength of Kern. Thus shall you prove your worth to the true gods. Thus shall you be allowed past the hallowed gates. And behold the wonders at the heart of their chosen's kingdom. From the Codex Chautica, 8th chapter, 9th verse, unexpurgated version. Reaching Makraj without passing through the path to glory is all but impossible, thanks to the fluid nature of reality within the ruin storm. Sometimes, the daemon world seems to move away from the ship whose captain seeks to circumvent the trials, while at others, impossibly huge walls of bones and screaming souls appear block the way. Furthermore, the swarms of Furies that plague the system, each one the soul of a servant of chaos too indecisive to follow one of the dark gods and too narrow-minded to embrace the primordial truth as a whole, seem to be irresistibly drawn to such attempts, their numbers capable of overcoming even the strongest Geller field. Though these obstacles had formed after his last trip to Makraj, Gage had learned of them from his agents, and was prepared to deal with them. His Black Crusade would play along with the ruinous powers game, and pass through their trials. The sacrificed son's agents had watched others undergo them, and he knew that he only needed one of his followers to pass through each trial for the fleet to be allowed to advance to the next stage. Warlords had been able to bring their warbands with them in the past. The exact details of the trial were never the same, but only someone who imbued the dark ideals of the Chaos God presiding over it could hope to succeed, which was why so few had managed to pass them all over the millennia. Even among the Ultramarines, who embrace the Pantheon in all its forms to follow Guilliman's example, few Chaos Lord could claim to truly serve all the aspects of Chaos undivided with the necessary fervor. But Marius had figured out something else. He didn't have to pass the trials himself. Instead, 4 of the Chaos Lords in his host would pass them, each a dedicated follower of one of the ruinous powers. In that way, Marius would prove that he could unite the disparate followers of Chaos, and earn his Black Crusade's passage to Macrage in the eyes of the gods. Seeing the fleet approach, the lords of each world prepared for war, knowing that while the sacrificed son was willing to follow the wordings of the Codex Chautica, it was unlikely he would not seize the opportunity to cripple the core worlds of the 13th Legion. By the whims of the gods, the first world on the Black Crusade's path was Laphise, the daemon world dedicated to the Lord of Excess. Laphise, the poisoned paradise. Few archives remain of the Macrage system before it was engulfed in the Ruin Storm, and most of these accounts focus on the home world of the 13th Primarch, with Laphise being little more than a footnote. According to that scarce lore, Laphise was a paradise world, a pristine garden where the nobility of the 500 worlds could retreat from the weight of their responsibilities. After being subsumed into the Ruin Storm, however, the planet fell under the influence of Slaanesh, and was remade in the Dark Prince's image. Keepers of secrets and other daemon lords of Slaanesh corrupted its population and built great palaces, dividing the planet into their own personal fiefdoms where they could revel in their favorite debaucheries along with their courts of sycophants, both mortal and immortal. Countless generations of selective breeding and war-brought mutations have rendered the whole population inhumanely beautiful, save for the occasional deformed byblow of inbreeding, who are either promptly sacrificed or shunned and banished to the underground. The palaces of Laphise are separated by sprawling, beautiful fields of flesh-devouring flowers and forests of whose trees iridescent, gleaming leaves can capture the soul of any who gaze at them for too long. Great beasts roam in the fields, leviathans whose flesh is intoxicating, leaving their would-be hunters at the mercy of their youngs, while in the woods, Fae like Neverborn play cruel games with lost wanderers, drawing them deeper and deeper into the forest with glimpses of unearthly beauty and sweet whispers. The trial of Laphise is simple: to come onto the planet, and leave it alive. But from the moment a champion of chaos sets foot onto the daemon world's surface, his heart and soul come under attack in a myriad ways, many far more subtle than any physical peril. While the lords of Laphise are plenty dangerous in battle, the true threat they pose to those who would reach Macrage is more insidious. Every Chaos Lord who comes to the daemon world to pass their trial is welcomed with praise and parades, showered with praises. They are invited to lavish feasts ostensibly thrown in their honor, everyone around them telling them that they don't need to pass any trial, so obvious is their worth and so favored are they in the eyes of the youngest god. But even if they don't need to fight or kill, surely they can enjoy the pleasures of Laphise before continuing onto their journey? After all, they have fought so long to earn their place, they surely deserve to enjoy their rightful reward for such dedication to Slaanesh. And soon enough, once the Chaos Lord is suitably drunk on forbidden pleasures, they descend upon him to sate their own appetites, and the bleached bones of another failure are added to the artistic frescoes. As Gage's armada tore through the few ships orbiting Laphise, boarding and capturing them or obliterating them outright, depending on the mood of the closest captains, a vessel placed itself in geosynchronous orbit above the planet's capital city. Once, that ship had been a vessel of the Imperial Navy, and had earned much honor fighting the pirates of the Ultima Segmentum. But time and treachery had led it to join the very raiders it had fought against, and centuries in the Ruin Storm had twisted it into a jagged spear of pearly white smoothness and fleshy, thorny, pink metal. It was called the Despoiler's Will, and it was the flagship of Cato Sicarius, the warrior king of Espander and Chaos Lord of Slaanesh. It had taken a long time for Gage to convince the overbearing, arrogant warrior king to leave his domain, and even more time to make him bend the knee to the sacrificed son, however temporarily. In the end, Gage had to promise the depraved swordsman that he would be allowed to feast on the corpse of Guilliman to secure his assistance. Sicarius was convinced that the cannibalistic meal would grant him the power of the avenging son, and secure his place as Slaaneash's greatest champion. Sicarius' transport landed next to Laphai's most opulent palace, a magnificent structure of golden towers and many-hued arches belonging to the Keeper of Secrets known to the mortal races as Amnaic the Golden, whose mortal followers worshipped it as a god. The warrior king emerged from his transport alone, clad in his ornate power armor, his weapons, a warped power sword and plasma pistol, hanging from his belt, and walked right through the palace's main gate. The air was thick with smoke rising from braziers filled with drugs and incense, and the moans and prayers of thousands of mortals echoed endlessly amidst the gilded walls. Sicarius walked through the decadence of Amnaica's palace undaunted, and the crowds of adorators parted before him, looking upon his glorious armored form with glazed eyes. None of them had been in the palace for more than a year, but already their soul fires were flickering, their strength drained to feed the one they worshipped as a god. In time, they would die, and their bodies would be desecrated just as what remained of their souls burned in the Keeper of Secrets' belly. The warrior king of Espandar strode forth, following the psychic spoor of the greater daemon that waited at the center of the palace and ignoring the whispers and tantalizing offers from the cultists, food, drinks, drugs, and other pleasures the likes of which even a sybarite such as him had never known before. But he kept his mind clear of their temptations, focusing on the greater prize ahead. After what seemed like hours of walking through flesh-crowded halls, a set of great doors swung open before Sicarius, and he found himself in the presence of Amnaic itself. The Keeper of Secrets lived up to its title. Its purple skin was covered with hundreds of piercings, each fashioned from the wedding jewelry of one of its servants after they had sacrificed their spouse to it. Its eyes glowed with a golden light like the first glimpse of the sun after an age of endless night, promising peace and everlasting joy to any who welcomed this light within them. The greater daemon sat leisurely on its throne, surrounded by the greatest offerings of its slaves and the most deserving of its faithful, and laughed as Sicarius continued to walk toward it. "Sweet little king," it said, its voice rolling across the throne room, sending cultists into fits of ecstasy. "You have come here at last. We have been waiting for you. Come, have a seat. There is much we have to discuss before you go on your way to your destiny." Amnaica's words were followed by a wave of musk, and the two mixed together to break through Sicarius' will and entrap him into Laphai's great danger. But as the psychic and sensory assault reached the warrior king, crimson runes began to shine on his armor, and Amnaica's influence was repelled. These runes were the first gift of Marius Gage to Cato Sicarius, and had been inscribed by the greatest sorcerers under the sacrificed son's command. But while they protected Sicarius from outside influence, their blatant defiance of the Dark Prince's minions had not come without price. To avoid the rage of his patron, Sicarius had had to offer up that which was most dear to him. The runes had been first painted onto his armor with the lifeblood of Carja Salumber, the pirate queen who had helped Sicarius rise as the unchallenged lord of Espandar, and who had stood at his side ever since. The warrior king had murdered her himself, after a bloody civil war on the Daemon world that had ended with the winning side abandoning it to join the Black Crusade. "What is this?" asked Amnaic, surprised but not yet alarmed, even as Sicarius continued to advance. "What trick are you playing on us there, little king?" Sicarius continued walking, drawing his daemon sword in one fluid motion. The notion that it might actually be threatened, here in the heart of its power, finally dawned on Amnaic, and the Keeper of Secrets rose from its throne, summoning its long, wicked blade to its hand with a thought. At the exact moment the blade manifested from the ether, called into being by the greater daemon's will, Sicarius suddenly accelerated. Amnaic barely had time to raise its sword to block the Chaos Lord's first blow, and the two of them dueled for several seconds, moving too fast for the blasted senses of the gathered cultists. Amnaic was taller and stronger, but it had been caught off balance at the duel's beginning, and Sicarius was relentless in his assault, denying it any chance to recover its footing. Furthermore, the blood runes on his armor were blazing now, and their proximity bit into the Keeper of Secrets' essence like icy fangs, disturbing the energies that composed its incarnation. Even Amnaica's great claws could not pierce the armor, such was the strength of the blessing the sorcerers had woven from the pirate queen's life and soul. Eventually, Sicarius rammed his blade through the greater daemon, and the two of them remained frozen for a few seconds in a grotesquely intimate tableau. "This is not the trial," gagged Amnaic as silver and golden blood flowed from its mouth. "I am Slaaneash's chosen," declared Sicarius, his voice booming across the chamber, rising above the terrified cries of the cultists and silencing them. The Dark Prince expects more from me than merely following in the footsteps of those who came before me. Despite the blade embedded in its chest, Amnaic laughed, and crystal windows shattered across its palace at the sound, their shards piercing the flesh of its devotees. You mortals know nothing of Slaaneish's true champion. But you will soon, when the light ends. Under his helmet, Sicarius' expression contorted in anger at this rebuke of his proclamation. He plunged his hand into the greater daemon's chest, tearing the wound wide open, and ripped free the black heart of the Keeper of Secrets, casting the rest of the immense corpse to the ground. The warrior king lifted the bloody organ up, and his helm's vox speaker split open, its grill revealed to be 2 rows of sharp fangs with which the Chaos Lord tore chunks of daemon flesh from the heart, noisily feeding upon Amnaica's essence until nothing remained. His mission accomplished, the warrior king returned to his flagship accompanied by a new circle of sycophants, Amnaica's former adorators, who had now turned their devotion toward him. They would join the rest of the cultists in his warband, and live or die according to the whim of the Dark Prince. Sicarius himself cared nothing for them, so long as there were always more available to sing his praises. The power of the Keeper of Secrets coursed through him now, the essence of the greater daemon trying to eat its way out, to devour Sicarius' soul as he had devoured it and manifest anew through his flesh. But the mind of the champion of Slaanesh was powerful in its own perverse way. His monstrous pride and self-obsession kept the incorporeal daemon's efforts at bay, and soon, its consciousness was all but dissolved in the warrior king's psyche, the echoes of emotions that had created it lost among an ocean of narcissism. None could tell what the power of a greater daemon would do to Sicarius in the long term, but Gage cared little. With the first trial completed, the Black Crusade advanced toward the path to glory's next step. The warp currents shifted in accordance to Slaaneish's will, and the way to the next daemon world was opened. Amidst the tides of the Sea of Souls, the shining orb of Artium was revealed. Artium, the spires of conspiracy. It is often said within the ruin storm that Artium is home to 1,000,000 conspiracies, secret organizations, and circles fighting a hidden war for control of the daemon world and the favor of Tzeentch. But if anything, that saying undersells the true scope of the intrigue that takes place on the world city that the great mutator has marked as his own. Billions of mutants dwell within Artium's sprawling cityscape, and save for a very few exceptions, all of them belong to at least one such group, and many belong to several, planning their own betrayals and schemes to get ahead. The society of Artium is ostensibly a very peaceful and civil one, with a thriving industry and a complex trade system that keeps every district of the megacity supplied with basic necessities. However, even merely looking at Artium is enough to reveal that there is more to the planet. The architecture of Artium does not follow Euclidean geometries. Streets loop back on themselves, towers rise impossibly high, and it is not unheard of for the inhabitants to encounter their past or future selves in particularly warp-touched areas. And, atop their spires, the lords of Artium plot and scheme to ensure their continued dominance over cults, secret societies, and pyramid schemes that spread all across the daemon world's surface. With plots, bribes, sorcery and the occasional bout of urban warfare between private armies, there isn't a spot of Artium that hasn't seen some treachery. Yet despite the planet being impregnated with the power of Tzeentch in every way, it is strangely difficult for Artium's countless magas to summon the never-born children of the Architect of Fate. It takes greater effort to bring a Tzeentchian daemon to Artium than anywhere else in the Ruin Storm, and those with the sense for such things can detect something akin to nervousness and even dread in the never-born who do manifest on Artium. Unknown to all but the most well-versed lore masters, the true reason behind this reluctance lies buried deep beneath the daemon world's bedrock. When Tzeentch claimed the planet after the heresy, the god of change planted 9 infernal seeds next to the planetary core. For millennia, these daemons have fed on the paranoia and betrayal of the surface, growing in strength and inciting the inhabitants to ever greater feats of intrigue and treachery, in a vicious cycle that has produced some of the galaxy's greatest backstabbers and master manipulators. It is the fear of these creatures that keeps other daemons away from Artium, for the pull of their power is strong enough that lesser neverborn end up drawn into the depths, their essence dissolving and adding its power to the great daemons below. Those who discover the existence of the so-called slumbering kings have only 3 options left to them: go mad and start worshipping the eldritch horrors sleeping beneath their feet, find a way to flee the planet and never look back, or take their own lives. Among the mortal lords of Artium, Only a few know of the slumbering kings, and they have dedicated their existence to keeping them asleep by ensuring that they are continuously fed a steady stream of the appropriate emotions, lest their hunger cause them to wake and bring ruin to the world. A few of Artyom cults instead actively seek to wake the slumbering kings, convinced that the destruction that would cause is the will of Tzeentch and that those who help bring it about will be rewarded by the god of change. As befitting a world under the rule of the great deceiver, the trial of Artyom is deceptively simple. Any champion of chaos who seeks to reach Makraj must uncover Artyom's greatest secret and escape the planet alive and with their mind and soul intact. That secret, of course, is the existence of the slumbering kings, and the lords of Artyom will do anything to ensure it is suppressed, which makes the trial much more difficult. Some have spent years, decades, centuries trapped on Artyom, desperately searching for the truth, and when those who succeeded went back to their ships, they found that no time at all had passed for their warband since their departure. Gage already knew the secrets of Artyom, having learned them from one of the champions of chaos he had captured and interrogated as part of his preparations for the Black Crusade. But he also knew that merely telling it to his chosen Chaos Lord would not be enough, and not just because Tzeentch might frown upon such blatant rule-breaking as easily as he might laugh and approve of it. Unlike Laphise, Artyom was a developed world, with a thriving industry and a void-capable fleet in orbit, warships forged with the secrets of the changer of ways by the lords of Artyom, arranged in small flotillas that kept each other in check in the endless struggle for supremacy. Together, these ships formed a worthy armada, far from being the equal of Gage's, but still more than capable of inflicting great casualties should it choose to attack. The sacrificed son wanted this potential threat removed from the board, and he had the perfect tool to do it. In the millennia he had spent preparing for his second attack on Makraj, Marius had scoured the Ultramarines past for any advantage he could find. Amidst rumors and half-forgotten legends, he had found clues that seemed to indicate that one of the Osirian Cybrids, these potent Xenos that had nearly destroyed the 13th Legion during the Great Crusade, had survived the purge inflicted upon the species by Robert Guilliman. Gage had more reason than most to hate the creatures, having seen firsthand the destruction they could wreak, for he had been promoted to the rank of Legion Master after the aliens had slain the previous incumbent, but by the same token, he knew the psychic power they possessed. Furthermore, the survivor had managed to escape by making a pact with Tzeentch, who was loath to let such a promising species vanish completely, even to assist in the seeding of Guilliman's eventual corruption. With nothing to go on but the whispers of daemons and pieces of myth, it took centuries for Gage to locate the last Osirian. The creature had fled far beyond the ruin storm, beyond even the Imperium's own borders and into the Halo stars. Gage sent a circle of his most trusted agents, a coterie of Chaos Marines and human heretics, to find the last Osirian and secure its help. None of these agents belonged to the 13th Legion, for Gage rightly assumed that the Xenos would have destroyed such warriors on sight. This group searched for years before finding the last Osirian, ruling over a world mankind had long since forgotten. From ancient ruins, they guessed that the planet's people must have enjoyed a relatively high technological level before the last Osirian had come, but now they lived like primitives, enslaved to the aliens' will. The creature had set itself up as a terrible god, forcing them to sacrifice their own to feed its inhuman hunger for brains, one of the few things in its physiology Tzeentch hadn't changed. It played cruel games upon its slaves, increasing its mastery of mind control even further and studying the secrets of Tzeentch through experimenting on them. The envoys had to prostrate themselves before the self-styled godling, but their offer of retribution against the Primarch who had organized the extermination of the Osirian Cybrids appealed to the creature, even though the thought of allying itself with inferior beings disgusted it. The alliance was forged, and the last Osirian traveled to the ruin storm in secret, hiding its existence from even the rest of Gage's allies through powerful sorceries, for the sacrificed son knew that not even he could control the hatred his other allies would feel for the Xenos, and he had no desire for his armada to tear itself apart before even reaching Makraj. So it was that an ancient alien threat, thought long extinct by the servants of chaos and the Imperium alike, was unleashed once more upon humanity, however debased. From the tumultuous tides of the ruin storm, a single ship emerged, made as much of metal as of the raw stuff of the warp, shaped like a distorted hourglass that looped back on itself in defiance of Euclidean geometries. Artyom's orbital defenses tried and failed to lock onto it, their instruments returning nothing but errors, their battle servitors spouting streams of insane babble while their brains overheated and burst apart. The ship stopped a few hundred kilometers above the planet, and from it emerged a crimson comet that flew right toward Artyom's atmosphere. It shone in the heavens over half the planet, burning brightly enough to pierce the clouds, and all looked up to gaze at it as it grew ever closer and brighter. Even those who could not see it sensed it. Those who were on the other side of the planet saw the skies colored by the distant glow, while those who were unable to see the heavens still sensed a great presence washing over them. Eventually, the comet stopped its descent, held in place in the heavens, and a figure appeared in the crimson glow, tall, dark and with 4 long, spindly arms. For one terrible moment, all of Artyom's souls were held in shared dread. The people of the spires forgot about their schemes, their grudges, and their plots, and wondered whether their world was about to end. And in the depths, the slumbering ones stirred, their infernal dreams perturbed as the flow of betrayal and ambition that had fed them for thousands of years was interrupted for the very first time. Then the 4-armed shape in the crimson glow spoke a single word that burned into the minds of all across the planet, and echoed into the subterranean lairs of the antediluvian daemons. Arise. The earth began to shake, and spires came crashing down to the ground. The cries of panic followed quickly, as things never meant to be seen by mortal eyes burrowed upward and emerged onto the surface. Then the psychic presence of the slumbering ones hit Artyom's population, and things went immensely worse. Within minutes, millions were driven insane by the silent screams of the greater daemons, their minds shattered as their flesh rippled with their power, taking new and terrible forms. In orbit, ships and orbital arrays went down in flame as their crews were transformed into slavering monstrosities that tore through delicate machinery with acid-dripping claws and fangs, and the impact sent fresh tremors across the sprawling city, causing yet another wave of devastation. Humans, and creatures whose ancestors had once been humans, basked in the power of these awakened gods, and began to worship them, offering them tributes of blood and souls and raising up monuments and temples in their honor. New cults formed around those whose psyche was strong enough to withstand some of the slumbering one's power and be reshaped from masters of intrigue and deceit into hierophants of the rising horrors. These priests chanted names that the lords of Artyom had tried to suppress for millennia: Arkazdar, Erlemarion, Idislik, and countless other interpretations of the daemons' true names through mortal minds. And then, of course, came war, as the slumbering ones turned against one another, their strange, alien minds recognizing their peers as potential threats and rivals for the same source of nourishment. In less than an hour, a civilization of lies, conspiracies, and betrayals had utterly collapsed. In its place was left a pandemonium of madness, mutation, and apocalyptic devotion. And, high above the screaming city, the last of the Osirian cybrids looked down upon its work, and thought it good. With the threat of Artyom dealt with and the trial of Tsiench past, for all of Makraj now knew the secret of the City of Spires, the Black Crusade continued its advance. The last Osirian and its alien ship were left behind, the Xenos reveling in the destruction it had wrought. One psychic communication between Gage and his alien ally concluded with the last Osirian promising that it would return to Gage's side when the battle reached its climax and the coalition was on the cusp of finally wiping out Gilliman's death hold on the 13th Legion forever. Next was the trial of Nurgle, which would take place on the world of Thulium, where the unquiet dead of the ruined storm endured an eternity of slow decay under the Grandfather's warm and loving gaze. The Black Crusade's fleet remained well away from the planet, unwilling to risk contagion, and once more only a single vessel detached itself from the armada and approached the Daemon world, settling into orbit before sending a single gunship onto the planet's putrescent surface. Thulium, the rotting marshes. According to ancient imperial records, the world of Thulium was once a death world, covered in a deadly jungle filled with all manners of predators. But after the planet was engulfed in the ruined storm, it fell under the sway of Nurgle, the god of plague and decay, and was remade in his grotesque image. The trees rotted where they stood, the fertile soil turned into mire, and the animals either died or evolved into new shapes more pleasing to the Grandfather. Every life form on Thulium is diseased in some way, carrying Nurgle's generous bounty through their bloodstream or their sap. In spite of this, there is still sentient life on Thulium, tribes of debased humans and mutants, consorting with one another without prejudice, united in their devotion to the plague god, and their shared appetite for flesh in one of the harshest existences of the ruined storm. These tribes are composed of the descendants of the planet's original settlers, as well as those of the warriors of chaos who came to fight in the planet's last war, fought between the Dark God's hosts to determine which one of them would lay claim to the world. After that war ended, none of the survivors left. Unlike the other worlds of the Path to Glory, there is only one uncontested Lord of Thulium, the ancient daemon Lord of Nurgle known as the Gravekeeper. This being hasn't left Thulium since it first appeared onto the daemon world, long before the fighting between the gods ended and the Path to Glory formed. In that time, it led the legions of plague to capture Thulium for Nurgle, and cultists of disease across the entire galaxy are still haunted by images of the battles it waged in their feverish dreams. But for all its power, the Gravekeeper hasn't fought since these wars ended. Its martial past behind, the Gravekeeper now writes into its grimoires the names of all those who die in the Ruin Storm, and its work never pauses. Its servants wander the Ruin Storm in great cargo vessels, claiming the bodies of the dead, and by ancient compact none may interfere with them. Those who do are promptly destroyed by their fellows, lest the dreadful enforcers of the compact manifest, for their wrath is terrible and their methods leave no survivors, only empty cities and dead ships, abundant fodder for the most outlandish stories. These servants, shrouded silhouettes that were once members of the Mechanicum and were remade into their master's image, then deliver the corpses to Thulium, dumping them into the marshes by the million. There, they become hosts to billions and billions of insects, each of them carrying a host of warp-borne diseases as they burrow and nest into the dead flesh. The vermin is possessed of some kind of hive mind that allows it to puppeteer the corpses it uses as hosts, rising them to attack any who disturb the marshes. In some cases, where the body is fresh enough and the winds of the warp blow in the right direction, the soul of the deceased is even dragged back into its body, forced to feel its own devouring. Such unlucky spirits invariably go mad long before their bodies are completely consumed, down to the bone, a process that can take years on Thulium, as if the insects deliberately took their time. As is fit for a world under Nurgle's aegis, the trial of Thulium is a straightforward one. The Chaos Champion must first land on Thulium, quite a challenge in itself given the morass that passes for the planet's ground. Then, he must find the Gravekeeper, surviving the world's diseases and other dangers, and convince the Gravekeeper of allowing him passage. This last part is considered a mere formality by those who know of the trial, for none who reached the Gravekeeper have ever been refused passage, though that is solely because all who make it this far have already proven beyond doubt that they have Nurgle's blessing. Those who have met the Gravekeeper have always refused to speak of the encounter, and those who are perceptive enough can tell that, whenever the subject is breached, these mighty lords of the damned actually seem uneasy. Aboard that vessel was a warlord who none would deny was most suited for the trial of Nurgle. He was the sole Asteroutes aboard his ship, which was crewed with mutants, daemons, and the enslaved souls of an entire convent of the Adeptus Auroritas, which he had slaughtered single-handedly in one of the darkest battles the Imperium had fought on the Iron Cage in the 41st millennium. He was Castus, servant of the daemon lord Parmenides, and he was eager to meet the Gravekeeper. Marius Gage had convinced Castus to join the Black Crusade by pointing out that by keeping Guilliman's corpse in a stasis field for 10,000 years, the Ultramarines were blaspheming against Nurgle, keeping their beloved spiritual liege locked out of the natural cycle of death and putrescence. Castus, vessel of vileness. There are many stories about where the Plague Lord known as Castus came from. His is a name spoken across the Ruin Storm and beyond, and rarely with anything but hate mixed with dread in varying measures. What is accepted to be true is this: Castus is a member of the 13th Legion, a devotee of Nurgle, and the chosen champion and herald of the daemon lord Parmenides, a creature of such power it sits only one ladder below Nurgle in the hierarchy of the warp. Some stories say that Castus was transported by Parmenides to the daemon's domain as he lay dying on the battlefield, while others claim that he was a member of one of the loyalist legions who embraced the worship of Nurgle and painted his armor to the Ultramarines' colors. Another still whispers that there is no Castus, that the warlord is merely a construct of Parmenides, a mask the daemon lord uses to interact with lowly mortals and further its own agenda in the Ruin Storm. But the truth of Castus' origins is somewhat stranger than even the wildest rumor. Thousands of years ago, if time can be said to have any meaning in the Ruin Storm, a pack of Ultramarines was fighting in one of the countless wars between rival chapters when they were separated from the rest of their warband. They came upon an ancient battlefield, still riddled with the decaying remnants of the reality-breaking spells the sorcerers on both sides had used against one another, and fell prey to one of them, torn from the ruined storm and cast into the Empyrean. The warp broke down the 16 sons of Guilliman and forged the pieces together, resulting in an amalgam warrior who claimed the name of Castus upon finally breaking free. His mind was a burning patchwork of the lives of his makers, and while most of their souls burned in the warp, the pieces that came together still formed a potent soul, which immediately drew the attention of several mighty daemons. For any daemon to cross into the material universe requires great sacrifice, and while the entities known as greater daemons and daemon princes are the strongest ones known to the galaxy's living species, they are by no means the greatest of their kind, merely the last ones capable of manifesting without breaking reality itself apart. Daemon lords, merely one of many names used to design such eldritch horrors, cannot enter the Materium wholly, but they can infuse mortal pawns with their power and act through them. However, such possession erodes the subject extremely quickly. Strength of body is important to prolong the host's lifespan, but strength of the soul is even more so. And when Castus emerged from the warp, the daemon lords of the ruined storm saw in him the perfect vessel, his flesh made strong by the combined life forces of 16 ultramarines, while his soul had proven its resilience beyond question. Several daemon lords began to plot, but in the end it was Parmenides who triumphed and seized the prize, making Castus kneel before its incarnate body, on a daemon world that was almost entirely covered by the creature's rotting form. After ages fighting in the great game, Castus is huge, his body swollen beyond even the size of Chaos Terminators by his patron's power. He wields a great mace that drips with poisoned ichor, which causes the smashed corpses of his victims to decay within seconds, becoming beds of supernatural plagues. He can be wounded, but never truly harmed, for his body either regenerates or adapts to every injury, only becoming more resilient the more people try and fail to kill him. And plenty have tried over the ages, from imperial champions to rivals for the dark god's favor. Yet for all his power, for the last decades Castus has been little more than the pawn of Parmenides. Castus' spirit has been weakened by the eons spent serving Parmenides. More and more often, the Plague Lord's mind wanders or shut down completely, forcing the Daemon Lord to take over its servant's body. The Daemon Lord uses its long association with Castus and access to the Warlord's memories to keep up appearances, not a difficult task, since followers of Nurgle are expected to be eccentric anyway. When Castus awakens from his torpor, he is always confused, finding himself in situations he has no memory of getting into. But the voice of his master in his head always gets him up to speed quickly, and as might be expected of a creature of Nurgle, Parmenides is quite forgiving of its chosen herald's lapses of attention. Not even Parmenides knows whether Gage is aware of its domination of Castus, or if he cares at all that one of his greatest allies in his Black Crusade is a daemon puppeteering one of his brothers. Castus went down to Thulium in a drop pod, and the impact of the craft sent tidal waves of filth that disturbed the marshes for kilometers around. From the moment the Plague Lord emerged from the swiftly sinking wreck of his transport, he was immediately under attack. Favored of Nurgle or not, Castus would have to prove himself worthy of passing Thulium's trials, and a horde of undead converged on his position, seeking to drag him down into the mud, strip his armor away and add his flesh and power to that of the daemon world. Castus tore through these revenants with ease, but Thulium sensed his power, and sent greater obstacles his way. Invisible pits formed beneath the fetid waters, forcing him to rely on reflexes that had thankfully survived the degradation of his flesh. Swarms of insects blackened what little light passed through the rotting trees, smashing themselves against his armor, trying to stop his advance through sheer attrition even though thousands died every second in these suicidal attacks. But the vessel continued his advance, smashing through what might as well be a solid wall during the assault's peak. Small-scaled creatures, one step above on Thulium's twisted food chain, gathered around Castus, gulping down the pulped remains of the kamikaze swarm. Eventually, the insects relented, though that was only because another, greater threat was being summoned by Thulium's hive mind to take their place. For several moments, Castus' progress was impeded only by the planet's ground, as tendrils of demonic power spread to one particular body resting beneath the surface. That body had been protected from Thulium's depredations for centuries after it had been thrown onto the daemon world thanks to the thick adamantium layers that had surrounded it, but time and Nurgle's will could pierce through anything eventually. Castus was in sight of his destination, a small, innocuous-looking wooden door in the side of a hill, when something huge suddenly lurched from the depths, spilling tainted water in torrents. The thing towered above even the Plague Lord's swollen body. Its metal was corroded nearly to the point of complete dissolution, but its shape was unmistakable to any warrior of the legions, a dreadnought, one of the war machines in which Space Marines heroes were interred upon suffering wounds too grievous to recover from but not enough to kill. This particular dreadnought bore the faded markings of the 4th Legion, and had been captured during a raid on the Iron Cage, a crime for which the sons of Perturabo had sworn bloody revenge upon those of Guilliman. Slowly at first, then quicker and quicker as it gathered momentum, the dreadnought advanced toward Castus, raising weapons that had been warped nearly beyond recognition by its time in Thulium's marshes. Horrible screams emanated from its rusted speakers as it charged, and Castus bellowed a challenge in response before charging in turn, his heavy mace held in 2 hands. The 2 unstoppable forces crashed into one another, and the sound of the impact sent a shock wave many times greater than that caused by Castus' drop pod. For several seconds, the 2 combatants remained locked in place, leaning against one another. Then, slowly, the dreadnought fell backward, its torso blasted through by the strength of Castus' blow. His enemy dispatched, Castus carefully pushed the wooden door open, and ventured into the lair of another of Nurgle's greatest servants in the former kingdom of Ultramar. While the whole of Thulium was hot and humid, the inside of the Grava Keeper's lair was dry and tempered, the perfect conditions to preserve the books in the many bookshelves that lined up the wall, stretching all the way to the distant ceiling. The only sources of light were small, organic pods that glowed with inner bioluminescence. Castus reached up and removed his helmet with a gurgling sound as foul liquids poured from the junction between it and the rest of his armor. In the pale glow of the pods, his face was the color of ash, his skin distended by rolls of fat within which burrowed small parasitic creatures. Only Castus' mismatched eyes, one blue and one green, were untouched by Nurgle's blessings, still possessed of the same madness-born clarity with which they had first beheld the universe after Castus had emerged from the Empyrean after his reforging. He held the headgear in the crook of his left arm, and looked at his host. The Grave Keeper stood bent over a stone desk, furiously scratching on the pages of an open vellum grimoire with a quill made of a hero's thigh bone. As far as Castus could tell, the ink in the pot was utterly mundane, as was the material of the grimoire itself. But no sooner had the thought crossed his mind that he heard the distant laughter of his master. So it was more likely that, even with his perceptions boosted by Parmenides' power, he still couldn't see what the chamber really looked like. His still mortal mind was adjusting what his senses perceived into something it could understand, just like it did with the Grave Keeper itself. In Castus' eyes, the daemon looked like a taller even than he, and thin humanoid silhouette, covered by a hooded black cloak whose sleeves covered its hands from sight completely. Castus waited for several minutes, but the Grave Keeper gave no sign that it had noticed his presence, though the Plague Lord didn't doubt it had. Eventually, he started. "Lord Grave Keeper, I am Castus, champion of Nurgle and servant of your kindred Parmenides the Vile. I have come to ask of you the permission to advance on the path to glory, on behalf of my ally, the one known to the 13th Legion as Marius Gage." The scratching did not stop, but the Grave Keeper raised its head, looking at Castus from the shadows of its hood. When it spoke, its voice was the dry rasp of a man dying of thirst. "Castus," it said. "Nephew. It is good to see you with my own eyes, after you made me write so many names in my books. You have served Father Nurgle well." "Nephew?" asked Castus, confused. The daemon chuckled, the sound like an ancient tombstone finally breaking apart after centuries of erosion. "Are you not the beloved child of Parmenides, my brother under our father Nurgle? By mortal reckoning of such things, does that not make me your uncle?" I suppose so," answered Castus. "I admit I never thought of it in those terms." "Well, you should, young man. It's important to know the value of family, especially in those troubled times. Now, you said you came to ask permission to go on? Of course, you can go right ahead. Take your friends with you to Macridge and do whatever dreadful mayhem you all have planned for the place. It's not like I have enough work or anything." "Thank you, Grave Keeper," replied Castus, bowing as much as his bulky frame and armor would allow him. The Grave Keeper didn't react, already absorbed into its writing once more. Castus passed back through the threshold, and found himself standing on the bridge of his ship, with the crew turning to look at him, shock plain on the faces of those still capable of expressing emotions. When he turned to look back, all he saw was the bridge's entrance, locked and secured by several thick metal plates. He shook his head, wondering at the true extent of the Grava Keeper's power, and called to the Vox officer to open a link to Marius. Only the Blood God's trial now remained before the Black Crusade could reach Macrage. That final challenge would take place on the world of Nova Thulium, and the champion Gage had chosen to perform it was a scion of the 13th Legion, known to other Ultramarines as Titus, and to the Neverborn as the Wrath of Kern. Nova Thulium, the Skull Harvest. The ground of Nova Thulium is covered in skull-shaped stones. Legend claims that these are the skulls of those unworthy to be added to Kern's throne, fit only to be threaded upon by the clawed feet of Blood God servants. Bloody rains color the ground crimson even in the few places not constantly fought over by infernal hosts, red rivulets running into empty eye sockets, and such places are rare indeed, for Nova Thulium's nickname predates the ossuary appearance of its earth. The war on Nova Thulium started when Marius Gage offered himself up to the gods on Kelth, and it hasn't stopped since. Kern may be in overwhelming ascendancy, but the Blood God revels in the battles waged by the infernal legions, and does not enforce his dominion in the way the other dark gods do. Thus, despite the chances of success being abysmally small, demonic legions continue to pour onto the Skull Harvest, pushed to attempt the impossible by the unknowable schemes of their gods, and the eternal hunger and hatred burning in their hollow souls. Though the planet was once fertile and populated, no mortal life now remains upon its soil. The endless battles have wiped it clean, exterminating its human population and destroying its entire biosphere as daemon lords unleashed some of the warp's most terrible weapons against one another. Only daemons inhabit Nova Thulium now, and on a world without mortal souls, their only source of sustenance is to devour their own kin or draw upon the ever-shifting tides of the warp. These Neverborn manifest from places of power on the daemon world, all of which are surrounded by massive, physics-defying strongholds that have been razed and rebuilt many, many times. From these fortresses, the greater daemons and daemon princes of the Four amass their armies before going to war, imposing their will upon millions of their lesser kindred. Most of the battles are fought between the hordes of rivaling powers, but even on Nova Thulium, daemons of the same choir are prone to turn against each other. Unsurprisingly, the trial of Kern on this world involves killing. Upon arriving on Nova Thulium, a champion of chaos is branded with a blazing mark on his hand, or, if he doesn't have one, somewhere else he can easily look at it. The mark cannot be concealed, and every Neverborn, from the lowest warp spawns to the mightiest daemon princes, is instantly aware of its presence and location. Every time the challenger destroys a daemon's physical form, the mark's brilliance diminishes, until it fades away completely, at which point, the champion is teleported off-world in a wave of blood, leaving a permanent tattoo on his flesh. How many kills are required to pass the trial varies depending on the individual's might and standing in Kern's eyes, with a greater offering being expected of greater Chaos Lords. In the same way, different kills lessens the mark by different increments. Defeating a bloodthirster, for instance, will go much farther toward fulfilling the trial than dispatching a lesser daemon. Titus, the Wrath of Kern. Centuries ago, the boy who would become Titus was taken from his imperial home world by a chapter of Ultramarines that served the Blood God at the exclusion of all other powers. He was brought into the Ruin Storm, tested, trained, made to fight and kill the other captives, and eventually earned ascension into the Ultramarines' ranks. 8 days later, when allies of the chapter came to the daemon world they claimed as their stronghold, they found the chapter's fortress deserted, all of its warriors butchered and their skulls piled into a monument to Kern. Titus' hatred of the monsters who had slaughtered his people had drawn the eye of the god of slaughter, especially considering that the rest of the chapter had fallen out of his infernal favor by preying only upon those weaker than themselves rather than seek out true challenges and offer up greater prizes to him. The dark god helped Titus break into the chapter's vault, where he claimed the daemon sword with which he killed the 100 older Astaroths who made up the small chapter. By the time Titus killed the last of his new brothers, the madness of battle and the sword's influence had twisted his hatred into an all-consuming inferno, and he was whisked off the world by the warp and deposited outside the Ruin Storm, to the Forge world Graea, alongside a demonic incursion of Kiernate fiends. Already weakened by a desperate struggle against an Orkwa'ak, the Imperial Guard and Skitarii defenders of Graea were quickly overwhelmed. When the Sons of Horus came in response to their distress calls, the demonic incursion had already departed, leaving the planet's industry gutted. But the Wa'ak, which had threatened to use the resources of the Forge world to fuel itself, had also been crushed. Analysts spent years debating whether the loss of Graia balanced the neutering of that threat, while those more inclined to take the long view wondered just what game the archenemy was playing that required it to seemingly help them, even at the cost of the millions lost to the incursion. Khurn is the least manipulative of the dark gods, but even the blood madness of the god of war is capable of long-term thinking. As for Titus, he was returned to the Ruin Storm, his transformation into a champion of Khurn now complete. Though he thirsts for the blood of all living things, his hatred of the Ultramarines remains even greater, and there are many who believe him to be the incarnation of the blood gods' continued displeasure with the Ultramarines for their failure during the heresy. Since the extermination of his former chapter, Titus has wandered the Ruin Storm, guided by visions of blood and murder, driven to seek out those marked by the blood god in order to mete out his judgment. He is accompanied by a host of daemons of Khurn, or perhaps it is he who accompanies them, none know for certain, not even Titus himself. Berserkers and other mortal devotees of the god of war often join this crusading army, though all eventually perish, either at the hands of the Horde's enemies or at those of the Neverborn, or those of Titus himself. No sooner had Titus stepped out of his transport, the brand of the trial burning on his right hand, that he was set upon by a pack of blood letters. The battle was short and bloody, ending with Titus breaking one of the last daemon's horns and using it to eviscerate its owner. Usually, though such a term is relative considering how few champions of chaos make it to Nova Thulium, the challengers allied themselves with one of Khurn's demonic leaders to pass their trial, fighting alongside their hordes against those of the rival ruinous powers. And so, Titus began walking toward the direction his assailants had come from, walking a road fashioned from the bones of a defeated Slaaneshi host, until he reached the edge of a vertiginous pit. Deep below, infernal priests of the blood god were bringing more of their kind onto this world, summoning them from the plains of bones at the foot of the throne of skulls. The lord of the Chasm City, a powerful bloodthirster whose true name haunted the nightmares of shamans from 100 species, was massing an army for another assault on its rivals, both those from the other choirs, and those who served Khurn as he did. Already there were so many daemons in the Onyx Fortress that even from the top of the precipice Titus could sense the concentrated hatred and bloodlust emanating from them. And within that fortress, the greater daemon sensed the presence of the wrath of Khurn, and smiled, believing that the hour of its ascendancy had come, for the name of Titus was known among the courts of blood. With his help, the daemon would launch its greatest ever attack on the domain of a rival bloodthirster. But Titus had other plans. Unknown to the sons of Horus who had arrived too late to stop him, but not to the Inquisition, whose members trembled in fear at the thought to this day, Titus had taken something from the Forge world Graia during his attack. Something altogether more powerful and terrible than the Titans that were repaired on that planet, a device created by the controversial and highly secret research of Ordo Zeno's Inquisitor Drogon. Drogon died at Titus' hands, and his research was destroyed, but the prototype of his work was taken by the Ultramarine when he departed Graia through the same warp rift that had brought him here in the first place. Had the 16th Legion learned the truth of Drogon's research, tensions between the Holy Ordos and the Sons of Horus would have grown considerably. For Drogon was, under orders from an influential cabal of Inquisitors, attempting to master the power of the warp by channeling its unlimited energy into a form that could be used to power the Imperium's technology, potentially putting an end to the Imperium's dependency on Promethium and ushering in a new age for mankind. The danger of such research was immense, but miraculously, Drogon had succeeded in creating a prototype, a capsule small enough to be held in a Space Marine's gauntlet, capable of producing enough energy to power an entire hive city. Yet the dark gods knew of Drogon's work, and would not let mere mortals steal the power of their realm for their own ends. Titus and the Kyrnate Horde were sent to remove all chances of that technology being developed further, but the wrath of Khurn did not destroy Drogon's prototype. Instead, he stole it, and for centuries afterwards kept it on his person, waiting without knowing why, knowing that one day he would need it. When Marius Gage had approached him and told him of his plan to bring low the 13th Legion's greatest stronghold, the hatred Titus felt for his own legion made him realize just what he could accomplish with the device. And so, as he stood atop the infernal city, Titus laughed, and pulled the device from his belt. For a few seconds, he held it aloft, contemplating it one last time. The device had changed since he had claimed it from Drogon's laboratory. He had worked on it himself, fitting it with a crude but functioning additional mechanism. Titus laughed, and pressed the activation rune, before throwing the device-turned bomb into the pit with all his strength. He continued to laugh as the warp core descended, a cruel, mad laugh that caused the heavens to rumble as Kern realized what his champion had just done. Thrown with the transhuman strength and accuracy of a Chaos Marine, the device had almost reached the bottom of the pit when it detonated, releasing pure, unadulterated energy with the strength of 10,000 atomic bombs. The bloodthirster on its throne had just time enough to realize what had happened before its incarnate form was obliterated with enough strength that even its essence suffered. The brand on Titus' hand faded just in time for the teleportation to save him from the blast, and he was cast back to his ship, still laughing even as his face fumed from the heat and he rolled in agony. The exposed tissue of his eyes boiled from his skull. Below the vessel, Nova Thulium's surface was rocked by powerful earthquakes as the detonation's shock wave spread. Across all of the Macrage system, Psychers sensed the furious screams of millions of banished Neverborn, and the roaring laughter of the dark gods. Whether Kern would seek to punish Titus for what he had done remained unknown, but even if the means had been unprecedented, Titus had passed the trial, and paid the price for it with his own flesh. As his servants carried his still laughing body to the ship's apothecarium, the Black Crusade began its final advance on Macrage itself. From the moment news of Marius' coming had reached him, Marnus Calgar, the chapter master of Macrage, had been preparing. His fleet had massed in orbit, taking positions alongside the planet's extensive orbital array, rebuilt in the wake of the Tyranid War, while on the surface thousands of Ultramarines directed their mortal followers onto the defenses of temple fortresses, the words of Chaos Apostles exhorting them to lay down their lives in service of their god Guilliman. Calgar himself remained in the fortress of Hera, leading the entire war effort. Aboard the Macrage's treachery, Gage saw all these preparations, a formidable armada arrayed against his own fleet. A direct assault on Macrage would result in an orbital battle that would cripple his forces, leaving them in a difficult position for the next and most important part of the campaign. But Marius would have been a poor strategist if he had not planned for this in the millennia he had spent preparing for this Black Crusade. At his command, his fleet placed itself in position for a coordinated assault, facing Macrage's defenders but still out of reach of their guns, and stopped. Several hours passed, and tempers ran hot on both sides as individual warbands strained against their leashes. But both Marius Gage and Marnus Calgar managed to keep their forces under control, the latter because he knew he had the advantage if Gage attacked first, and the former because he was waiting for the next step of his plan to occur. Sensing a trap, Calgar's Dark Magi scanned the entire system with every augur and scrying spell at their disposal, but didn't find anything, until the next move of the sacrificed sun revealed itself in all its terrible glory. Besides the 4 worlds of the path to glory in Macrage, there was a 6th world in the home system of the Ultramarines, one that was closest to Macrage but to which access was forbidden by potent spells. Only those ships carrying a special Source Rouse token fashioned by the sorcerers of that dreadful place could find their way to it, but Gage had stolen one such token and murdered its previous owner centuries ago, and given it to his most trusted warlord. On the other side of Macrage from the Black Crusade's armada, the world of Mortendar suddenly found itself under attack as the fleet of Uriel Ventris, the Drinker of Sorrow, seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Mortendar, the prison within the cage. If there is one place in the entire ruined storm whose very name inspires dread more than any other, it is Mortendar. Here, at the very heart of their war-brought kingdom, the Ultramarines keep the worst enemies of their legion imprisoned, with no hope of ever escaping. Indeed, in all of the planet's history, none of its captives have ever broken free, though a handful of them have been released by allies, or enemies, making deals with the masters of Mortendar. But these were from the lesser prisoners, those who had been sent there by rivals in the Legion without committing an actual crime against the Ultramarines as a whole, and their ransom were exorbitant in any case. Mortendar's prisoners include Chaos Marines from other legions, including renegades from the Loyalist ones. Even the Ultramarines who were imprisoned in the years since the first attack on Macrage aren't treated the same way as the Loathed ones, though they are in special security cells. Other prisoners are daemons who were defeated by Chaos Lords of the 13th Legion. Sorcerers bound them into mortal bodies, creating thrice-bound daemon hosts, and sent them to Mortendar, removing them from the Great Game. There are magus who spend years in their sections of the prison, listening to the words of the imprisoned Neverborn and noting them down, hoping to extract useful lore from their ravings. One of the prisoners is a daemon prince, whose divine master dropped on Mordendar after one too many failure. Other captives are mutants or human members of the Lost and the Damned whose crimes against the 13th Legion were too great to just be killed, and there are also a few Imperial prisoners, including some very high-profile ones. Legend claims that one of the Inquisition's founders is there, as well as an Imperial saint. According to one particular story, Lorgar Aurelian, Primarch of the 17th Legion, is held captive on Mordendar, brought here by his fall into the Sea of Souls and kept imprisoned until the end times. None who value their lives mention that story to the word-bearers, however. Hundreds of space marines from every loyalist legion are kept in chains in the dungeons of Mordendar, their legs and arms removed, tortured endlessly for the amusement of the dark gods. The Iron Warriors who man the Ruinstorm's cage know of Mordendar, and know that being taken alive by the 13th Legion is a fate far, far worse than death, however ignominious, which is why many implant bombs within themselves, or other means of suicide should they be captured. Any who have heard seers and librarians speak of their visions of Mordendar know that there is no shame in taking such precautions. And such methods must be used soon, for once on Mordendar, even death is no guaranteed release. The sorcerers of this dreadful place bind the soul of every dead prisoner they can capture into the very walls, forcing them to help perpetuate the captivity of their fellow captives, until the last of their memories has faded and they dissolve entirely. The dedication of Mordendar to the purpose of imprisoning the Ultramarines' enemies was the 13th's last act as a united legion. Each chapter master tithed a portion of his warriors to act as wardens of the world, as well as the resources needed for them to maintain their number and perform their duty. These warriors became the Wardens of Mordendar, a chapter with its own rites and traditions derived of eons spent guarding some of the most dangerous beings of the galaxy. The Wardens have mortal servants to assist them, all of which are descended from the first known occurrence of the trophy prisoners, those taken more to make a statement than because they posed a genuine threat to the Ultramarines. In the 33rd millennium, the Ultramarines were dealt a humiliating defeat by an Imperial army force whose regiments mainly hailed from a single world. For 300 years, the chapter master brooded and plotted his revenge, until in one night, the entire extended family of that planet's governor, who was the great-great-grandson of one of the generals who had defeated the Ultramarines, vanished. The only trace left behind by those thousands of Imperial nobles was a letter from the chapter master telling of the fate awaiting the captives, and the world quickly descended into anarchy, forcing the Inquisition to intervene. Now, these former scions of the Imperium are mind-broken slaves, thoroughly conditioned to be immune to any attempted manipulation from the prisoners. Breeding programs have increased their numbers to millions, with many serving as armed forces helping defend the planet against any attack. Born on the world of Kelth, Marius' domain for uncounted centuries, Uriel Ventress' meteoric rise through the ranks of the Ultramarines had been secretly sponsored by Marius Gage, who had seen the potential in the younger warrior, though the sacrificed son had only given Uriel the opportunity to fulfill it. When Gage had set his Black Crusade into motion, Uriel had returned to the Ruinstorm to participate, his ship's holds filled with the priceless technology they had just stolen in a daring raid on a Death Watch's fortress. It was this Xenos technology that had allowed him to approach Mordendar undetected, and it was these same relics that he now deployed against the planet's orbital defenses. Scattered across his fleet of pirates, renegades, and mercenaries, both human, Asteroutes, and Xenos, were dozens of unique weapons and tools converted into weapons. One ship in particular belonged to Dark Eldars from a Camaragayan house that had fallen out of favor with Asdrabale Vect after a failed assassination attempt, and had fled into the Ruinstorm. While proximity to the warp was dangerous to the children of Isha, the Ruinstorm was still much safer than the Eye of Terror, forever echoing with the birth scream of Slaanesh, scourge of all Eldar souls. That vessel hosted all the relics and treasures the Dark Eldars had been able to save from their ancestral estates during their flight from the Supreme Overlord's wrath. The technological expertise of the Dark Eldars had been very helpful in adapting the rest of Ventress' plunder, which was the only reason the Drinker of Sorrow had been able to prevent his other forces and himself from tearing the callous, sadistic, arrogant Xenos to pieces. As Ventress' fleet closed in on Mordendar, a number of these weapons were activated, and hell descended upon Mordendar's defenders. Holes opened in space, metal suddenly became alive and tore itself free from its confines before ripping into any nearby living creatures, entire stations suddenly aged millions of years and collapsed into dust. In one outpost, the bodies of half the crew, Ultramarines all, who had endured the Ruinstorm's mutagenic energies for hundreds of years, abruptly mutated into new and hideous shapes as one weapon attempted to reconfigure their DNA into that of the Xenos species that had created it, millions of years before mankind's ancestors had crawled out of the primordial slime on old Earth. Some of the weapons didn't work, others backfired spectacularly, obliterating the ships aboard which they were stored or inflicting terrible fates upon the engineers monitoring them. Aboard 5 different vessels, the captain was forced to order the quarantine and purging of entire sections, and in one in particular, the sections had to be cleansed by venting plasma into them in order to stop the things the weapon had created. But enough weapons worked that Mortendar's orbital defenses were crippled within minutes, allowing for Ventress Warband to launch its assault on the planet proper. The wardens of Mortendar and their mortal slaves were ready. But such was the violence of the assault, the confusion caused by the alien weapons, some of which had reached the surface, and Ventress' own strategic acumen that the surface fortifications were soon breached through. The underground cells, where the truly dangerous captives were kept, had gone into maximum lockdown the moment Ventress' fleet had appeared. The invaders had to fight for every step they took, but with the help of released prisoners eager for vengeance upon their tormentors, they slowly made their way into the really dangerous parts of Mortendar. On their way down, Ventress forces passed many cells, holding all manners of enemies of the 13th Legion. Some they set free, like the Medseer Eadul, who had driven the Mortifactors chapter to madness with a single whispered secret, driving the Ultramarines into genocidal madness that had ended when a coalition of 9 other chapters had banded together to wipe them out to the last. Others they butchered in their cages, tearing them apart with bolter and blade. And others still they walked by very carefully, making sure not to disturb any of the source rouse and technological seals keeping them contained. For there were things imprisoned on Mortendar that even Uriel Ventress Warband did not want to face, things that had come into the Ruinstorm from other universes, crossing dimensions the human mind had no name for in the places where reality was at its weakest. Things like the Not Beaking, the Eternal Carrion, and the kaleidoscopical brilliance, that legend and allegory failed to describe, and that even heretics and madmen feared. Down and down they went, while the wardens became increasingly more desperate to stop them. From the moment Marius Gage had arrived in the system, they had feared an attack on Mortendar, and they knew exactly why Uriel Ventress had been sent here. Ventress himself led the attack, slaying dozens of his brothers without pause or remorse. Behind him came a cavalcade of horrors, daemons, and mutants and worse things besides, united only in their shared hatred of their captors. Then, at the gates of the lowest and most secure chamber of Mortendar, the Drinker of Sorrow came face to face with the Lord Warden of Mortendar, chapter master of its defenders, Pausanias Lysane. Pausanias was as tall as Uriel remembered him from their days together in the Ruinstorm, before events had conspired to drive the 2 sons of Calth apart. They stood 10 meters from each other, both of them bareheaded, their faces scarred and worn by centuries of brutal fighting. "I cannot let you go further, Uriel," said Pausanias. "You will not stop me, old friend," replied Uriel. "What I must do is too important. You are betraying everything we are. Everything it means to be an Ultramarine. I am setting us free," declared Uriel, and there was genuine passion and conviction in his voice. "We have been bound to the words of a dead madman for thousands of years, unable to grow, unable to be ourselves, always defined by what he wanted us to be. Gage was the first to see this. When Macrage is gone and our legacy of shame is erased, only then will we be free." "We will be nothing," spat Pausanias. "You have seen what became of the White Scars and the Space Wolves, haven't you? Without a Primarch to guide us, our legion will die. Gilliman's wisdom and ideals are all that have preserved us throughout the millennia." "Gilliman is a liar," shouted Uriel suddenly. For a moment, there was silence in the corridor, as Uriel's outburst shut up even the whispers of his followers. Then Pausanias shook his head, his eyes filled with determination. "There is nothing you can say that will make me stand aside, Uriel." "Then you leave me no choice." Uriel's hand moved toward the sword at his side, but before he could reach it, Pausanias brandished a device in his hand. It looked small in his hand, but was actually around the size of a human skull, and had a single big button on it, over which the thumb of Pausanias' right finger hovered threateningly. Uriel stopped. "You are not the only one with forbidden weapons," taunted Pausanias. One push, and every seal in this level will break. You have no idea what we have caged down there, Uriel. Turn back. You won't, said Uriel, and there was a mix of sadness and resignation in his tone. Do you really think that? If you do what you plan to do, then they are all going to be set free anyway. At least this way I get to take you traitors down with us. No, Pausanias. You misunderstand me. I didn't say that you wouldn't. I said that you won't. What do you? The chapter master was interrupted by a small sound coming from behind Uriel, quickly followed by the thump of his right gauntlet hitting the ground, severed at the wrist by a monomolecular projectile fired by one of Uriel's Dark Eldar allies. So precise was the cut that Pausanias stared at his stump, stunned by the complete absence of pain. Before the chapter master could react, Uriel was on him, his sword drawn and then sheathed into the other Calthborn's chest, down the hilt and through his two hearts. The blade had cut through his armor like paper, and seemed to glow as it absorbed the life force of Pausanias. Pausanias' last words were forced between bloody teeth, filled with hatred as he stared at his killer. You will doom us all. Without answering, Uriel pulled his blade out and, in one fluid motion, cut off his old friend's head. As the body hit the ground, the drinker of sorrow walked by. No sooner had he left that his followers descended upon Pausanias' corpse like a pack of vultures, eager to drink in his pain and plunder his equipment. Uncaring, Uriel went on, and entered the vault at the lowest level of Mordendar, the Hall of the Loathed Ones, Mordendar's very first prisoners. The Loathed Ones. When Marius Gage launched his first attack on Macrage, soon after the heresy, he did so with the support of thousands of Ultramarines whose faith in their Primarch had been shattered by the defeat at Terra. Marius' failure resulted in a brutal purge of the 13th Legion, as those who had been able to break free of their blind devotion to Guilliman were slaughtered in one of the Ultramarines' most brutal and vicious battles, and one that echoed the carnage of Istvan III, where the Legion had first been purged of those who would not follow Guilliman without question. But not all of Marius' followers were killed, nor did all those who survived the battle escape. Hundreds of them were captured alive, and the enraged followers of Guilliman decided of the most hideous fate they could imagine for them, guided, it is said, by one of the elusive tetrarchs. The prisoners were stripped of their armor, flayed, and trapped within devices inspired by the Iron Maidens of old, where poison-laden spikes bit into their skinned flesh. Each of the devices was covered in sorcerous wards that ensured that the prisoner's soul would remain trapped within it long after his demise, and continue suffering for all eternity. Then they were buried deep on Mordendar, beneath the complex that would in time become the jails of the 13th Legion. Their story was spread in the ruined storm as a warning of the fate awaiting those who dared reject Guilliman's legacy, and they became known as the Loathed Ones, their name a curse evoked across the 500 worlds. Generations of new Ultramarines have been taught of their legend, and their dreadful fate serves to reinforce their indoctrination into blindly accepting the Legion's dogma. But the Loathed Ones became more than a mere cautionary tale. Over the centuries, long after their bodies had rotten to the bone, their spirits became twisted by their constant suffering, and they pushed against the confines of their prisons. Soon, the wardens of Mordendar were forced to place additional bindings upon the sarcophagi, sorcery-wrought chains that held them in place. Within these sarcophagi, the Loathed Ones have gone utterly mad, consumed by their hatred of Guilliman and all who follow him. The wards of Mordendar actually take advantage of this, drawing upon the Loathed Ones' rage to help empower the bindings that hold the Ultramarines captives. A few times in Mordendar's history, one of the Loathed Ones managed to slip through his bindings, seizing opportunities provided by external factors like riots or fluctuations in the warp currents around the planet. When that happened, the wardens of Mordendar immediately mobilized to capture the wandering spirit and return it to its prison, for a freed Loathed One is extremely dangerous. They can possess living bodies, overriding the will of their rightful occupant and wreaking havoc on their flesh as they push it far past its limits before abandoning their host and claiming a new one. When they are within a host, they have access to the full extent of his or her memories, only their madness prevents them from masquerading as their host. None of the Loathed Ones who have broken free in this way have ever escaped off-world, but the damage of each attempt is still tremendous, and the Warden's vigilance never relents, for their fear of the Lord of Macrage's wrath should one of Mordendar's most infamous prisoners escape far surpasses their fear of the Loathed Ones. As he went down the circular staircase clinging to the edge of the pit, its captives floated above him, held in their prisons of metal and sorcery. Uriel could feel them, hear their crazed whispers, the psychic screams of spirits driven insane by millennia of torment, deafened by the confines of their sarcophagi. But even if their voices sent spikes of pain through his brain, he felt as if they were welcoming him, and the pain was merely the byproduct of their contacting him at all. Did they know who he was? It wouldn't surprise him if Gage had found a way to make them know of his plans. The sacrificed son had been planning this for a long time. The more Uriel learned of Marius' schemes, the more impressed he was with the ancient lord. There were hundreds of them, floating at varying heights in this great circular pit at the bottom of Mortendar's prison complex. Chains tethered them the walls, glowing with the energy coursing through them before being absorbed by the wards in the walls and sent to empower the rest of the spells that had made Mortendar's existence possible in the first place. It was that power that kept the planet safe from the influence of chaos, kept it stable even as every other planet in the ruin storm suffered constant reshaping at the hands of the gods. The pain of the loathed ones was the linchpin upon which all of Mortendar existed. He walked toward the center of the room, holding in his hands the sword he had claimed in that ancient, alien tomb, so many years ago. The sword had not been made for the hands of an Astaroutes, but his warp smiths had managed to reforge it into its current shape while retaining its unique properties. 3 of them had gone mad in the process, and Uriel had had to kill the 4th after he had tried to throw the completed sword into the closest star, but they had done it. The sword felt heavy in his right hand, with a weight that had nothing to do with mass. With that sword, he had killed men, Xenos, space marines, and daemons, and the blood of Pausanias yet dripped from the blade, sizzling and evaporating as it hit the floor, leaving a small crimson cloud in Uriel's wake. He dropped the weapon, letting it clang on the stone. It would interfere with what he had to do next. Under his feet was the ritual circle, crackling with power, perceptible only through the specially crafted lenses of his helm. It was incredibly complex, the work of a mind far greater than that of even the most clever warlock. Sorcerers of the Wardens had studied it for thousands of years, and were still far from piercing all of its secrets. But fortunately, while it may have taken the avatar of a demigod to fashion the spell, it was much easier to destroy it. But easier wasn't the same as easy. Hear now, for this is the word of Guilliman, blessed scion of ruin, avatar of the true gods and dark master of chaos. Let only his truest servants hear these truths, that they may prepare for his return. This is his word, this is his will. When the age of endings come. When the false light fades. When the storms scream. When new gods rise. War shall come to the heart of his son's dominion. A host of traitors and cast-offs shall rise. Gathered by the hand of the unfaithful one. They will pass under the god's gaze. And shatter the chains of his treacherous sons. Then shall fire and blood come upon Makridge once more. The ruined prince shall reveal himself, cloaked in the tattered remains of his former glory. And by his command shall the walls of the tomb keep be brought low. The witness shall perish before his warning can be heard. For none may oppose what has been ordained by his will. The great beasts who sleep beneath the white shall be awoken by the one who hears their call during his every waking moment. Turned from the fiercest enemy of the primordial truth into pawns of its one true champion. Amidst the ghosts of past shames and failures. The half-breed shall claim honor at last. His life given to serve him as the mingled souls of foes and sons are offered up, to be the first part of the gods. At his command, from death itself shall the loyal sons return. To oppose the wraiths of traitors past and bring them unto judgment. The first of the reborn shall heed the command of their one true Lord. Their claws and fangs shall spill the blood of the unworthy unto the hallowed grounds. And as the dark master rises, those who foolishly sought to defy his will shall see the truth. And be brought to heel to the one they have always served, even in childish rebellion. A great cry of joy and sorrow shall echo, to be heard across all the stars. And the galaxy shall tremble once more before the power of the rightful master of mankind. From the lost epistles of the Codex Chautica. The Battle of Makridge. Part 2, Lords of Hosts. After successfully crossing the path to glory, the forces of Marius Gage launched their assault on Makridge. For the first time since the hordes of the Great Devourer had first entered the galaxy, war descended upon the home world of the Ultramarines. Ruinous priests called out to their flock to prepare for battle against the invaders, while in the fortress of Hera, Marnus-Calgar marshaled the forces under his command. Ancient powers stalked the surface of this thrice-accursed world, emerging from their hiding as their schemes approached fruition. Plans set in motion in previous ages were about to culminate, either in terrifying success or abject failure. The long-awaited revenge of the sacrificed son was but one of these dark agendas, and the dark gods watched eagerly, waiting to see which of their champions would triumph and prove worthy of their favor in the coming age. For all who knew of the Black Crusade knew that, however the Battle of Makridge ended, its result would shape the course of history for centuries to come. The Black Crusade's forces rained down upon Makridge from skies burning with the fire of the orbital battle. In thousands of infernal temples, archpriests of chaos declared that the time of judgment had come, and that the gods faithful now had one last chance to prove their worth by fighting against the invaders and displaying their might and devotion to the ruinous powers. The streets of the intricate network of districts and temples covering most of Makridge's mainland mass ran red with blood as billions of cultists were roused to fight and die for their legion masters. Bloody sacrifices to the dark gods took place in the temples as magi summoned daemons, binding them to the bodies of their congregation's most exalted members in the hope of creating enough daemon hosts to stand a chance against the legion forces descending upon Makridge. In many cases, these attempts resulted in disaster as the priests lost control of the Neverborn, which rampaged freely, devouring the souls of their would-be masters before emerging from the temples in search of more prey, uncaring of the battle raging on the rest of the planet. Anti-aircraft artillery, installed to defend against another Tyranid assault, opened fire on the waves of troop carriers, sending many plummeting to the ground in flame. But orbital bombardment took out all such emplacements as soon as they revealed themselves, a tactic not available to the creatures of the Great Devourer, while also clearing out a vast section of land where the Black Crusade troops could land relatively safely. Once that breach was established, Gage stopped sending sacrificial troops. Thousands of Evocati, bred in Gage's gene laboratories at Kelth, were unleashed upon Makridge, their minds consumed by implanted directives and infused with the hatred of the sacrificed son to drive them onward. Behind them came Gage's true allies, Astaroutes from all legions, united only in their hatred of Guilliman's legacy and desire to see Makridge burn. As their boots hit the ground, warbands that had been on the verge of turning on one another as the Black Crusade made its way to Makridge fought side by side like sworn brothers, their feuds forgotten as they exulted in the destruction they wrought. Gage fought at the head of his troops, leading from the front as a true lord of chaos, and all who faced him fell. His claws cleaved ultramarines in two, while his gaze caused them to ignite with inextinguishable flames. Many came at him, seeking the glory that killing the sacrificed son would bring them, but none could come so far as to scratch his armor. He dodged all attacks, moving with a swiftness that belied his bulk. As if he were showing off, he avoided even blows that would have had no hope to penetrate his armor and infernal aura. Those who stood at his side knew that this was because he was wary of the possibility of assassins hiding among his enemies and wielding disguised weapons capable of slaying him. Paranoia, always a prudent way of life among the servants of chaos, was something Gage had made into an art form over the millennia. The fact that Ultramarines warbands, traitor legion agents and imperial assassins had been trying to kill him for thousands of years in increasingly inventive ways only added justification to his caution. The sacrificed son fought surrounded by the loathed ones, the wraiths drawn to their former lord. Had they not been on Makridge and facing the enemies responsible for their entombment, there was little doubt that they would have turned against Gage, who had abandoned them and left them to rot for thousands of years. But their hatred for Guilliman's slaves was stronger, and they ravaged the forces arrayed against them with all the terrible powers at their disposal. Psychers in a kilometers-wide radius around Gage fell to their knees, wailing in terrible pain as the loathed one's malicious aura stabbed right into their darkling souls. Marius' landing point was several hundreds kilometers south of the fortress of Hera, for the stronghold was too well protected for a direct assault from orbit. The first planetary target of the Black Crusade was one of the world's hundreds of temples, one that had only been built a couple of centuries ago but which already held sway over several million souls. This temple had been built around the body of a chaos preacher whose fiery charisma and inspired rhetoric had caused a dozen imperial worlds to rebel against the false emperor. So powerful had been his hold on his followers that when he had been slain by a World Eater champion, they had recovered his body and brought it all the way to Makridge, where it had become the focus point of a new cult of chaos undivided. But for all the strength of the cult holding the temple, it was swept aside with contemptuous ease by Gage's forces, its priests' pleas for help from their dead saint going unanswered. Once the purging was done, Gage himself strode into the temple, ready to unlock the next step of his plan. The temple was a place dedicated to darkness and debasement, where ruin ruled supreme. Icons of the Eightfold Star were emblazoned on the walls, anointed in the blood of human sacrifices. Braziers burned with eldritch flames, casting shadows that moved whenever they weren't directly looked at, and seemed to stare back when they were. The Chaos Lords walked through the blood-soaked remains of the battle, where cultists had fought among the relics of their faith. Marius' infernal countenance was right at home in this decor, as was that of Castus, who walked at his side. The ground cracked under the feet of the massive Plague Lord, with the corpses rotting and the very stone moaning in protest at the kiss of his entropic aura. They passed devotional scriptures and tapestries of the preacher whose remains were buried at the center of the temple, not sparing them a single glance. They were alone, at Marius' command. His forces had departed the temple once it had been cleansed of life. At the heart of the temple was the sarcophagus of Mheros the Eight-Eyed, prophet of chaos undivided. It was fashioned of obsidian, sculpted in the image of the holy man. So precise was the artistry that had gone into the sculpture that it looked like the stony prophet was merely sleeping on an ornate bier. The dark blessing that had given the prophets his title had also been rendered. In addition to the two pairs of eyes on its face, the statue sported another eye on the back of each of its hands, which were clasped on its chest in prayer, and another pair of eyes was visible on its exposed chest. All 8 eyes, which had seen so much in life, were now closed. Castus commanded the sacrificed son, and the Plague Lord walked forward, rising his mace above his head with both hands, focusing all his strength before striking at the sarcophagus. The energies of the weapon clashed with the protective spells woven into the stone, and after a deafening boom, there was only the smallest crack running down the petrified Mheros face, but that was enough. The wards had been breached. "Get back," called Marius. "Now." Castus stepped away, as a thick black smoke began to rise from the crack in the sarcophagus. He had only taken a couple of steps before the coffin exploded, sending a hail of obsidian shards that shattered against Gage's and Castus' armor. More black smoke rose from the debris, and within it a figure coalesced into existence, tall and terrible. Only impressions of its form could be glimpsed by Castus, for it was not a thing meant for mortal eyes and thoughts. What Marius saw in the smoke, the Plague Lord could only guess. But Castus saw skeletal hands, and a great horned skull. He saw blood-dripping fangs and reptilian scales, feathered wings that turned into bat-like appendages and black, rune-covered antique armor that dissolved into an assemblage of crystal and interwoven plates. There was a sense of immense power in the figure, but also one of incompleteness, as if something had been ripped out of its very core. But in spite of this gaping void, there was still power in the entity that rose from the tomb of Mheros, and Castus stepped back until he was standing several meters behind Marius, watching what he had unleashed with the slightest tremor of unease in his rotting guts. Even Parmenides was silent before this ancient nightmare. "Marius," spoke the creature, glaring at the sacrificed son with eyes that had seen the rise and fall of entire species. "The time has come for our bargain to be fulfilled." "Aye, Belaker," replied Gage, standing before the firstborn Daemon Prince without any sign of fear. "It has indeed. My armies march onto the surface of Macrage once more. Can you provide what you promised me, that we might at long last take our revenge upon Guilliman?" Belaker laughed, and expanded his wings behind him, tearing great rents into the temple's walls. "Oh yes, son of the gods. Long have I dreamt of this moment, as I waited in this prison of stone and sorcery, weaving my power into the minds and souls of this world's fools. Behold! Centuries before the sacrificed son had issued the call for a black crusade against Macrage, Marius had forged a pact with the Daemon Prince Belaker, master of shadows, firstborn of the gods and, once, the dark master of chaos, a mantle that had been taken from him by Guilliman at the dawn of his rebellion against the emperor. Belaker had plenty of reasons to hate Marius, who had fought at Guilliman's side in the Eye of Terror, in the very campaign that had led to the Daemon Prince being stripped of most of his power and left a ruined reflection of his former glory. But Gage's proposition managed to catch the ancient fiend's interest. Taking a human host, Belaker had unleashed his evil upon the galaxy in an open manner, ruining no more lives than he would have otherwise, but earning fame in his new disguise. He had manipulated his followers to ensure that, upon the apparent death of his host, a nameless wretch whose soul the Master of Shadows had only deigned devour to hide his tracks, the body was taken to Makridge. Released from his tomb and the seals that had hidden his presence on the world, the Master of Shadows could finally wield the full measure of his power once more. He reached out across Makridge, through the psychic connections he had subtly cultivated for centuries, and exerted his will. Old grudges flared in the black souls of ruinous priests, and they commanded their flock to attack the followers of their old enemies instead of marching to the front line to fight the invaders. Seconds in command stabbed superiors they had faithfully obeyed for centuries in the back, their ambitions stoked to unprecedented heights. Keepers of unholy relics whose strength of will had held the whispers of their charges at bay succumbed to temptation, breaking the casings and picking up tools of damnation that gave them a brief taste of power before swallowing their souls and puppeteering their bodies to wreak havoc. 3 of Makridge's cult were even completely swayed to the cause of Belaker, their members having been slowly brainwashed by their priests' sermons until little enough of their free will remained that the Master of Shadows could simply break it. Not all who had knelt and prayed in Belaker's temple fell under the daemon's sway. Some of his targets resisted his influence, whether they sensed the intrusion in their thoughts or not. Others failed to perform their task, and were promptly slain by their own comrades, or, in the case of one priest, torn to bloody pieces by his own congregation for trying to lead them astray. But the firstborn had had centuries to weave his influence across Makridge, and enough succumbed to throw the entire front into chaos. Accusations of treachery and heresy flew, and soon the billion-strong host of cultists roused to stop the Black Crusade was tearing itself apart while monsters stalked the streets, feeding their ancient hungers upon those who had kept them sealed for so long. For these Neverborn, no worship, no matter how fanatical, could match the sweetness of blood spilled in slaughter. Belaker laughed at the madness his schemes caused, a dark and terrible sound that drove those closest to him and not strong enough to insanity. Next to the Daemon Prince, the sacrificed son nodded approvingly. And, far to the north, a sorcerer in blue and black armor suddenly went very still, before dropping his quill, turning from his open grimoire, and stepping out of his chamber, driven to go where only a very few souls were allowed to venture. The mind of that ultramarine had all but collapsed as hidden instructions took over his body, but such was the size of the structure he was in that it would take him hours to reach his destination. And while he walked, Makridge burned. With Belaker unleashed, Gage's army began their advance toward the fortress of Hera. Not all followed the sacrificed son's lead, entire warbands broke off from the main force, seeking their own glory and plunder, both of which could be found in abundance within Makridge's countless temples. Gage let them go, he had always known they would act this way, and their actions still served his designs, increasing the mayhem and keeping the cults from regrouping. The bulk of his army, a host of nigh 20,000 Astaroths all told, and millions of mortals, was still under his control, and they tore a bloody path through the megalopolis, toppling dark cathedrals and slaughtering millions of cultists. The air was filled with the stench of blood and burned flesh as fires spread unchecked across entire districts. No natural flames were these, but the result of sacrificial pyres that had not gone out in thousands of years only to be spilled as their temples were ransacked. For all the might of Gage's army, however, the cults of Makridge were experts at urban warfare, and even disunited by Belaker's tricks, there were still many who fought tooth and nail against the invaders. They had spent 100 generations sharpening their skills by fighting one another over doctrinal differences and to capture sacrifices to offer to Gilliman on their blood-stained altars, and these skills were turned upon Gage's soldiers. Ambushes and counter-charges were sprung every kilometer, cultists rushing the army with hooked daggers, daemon-mouthed pistols, and other, more improvised tools of war. While these weapons were little threat to the Astaroths in Gage's army, except for a few of the sacrificial knives, which had been imbued with genuine power by thousands of deaths, they still exacted a toll upon its mortal element, and slowed the Black Crusade's progress. The carnage drew more and more Neverborn like carrion eaters, and they fashioned bodies for themselves from the corpses of the dead, adding more mayhem and confusion. At the side of Marius Gage, Cato Sicarius watched as the warbands gathered under the Crusade's banner rampaged through the streets of Makridge Civitas. Many of the temples the warrior king had known during his time on the planet were gone, replaced by other congregations as their fortunes fell. Not that it mattered, they were chaff, slaves only fit to serve their betters and, on this day, die at the blades and bolters of the great host come to end their world. There was displayed the grotesque unity of chaos, as warriors sworn to rival powers fought side by side, reveling in the slaughter of weaker prey. The heavens rumbled with the dark gods' booming laughter as their servants butchered each other, driven by a hatred 10,000 years old. The hate of Robert Guilliman, who had led them to break their oaths to the emperor, and failed to deliver the glorious victory he had promised, the victory for which they had bled. Sicarius didn't share that hatred himself. His reasons for joining Gage were more personal, but he could still appreciate the spectacle, the strength of the emotion. With the power of Amnaicus pulsing through his soul, he could actually see the spiritual connection between the warriors. Blood angels and imperial fists fought back to back against the tides of cultists, laughing together as they bathed themselves in mortal blood. Salamanders called out to their distant primarch as they burned temples to ash with powerful warp flamers, dedicating the souls caught in the inferno to the Black Dragon. White Scars riders and space wolves Wolfen hunted ahead of the main force, spreading chaos within the enemy ranks and claiming the choicest prizes in return for this most risked assignment. Vatborn Evocatai fought the one battle they had been bred and trained for, led by renegade ultramarines whose spite was perhaps the strongest of all. And there, emerging from the broken gates of a dark cathedral whose bells had rung without pause for eons and that had finally been silenced, was a group of one Raven Guard pureblood in a pack of spawn marines, surrounded by dozens of men and women wearing the finest finery of imperial nobility, slaughtering the cultists with their bare hands, their strength as inhuman as the expressions on their faces. The son of Corax and his minions had come to Calth just before the Black Crusade's departure, and Gage had not dared deny them a place in his armada, even though he was certain he had not called for them. Even in the throes of battle lust, the other warriors of the host stayed well away from the strange and disturbing presence of the Raven Guard legionaries. Even as they started to walk against the tide, their purpose on Macridge apparently fulfilled by the destruction of that particular temple, the other forces parted to make way for them. The champion of Slaanesh caught a glimpse of something being cradled in the arms of the Purebloods' leader, a container of some kind, blocky and black as the void. He did not know what it was, and he did not care. Let the sons of Corax have their trinkets, he sought a far greater prize. Gage had called to the Dark Angels and the Iron Hands, sending emissaries to the Eye of Terror to petition the lords of the 1st and 10th Legions, offering great treasures and the chance to claim vengeance upon the one who had led them to ignoble failure. But the Sons of the Lion had their own wars to wage, and he had received no reply from the 10th Legion, nor had any of his messengers returned. Cato had expected as much. From what he had read in the Legion's archives, the bond between Guilliman and Ferrus Manus had been strong, and during the heresy, the Gorgon had been the arch-traitor's most loyal general. But he would have thought millennia of exile would have soured that bond. No matter. They had plenty enough warriors, enough to kill every soul on Macridge if that's what it took to reach the fortress of Hera and the prize within. Cato's mouth grill watered at the thought of the feast that awaited him, and he plunged right back into the melee, shouting dark oaths to his divine patron. As the forces of Gage fragmented and the war spread across Macridge, more of the planet's secrets were revealed. Powerful daemons were roused from their temples by the bloodshed, or freed from imprisonment as their prisons were destroyed in the confusion. Ancient mutated creatures, devolved far from the human form after thousands of years exposed to the warp's baleful energies, burst from the ground. Chaos Magi who had spent centuries obsessively developing their knowledge of the dark arts were forced out of their lairs by the battle, unleashing devastating sorcery against their attackers. One such warlock was a legionary who emerged from the rubble of a destroyed temple, clad in a power armor of ancient design that was so covered in ash and gore that it was impossible to make out any legion markings. This psyker slew hundreds of Evocatai from both sides of the conflict, displaying incredible power, before vanishing in a flash of warp energy when he was attacked by several loathed ones. The wraiths vanished along with him, and none could tell who the mysterious warrior had been, or even whether he had been the master of the temple or its prisoner, only that his mastery of the warp was great. Marnus Calgar watched the devastation unfold from the fortress of Hera, and knew that the battle would reach its walls. He had always suspected that would be the case, but Belaker's stratagem meant that the Ultramarines would face the traitors without the latter having been bled by the cultists as much as they could have been. He had thought Gage couldn't sink any lower when he had seen the renegade legionaries in his host, but then the sacrificed son had revealed his alliance with the Master of Shadows, Guilliman's own nemesis from ancient times. The Lord of Macrage seethed at the revelation that the spiritual liege's most hated foe had been here, on the world he was sworn to defend, for hundreds of years without his knowledge. His followers sensed his rage and, unwilling to risk it, worked even harder to prepare the fortress for the coming battle. The man hiding on the lower decks of the 13th Legion frigate Pyre had forgotten his name many years ago, when the apothecaries had torn him from his people and made him into what he was. But he had chosen a new name for himself after his doom had manifested itself, one charged with hidden truths and bitter irony. He called himself Testament, for he was quite possibly the only living soul in all the galaxy who knew the truth of the Ultramarines. Even now, after so many years, Testament didn't know for certain why he knew what he knew. He had been too busy surviving the consequences of that knowledge to investigate its origin. He had theories, an aberration of the gene seed, latent psychic powers, or just what passed for the dark god's sense of humor at work. But regardless of the cause, he had seen the bonds, both genetic and source rouse, that chained the entire 13th Legion together, and worse than that, he had seen the hand that held them. He knew Guilliman wasn't dead, and that the spiritual liege felt nothing but cold contempt for his legion, manipulating them from within his stasis tomb to some unknowable end, an end that Testament had glimpsed in those final moments before the madness had given him the strength to break free of his pod and kill his way out of the laboratory. After years of fleeing through the ruin storm evading hunters both mortal and immortal, Testament had finally arrived to Kelth, thinking to find safety in the sacrificed sun's shadow. And for a time, it had worked, but then Gage had sent out the call for his crusade. Testament knew full well the terrible might Gage had pitted himself against, but in the font of dark lore that bubbled within the most chaotic parts of his mind, he thought he had seen a way to end the hunt for his life. A way for Marius to succeed, and free the Ultramarines from the shackles of their undying lord. For so long, he had not even dared dreamt that such a thing was possible, but his visions hadn't lied. And so he had hidden aboard the Pyre, hiding his presence with wards he had learned from witches and daemons, both asking dark boons in return. For months he had remained in the circle as the ship crossed the ruin storm with the Black Crusade's armada, his thoughts utterly still lest they betray his presence to his hunters. But now was the time to come out, to get to the flight decks and find a way down to the planet below. The Pyre was shaking from the battle against the defense fleet, and it wouldn't do for Testament's journey to be ended by a stray shell piercing the frigate's hull and detonating its warp core. He didn't have a plan beyond get to Gage and help him win, but he had learned long ago that making detailed plans only backfired, since his enemy was one that was very much still present in his own head. He checked his equipment, stepped out of the circle, and was immediately met by a towering figure blocking the corridor, some 30 meters ahead. Testament froze in his tracks as he recognized the figure, which hadn't been there a heartbeat before. He had seen its like, for like it, mighty and terrible, silent avatars of the will of the Dark Master of Chaos. It was humanoid, and bore some outward semblance to a space marine, but no one could ever mistake that being for a mere legionary. It was a thing from the infernal pits, clinging to the image of what it had once been in order to be able to walk in the realms where gods and mortals met, and it radiated power. How it had come aboard the Pyre without every psyker aboard the Black Crusade sensing it was beyond Testament, but what it wasn't. Tetrarch. More than anything, Testament wanted to run. There were other paths out of his lair, and he had been able to outrun every hunter he hadn't been able to outfight before. But he knew that this wouldn't work on the Tetrarch. All of his life, the 4 Daemon Princes had haunted Testament's nightmares, impossibly large silhouettes that drew ever closer to him, never pausing in their hunt. Astaroths knew no fear, but Testament was no Astaroths. He was Evocatai, with only a fragment of Guilliman's gene seed flowing through his blood, and he knew fear all too well. The sight of the fiend blocking the corridor filled him with primordial, atavistic terror. But, perhaps it was because he knew fear, and therefore courage. Perhaps it was because he knew what was to come, and had no desire to live to see it. Or perhaps it was simply because he was tired of running from the monsters who had hunted him all his life. Regardless, Testament did not run. The Evocatai stood his ground before the Tetrarch, a young offshoot of the Avenging Sun's line facing off against one of the Legion's greatest lords. He used every trick he had accumulated during his long run, and he accumulated plenty. He threw explosive devices that detonated with the shrieking sound of caged daemons being released. He spoke words of power that caused the metal walls to bend and crack. he fired wildly with a gun that had been crafted to kill a world's god king. But the Tetrarch simply kept walking, never slowing, never accelerating, and any damage inflicted upon him seemed to vanish as soon as the Evocati took his eyes off it. When the last of Testament's tools failed, he drew his blade, his oldest weapon, taken from the corpse of the legionary who had tried to stop him from escaping the gene laboratories, and charged, screaming in fury, terror, and hate. The Tetrarch batted the sword aside with casual ease, shattering it without even trying. The strength of the blow threw Testament backwards and he fell to the ground. He turned up, determined to at least see his death, and saw the armored hand of the monster approach his head. The hand was the last thing Testament saw before the darkness closed in. In orbit, the battle continued, and despite the casualties they had suffered, Calgar's ships were still able to deny complete orbital supremacy to their foe, preventing the Black Crusade Armada from simply bombarding Macragge into oblivion. But the ships loyal to Guilliman's legacy could not cover the entire planet, and one ship bearing clear marks of Tsianchan influence detached from the main Black Crusade fleet, sailing toward the planet's northern pole. Above the frozen wasteland that covered this region of Macragge, the ship, called the Beckoning Whisper, disgorged several aircrafts that descended slowly and purposefully toward the undefended icy plains. From these transports emerged the one called Aberdei, the Oracle of the Pharos, and his warband of Tsianch cultists and Neverborn. The Oracle led his forces further north, braving howling winds born of the souls of unfit sacrifices to the dark gods. He had come to Macragge for one purpose and one purpose only, and nothing would stay him from his course. The call burned inside his head. He had heard it constantly, ever since he had been dragged into the Pharos and made to listen to its chatter. It echoed inside his skull, on and on, never fading for a single moment. It was the psychic call, the beacon that had drawn the great Devourer's horde from the unimaginable darkness beyond the light of the furthest stars. It was the signal that heralded the end of all life in the galaxy, and it was loud enough to silence even the voice of Tsianch at times. In his rare moments of lucidity, Aberdei knew that he was mad. He knew that his enemies struggled to find a pattern in his actions, and knew too that they would find none, for there simply wasn't one. His mind jumped from one goal to the next simply to occupy itself, to try to drown out the noise of the call with his own thoughts. At other times, he was pulled into one direction or another, not knowing what he was supposed to do until he reached his destination. His followers thought he was being mysterious and secretive to prevent betrayal, but in truth, he genuinely didn't know what he was doing most of the time. It was only afterwards that he understood the purpose behind his actions, though whether that was the actual reason or something constructed by his mind to justify his own madness, not even he knew. But this time, things were different. He knew why he had come to Macragge, why he had come to Gage's gathering even though he hadn't been invited. The sacrificed son had accepted his presence warily, and Aberdei knew that he had been watched, just in case. That was fine. His presence on Macragge truly would help Gage's cause, though not in any way the warlord could anticipate. All around Aberdei and his warband, the frozen desolation of Macragge's northern pole spread from horizon to horizon. Things very much like boreal auroras danced in the heavens, and terrible shapes could be glimpsed in the luminous displays when the snow clouds parted for long enough. Horrors of Tsianch and Aberdei's retinue chattered among themselves, speaking of the gods looking down upon them in approval or hatred or both. Mortal cultists trembled in the punishing cold, more than half of them had already perished, their frozen bodies left behind on the ice. Only the Chaos Marines remained silent, their bolters held at the ready, knowing better than to assume they were safe just because they couldn't see any obvious peril in their surroundings. Without warning, Aberdei stopped. There was nothing special about the spot where he stood, but his forces didn't question him, and at a gesture from him they withdrew, forming a defensive position some distance behind him. With the white mists blocking his visibility, Aberdei felt as if he were truly alone with the noise in his head. The oracle knelt, and passed his hand on the surface of the ice, pushing aside the accumulated snow to reveal the crystal-clear frozen liquid underneath. For a few seconds, he peered into the lightless depths beneath his feet, before rising once more and brandishing his staff over his head, holding it in both hands. The sound of call grew louder and louder, until Aberdei's arms were trembling with its beat and his eyeballs shook in rhythm with it. With a great cry, he rammed the staff into the ice, channeling the power of the call downwards, along with all the psychic energy he could muster. Lightning descended from the heavens and struck the staff, traveling down its length and into the ice, using Aberdai's very soul as a vessel to express itself. Entire blocks of ice vaporized, and the surface cracked as steam burst out, sending shards of frozen liquid in all directions. And from the depths they rose, climbing over shattered ice. Centuries ago, when the Hive Fleet behemoth had entered the ruin storm and attacked Macrage, millions of Tyranids' life forms had rained down upon the Daemon world. Among these, tens of thousands had landed on the northern pole, for the Xenos hive mind had been driven mad by the ruin storm and did not act with the vicious cunning it would later display across the rest of the galaxy. These Tyranids had been caught in the cruel climate, made even worse by the rituals of chaos sorcerers, and had been trapped beneath the ice. All Ultramarines had assumed they were dead, but the spawns of the Great Devourer were resilient. Most of the smaller creatures had indeed perished, but the rest had survived, entering hibernation, preserved by the unnatural cold. And now, they rose to the surface, heeding the call booming out of Aberdai's psyche. There were hundreds, thousands of them, and among them there was one taller than any other, a huge carnifex who had only one eye left. This was the creature known to the Ultramarines as Old One Eye, a beast who had fought the Lords of Laphise and slain 6 of them before leaving the Daemon world as the Hive Fleet moved on to Macrage. Its carapace was covered in the scars left by countless attempts to slay it, including several wounds that still glowed with eldritch fire where it had been struck by infernal warp-imbued weapons. Old One Eye screamed as it rose, and the ice shook and fell apart, revealing yet more Tyranids heeding the call of this biological war machine. For a moment, the Oracle waited for the claws and fangs that would end his life, convinced that this was to be the moment of his death. But the Xenos passed right by him, seemingly not seeing him, or at least not registering him as an enemy. Aberdai laughed a disbelieving, mad laughter even as his escorts were torn to shreds by the Tyranids. He cared nothing for their deaths, even as they called to him for help in their panicked, shocked last moments. He didn't care because, for the first time in millennia, the noise in his head was silent. Alone on the ice, the Oracle of the Pharos laughed as the monsters he had released from their centuries-long slumber continued their advance southward, drawn toward the sprawling cities of Macrage by the heat and promise of prey. Silence, at last. The Tyranids of the North Pole lacked true leadership, but there were plenty of warriors in their ranks, though the Synapse network was still perturbed by the Ruinstorm's baleful emanations. It was enough to prevent the lower beasts from turning against each other, and the Tyranid host went south, driven to destroy everything in their path, obeying some ingrained instinct that not even the madness of Macrage had twisted. Scholars and heretics had spent many years trying to understand why the Tyranids had entered the ruin storm in the first place, and come to Macrage in particular, yet they had failed to come up with any explanation more satisfying than the displeasure of the dark gods. That theory was left unspoken on Macrage, lest it draw the ire of the Ultramarines, yet it was still spread among the cultists, pushing them to ever greater depravities to reclaim the favor of the Pantheon. And as word arrived that the Great Devourer had returned in Macrage's darkest hour, panic began to spread, and armies were sent north to face the new threat. But before the Xenos could reach the sprawling megacity, they would first need to cross what had become of the region once known as Illyrium, now called the Fractured Land. Illyrium, the Fractured Land. 10,000 years ago, before the young boy who would become Robert Guilliman arrived on Macrage, Illyrium was known as the bandit country of the planet, a savage land where barbarian tribes fought one another for glory and occasionally went south to raid their more civilized neighbors. Then Guilliman came, and brought the tribes to heel, only to abandon the campaign and rush back home when the conspiracy inspired by Belaker unfolded, killing his adoptive family and setting Macrage Civitas ablaze. In the years that followed, Guilliman never returned to Illyrium, though he sent armies and diplomats to finish what he had started and bring Illyrium into the fold of his new kingdom. But the whispers of dissent weren't quite completely silenced when Marius Gage sacrificed himself at Calth and unleashed the ruin storm. When the warp claimed Macrage, Illyrium was hit the worst by its power. Whatever power preserved the rest of the planet from dissolution into chaos wasn't in effect there. The very land broke apart, divided as its people had been divided for so long. Great land masses rose into the air, flying slowly with erratic patterns. As for the people of Illyrium, they were transformed into inhuman beasts, their genetic code completely rewritten in mere seconds, their bodies reshaped by the terrible power of the warp, and as to their souls, few dare wonder as to their fate. Certainly the things that now inhabit Illyrium lack anything a psyker might recognize as a sentient mind. Since then, Illyrium had been a land of havoc and mayhem, torn apart by endless fights between its monsters. Islands of floating rock clash together, driven by the aggression of their inhabitants. Every monster of Illyrium is descended from human stock, and the horrors on display in that savage land are nearly on par with those of the 19th Legion's own demonic homeworld. From time to time, champions of chaos will venture into this dangerous region, seeking glory by slaying the greatest beasts. Few ever return, and those who do don't make that mistake again. There is only one path between Illyrium and the megacity of Macrage, the Bridge of Cold Torment, guarded by the Illyrium Legion. The Bridge of Cold Torment is built from the soul stuff of everyone who took part in the infamous riots that killed Conor Gilliman, foster father of the Avenging Sun. Their shades were dragged from the warp's depths and bound into this haunting structure, from the corrupt senators who feared Conor's reforms to the soldiers who merely followed the orders of those whom their families had served for generations. The bridge itself is a structure of bone, muscle, tendon, and faces. As the wind courses through their open mouths, the sound of screaming fills the air, and there is always wind on the Bridge of Cold Torment, freezing and biting. Ice forms on the bridge out of the soul's pained tears, forming outstretched hands that are smashed to pieces by the armored boots of its defenders with the sound of shattered bone. No one is quite sure how the bridge came to be. There were no ultramarines on Macrage when the ruin storm erupted, and the construction was already there when they returned after the siege of Terra. There were those who advocated for its destruction, as it gave the monsters of Illyrium away into the more civilized lands of Macrage, but the myth that it was created by the Primarch to punish his old enemies prevented that from coming to pass. None wanted to risk bringing the disfavor of the spiritual liege upon themselves by releasing his enemies from their suffering. Instead, the lords of the Ultramarines raised the Illyrium Legion to stand guard at the bridge. The Illyrium Legion is a name given in mockery to the 1,000 Evocati who are stationed at the bridge permanently, tasked with guarding it and preventing the dangers of Illyrium from mixing with the perils of Macrage Civitas. Attacks are infrequent but unpredictable, forcing the thin-blooded warriors into a state of perpetual readiness. The lifespan of these Evocati is short, and those who survive more than a few years are some of the most capable warriors on Macrage, though it is rare for them to have a chance to use these skills to enhance their lifestyle. There are no true legionaries at the bridge, for the sons of Gilliman consider this duty beneath them. The Ultramarines closest to the bridge are the apothecaries who maintain the genetic facilities where new Evocati are bred to replace the losses of the Illyrium Legion. They are also tasked with ensuring that the conditioning of their creations holds, and have performed that duty well over the centuries. It is exceedingly rare for a member of the Illyrium Legion to rebel against the cruelty of his assigned fate. And, on the rare occasions it has happened, the would-be rebel has always been slain promptly by his brethren, who are all convinced that only through honorable death can their souls be elevated from their hybrid condition and be reborn as true sons of Gilliman. The one mercy of their condition is that all memories of their previous lives are wiped out. None of them remember how they were offered up to the Ultramarines as babies, often by their own parents. The Tyranids flowed out of Illyrium in a compact mass and hit the Bridge of Cold Torment like a hammer blow. The Illyrium Legion was ready, having already had to fight off the beasts that the Xenos horde had driven before it. Automated defenses opened fire, while Evocati stood on high walls and fired at the mass of Chidinus flesh with all manners of weapons. But the walls were covered in a thick layer of supernatural ice, and the Tyranids' claws could pierce through it to form rudimentary holds to climb. Soon battle was joined on the battlements, while acid projectiles arced over the wall and rained down into the courtyard beyond. 13 successive walls barred the path of the Tyranid horde, each higher and better defended than the last. Among the hierarchy of the Illyrium Legion, to be assigned to the outermost wall was a death sentence and a mark of honor all at once. This was where the newest recruits, the unstable and the damaged were sent, to deal with the most frequent assaults and absorb the casualties. But despite their flaws, the Evocati of the bridge's outer wall were still scions of Gilliman's blood, however diluted, and they fought bravely against the Tyranids. The few psychers stationed at the walls, humans and mutants all, thralls of the Illyrium Legion, of which no member would ever have been allowed to possess psychic abilities and live, screamed at the coming of the swarm. Their minds had already suffered much as Macrage was shaken to its core by the battle being fought in the south, and now the pressure of the rabid, insane fragments of the hive mind that had endured the ruin storm and the long sleep were too much to bear. They wept and laughed and clawed their own eyes out, while around them reality rippled as their power tried to reshape it into the shape of their nightmares of chitin and claws. Fortunately for the defenders, the Tyranids also lacked psychic forces, as the zoanthropes that had come to Makraj hadn't survived the cold, their enormous brains too susceptible to the freezing temperatures. The outer walls fell quickly, as their defenders withdrew to the next ones in good order despite the Tyranids snapping at their heels. The first 3 walls were abandoned, still slowing down the horde as it was forced to climb up and down each of them, and the Tyranids descending the 3rd wall's inner side were easy targets for the Evocatii manning the 4th. The las cannons, heavy bolter turrets and other defenses opened fire on the Xenos, turning the space between the 3rd and 4th wall into a killing zone that few Tyranids managed to cross. For a while, it seemed that the Illyrium Legion was going to win, to hold back the swarm through sheer firepower. Then came Old One-Eye, immense and terrible, and followed by more of its gigantic breed. The fractured lands were home to some huge monstrosities, but none compared to the sheer bulk of the ancient Carnifex. It crashed through the fallen walls, barely slowing its charge and leaving in its wake a path for the rest of the swarm to pour through. The 4th wall's defenses were trained on it immediately, but what damage they managed to inflict to its thick carapace vanished almost immediately, the creature's regeneration unaffected by its long slumber. Even when the Evocatii bathed it in warp fire from a device the Dark Mechanicum had sent to the bridge to be tested, the Carnifex simply walked through the flame, its chitin blackened but otherwise unharmed, and tore the engine to shreds, sending the daemon bound within back into the Sea of Souls. The 4th wall fell, and this time the retreat was neither orderly nor disciplined. 12 Carnifex followed Old One-Eye, roused from their hibernation by a call no spawn of the Great Devourer could ignore. The Evocatii were as brave as children reforged into instruments of war and sent to die in a war no one important cared about could be, but even they recoiled from the sheer size of the Carnifex, and the seeming invulnerability of the beast leading them. One by one, the walls fell, with the smaller, faster Tyranids running through the rubble to join in the carnage. Hundreds of Evocatii fell between one wall and the next, fighting till their last breath to break through the swarm. From time to time Old One-Eye caught an Evocatii in its enormous claws, biting off pieces of flesh with teeth the length of a chainsword. There was far too little nourishment to be had in such bites, but the psychological effect was great, and every aspect of the Carnifex shape and behavior had been carefully designed by the Great Devourer's cold, alien intellect. True Asteroutes may have held their ground, but the Evocatii, for all their transhuman prowess, were still thin-blooded. Many still knew fear, and indoctrination could only go so far to suppress survival instinct without making them useless as warriors. But when the battle finally reached the 13th and final wall, standing taller than any other at 1/8 of the way on the bridge, the retreat stopped. No matter the strength of the enemy horde, the Illyrium Legion could go no further, for the sorcerers of the Ultramarines had cast a powerful gaze upon the bridge and every member of the Illyrium Legion. The Evocatii could not leave the bridge from the southern side, not without direct orders from an acknowledged superior in the 13th. They were trapped, caught between the strength of the spell and the Tyranid swarm. Still, they had the 13th wall to defend, and the last barrier between Illyrium and the rest of Makraj had been the one in which the Ultramarines had put the most resources over the years. They may not care how many Evocatii died fighting the horrors of the fractured land, but they didn't want these same horrors reaching their own territories either. The last wall was several hundred meters high, its exact height varying from day to day thanks to the warp-infused metal that had been used in its construction. It was very much alive, host to a vicious consciousness that fed off the suffering of the bridge's souls and answered only reluctantly to the commands of the Illyrium Legion, fighting against the geeses binding it every time it was given orders. Evocatii stationed at that wall had been known to disappear without trace, and it was rightly suspected that the wall itself had swallowed them, devouring them body and soul when they had wandered into dark corridors alone. For that reason, only the leader of the Illyrium Legion and his direct subordinates were stationed there permanently, though only the former was somewhat safe from the daemon's depredations thanks to the authority invested in him by the Ultramarines. The current leader of the Illyrium Legion was named Elian Nastaz, called the half-breed behind his back, along with a variety of even less respectful nicknames. Elian had been the result of a unique experiment, when an apothecary of the 13th Legion had attempted to add Eldar DNA to the thin gene seed used to create the Evocatii. Of the 108 test subjects, only he had survived the ravages inflicted by the two conflicting gene codes. He had the bulk of an Asterutes, but was unnaturally thin, his face gaunt and with two long bones that showed his origins to anyone who had ever seen an Eldar. His creator had lost interest in him soon after he had passed a few tests of his endurance and martial ability, both by fighting in training pits and by avoiding the assassination attempts from other Ultramarines who saw his existence as an abomination. These attempts had stopped after he had been sent to the bridge, though he had to kill several other Evocati to force the rest to accept him. The only reason he was the leader of the Illyrium Legion was because something in his Xenos tainted blood allowed him to control the Daemon Wall more easily than any other candidate, and because none of the other claimants wanted to fight him for it. At least, not after he had gutted the first three to challenge him within seconds of the ritual duel. Standing atop the 13th wall, Illian now called upon that advantage. He exerted his will and commanded the wall to unleash all of its power upon the Tyranid horde. The metal rippled as the Xenos started to climb, and the thin ice upon its surface shattered as claws reached out and inhuman maws opened to swallow the aliens whole. Atop the wall, the remaining Evocati of the Illyrium Legion fought on, slaying the Xenos who managed to reach the battlements. A protective circle formed around their leader, that he may continue to call upon the wall's power to aid them. When Old One-Eye charged the wall, this time the structure held, though it shook from its base to its top. Illian winced as sympathetic pain flowed through his link to the wall, and once more when the Carnifex hammered the wall again, and again, and again. There was a strength in the beast that went beyond mere muscle and mass, a strength of purpose that burned the daemon inside the wall and weakened its hold onto the metal caging it. The half-breed could sense the anger of the Neverborn, both at the impact and at the futility of its own attempts to damage the Tyranid. No matter what the daemon unleashed, the Carnifex shrugged it off, and continued to beat onto the wall, joined by the rest of its enormous kindred. These the wall could kill, it tore them apart with tendrils of pure blackness, rotted their tiny brains with clouds of pestilence and made their bones twist and break with words of power shouted from screaming mouths. And as it did so, blood began to flow from Illian's mouth and eyes as the exertion caught up to him. No Evocati had ever been meant to wield such source-rouse power, even by proxy. Yet still Old One-Eye stood, still it hammered at the wall, and still the Tyranid horde came, climbing onto the pile of their dead at the base of the wall. Cracks began to spread where Old One-Eye struck, and the half-breed felt the daemon's panic and the focusing of all its efforts onto the Carnifex, giving the rest of the swarm free rein to climb and fight the Evocati. And as the wall suffered, so did the entire bridge, which shook with the powerful Neverborn's impotent fury. His mind burning with the daemon's rage and pain, Illian threw off the arms of his concerned comrades and rushed toward the edge of the battlements, his blade cutting any Tyranid in his path to ribbons, and leapt from the edge of the wall, plunging hundreds of meters down, and landing directly onto the head of Old One-Eye at the exact moment it struck the 13th wall for the last time. Illian's power sword, driven by the strength of his fall, pierced through the Carnifex's thick skull and stabbed into its brain, frying it instantly. Inside his armor, nearly every bone in Illian's body shattered at the impact. And as the commander of the Illyrium Legion died from the extreme trauma, the pain flowed through the link between him and the daemon. Combined with the damage inflicted by the Carnifex, this was too much, and the daemon screamed in agony as it lost its hold onto the half-reality of Macrage. Ancient wards shattered, and the 13th wall fell. And as the last barrier between Illyrium and the rest of Macrage fell, the final defense activated, a last recourse, a final solution to protect the rest of the Avenging Sun's world. Sorcery woven into the very bridge of cold torments thousands of years ago flared to life, and in one single moment the bridge exploded, taking with it every single one of the surviving Evocati and Tyranids. Such was the strength of the eldritch detonation that everyone on the planet sensed it, as did the auspex of the ships in orbit, temporarily blinded by the overload. In his ritual chamber, deep within the fortress of Hera, Vero Tigurius sat with his eyes closed. The Sorcerer Lord and second-in-command to Marnus Calgar had sensed the ancient pacts protecting the world shudder as the renegades tore their way through the path to glory, disrespecting the 13th's sacred traditions. Combined with the release of the Loathed Ones and the destruction of Mortendar, Tigurius feared that the entire system may collapse, engulfed into the wild dissolution of chaos unbound. More than that, he wondered if this may be the sacrificed son's true plan. There were many stories about the Lord of Kelth. No one knew for sure what exactly he had become after unleashing the ruin storm. He had survived the efforts of the Legion to destroy him, more than that, he had thrived, judging by the armada he had gathered. None could tell just how powerful Gage had personally become, that he could keep such a varied host under control. Tigurius feared that the entire Black Crusade, with all its destruction and mayhem, was only a ploy, a distraction to the traitor's true ends. He had shared his concerns with his lord, and Calgar had ordered him to find the truth before the enemy reached the fortress and his sorcery was needed. Which was why he was here, in the middle of a protective circle that had been consecrated with the names of 100 daemons and the blood of a son of every primarch, and by the gods, had the second 11th samples been hard to obtain. Nothing of the warp could get through without his permission, not even Dorn or Sanguinius themselves, at least not for a while. With his body protected from outside interference, Tigurius' spirit soared high, contemplating the tides of the great ocean, searching for patterns and threats. Usually, the beauty of the sight would have given him pause. The balance of the four powers, the flow of worship and offerings, the will of the spiritual liege made manifest, Macrage was a perfect exemplar of what mankind could be, under the rule of the Ultramarines. But today, that beauty was marred, the delicate balance unraveling. For now, nothing had been done that the pacts could not repair, things had been much worse after the Tyranid invasion. But with Belaker unleashed, Tigurius had honestly thought Calgar would kill him on the spot for not sensing the Daemon Prince's presence before, and all the other things the invaders were blindly disturbing, things could turn much, much worse. He could see the destruction wrought by the Black Crusade, sensed the prayers and devotion of the cultist host as it threw itself in the path of Gage's army. But something else had drawn his attention, something to the north. Flying above the still untouched northern districts of Macrage Civitas, he arrived at the Bridge of Cold Torment, and watched as the Tyranids once more fought and killed the sons of Guilliman. At least this time only Evocatii were dying. But there was something wrong. Tigurius saw one Evocatii die, torn to pieces by the great beast leading the Xenos horde, but he did not see his soul depart from his torn flesh. In fact, he could not see the swarm of incorporeal Neverborn he would have expected to see on such a battlefield, feasting upon the emotions and souls of the dead and dying. Something was very wrong here, something that had nothing to do with the damage the war was inflicting upon the great spell keeping Macrage intact. Tigurius called upon his power, threading the paths of time backward and forward, looking at the slaughter of the bridge from all angles. He needed to look at the bigger picture, to see things from a god's own point of view. He followed the threads of 1,000 Evocatii souls as they passed from life to death. Then he saw the destruction of the bridge, felt the obliteration of the souls that made up the great construction, and in that moment, he discovered the truth of what was really happening on Macrage. The shock knocked him back into his body, behind his wards, still glowing with eldritch power, still impervious to intrusion. But he wasn't alone in his chambers anymore. On the other side of the circle, standing directly in front of him, was a being the likes of which he had only encountered one time before, but no psyker who had ever met a tetrarch could forget their aura. "I know why you are here," said Tigurius, kneeling. "I am loyal, and do not fear my fate. I serve the Legion and the Primarch with my life, and shall do so with my death. Do what you came to do." And with his invitation, the Tetrarch passed right through the inviolate field, the defenses no longer able to stop him. He raised his clawed hand toward Tigurius' head. When news of the bridge's battle reached Calgar, he was enraged. He had wanted to call the Illyrium Legion back to the fortress of Hera, so that the Evocatii may give their lives to defend their betters under the silent gaze of Guilliman himself. But though the Tyranid advance had been stopped with the bridge's destruction, none of the Illyrium Legion had survived. To make matters worse, his greatest sorcerer, Vero Tigurius, was nowhere to be found, even after the chapter master sent a squad into his second-in-command's private chambers. Fuming, Calgar ordered all his forces to be even more cautious, wary of assassins in their midst. With Tigurius missing and probably dead, the sorcerers of the fortress of Hera were leaderless, and now was not the time for them to go through the ritual challenges and intrigues that would allow one of them to rise to supremacy. The Black Crusade had continued its advance, and would soon reach the outer perimeter of the fortress, and then the loyal Ultramarines would face the might of the host gathered by the sacrificed son, and the rage of the first Daemon Prince. Fortunately, the fortress was still protected from Sorcerous attacks, thanks to the sorcerers of the Temple of Ptolemy, keepers of the stronghold's ancient wards. The Temple of Ptolemy. While the Ultramarines are fanatical in their devotion to chaos, their sorcerers have an approach much more similar to that of other traitor legions. Immensely proud, they see themselves as masters of the warp's powers rather than servants of the entities found therein. They see the dark gods from much closer than anyone else, and those not driven insane by that knowledge become much less devout, understanding that in the end, the ruinous powers care little for ceremony so long as their fueling emotions rage on and deeds continue to be performed in their name. Such heresy is tolerated by the rest of the legion because of ancient provisions made for them by Guilliman himself during the days of the heresy, though part of the reason why they are still respected is the sheer power wielded by the warp weavers. Nowhere is this difference in beliefs more obvious than in the Temple of Ptolemy, a vast structure occupying an entire spur of the Crown Mountains chain, where the fortress of Hera is located. The temple is said to have been founded by the first and greatest of the ultramarine sorcerers, though that is likely to be mere self-aggrandizing hyperbole, seeing as the Imperium has no record of any ultramarine of that name. Within the temple are countless tomes of dark lore pertaining to the summoning and binding of daemons, including the true names of thousands of Neverborn. The sorcerers who live in the temple fiercely defend their privacy, performing unholy experiments behind closed doors and powerful wards. On several occasions, these rituals have gone catastrophically wrong, but the temple's activities are still tolerated by the chapter master of Makraj. That is because the Circle of Ptolemy is also responsible for the maintenance of the powerful spells that keep several greater daemons imprisoned within a complex nexus of energies, their power fueling the arcane defenses of the fortress of Hera. How these daemons came to be imprisoned has long since been lost, safe in the deepest archives of the temple, accessible only to its circle of masters. The temple is also responsible for the training of the 13th Legion sorcerers. Recruits with psychic potential are brought by the warbands sworn to the Lord of Makraj's banner, and less than 1 in 10 emerges again. Those who do are among the most dangerous warp weavers among the traitor legions. The teachings of the temple's masters are harsh, and no sorcerer completes his training with his soul intact. It is said that the masters keep a sliver of the soul of every student to ever pass through the temple, as insurance against treachery. Certainly, on the few occasions where a temple-trained sorcerer has attempted to share his secrets, their deaths have been quick and horribly painful, and it's unlikely their torments ended after their demise, either. How the masters are chosen is unknown to any beyond their ranks. Many believe that all of them are legionaries from the time of the heresy, and that they have stayed in position all this time, despite the dangers of their craft and the ambitions of their apprentices. Regardless of the truth, their power is immense, and even the Lord of Makraj must respect their boundaries and phrase any request to the Temple of Ptolemy politely. In the long history of the Ultramarines, the chapter masters who did not soon vanished, their names removed from the Legion's annals except as cautionary tales about the perils of drawing the Temple's wrath. Unbeknownst to Calgar, however, Gage's coalition had already a plan in motion to deal with the Temple. When Belakir had been released, the firstborn prince had activated one of his most useful pawns, none other than one of the masters of the temples themselves. The sorcerer's mind had been infected through one of his apprentices, who himself had been infected by one of the temple's acolytes, who in turn had been infected by one of Belakir's cultists while on an errand for his lords outside the temple. It had taken centuries for the tiny psychic seed to grow, and in that time Belakir had had to be extremely careful, refraining from even the smallest manipulation lest he reveals his hand before the appointed time. And when the seed had bloomed at last, it had destroyed the sorcerer's free will, making him nothing more than a puppet following Belakir's single order. None barred the puppet's path, for he was a master of the temple, and only his peers may question him. He went deep below the temple, into the vast caverns where the greater daemons were bound, their power slowly bled and replaced by carefully monitored sacrifices. And there, with the baleful will of the firstborn prince burning in his soul, he spoke the words of unbinding, destroying wards that had stood for thousands of years. The other masters sensed the intrusion at once, but the disturbances of the ether caused by the ongoing war and the destruction of the Bridge of Cold Torments prevented them from teleporting directly into the caverns. By the time they arrived on foot, it was too late. One by one, the greater daemons were freed, each vanishing in a flash of eldritch light, leaving behind nothing but scorched stone and echoing promises of retribution. Only one greater daemon remained when the 12 masters rushed in, a lord of change, cackling as it loomed over the unwilling betrayer who had freed it. Before the master's eyes, it picked up the sorcerer lord and bit his head clean off with its toothed beak, swallowing what little was left of his soul. It stared at the masters, its inhuman glare piercing through their golden masks, and spoke two single words before vanishing back into the realms of its kind: "He comes." With the release of the greater daemons, the source-roused defenses of the fortress of Hera fell for the first time since Gage had last come to Macrage to bring fire and death to his own legion. The last obstacle between the Black Crusade and the fortress was gone, and a great cry rose from the burning city as the scattered host gathered once more, to march on to the final battle. Marius led the way, surrounded by swarming loathed ones, and cult troops broke and fled before him. They had seen too much of their world destroyed, and the sight of the sacrificed sun and his escort of Lords of Chaos was too much for them to stand against. And so, the Black Crusade entered what had once been the Valley of Lapanes, changed beyond recognition by the warp and dark industry. On the walls of the fortress of Hera, Marnus Calgar had passed beyond fury and into a cold, quiet rage that made his subordinates even more uneasy. The cults had been broken, the source-roused defenses cast down, but he was far from done. There were 1,000 ultramarines holding the fortress, and though the Legion of Illyrium was lost, and with it, the most veterans of the Evocati, he had still been able to marshal a veritable host of the thin-blooded spawns of the apothecaries. They had not been allowed within the fortress, lest they desecrate it with their presence, but they had been massed before its walls, their minds filled with promises of the glory that awaited them if they fought well here, under the Primarch's gaze. The most dangerous force of the Black Crusade was the ghostly traitors Gage had freed from their rightful imprisonment in Mordhendar. The loathed ones were beyond physical harm, and there weren't enough sorcerers and demonic weapons among the defenders to fight them off efficiently. Marnus didn't know how to fight them, but there were other powers at work on this battlefield, and as the Black Crusade approached, they made their move. In the depths below the fortress of Hera, a gate that had remained sealed for 10,000 years opened. A host of the dead passed through, walking by the desiccated corpse of an ancient caretaker, at last released from his millennia of faithful obedience to an oath he had never understood the true implications of. Animated statues of black-veined white marble, geasants born of the echoes of every ultramarine who had ever died in battle with Guilliman's name on his lips. For an entire age, they had remained hidden from sight, their numbers slowly growing, but now they had been released, set free by the unseen hand of the Tetrarchs. They were the Glorious Ones, from an ancient Terran legend related to the antique goddess after which the fortress was named. Nothing remained of who they had been in life save for their appearance, the soul of the dead was long since gone, departed to whatever afterlife their deeds had earned them. These were mere after-images, imprint left onto the warp and given new bodies of animated stone, driven by a singular will none could resist, for they had no will of their own. The Glorious Ones emerged from hidden entrances in their thousands, and the Evocati parted to let them pass, filled with a deep sense of awe at the sight of the Legion's honored dead, returned to fight in one last battle. A pause descended upon the battlefield as armies that had been about to butcher each other watched, incredulous, as the Legion's past returned to haunt it. The forces of the Black Crusade stirred uneasily as these unexpected reinforcements approached, but the loathed ones reacted much more violently. They recognized some of the warriors marching toward them, and their hatred flared at the sight of the other, honored dead of the Legion they had sought to destroy. Enraged beyond any hope of control, they surged ahead of Gage's army, and the living of both sides watched as the dead of the 13th Legion waged war against each other. The loathed ones were outnumbered by the animated geasants more than 100 to 1, and their psychic manipulation was useless against these undead golems. But they had other powers, and marble flew as the walking memorials were shattered by storms of eldritch lightning. However, the echoes that animated the Glorious Ones also gave them purchase on their enemies' ethereal forms, and one by one the loathed ones were pulled down and destroyed by sheer weight of number. The wraiths could have departed at any time, flown far from the reach of the Glorious Ones, but their hatred and desire to destroy them were too strong. For several hours, neither Gage's host nor the fortress defenders dared to make a move, as the space between them was torn by a battle none of them had any place in. The grudges of the dead belonged to the dead, and the living had no place in them. Eventually, the battle relented. Both sides had obliterated each other, with the last few Glorious Ones turned to dust with a single command from Gage to his sharpshooters. What had become of the loathed ones defeated by the animated statues was unknown. Certainly none of the psychers in either army could sense their hateful aura anymore. In any case, they had been removed from the equation, and now it was time for brute force of arms and legion-to-legion warfare. Marius Gage raised his clawed hands to the blood-tinted sky, and with a great roar, the armies sworn to his banner charged forward, crushing the shards of marble underfoot. And the Avocatii Calgar had gathered to bleed for his cause roared too, and charged as well. Both sides were made mostly of the Ultramarines' thin-bloods, but no one cared. The gods were watching, and all that mattered was war. But when the two hordes made contact and transhuman blood flowed, Marius Gage and his Lords of Chaos were nowhere to be seen. They landed far beyond the walls, far beyond the lines of the battle whose sounds followed them as they flew. Belaker had carried them on wings of shadows, hiding them from all detection with his power. And yet when Clawed-foot and Ceramite boots hit the ground before the stairs leading to the Temple of Correction, Calgar was still there, waiting for them with 100 Terminators. For a long moment, they stared at each other, hatred coursing through every single one of them. Then, the Lord of Macrage and the sacrificed son stepped forward, leaving their warriors behind until they were less than 2 meters away from each other. "Slave," growled Marius Gage. "Traitor," spat back Marnus Calgar. They stared at each other for a few seconds, before Marius spoke once more. "You can still stop all of this, you know. Just step aside. Let me in. No more of our brothers need to die today, but he must be destroyed, before he drags us all into oblivion. He is our master. He is our lord. Everything you have done, your entire miserable life, is a betrayal of what it means to be an Ultramarine. What do you know of being an Ultramarine?" The sudden shout was so powerful it forced Calgar back a step, and sent cracks running through the ground. The Terminators focused their weapons from the warlords to Gage, but didn't open fire. The fire around Gage's skull flared, the equivalent of taking a deep breath for the Chaos Lord. "I was there," he said more calmly. "At the very beginning. When we really were Ultramarines. Before he broke everything we were on the altar of his dark ambitions and remade us from warriors into mere tools to his ends. You are no Ultramarine, Calgar. You are what he made the Legion into. You are a slave." "I am a loyal son," said Calgar. "You have never seen your father. Never talked to him. You don't know what he was at the end. Listen to me. Right now, thousands are dying outside these walls, and you know what? He isn't worth it. He does not deserve your loyalty, your devotion. Look at those who stand with me. Even the dark gods themselves have turned their back on him, and send their champions to end his legacy once and for all." Gage spread out his arms, gesturing to the splendor all around them. "If he is truly blessed by them, then how I am here. If he is all-watching and powerful, then how is it that I stand here, at the heart of his power?" He started shouting again. "Where is your liege now, Marnus Calgar?" "He is with me always, for I am faithful," replied the Lord of Macrage, before charging the sacrificed son, with the gauntlets of Ultramar crackling with source-rouse energies. And that was it. The Lords of Chaos and the Terminator fought, while in the center of it all two of Guilliman's greatest sons tried to kill each other. So complete was their focus, so absolute their determination to end their opponent's life, neither of them noticed the larger battle. Gage's infernal claws clashed with the gauntlet's power field again and again, each collision sending shock waves of such strength that the nearest Terminators were sent flying like leaves in the wind. Body parts rained as Belaker picked up warriors and tore them apart with gleeful abandon, reveling in the slaughter after so long restrained. Titus Damon bound chain sword cut through reinforced warplate with ease, while Castus mace broke through it like wet paper, its aura of dissolution too much even for the warded armor of Macrage's Terminator elite. Sicarius danced around the blows, moving with inhuman speed, his blade aiming for the weak spots in their warped armor. With the power infusing him, the warrior king needed only nick the flesh of his foes to doom them to a slow, agonizing death, as the energies he had claimed from the greater daemon poisoned them. And Uriel's alien blade simply ignored the physical presence of his foes, cutting through them with the same ease as through empty air, allowing Uriel to focus all his attention on avoiding being hit. The Chaos Lords took wounds, but they were soon surrounded by a growing pile of corpses, while the duel inside the circle both sides had quickly formed around their leaders continued. Eventually, the last of the Terminators fell, and the Chaos Lords circled around the duel, keeping their distance, watching as two legends of the Ruin Storm fought to the death. Calgar hadn't truly fought since the Tyranid invasion, and it had been many centuries since Gage had been forced to use the full extent of his skills and power, yet neither of them had lost any of their edge. After several minutes, the battle ended when Gage, tired of the duel, unleashed his inhuman abilities. A wave of black fire burst forth from his skull, engulfing Calgar's head and passing right through his personal force field as if it weren't there. Calgar staggered as his face burned off his skull, and in that moment, Gage rammed both of his clawed hands into the Lord of Macrage's chest, lifting him up with the strength of the impact. The sacrificed son held his skewered foe up, and Calgar glared down with eyes that were the only thing left of his once proud patrician features. He tried to speak, to cast one final curse at his victor, but all that came out of his charred lips was a mouthful of blood, and the light finally faded from his eyes. Without ceremony, Gage threw the corpse to the ground, and went on to fulfill his destiny. At the precise moment the Lord of Macrage fell and the Lords of Chaos entered the Temple of Correction, the battle outside the fortress wall shifted. Both sides of the war had brought demonium venators into the fray, these ancient possessed marines who had been the first to receive the dubious gift of sharing their flesh with one of the Neverborn. They had fought both for the Black Crusade and against it, though they had never come to blows. But now, all of a sudden, all of them started killing indiscriminately, turning on their former allies without pause or mercy. The battle descended into utter chaos as the lines between friend and foe dissolved, and the power of the Venators battered at the psyches of the Evocati, driving them insane with bloodlust. And during all of that, every time a scion of Guilliman's blood fell, his soul vanished from sight, caught and drawn into a ritual 10,000 years in the making. Far above the blood-soaked battlefield, the dark gods watched and held their breath, as a destiny long denied was once more set into motion. It was only when Conrad died on Istvan V that most Primarchs realized that they were indeed mortal, after all. When the blood of the King of the Night spilled onto the Black Sands and he did not rise again, traitors and loyalists alike witnessed the death of what some part of them had thought divine, no matter what the imperial truth proclaimed. The imperial dream died at Istvan, but it wasn't the only myth that perished in the opening salvos of the Roboutian Heresy. Every Primarch who still stalks the stars knows that he was born mortal, even those who have since transcended their origins to join the ranks of the never-born princes. But, barring extreme circumstances such as Horus' destruction under the fangs of Sanguinius, it takes a long time for a Primarch to die, even from wounds as grievous as the ones inflicted upon Guilliman by his father, in the final hour of the Siege of Terra. And so, when the mourning Ultramarines placed their father into stasis, not even they knew that some spark of life lingered within his broken form. The tiniest spark, really, had they delayed but a single hour, the soul of Robert Guilliman would have lost its last connection to the Materium and gone on to the other side of the veil, to suffer its reward from the dark gods he had failed. In the ruin storm, suspended between life and death, caught out of time by the stasis field, Robert Guilliman endured agonies none could possibly imagine. He was torn from time and space, life and death, and was made to see the universe as the gods see it. He went mad, then sane, then mad again, over and over, until nothing remained of who he had been, until Robert Guilliman, son of Kulnir Guilliman, was gone, and only the Dark Master of Chaos remained. And in that eternity of torment, he cast his mind through the paths of blood, manipulating his sons even as he saw through their eyes and spoke his will through their souls. He bent his terrible intellect to the one purpose that mattered to him now, freedom from this hellish suffering. No matter the cost, no matter who had to die, the Dark Master would do it without hesitation to be released. Even if it meant committing that most unforgivable of sins, one upon which mankind has looked with horror since its earliest days. The murder of one's children. He had woven wrath and hatred into their hearts, and made them wage war upon one another. He had roused the fires of fury and ambition, whispered of vengeance and glory. And so they had come, to fight, and spill the legion's blood. And with every death, every soul that bore his mark slipping into the ether, he grew a bit stronger, a bit further from death and closer to life. It wouldn't have worked before, but now, the veil was thinner. Those who thought they were on the side of order had made it so, in their desperation to rekindle the spark of a hope long since dead. He fed on the souls of dead Ultramarines and Evocati, consuming everything they had been in order to fuel the ritual his pawns had crafted all over Macrage across the ages. He devoured their lives and their deaths, denying even the dark gods their prize as he claimed it as his own due. And then, finally, as Gage and his cohorts crossed the fortress while the first second-born led the slaughter outside, It was done. The stasis field failed, and the body of Robert Guilliman rose from the slumber of ages. His face was drawn and corpse-like, his hair pale, and in his eyes, there burned the fire that would consume the galaxy, an unbearably bright light that promised nothing but suffering to all who defied him. As Guilliman stood before his shocked sons, the ceiling of the sanctum exploded, showering all in shards of marble and priceless glass, and a terrible scream burned through their minds. The last Osirian had come, sensing the awakening of the one who had exterminated its race. The strength of the aliens' hatred was so powerful, it temporarily stopped the fighting going on outside the fortress gates, as mortals fell to their knees in pain and the demonium venators paused, warily looking in the direction of this new threat. The champion of Tsianch screamed as it descended, speaking curses in its own tongue, which had no word for mercy. There was its moment, the one point where destiny could yet be rewritten, where chaos could turn its favor from the Dark Master before he could reclaim his full power. And so it plunged through Makraj's atmosphere like a burning comet, aimed directly at the arch-traitor. Forlimbs nimmed an eldritch fire reached out for Guilliman's bare head, and froze. Chains of source rouse light suddenly appeared in the air, wrapped around the ancient Xenos and anchored to the sanctum's walls, holding the last Osirian in place. It screamed again, in rage and outrage, and Guilliman smiled as his trap unfolded. Slowly, with an almost obscene gentleness, he reached up with his right gauntlet, stroking the alien's face as one might a faithful pet. Then, with a single motion, he stabbed his claws into the alien's skull, perforating its enlarged brain with energy-clad metal and ending its life, before swallowing its soul as it desperately fled. The source rouse chains, created by a spell laid down centuries before, faded as the corpse hit the ground, and Guilliman turned his gaze toward his sons, who had remained immobile at the sanctum's entrance. "Kneel before me, my sons," said Robert Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, Arch-Traitor of the Imperium and the reborn Dark Master of Chaos. The monstrous will of the Primarch washed over the gathered Chaos Lord like a tidal wave, battering at their minds. It called upon the loyalty written into their blood, the conditioning all of them had undergone during their transformation into Space Marines. Even Belaker felt the urge to bend the knee, his infernal nature betraying him before the one who had claimed the favor of the gods, tearing the mantle of Dark Master from Belaker millennia ago. The firstborn screamed in impotent rage as the will of the gods he sought to replace crushed on him, and finally forced him on his knees for the first time in uncounted ages. Castus was the first of the Chaos Lords to kneel, with an anguished cry as the strength he drew from the daemon Parmenids failed him for the first time. Then Titus fell down, his face contorted in a purple grimace of hatred. Uriel stood for several more seconds, his body trembling with the effort of opposing Guilliman's inhuman strength, before he too bowed before the pressure. Sicarius was the last to kneel, his monstrous pride proving a greater bulwark against Robert's domination than all the anger, hatred, and determination of his cohorts, but not great enough in the end. Only Marius remained standing, staring at his father with burning eye sockets. "Kneel," repeated Guilliman. "Never," replied the sacrificed son. "I will never kneel to you again." There was a pause, as the Dark Master watched his one defiant son, truly seeing him for the first time since he had risen from his throne. Something cold and inhuman passed on his cadaverous face, and when he spoke again, his words were dripping with venom. "You," said Guilliman, "are not Marius." Far away, in the realms of chaos, the clashing of blades and the spilling of blood stopped on the plains of slaughter. The court of change fell silent. The children of Nurgle stopped their games in their father's garden. The great debaucheries in the silver palace of Slaanesh paused. "No, I am not." On the ground, the Chaos Lords forced their heads to turn to stare at the sacrificed son in abject incomprehension. But he didn't look at them, his attention wholly focused on Guilliman. "Marius Gage is dead," continued the fiery-headed fiend. "He died 10,000 years ago, and his soul was devoured by the daemon prince Samus. Nothing remains of him save echoes of pain and madness in the warp. But his name was a useful mask for me to hide behind." The sacrificed son changed. His horns and flaming skull vanished, replaced by an old Mark IV red helm. His wings folded in on themselves and faded from existence. The ruinous emblems upon his armor seemed to fall off like a serpent's shed skin, while its colors returned to those the 13th Legion had worn during the glorious days of the Great Crusade, save for the shoulder pads where the 13th emblem should have been displayed, which were painted over black. His claws diminished back into gauntleted hands that held a power sword and a pistol. "I am your shame and sins, writ large upon the universe's skein in fire and fury," proclaimed the revealed warrior. "I am all those you betrayed, every son you sent to die in the name of your ambition. I am the sacrificed son, the Lord and last of the red-marked, and you know my name." Uriel raised his hands, and began to chant. He spoke the words Gage's coven of sorcerers had taught him, calling upon the dark wisdom of dead civilizations and infernal kingdoms. Every syllable burned his tongue, his brain, and his soul, but he endured the pain, shutting it away with the strength of his will. He spoke words of undoing, and the spell that bound the loathed ones trembled under the power of his voice. The chains holding the sarcophagi rattled, and the chorus of the imprisoned spirits rose louder in accord with Uriel's chanting. Sweat ran on his face and blood flowed from his mouth, nose, and eyes, but he didn't stop. At the apex of the chant, Uriel brought his fists down, smashing them at the center of the circle, severing the flow of energy with the unnatural energies imbued within his gauntlets by the ritual. The whole world shook, and Uriel fancied that he could hear it scream. The drinker of sorrow felt something die under his punches, something that had been trapped inside the working or that had come into existence within it after ages of godlike power coursing through it without stop. Then the spell holding the loathed ones snapped, and the old ghosts were released from their chains. They emerged from their coffins, warped almost beyond recognition, their maws wide open as their screams spread across all of Mordendar. They swarmed upward, drawn by the soul fires of the remaining wardens. And Uriel Ventress laughed, his arms thrown wide, as the ghosts of Marius Gage's first crusade rose, screaming their hatred of their primarch and the brothers who had imprisoned them. With the loathed ones released, Mordendar collapsed on itself under the weight of its remaining captives. As Ventress forces departed at speed, accompanied by the loathed ones, whether incarnated in the stolen flesh of their jailers or still in ethereal form, and the last guardians fled however they could, Mordendar imploded. For a moment, all observers feared that the destruction would release the eldritch horrors caged within. But the reaction, fueled by the impossible physics of the ruin storm and the accumulated pressure of thousands of years of denied change, ended up transforming the daemon world into a black hole, a pit from which nothing, not even entities from another dimension, could escape. Trapped in a prison of collapsing time, the remaining prisoners of Mordendar would remain sealed off the rest of the universe for all eternity. The mortal prisoners remaining in the planet's upper level were lucky enough that the process killed them before they could be trapped this way, and most of the wardens who made it off-world were simply shot down by Ventress fleet. Like the sons of Guilliman who had died in the first confrontation at the system's edge, and like every other scion of the arch-traitor's gene line who had perished in Macrage since then, their shades vanished before any Neverborn could feast upon them. Even daemons with which sorcerers had bargained their souls in return for power were denied their prize, and the ether around what remained of Mordendar shook with their shrieks of fury. With these new forces, Ventress fleet moved to attack the defenders of Macrage, joining Gage's armada in a two-pronged assault. The loathed ones shed their mortal envelopes and flew between vessels, wreaking havoc within the Ultramarines ships loyal to the Primarch. Officers went mad, murdering their crew before taking their own lives, while witches lost control of their powers, causing blackouts and insanity across entire decks before their brains burned under the strain. Sealed daemons were released by laughing spirits, their bonds shattering at the slightest touch of Mordendar's oldest prisoners. No ward or sorcerer could keep them at bay for long, and the Black Crusade took advantage of the chaos they sowed. Soon, the orbital defenses of Macrage were torn through, and the armies of the sacrificed sun began to rain onto the home world of the Ultramarines. The Battle of Macrage had begun. "And so it starts at last," muttered Marius Gage. The final war of the 13th Legion. The sacrificed son had withdrawn to his personal chambers aboard the Macrage's treachery. This area of the ship had been warded and isolated from the rest of the vessel, so that even its half-cybernetic, half-demonic intelligence could not spy on its master. Trinkets of Marius' long war against his father were on display, and first among them was the one Gage was currently holding in his hand, as if he were talking to it. It was a Space Marine helmet, an old model that hadn't seen production since the Roboutian Heresy. The helmet's ranking and legion markers had been removed, but its color remained, red as the blood spilled by traitors, that of those they had betrayed and their own as well. It was a sight that all veterans of the Ultramarines would recognize, and that younger warriors would all have heard tales of, spoken with a mix of hatred and the slightest note of grudging respect that even fanatical devotion could not erase. I have walked this path for so long, continued the sacrificed son. I have seen so many things, done so many things, all for this. The flames that enveloped the horned skull of Marius flickered, the inferno reacting to the fluctuations of the warlord's soul in a way his face could not. Now we will attack Makridge. Outside this hell, 10,000 years have passed since I last saw that accursed planet, but for me. Sometimes it seems as if I have just been forced to give the order to run, and sometimes it feels as if I have been plotting my return since the dawn of eternity. His burning gaze wandered across the chamber, taking in the trophies and spoils of an age dedicated to the planning of vengeance, before returning to the red helmet. "What would you think if you could see us now?" he asked. "What would you say?" But no answer came. The helmet's eye lenses stared back at Gage. Sometimes, when the Chaos Lord held the piece, he fancied that he could feel the gaze of the warrior who had worn it in ages past, staring at what he had become through the abyss of time. But not this time. Slowly, Marius put the helmet back on its plinth, and raised his head, gazing to something beyond the thick walls of his chamber, beyond the hull of his ship, directly in the direction of Makridge, directly toward the fortress of Hera, directly toward the shrine of the Primarch. "He is down there, I know it. He isn't dead, no matter what the rest of the galaxy may believe. The other legions think us fallen, but they have no idea just how low we have come. A host of puppets, dancing on strings of blood ties. But I will end it, even if I have to destroy the entire legion to do so. He will pay for his betrayal, no matter the means, no matter the cost." At his side, Gage's clawed hands tightened into fists, and the echoes of his voice disappeared, his next words coming solely from the burning maw, spat with the strength of a hate-filled oath. "I am done playing by your rules, Father. He has returned. The scourge of the Imperium. The arch-traitor of mankind. The root of all evil. The avatar of ruin. The dark master of chaos. The destroyer of Escrator. The butcher of Istvan. The cancer of the ethereal council. He has many names, but I will always call him Father. For 10,000 years the galaxy has thought him dead, but I knew better. I knew his malice would not end so easily, knew that he would claw his way back from the grave he so rightly deserves sooner or later. Even after he betrayed me and tried to kill me and my brothers, even after everything I did in the rebellion to oppose him, we are still connected, still linked by the genetic and spiritual ties that bind every space marine to his Primarch. Sometimes, I think the Emperor made his creations too well, and other times, not well enough. I knew he was alive, and plotting from his place between life and death, scheming to cross back and claim vengeance for his past defeat. Because if there is one thing we still have in common, it's our determination. Neither of us have ever been able to take defeat in stride, to just give up. And so I wandered, fighting ruin everywhere I went, in the dark places between stars where the Imperium feared to tread. I sought a way to finish what Fulgrim and the Emperor had started on Terra. A way to avenge my lost brothers. A way to kill the chosen of the Chaos Gods. For my sins, I found one. On the fringes of the galaxy, where gods and daemons fear to tread, bathed in blackest light, with a man even more desperate than I, my sole companion, I found the power I needed to bring an end to my legion's shame. It took us, remade us, and spat me back out. As far as I know, my companion is still in there, and though there is little emotion left to me, I still tremble when I think of his fate, and of what he may have become by the time he too is released. I am not sure the galaxy is ready for one such as him, but at the same time, he may be its only hope against what else is coming. Such things I have seen, such wonders and horrors. So many things I once would have thought impossible, had I even been able to imagine them. The galaxy is so much bigger, so much stranger than we ever suspected. So much more beautiful, too, even though it took me centuries to be able to see it, and I will never be able truly appreciate it again. For all its horrors, it is a place worth fighting to defend. A place worth dying for. And now, at the end of the age, my father rises from his throne once more, and the universe will scream before the end. Psychers across the stars weep without knowing why, sensing the terrible darkness that has returned to haunt the galaxy. The servants he has seated within the ranks of those who would oppose him know he is back as their leashes tighten around their necks, and they go about their appointed tasks with renewed vigor, afraid of failing their master and God. In the eye of terror, Daemon Primarch's stir as ancient oaths of loyalty tug at their monstrous souls once more. It will be some time before they all realize what has happened, and by then it might be too late. The gate has been unlocked by those who did not know better, its hinges have been oiled with the blood of my fallen brothers, and he has stepped back through. He is here. But so am I. The Battle of Macrage. Part 3, Know My Name. In the skies above Macrage, the fleet of the Black Crusade marshaled by Marius Gage was still engaged with the planet's orbital defenses and the ships of the warbands that had gathered in answer to Marnus Calgar's call for reinforcements. The engagement had been going on without pause since the sacrificed sun's armies had reached the surface, and Macrage's orbit was filled with the husks of dead ships slowly turning into the void. The planet's defenders had been crippled by the loathed ones, but there were still many left, unwilling to abandon the Legion's home world and run, and the captains of the Black Crusade reveled in the slaughter of such easy prey. On the bridge of the Macrage's treachery, flagship of Marius Gage himself, the thing that had once been known as Edward the Lion Cur stirred on his command throne. It had been centuries since the captain had fused with his ship, becoming little more than a head and torso bound to an increasingly complex network of cables, not all of which were mechanical in nature. Secondary hearts pumped black blood into his remaining flesh, and nerve clusters transmitted his will across the corrupt vessel faster than even the most perfectly trained bridge crew. Centuries ago, before being forced to flee from the Imperial Navy under, entirely true, accusations of piracy, Edward had been the lord and master of the cruiser Shining Spear. After the loss of that ship to the endless battles of the Ruin Storm, he had been recruited by Gage and, once he had proven his skills through a series of brutal engagements with the warlord's rivals, he had been selected to become the captain of the newly constructed Macrage's treachery. Had he known in advance what the post would entail, the Lion Cur would have run as fast as he could into the warp with his privileged position among Gage's circle, but by the time he realized what the Heretecs were doing to him, it was already too late. Since then, his mind had been transformed by the fusion with the ship to the point where he couldn't remember why he had feared this fate in the first place. Edward could sense every kill of the treachery as if it were committed by his own hands, and he exulted in the power he wielded. For too long, the flagship had been consigned to Caltha's immediate surroundings, where Gage's power was all but unchallenged. This crusade was the first true war into which it had taken part, and it was glorious. Between the battle at the system's edge and this one, the fleet had crushed the pathetic slaves of the avenging sun with ease, all thanks to the sacrificed sun's superior planning. Edward had suggested to his lord that they could simply bombard Macrage from orbit until nothing remained but dust and ash, but Gage had rejected him. Apparently, he wouldn't trust his father's body had truly been destroyed until he had seen it with his own burning eyes. Edward admired the strength of his master's hatred, and he had to admit that the energy shields above the fortress of Hera were even more powerful than he had anticipated, so he guessed Gage had been right in insisting on a ground assault after all. From what the ship's auspecs were telling him, the situation planetside was going well, with the Black Crusade having finally reached the fortress itself. The final battle was taking place, and Edward expected to receive word from Gage's triumph soon. He wondered what, if anything, the sacrificed son had planned to do after he finally completed his millennia-long revenge against the Gene-sire who had sent him to his death during the legendary days of the Great Rebellion. He was pondering these matters while idly taking apart another frigate when suddenly, every sense he had linked to the treachery started shrieking, along with every alarm on the ship's bridge. He tore his attention away from the frigate just in time to see through the treachery's eyes as a rift opened in the turbulent tides of warp space, some distance further away from Macrage than the Black Crusade's fleet. Ship after ship emerged from that rift, bypassing the path to glory entirely, but Edward didn't care for how impossible that was. He was too busy gawking in shock and horror at the vessel leading this new armada. The Macrage's Honor. The ancient flagship of the 13th Legion, built in the great shipyards of Mars as the command of the false emperor himself and given to his son Guilliman as the greatest vessel of the Ultramarines fleet. He recognized her from the data stored in some of the oldest cogitators of the ship, cannibalized from much more ancient vessels during the treachery's construction. Though the battleship had greatly changed since the last of these records, its shape and sheer size made it unmistakable, even before its identity broadcast hit the treachery's receivers in a machine howl of domination and superiority. The biggest difference, and the one that alarmed Edward the most, was the immense cannon that had been added to the 26 kilometers long battleship, a monstrous thing of black metal and burning runes that hurt to look at, even through the treachery's warp-touched senses. The twisted machine spirit of the treachery groaned in fear at the sight, and Edward knew then, without a doubt, the purpose for which that weapon had been crafted. To break through the iron cage. To lead the Ultramarines outside of the 4th Legion's prison. When Edward had been given command of the treachery, he had enjoyed the name of the ship. It was a declaration of intent and an insult to the Ultramarines still loyal to Guilliman's memory, an echo of the past shaped into the promise of future glory. But now that the source of that name was here, and sailing straight on an intercept course toward him, the name suddenly wasn't so funny anymore. Powerful as the treachery might be, it was still no match for the might of a true Gloriana-class battleship, especially one such as the Macragge's Honor, which had been greatly enhanced by the Dark Mechanicum when the Heretex repaired her during the Heresy's prolonged campaign. Still, mighty as she was, the battleship was still just one ship. Alone against the might of the Black Crusade, it would not be able to triumph, though Edward didn't doubt it would reap a bloody tally before its destruction. His confidence returning, Edward prepared to send the orders that would bring the might of the Armada to bear. But his words died on his lips before he could even begin to speak, as the censors of the Macragge's treachery screamed once more. More ships were appearing behind the Macragge's Honor, clad in the livery of the Ultramarines. Legion vessels, all of them, and as their names reached Edward he recognized them as ships thought to have been lost to the warp during the Long War, the Heresy, and even a few that had vanished during the Great Crusade, years before Guilliman had even undertaken his fateful journey into the Eye of Terror in pursuit of the previous Dark Master of Chaos. All of them bore the traces of a long time spent in the ruined storm, their hulls warped and their weapons twisted by infernal power, with several lost entirely to the denizens of the warp, reborn in the hell forges of the Empyrean into daemon ships controlled by mighty Neverborn. There were dozens of them, and though the Black Crusade fleet still outnumbered them, Edward wasn't so certain of their victory anymore. Then came the transmission, though it wasn't broadcast on any Vox frequency. Instead, it boomed into the heads of everyone aboard the Black Crusade fleet, driving many to their knees with its sheer volume. Edward swayed on his throne under the strength of the voice, crying out in pain for the first time since he had woken up from the surgery that had made him one with his ship. Lord Guilliman has returned. By his will, this petty feud is ended. Submit to him or die. From the chatter across the fleet, Edward was able to piece out that every psyker and witch had sensed the awakening of something monstrously powerful on the surface of Macragge. None of them were coherent enough to identify it properly, but many had already accepted the voice's announcement and believed it to be the Primarch Guilliman. Rumors were circulating that Gage was already dead, destroyed utterly by the wrath of the Dark Master reborn, and the alliance that had been painstakingly assembled over the course of centuries dissolved within minutes, faced with the threat of the Ultramarines fleet and the arrival of such a powerful warlord. That had happened quickly, far too quickly, in Edward's opinion. He suspected there must have been agents loyal to whoever the master of the Macragge's Honor was scattered through the Black Crusade, waiting for the arrival of their true lord so that they could switch sides and bring as many traitors along with them as possible. The few surviving ships of Calgar exulted, reveling in the divine providence that had seen them delivered from certain annihilation, chanting the praises of their spiritual liege and professing their undying loyalty. And just like that, the Black Crusade died before his eyes. Edward watched helplessly as his fleet tore itself apart. Whole warbands defected to the side of the Dark Master or seized the opportunity to settle old scores with their rivals, while others ran for the system's edge, sensing the wind had turned. The Macragge's Honor and her fleet moved in, destroying all vessels failing to broadcast their change of allegiance, and tore a path directly toward the treachery. The captain knew that he would not be given the chance to turn his coat. The insult to the Legion that the flagship represented would not be tolerated, and even if it had, the treachery was crude only with those most loyal to Gage's vision of a 13th Legion freed from the grip of Roboutian Guilliman. Even Edward would rather choose death other submission. Some trace of the captain he had once been kindled in his soul as he saw the Armada approach, and he gave the order to abandon the ship, knowing full well that this option was closed to him. Tens of thousands of crew fled the Macragge's treachery, using every transport and evacuation pod available, though whether those lacking warp capability could expect any succor from the other ships in the system was beyond Edward. To his surprise, all of the bridge crew remained on their stations, even those who weren't physically melded to them. The sight of them filled him with something like pride, something he hadn't felt for hundreds of years. When the Macragezonner drew close, Edward bent all of his will to guiding the ship, acting as replacement for the departed crew. The guns of the battleship boomed and unleashed an onslaught that could have ravaged entire worlds, but the shields and hull of the Gloriana-class vessel absorbed it all with barely any visible damage. Still, he continued firing, even as the main cannon of the Macragezonner charged, causing spikes on the energy readings of every auspex at Edward's disposal. He continued to fire, even as one of the Vox officers shouted above the din of alarms, groaning metal and raging fires, telling him that the planet-side battle had stopped, the two Legion armies clashing at the walls of the fortress of Hera having heard the same proclamation as the fleet. The last thought of Edward the Lion Cur was to wonder whether Gage had known this would happen all along. He hoped he had, even if it meant that he had been left to die by his lord. He hoped the sacrificed son had a plan. They faced one another, father and son, Primarch and Space Marine, though neither of them could accurately be described by such limiting terms anymore. Both of them had changed since the last time they had stood on the same world, reforged by cruel fates into beings of power and will rather than flesh and blood. One was the Dark Master of Chaos, chosen of the Dark Gods, and the other was something else entirely. Perhaps something powerful enough to stop what was to come, to prevent all the horrors Robout's return heralded, though that was yet to be seen. Behind them knelt the Lords of Chaos, champions of the Dark Gods, gathered for the Black Crusade and brought to heel by the indomitable will of Guilliman. Belakor, Master of Shadows and firstborn son of the gods, Cato Sicarius, warrior king of Espander and champion of Slaanesh, Castus, vessel of the Daemon Prince Parmenides, Titus, the Wrath of Kern, and Uriel Ventris, the drinker of sorrows, who had submitted to no god yet served them all with his every breath nonetheless. They had come here to destroy Guilliman, to break down the stasis field around his corpse and end the possibility of his return forever. Each had joined the sacrificed son for their own reasons, united in a force rarely seen among the traitor legions. But they had been too late, or rather, as it slowly dawned upon them, they had been deceived. They all saw things as they looked at the Primarch, at the rent in his chest where the Emperor's sword had run him through. They saw screaming, burning faces, and instinctively knew that these were the souls of all those scions of the 13th who had died in their crusade, reduced to mere kindling consumed to fuel the resurrection of the Dark Master of Chaos. They understood that they had been manipulated, moved like pawns on a chessboard to bring about the return of Robout Guilliman, and fury battled with dread within their black hearts. And yet, when their leader stood before their archenemy and suddenly revealed that he too had been deceiving them from the very start, the only emotion they could feel was shock. They all stared at the red-helmeted space marine who defied the will of Guilliman, and their minds churned and turned in sheer, stupefied incomprehension. "Eonid Teal," said Guilliman softly, his voice echoing unnaturally into the chamber as if spoken by all the statues and frescoes at once. Behind the sacrificed son, the Lords of Chaos twitched, as they too recognized the name from the Ultramarines legends. "I do remember you. A sergeant of the 13th chapter, 135th Company. The red-marked who led the other cast-offs on Istvan III, who didn't even have the decency to die when ordered. Such a disappointment you were. And yet, I confess I did not see this coming. Marius Gage was supposed to be my greatest servant by gathering the mightiest lords among the Ultramarines and bring them to me, that they may kneel and serve, as is their place. Then he too would kneel, and the Legion would be reunited under my command. And instead, here you are. A ghost of the past, masquerading as a prince of the warp." "How? Wouldn't you like to know?" replied the sacrificed son, and though his helmet hid his face, all could hear the smile in his face, cold, vicious, and hungry for vengeance after being denied it for so long. He raised the pistol he held in his left hand and, without hesitation, shot directly into the face of the resurrected Primarch. The bolt of plasma tore through the air, superheating the molecules in its path, only to detonate against the Source-Rouse barrier surrounding the Dark Master's bare head without causing any damage. Unfazed, Eonid discarded the weapon, which turned to mist the moment it left his hand, and drew instead another power sword before charging the traitor Primarch, the blade manifesting out of nothingness into his ready grip. Guilliman raised one of his hands, clad in the talons of might, forged by the Dark Mechanicum in grotesque parody of the Talon of Horus granted onto the War Master to mark his ascension on Olaner. Psychic power surged through him and burst from the claws in a torrent of dark lightning, but instead of throwing Aenid to the ground in agony, it washed over him harmlessly, cancelled out by another, seemingly equal power. The arch-traitor frowned, and went forth to meet his treacherous son's charge head-on. The two warlords clashed with a thunderous boom, blades meeting claws in showers of sparks. Aenid was far smaller than his Primarch, but he was more agile, and his swords were just a little longer than the Talon's claws, allowing him to parry Guilliman's attacks away. Guilliman remained where he stood, while the sacrificed son danced around him, moving faster than any mere space marine should have been capable of, dodging blows that not even a master duelist would have seen coming with apparent ease. "What are you?" asked Guilliman as the two of them fought. "The Aenid who led the failures of my legion was no psyker. Where did you find this power? To whom did you sell your soul?" Aenid didn't answer. He just kept fighting, displaying breathtaking skill with every blow and parry. Again and again, Guilliman called upon his mantle of power, unleashing terrible energies against his son, forces that would have vaporized a tank or driven entire crowds to soul-rending madness. But each time, the attack simply slid off the red-marked, and the wrath of the arch-traitor grew with each failure. As it did, his concentration on the others present in the sanctuary waned, and Belaker was able to break through the compulsion of his infernal nature. The Master of Shadows stood, clad in the tattered remnants of his glory, eyes blazing with a hatred he had nurtured longer even than Aenid had his own. Belaker cared nothing for the sacrificed son's deceit, not when the source of all his woes in the last 10 millennia stood before him, alive once more. The sacrificed son leapt backward as Belaker flew toward Guilliman, enveloping his ancient foe and lifting him in the air while unleashing the full measure of his wrath. Guilliman was caught off guard, and reacted too late to evade the firstborn, who clawed at Guilliman's armor and Source-Rouse protections. Tears began to appear in the ancient warplate as the Master of Shadows managed to pierce Guilliman's shields, overpowering them through the sheer strength of his hate. But for all of Belaker's spite, Guilliman Darkling's soul had been tempered by an eternity suspended out of time, and his mastery of the warp's powers had grown 100-fold. The Dark Master struck back, drawing upon his mantle of power to shatter Belaker's hold onto the half-reality of the ruin storm. Howling in thwarted rage, the Daemon Prince began to dissolve, but Guilliman wasn't done. He reached into the threads of warp energy composing the very essence of Belaker, what had become of his ancient soul after he had been elevated to daemonhood countless millennia ago. To mortal eyes, it looked as if the talons were glowing with an unholy radiance as they tore through ribbons of smoke, but all those present were so much more than merely mortal. They saw Guilliman rip Belaker's essence to shreds, casting him back into the Empyrean with his leftover power scattered. This was more than a mere banishment, and only the gods knew how long it would be before the Master of Shadows would be able to gather enough of himself back together to be able to manifest. Not since Belaker's first confrontation with Guilliman at the heart of the Eye of Terror had the Firstborn been so thoroughly defeated, and his howls of rage at his defeat spread far and wide across the warp, waking his cultists and pawns throughout the galaxy. One thing was different this time, however, for as the Firstborn vanished, two silhouettes were left behind, emerging from the dissipating shadows. They were pale and translucid, but undeniably human, and Robout knew them well. The others in the room knew them too, having seen their likeness in temples dedicated to the Avenging Sun, or, in Aenid's case, Picts and recordings. Silence fell into the room as all watched, feeling the weight of destiny and the gods' gaze. The ghosts of Konr Guilliman and Teresha Yuten walked toward the one both of them had regarded as a son when they had been alive. The violent banishing of Belaker had finally broken the daemon's hold onto their souls, and they were free for the first time since that terrible night of blood and fire, when the Firstborn had manipulated the Lords of Macrage and orchestrated their deaths, making Robout take his first step on the road to damnation. The Lord of Macrage and his Senes Chal approached the Primarch, their steps floating a few centimeters above the marble floor. "Robout," they said, and their voice was full of kindness, compassion, and understanding, as well as sadness and regret. "It is over. You can stop now. You don't need to go on. Connor's ghost reached out to his son with an ethereal hand. A supernatural silence fell upon the scene, as if the gods themselves were holding their breath for what would happen next. "We can help you, my son. You have accomplished what you set out to do. Do you remember? You don't need to listen to them anymore." At the sight of his parents, the face of Robout softened for the first time since he had been imprisoned within his stasis field. The infernal glow of his eyes dimmed. For a moment, he appeared almost human again, or at least as human as any Primarch could ever be. "They lied to you," whispered Yutin's wraith. "They have always lied to you. But you are stronger than they think. You can break from their chains and be free. You can reclaim your destiny." "I know my destiny," said Robout, his voice almost breaking with emotion. "And nothing will turn me away from it. Not even you." The fire in the Primarch's eyes ignited anew. He stood straighter, and the shadows in the chamber seemed to deepen. Then Robout Guilliman, avenging son no longer, walked directly through the ghosts of Connor and Yutin, the spirits turning into mist at the contact of his rune-marked armor with a last, pleading, mournful cry that went as unanswered as their previous calls. "You actually did it," called out Aenid, and the hatred was gone from his voice, replaced by disbelief and bitterness. Some part of me thought that maybe, just maybe, there was something left in you of the man I admired. But I guess I was wrong. That was your parents, you bastard. Your last chance to turn back from the path you were set upon by their lies, your last chance to choose, Robout. But, there is nothing left, is there? The dark gods have taken everything. You really are just a monster now. They took my weaknesses and filled the void left with power," spat back Guilliman. "And you are ill-placed to speak such accusations, Aenid. How different from me are you? This power you possess is not something a mere mortal could ever hope to wield. Now, enough of these games. If you will not submit, then you will die. Kill him, my sons." The Lords of Chaos groaned and trembled as the will of their Primarch hit them, forcing its way past their mental defenses and into the deep-rooted obedience that was written into a Space Marine's very gene code. The 4 Chaos Marines rose slowly, hesitantly, struggling against the invasion of their thoughts. All of them were strong, but they weren't strong enough, and Robout spoke for the gods to whom their souls belonged. One by one, their resistance faded, and they drew their weapons and began to walk toward the sacrificed son. Except for Titus. Every second he had spent forced to his knees, his fury had grown, stoked to heights it had never reached before by the humiliation, the loss of control. Of all the Lords of Chaos who had rallied the sacrificed son's banner, only Titus had done so out of a desire to destroy all of the 13th Legion. The revelation of Marius Gage's true identity had shaken the others, made them reconsider their positions and allegiances in the grand scheme of things. But Titus didn't care. If anything, the revelation that the sacrificed son was Aenid Teal, the legendary renegade whose infamous deeds were still recounted across the ruined storm to this day as a warning for those who would dare betray the legacy of Guilliman, only reinforced his decision to stand with him. Titus screamed all of his rage and hatred, and even though the Lord of Skull's power flowed into Guilliman along with that of the other Chaos gods, the dark gifts Titus had earned through his service answered his fury. Power flooded Titus, breaking Guilliman's hold onto his psyche, and the wrath of Kern launched himself against his 3 former allies, still in the thrall of the Dark Master of Chaos. For Kern cares not whence the blood flows, only that it does. Even with their minds dominated, the Lords of Chaos were still great warriors, and they immediately reacted to Titus' assault. Sicarius' infernal blade caught Titus' chainsword and turned aside an attack that would have severed the warrior king's neck, but there was still enough strength behind the blow to send him reeling backward. Castus Maul flew, but Titus ducked under the blow and struck back, his weapon's teeth tearing a great rent in the Plague Lord's chest plate, rotting entrails and foul, black blood pouring from the wound. Then Titus' blade was stopped as it met the strange, Zeno's sword of Uriel Ventris. The Drinker of Sorrow grimaced under his helmet as he struggled against the terrible strength of the Wrath of Kern, while sparks of alien energies filled the air between the two of them as the field surrounding Uriel's blade met the infernal power dwelling within Titus' chainsword. And all the while, Titus continued to scream in incoherent fury, his rage fueled by every pain, every torment he had suffered at the hands of the 13th Legion, and not even the shackles of the Blood God could stop him. Blocking Uriel in place with the strength of a single arm, he punched the drinker of sorrows with the other, sending him flying directly into one of the sanctum's columns. Such was the strength behind that blow that the pillar cracked and fell, cutting the lords of chaos from the sacrificed son and the Primarch in a shower of broken masonry. Uriel forced himself to his feet, ignoring the pain of his bruised bones, just in time to see Titus freeze as the point of Sicarius' sword burst out of his chest. Blood flowed from the wound as the blade's sorcery prevented Titus healing from kicking in. It was clear to all that this was a mortal blow. All but Titus, that is. Instead of falling down and dying, the wrath of Kern turned, tearing the sword still embedded in his chest from the hands of the warrior king. Sicarius could only watch in shock as the warlord he was sure he had slain struck back one last time, his chain sword cutting a bloody trail from Sicarius' left shoulder to his right hip, eviscerating him. The champions of Kern and Slaanesh fell together, Titus dead before he hit the ground, Sicarius kept in atrocious agony as the demonic power he had claimed from Amnaiak the Golden surged to heal the terrible wound. On the other side of the newly formed barrier, the sacrificed son laughed. See? Even after everything you have done, everything you have cast aside, there are still some among your sons who can defy your power. How does it feel, father? Robout turned from the rebel and glared at Aeonid. Without a word, he marched toward his son, his talons covered in writhing, eldritch energies. The sacrificed son raised his blades, and the two of them started battling again. But something was different now. Perhaps it was that Guilliman's anger was more powerful than before, perhaps it was that the Primarch no longer needed to keep part of his attention on holding down the Lords of Chaos, or perhaps it was that whatever font of power Aeonid had been calling upon was slowly running dry. Regardless of the cause, the sacrificed son was being driven back, step by step. Eventually, inevitably, Aeonid was too slow. He didn't dodge fast enough, and the first blow he took threw him off balance, and the next blow caught him right in the chest. Guilliman's right talon pierced through his chest, 4 claws bursting out of his back in a shower of blood. The shock and the pain, more from the energies wreathing the talon than the actual wound, forced Aeonid's hands open, and his swords fell, vanishing into thin air before they even hit the ground. Now you will answer me, insolent cur, growled Guilliman. How did you gain such might? You always loved to talk. I see that, at least, hasn't changed. Impaled on the talons, Aeonid took in a shuddering breath before continuing speaking, sounding like a condemned man finally unburdening his conscience. Here is the truth, then, I searched, for a long, long time, and finally, I found a way to turn the power of chaos against itself. And with that power, I returned to the ruined storm, and took up the name of Marius Gage. He was long since dead by then, having offered up his soul to the Daemon Prince Samus, but his name still carried great respect in the 13th Legion. I took it, disguised myself as a Daemon Prince using my new power, and launched the first attack on this world, shattering the Ultramarines' remaining unity in the wake of your fall. Aeonid lowered his head, staring directly into the burning eyes of his father. And ever since then, I have fought against you and your pawns. Without pause, without witness, without hope, without reward, I have fought to keep the galaxy safe from the Ultramarines, ensuring that the chapters remained divided, that the Legion was kept at its own throat. And I have succeeded, father. Do you know what the other traitor legions think of the 13th now? They think you are a joke. They think the last 10 millennia of endless failures are the gods' punishment upon you. And in a way, they are right, for the only power I used to accomplish all this was that of chaos itself. Tell me. Isn't that funny? Guilliman laughed, a deep and horrible sound that caused the damaged frescoes and statues to twist in anguish. When his hilarity died down, his voice was thick with contempt. I suppose it is funny, you pathetic fool. Did you really think you would succeed? Even in your defiance you served me, by purging my legion of the weak from its ranks, and now by gathering those worthy of kneeling at my feet. I am the Dark Master of Chaos, and all who bear the mark of ruin are mine. Chaos cannot be turned against itself. Many have tried before you, and they all met the same fate, they ended up serving the very powers they hoped to defeat. You are no different. You are wrong, Aeonid laughed weakly, red blood spilling from his mouth with every word. There is, or rather, there was, a way. Or have your masters concealed that from you as well? No, I can see that you know what I speak of. Oh yes. I found it, father. I found the tomb, and it is opened. You lie, shouted Robout, shaking the sacrificed son, his claws tearing his insides apart. Yes, I know of what you speak, but it is impossible for that power to be the one you wield. He is dead. Dead and gone and forgotten, the very memory of his existence wiped from the universe. Yes. Whispered Aeonid despite the terrible pain, but the warp forgets nothing, and even dead gods can dream. With a furious roar, Guilliman threw Aeonid through the room, sending him flying and crashing on the marble floor. Aeonid cried out for the first time in the battle as his spine was crushed inside his armor, and the pain was even greater when the wound healed and the broken pieces of bone and nerve endings were forcefully reconnected. He stayed on the ground, trembling, trying to fight through the pain. Not yet, he thought to himself. I can't stop just yet. Need more time. It doesn't matter, shouted Guilliman. Even if you are the avatar of his lingering power, it changes nothing. You will die here, now, and the last dying gasp of that failed god will have been in vain. You are nothing more than one more trial put onto my path by the gods, to prove my worth to them before I reclaim my rightful place as the supreme lord of chaos. Slowly, painfully, the sacrificed son rose to his feet. His helmet was done, smashed to pieces by the impact, and his power was nearly exhausted, so he couldn't call upon it to replace the headgear. His face, revealed for the first time in uncounted centuries, was battered and bruised. And yet, he was still smiling. And that, more than anything else, made Guilliman wary. You always were, so blind. Always so sure, you knew, what was going on. But now, as before, you are blind. Blinded by your pride, and your certitude everything is about you. I am not the Avatar. Nor was this, ever, about killing you. Aeonid's trembling right hand reached into a pouch at his belt, and produced a small cylinder of metal, with a red button at one extremity already pushed in a blinking red light on the shaft. Too late, Robout. You are, too late. The moment the final word left Aeonid's lips, the ground shook, and a fraction of a second later a monstrous shockwave hit the sanctum. What have you done? Roared Guilliman, fighting to keep his footing as the floor broke apart under the strain of the quakes. The bomb Titus found on Graia, gasped out Aeonid. I had my tech priests study it and replicate it, except about 100 times more powerful. They placed it into the temple where we found Belaker. I pressed the detonator the moment I saw you rise up, all that remained was to keep you busy, buy enough time for the detonation sequence to reach completion. First Alpharius on Escrator, and now me. Tell me, O mighty Dark Master of Chaos. How does it feel, to be beaten by the same trick, twice? Guilliman howled, almost entirely lost to rage. He could feel the destruction spreading from the detonation, the utter obliteration of hundreds of millions of cultists and the spreading of the destruction across all of Macrage. He could sense the death of his home world and smell his ambitions turn to ash alongside the very first world he had ever conquered. But there were still things that could be salvaged. Guilliman drew all of his power to him and, in a godlike feat of sorcery and willpower, reached out to every ultramarine on the planet. He seized them, body and soul, and teleported them aboard the armada holding into orbit above, throwing them into empty holds without caring for their comfort. The warriors from the other traitor legions who had rallied the sacrificed son were abandoned on the planet, left to urgently call on their ships to send transports to their location before their doom reached them. Very few would survive to reach their vessels, and those would face the difficult decision of choosing what to do next. As for Guilliman himself, he vanished as well, with one last venomous glare at the bleeding, broken form of Aeonid, who was still smiling, even as the sanctum fell to pieces around him. He is here. He has come. He rises from his throne, reborn in the blood of his children. By betrayal was he elevated once, by betrayal has he risen again. The great sea screams and the future burns. I see stars turn to ash, I see a reign of death on a million worlds. I see the poison of chaos spread through the galaxy's soul. I see doom come for all. I hear the cries of a trillion souls, caught in eternal torment, the promise of an imperium of chaos. Weep and mourn, children of the Emperor, for hope dies and salvation burns. The galaxy's pyre has been lit, and all will scream before the ashes settle. The lost and the damned are coming, a host beyond counting, forged into a blade wielded by his single, terrible hand. The end is here. And yet, I see another. Can it be? O God Emperor, can it be? The sun, he is here. Fire, fire, and death. I see the red mark, and I hear the laughter of man and the screams of the gods. I see defiance unto oblivion, and the embers of hope rekindled. A victory paid for in blood, the schemes of the great betrayer undone. I hear the cracking of a world, the unmaking of the great nightmare. I see it fall, fall in fire and ruin, its legacy of evil ended at last. Fallen, all of it, fallen. Macrage is fallen? From the ramblings of Imperial Seer Dominique, just before his death from massive cardiac arrest. It was done. He could taste blood, ash, and dust in his mouth. Every part of his body hurt, and he could feel what he believed to be his own soul slowly falling apart as the last of his eldritch powers were drained. That was good, he decided. This was how a victory like this one should feel. Leonid Teal forced himself to his feet as the sanctum collapsed around him, its ancient foundations giving way before the force of the tremors shaking the entire world. A wall collapsed, revealing the exterior. The fortress of Hera was falling apart, and not too far away he could see the temple of Ptolemy tumbling down. The horizon was lit with the light of the unimaginably large explosion that had gutted the world, and the sounds of destruction were so loud they almost drowned out the screams of the dying, almost, but not quite. Billions were dying, their last moments of terror and panic as their god returned, only to abandon them to their fate. The sacrificed son took no pleasure in this, for all the bravado he had shown to Guilliman. He, too, had been born of this world, what seemed like 100 lifetimes. To watch it die, even now, tore what remained of his heart to pieces. But it had to be done. Didn't it? Macrage was no longer the world he remembered from half-forgotten childhood memories. It had become hell, a place where souls were damned from their very birth, made into servants and sacrifices to chaos. A realm of torments, dedicated to fueling Guilliman's made ambitions. Surely it was better to end it, to destroy it all in fire and deny the arch-traitor the legions of cultists he would have been able to raise from the planet for his new crusade against the Imperium. Wasn't it? So many questions. The truth was, Leonid didn't know. Perhaps it would have been better if he had died all that time ago, during the heresy, instead of surviving and leaving his armor behind for the Alpha Legion to find while he vanished into the shadows of history. Perhaps it would have been better if he had fallen during the 10,000 years that had followed. Better if he had fallen to one of the many, many enemies of mankind he had fought against during these long centuries, and had never found the tomb, buried deep beneath the black light of that hateful star, in that backward sector. Perhaps, yes, perhaps the galaxy would have been better off then. At the very least, with the power of the dead god still trapped within, the tomb would have remained in balance, and wouldn't have unleashed its evil upon an entire sector, haunting its worlds with its baleful radiance. So many had died, or suffered fates far worse than death, as a result of his actions. Worlds had screamed, in the past, present and future, for the works of the gods were unbound by temporal causality. Had Guilliman been right, in the end? Had all of his actions served chaos? No. He did not believe that. He couldn't believe that. He had accomplished so much, since he had found himself cast into the ruin storm, stripped of much of his humanity by the eldritch power of that terrible tomb. Knowledge of what was to come had helped him ensure that the Imperium was kept safe from the depredations of the 13th Legion. He was not prideful enough to think he alone had protected mankind from the Ultramarines, but he knew he had played a great part in it. Even if the Iron Warriors would never know it, it was in part thanks to him that the Iron Cage still held. He still remembered that awful moment of revelation, when he had understood what had happened till he had realized that he had been cast through time as well as space. And soon after that revelation had come another one, as he sought the first attack by Marius Gage on Macrage, determined to ensure that things proceeded as he remembered them, only to find that there was no sacrificed son, emerging from the warp to lead the disbelievers of Guilliman's divinity. And so he had done the only thing he could think of, he had become Marius Gage, rather than risk altering the course of history. The 13th Legion had to be broken, and he had done so. It had been disturbingly easy to play the part of Marius, a son betrayed and cast away by his own father, left to burn on the altar of Guilliman's ambition? That was all too familiar to Eonid Teal. He had rallied the discontents and the cast-offs to him, and together they had shattered the Ultramarines' unity beyond the ability of any chapter master to repair. He had known this would lead to the creation of the Loathed Ones. He had learned of their existence in dismal texts seized from 13th Legion cultists during his mortal life. It bothered him how easy it had been for him to sentence those who had been his brothers to such a terrible fate, also that he could make use of them at a later date. Many a night he had spent in his quarters, darkly pondering just how much of himself had been left after the tomb had been done with him. Centuries later, when the War of the Beast had ended, he had heard the clamours of war as the traitor legions sought to seize the opportunity the orcs had unwittingly provided them. With the Imperium brought to the very brink of collapse by the Greenskins, there was little left to stand in the way of the Chaos Marines. Again, Eonid had acted to protect mankind, but this time, he hadn't done so alone. He had reached out to the Hydra, using frequencies and encryption sequences engraved upon the armor he had entrusted to them, and warned them of what was coming. They had created the Ascended One, the Ultramarine warlord who had led the 13th Legion out of the Ruin Storm and directly into the path of the other traitor legions pouring out of the Eye of Terror. One of the 20th's own heroes had volunteered for the part, his entire identity erased and rebuilt through hypno-conditioning so thorough, not even Corvus Corax had been able to see through it when they had faced each other aboard that hateful daemon ship that had become his flagship. Eonid had met the Ascended One only once, in his disguise as Marius Gage, and passed just enough of his power to him that he could pass for a daemon prince too, and fool even the dark gods, as Eonid had. Of course, that power hadn't been enough to face the Raven Lord, which was why the Alpha Legion had made sure that the daemon ship had exploded when the two had come face to face. With both their leaders gone, the two forces had destroyed each other, the remnants scattered an easy prey for a resurgent Imperium. The sons of Alphareus had never known the true nature of their informant. Oh, Eonid didn't doubt that there had been plenty who had suspected it had been him behind the mysterious intel drops and acts of sabotage, but none had learned behind which face he hid in the Ruin Storm. There were only 3 people in all the galaxy who knew what Eonid Teal had done in the name of duty: himself, the friend who had journeyed with him into the tomb for reasons of his own, and the Emperor. Often, he had wondered what would happen if he left the Ruin Storm. If he sought his former, mortal self. Would he even survive outside the Ruin Storm? Could he warn his past self of what was to come? Or had some of the daemons he had fought during his long, secret crusade actually been those very messengers, trying to deliver knowledge from the future? In the end, he had abandoned the idea. His destiny was laid before him, to claim the name of Marius Gage, in order to hide his own from all, even from the dark gods themselves. Even from himself, sometimes. For centuries, he had lost himself to the act, forgotten who he really was and become the sacrificed son in truth rather than in pretend. He had done terrible things in that state, things that would haunt him until the end, which now seemed close, at last. And what an end it had been. Not only had he deprived Guilliman from his cultist army and his planetary base, he had also made sure that the Imperial prisoners of Mortendar were freed. He had manipulated the forces sent to attack the prison world to help the Imperial captives escape, band together and seize one of the smaller ships, which just so happened to be fully warp-capable, and crewed by a recently captured navigator whose loyalty was still to the Golden Throne, even after everything she had endured in the Ruin Storm. They would carry word of what had happened at Macrage, and the Imperium would have no choice but to listen. After all, not even the Iron Warriors could ignore the word of a living saint and several Lord Inquisitors, among others. The last Osirian had been destroyed, too. Had that vile Xenos been left alone on its nightmare planet to torment its thralls, it would soon have mastered its dark gifts, and humanity would have suffered greatly at its hands. By calling it to the Black Crusade, a temptation he knew the alien wouldn't be able to resist, Eonid had ensured that the Changer of Ways was denied one of its potentially most dangerous pieces in the age to come. A small thing, perhaps, when compared to the magnitude of Guilliman's threat, but where the Great Deceiver was concerned, there were no threats too small not to crush while there was still time to do so. Eonid was pulled from his remembrance as the clouds of smoke and dust parted, revealing an unexpected sight. With the detonation of the warp bomb, the Empyrean had been pushed back for a time, and the skies of Macrage showed real stars for the first time since the Ruin Storm had been unleashed. How long had it been, Enid wondered, since he had seen true stars rather than the many-hued madness of the warp. Ever since he had arrived in the ruin storm after his reforging, he had known, without knowing why, that to leave the ruin storm would destroy him. Perhaps the paradox of being in two places at once would be too much, or perhaps without the energies of the warp, he wouldn't be able to sustain his material form. As he looked to the heavens with a smile on his face, Enid felt the last of his life burn away. He didn't look down, but he sensed his body dissolve, turning to mist, and then to nothing at all. He closed his eyes, and let oblivion swallow him. His soul faded away as the last of his power was exhausted, consumed by the very fire that had driven him so far. Except for one spark, the tiniest fragment of his soul, a shard of the sacrificed sun's core identity. That spark was caught in the psychic wave of Makraj's destruction. It was cast through the raging tides of the Empyrean, into the depths where even the Chaos Gods dared not reach, and surfaced again in another, more ignorant age. And that spark embedded itself into the newborn body of a son of Makraj, who would grow up under the rule of Robout Guilliman, and be chosen to join the Ultramarines once the Great Crusade reached the 500 worlds. And the name of that child, now and forever, was Enid Teal. Alone in one of the Makraj's honor observation bays, Robout Guilliman watched as the corpse of his home world fell to pieces. The ships that had been fighting mere hours ago for control of the planet's orbit were fleeing from it, fearful of being dragged into its fiery destruction. The explosion of the warp bomb was over, and the Empyrean was already moving back to reclaim the area from where it had been expelled by the detonation. Tendrils of warp energy seized shards of the world, dragging them deeper into the Sea of Souls. Flocks of Neverborn fed upon the suffering and terror that saturated these lifeless rocks before discarding them and moving on to the next. The rest of the system was also suffering the consequences of Makraj's destruction. The path to glory was no more, and the ancient spells that had preserved the balance of Makraj had unraveled. The remaining daemon worlds were once more being fought over by the hordes of the dark gods, with the legions of the blood god fighting through the marshes of Thulium and the hosts of the changing god flocking to Laphai's gardens. Artium was already lost to madness since the passing of the last Osirian, and even the infernal legions of chaos were wary of the slumbering one's power. As for Nova Thulium, nothing had really changed there. The war just went on. The Dark Master of Chaos was alone, for none dared to risk drawing his terrible wrath upon them. The very air was trembling with Guilliman's barely contained fury. The army of cultists he had spent millennia carefully cultivating, gone. The ruinous artifacts and secrets they had accumulated, gone. The gene labs and all the relics held in the vaults of the fortress of Hera, gone. In one single blow, Enid had taken more resources from him than 100 Chaos Lords could ever hope to possess. His plans were in tatters, and though the situation could still be salvaged, he would need to rethink his oncoming campaign completely. And to top it all off, Enid's soul had vanished. The first thing Robout had done after reaching the Makraj's honor had been to try and capture the shade of the renegade, such torments he would have visited upon him, to punish him for his treachery. But he had found nothing. Enid's soul had completely vanished upon the destruction of Makraj, and no amount of threats could make the Neverborn swarming around the planet's husk deliver it to him. And so he stayed here, alone, and brooded darkly over the ruination of his schemes, while his faithful tetrarchs worked to bring the armies under his command into order. Until he sensed a new presence, suddenly with him in the observation bay where there had been none before. Guilliman knew this presence. He turned, and faced the entity his sons knew as the Gravekeeper. The ancient daemon of Nurgle stood tall in its black robes, showing no sign of how it had entered this restricted area of the ship. But Robout didn't care about that. "We had a pact, Daemon," the Dark Master sneered, fighting to contain his anger. "Fighting against the Neverborn would solve nothing. In return for all the bodies of those who died in the ruin storm, you were to protect Makraj, to ensure that the balance was maintained. Why did you let this happen?" he accused, pointing to the destroyed world visible through the reinforced glass. "The details of our pact were clear," replied the Gravekeeper in a deep, raspy voice. "Makraj would be preserved until you rose from your slumber. You were already risen when the bomb exploded, were you not? I kept my end of our bargain, Robout, and our pact is now ended." "I will not forget this," said Robout. "You know everything that occurs in the ruin storm. It was part of your duties as the Gravekeeper. You must have known about the bomb, yet you did nothing as it was planted on Makraj. And when Mortendar was lost, then too you did nothing. Do not believe that there won't be consequences for this, scion of the plague god." The daemon laughed, a sound wholly inhuman, yet which caused Guilliman no discomfort. "Are you threatening me, Robut?" "Yes," replied the arch-traitor bluntly. "These are the times of ending, daemon. This is the prophesied hour, for me to return and finish what I started. I will not allow anyone to interfere with my plans. Not even one such as you." My, how scary," chuckled the gravekeeper. "I can see I am not welcome here, so I will leave. But, Robut, I will forgive you this time, since you are clearly not in the best of moods. But you should be more careful in the future. Your position among the courts of chaos is far from being what it was before. You can ill afford to turn potential allies against you." With these words, the gravekeeper vanished, leaving the Makraj's honor in the same way it had arrived. Left alone, Guilliman's mind went back to the exchange he had just had with the servant of Nurgle. He focused not on the words of the conversation, but on what he had seen. Thanks to the blessings of the dark gods, his eyes could pierce through the disguise of the Neverborn and see their true form, yet he had still been unable to see through the Gravekeeper's glamour, seeing only the hooded silhouette the daemon allowed the rest of the universe to see. And yet, during the final moment, when the daemon had turned to take its leave, Guilliman had caught a glimpse of the creature's hands inside its black robe. They had been skeletal, without any skin, muscle, or tendon left, but there had been something strange. He froze. He remembered now. In that final moment, just before the gravekeeper had vanished, on one of its fingers, there had been a speck of silver. A storm brewed in Chemo's skies. Dark clouds gathered, blocking the weak light of the two suns and plunging the land into a darkness pierced only by the light of civilization. These lights shone bright, recreating the daylight illumination found on other planets, mankind's own efforts to emulate the day-night cycle it was used to. Rain fell in a heavy downpour, droplets flying between the spires of crystal and gleaming metal before drenching the earth and flowing in streams down the paved streets of Kallax, hundreds of meters below Legion Master Diridalin's feet. Once, such a thing would have been impossible. 10,000 years ago, the planet had been a dried, polluted wasteland, with the few humans left huddling in their cities, leaving their homes only to scavenge the ruins of their past in order to survive just a few more years. All of that changed when Fulgrim came. The Phoenician had brought hope and will back into the heart of Chemo's despairing people. He had roused them from their accepting torpor of their seemingly inevitable doom. Under his leadership, communities had re-established contact, expeditions had been mounted into the most dangerous regions, and the secrets of the past had been reclaimed. With a Primarch's instinctive genius, Fulgrim had used the recovered technology to set in motion Chemo's healing from the damage its people had inflicted upon it. When, after decades of work, it had first rained pure, clean water, the Chemosian had thrown a festival of celebration that had lasted for an entire month. Some of the sculptures and paintings created during that time of rejoicing still existed, preserved by stasis fields and displayed in Chemo's greatest museums. High above, the shape of a hawk was visible against the clouds, flying through the turbulent winds as it looked down upon the city. The shadow of a smile touched Diridalin's lips as he took in another sign of the planet's recovery. Chemo's biosphere had been decimated by the old night, but under Fulgrim's authority, species from other worlds had been introduced into it, and slowly, the natural cycle of predator and prey had been restored, allowing life to prosper once more. Of course, maintaining the balance Fulgrim had designed was an ongoing, never-ending work, and the damage inflicted to Chemos by the Ultramarines in centuries past had yet to be wholly healed. The Mechanikus Magos tasked with continuing Fulgrim's great work did their best, but they lacked a Primarch's genius and vision, and it was all they could do to follow the instructions the Phoenician had left before he had departed Chemos to join the Great Crusade. The clouds suddenly flared as lightning struck, and Diridalin blinked as his eyes adjusted to the sudden brilliance. When his sight returned, he saw the hawk falling, struck mid-flight by the bolt. Diridalin felt a cold hand tighten around his primary heart at the sight, and his face tightened under his silver mask. A few seconds later, his comm bead rung. The voice on the other side of the Vox link was mortal, and sounded nervous nearly to the point of panic. He recognized it. "Lord Diridalin, shouted Lieutenant Arona of the Chemosian army, a woman who had served the Legion's home world for 10 years and, in all that time, had never lost her calm. We have received word from the system's outermost perimeter. They. Calm down, Lieutenant, commanded Diridalan, willing in his voice the cool, serene tone that was expected of him at all times. What is it? What happened? They are dead, my lord. They sent us a message before their station was destroyed. My lord, it's the Black Legion. They have just arrived in massive numbers, we are just getting the Auspex readings now and, dear Emperor, my lord, the Pulchritudinus is among them. The Pulchritudinus. The infamous flagship of Fabius Bile, the arch-renegade himself, bane of the Third Legion and eternal stain upon the honor of the Emperor's children. Thrice destroyed in void battles across the galaxy, always rebuilt, the name kept as one more provocation, one more insult to Fulgrim's name. A name that heralded death, degradation, and suffering throughout the entire galaxy. The cold in Diridalan's hearts turned to heat as his hatred started to burn. Sound the alarm, he declared, his face twisted under his silver mask. Warn all officers. I must go to the astropathic chambers at once. How long until they reach us? Well, that's the thing, my lord. They aren't advancing. They are staying at the Mandeville point. The dread that had been partially banished by hate returned. What game was Bile playing now? Times of ending, the fall of Chemos. For millennia, the hatred of the Emperor's children for the Black Legion has been matched only by that of the sons of Horus. All sons of Fulgrim are taught of the arch-renegade Fabius Bile, who betrayed the Third Legion in its darkest hour to become one of the galaxy's greatest monsters. All dream of bringing him to justice, but he has always eluded them, returning even from confirmed death to torment mankind once more. That is because Bile is no longer a single individual, but a consciousness spread out across many cloned bodies spread out across the stars, with the original body long since dead. No longer mortal, he has become a plague upon the universe, a sentient consortium pursuing unfathomable goals. Very few in the Imperium even suspect that terrible truth, that, no matter how many times the servants of the Emperor slay the Clone Lord, he can never truly die. But the sons of the Phoenician continue their long struggle against the primogenitor regardless. Now, as the times of ending are upon the galaxy, the Black Legion has come to Chemos, home world of the Emperor's children, and the Third Legion rallies its forces to meet the slaves of ruin once more. When the Black Legion arrived, Legion Master Diridalan immediately sent an astropathic message, calling out to all Emperor's children across the Imperium, as well as any Imperial force able to provide assistance. The Star Speakers of Kallax, greatest of Chemos cities and homeland of the Phoenician himself, sent the message with all their power, shouting the Legion Master's plea for help loud enough to be heard over the turmoil that was filling the Empyrean throughout the galaxy. As soon as the call was sent, Diridalan set to work preparing the planet for the Black Legion's assault, determined to fight a long and grueling campaign in order to buy time for reinforcements to arrive. A simple look at the numbers of Chaos forces massed at the system's edge was enough to tell him that he didn't have the resources to face the Black Legion in a direct battle, but he did have more than enough to hold the fortress monastery of Kallax. At the Legion Master's command, the people of Chemos prepared to fight, rushing to their stations, nervously waiting for the sirens that would indicate that the Black Legion's fleet had pierced through the orbital defenses. But these sirens did not come. Not for a long, seemingly unending time. Legion Master Diridalan. The boy who would rise to lead the Emperor's children was born on Chemos, from a couple of workers in the planet's factories. Unlike most others selected to join the Space Marine Legions, he didn't display any particular talent or skill, though his body was strong and his mind pure. The only thing that set him apart, that caught the eye of the chaplains, was his determination. Diridalan was willing to train harder, to push himself further than any other boy his age, and through this he achieved more than those who had more talent than him. So it was that he was chosen and elevated by the gene seed of the Phoenician, forever taken from his mortal life in order to serve the Emperor. Diridalan rose through the ranks slowly but surely, earning the trust of his superiors through reliability and willpower. After a century of service, he became master of aspirants for one of the great companies, tasked with overseeing the training of the next generation of Emperor's children. That duty brought him back to Chemos, where he performed his task exemplary for another 2 centuries, passing on what he had learned to hundreds of aspirants, preparing them for the wars awaiting them among the stars and for the more personal horrors that would be their final trial. Then, in the 8th century of the 41st millennium, Chemos came under attack. The Ultramarines, long burning with hatred at the 3rd Legion for Fulgrim's part in Guilliman's fall, came to Chemos, seeking to destroy the home world of the Emperor's children. The Legion Master of the time fell during the battle against the arch-traitors Spawn, but Diridalan rose to the occasion, claiming leadership over the remaining Emperor's children. Many of them had been trained by him, and when he commanded, they instinctively obeyed, no matter what the Legion's chain of command may say. During that campaign, Diridalan personally slew the Chaos Lord, leading the attack in an epic duel that saw his face horribly scarred by warp fire. After the Ultramarines were defeated, Diridalan was acclaimed as a new Lord Commander, but the veteran refused to leave Chemos, as was proper protocol when a Legion Master died. He declared to a council of gathered Lord Commanders that, while he dwelt between life and death from his horrific injuries, he had received a vision of sorts, that it was his destiny to defend Chemos until his last breath. The other Lord Commanders accepted this, and Diridalan became the new Legion Master, while the great company tasked with Chemos' defense was replaced by another one, who had also suffered the loss of their commanding officer. Since then, Diridalan has remained on Chemos, a hero to its people and a tireless watcher. He has fought off dozens of other raids on Chemos and its neighboring systems, leading his 1,000 warriors into battle with the same quiet, unstoppable determination with which he trains them whenever peace blesses Chemos. At more than 5 centuries of age, Diridalan is a veteran of many conflicts. He hides the horrific damage to his face behind a beautiful silver mask, crafted for him by the greatest artisans of the Chemosian Eternals. In battle, he wields a pair of power swords, each a relic from the Legion's earliest days. These weapons were stored in the fortress vault before the Ultramarines' attack, when Diridalan claimed them after his own weapons were lost in a particularly vicious engagement with a pack of possessed Marines. Storytellers claim that, when Diridalan was lying on the ground, a second-born abomination towering above him, the force fields of the blades failed at the same time, a miracle which delivered the future Legion Master the weapons he needed to slay the creature and its vile kindred. Diridalan has never confirmed this story, but he has never denied it, either. Days passed, which turned to weeks, which turned to months, and still the Black Legion did not attack. It hung in the void, a sword of Damocles hovering above Chemos. As ships and armies answered the Legion Master's call and rushed to the defense of the 3rd Legion's home world, so too did the forces of chaos grow, as warbands emerged from the darkness and cast their lot with the Primogenitor's armada. According to the more advanced simulations of the Data Priests, had the Black Legion attacked immediately after their arrival, they would have, in all likelihood, overwhelmed the defenders and conquered Chemos long before the first reinforcements could have arrived and tipped the balance. Diridalan suppressed that knowledge, but he too was forced to agree with the cold calculations of the cogitators, and he couldn't afford to believe that the arch-renegade hadn't known this too. For some reason, the Abominable One had chosen to hold back, and Diridalan couldn't think it was for any reason favorable to the Emperor's children. During that time of preparations, word reached Chemos of the Black Crusade that was even now drawing near Terathelion, the second home world of the Thousand Suns. The 15th Legion was also calling for help, and Diridalan couldn't help but wonder if Bile and whoever led this other traitor force had coordinated their assaults to prevent each legion from coming to the other's aid. Chemos, however, was more accessible than the Prosperan Dominion, and the imperial forces that massed in its defense were as varied as they were mighty. An entire battle group of the Ultima Segmentum Imperial Navy was among the first to arrive, quickly followed by transports loaded with Astra Militarum regiments, the Archmechanicu's Will of Mars and its escort of lesser Martian vessels, the 8th Legion strike cruiser Shiver of Dread and its company of Night Lords, and many more. Over the centuries, the 3rd Legion had dedicated itself to the Imperium's protection regardless of the costs it had to suffer for it, and now these sacrifices were being repaid as those who had been saved came to the aid of the Emperor's children. Some of these debts were very old. The Asgarian 154th came to honor a promise made 5,000 years ago, when the sons of Fulgrim had saved the regiment from annihilation at the Battle of Shattered Tears, their general pledging his support in the name of the 24 Emperor's children who had died to allow his distant predecessors to break free of the Drukari's ambush. And, of course, several regiments of the Chemosian Eternals, Chemos' legendary Astra Militarum sons and daughters. The Chemosian Eternals. Among the countless regiments of the Astra Militarum, the standard of Chemos' sons and daughters is revered as one of the mightiest and most honored beneath the gaze of the God Emperor. As the home world of Fulgrim, the planet was spared much of the demands of the Great Crusade, becoming a beacon of culture rather than military might. But when the Third Legion returned after the end of the heresy, it brought back tales of the Bleeding War, along with traumatized survivors of the Dark Eldar depredations. Their stories of enduring horror and suffering spread, mixing with the growing belief in the Emperor as a god to create a unique mindset. At the time, the Emperor's children were much diminished, their numbers reduced to a fraction of their former strength by the Bleeding War. No longer could the Third Legion be the mighty blade that cut down all enemies of mankind, now they had to be the scalpel, wielded with precision and aimed at the enemy's weakest spot. In order to play their part in the reclamation wars raging all across the galaxy in the wake of Guilliman's failed ambitions, the sons of Fulgrim required human assistance. And so, with heavy heart, the Phoenician asked the people of Chemos to fight at his side, only to be taken aback by the extent of the support they were willing to offer. According to ancient records, 100 regiments were raised from Chemos' population to fight alongside the Emperor's children against the remnants of the traitor legions and the Xenos threats that had taken advantage of the civil war to enter human territory. Smiling for the first time since the end of the heresy, Fulgrim declared these brave men and women to be the Eternals, for their names would remain forever within the annals of the Imperium. Every regiment of the Chemosian Eternals existing today is descended from one of the 100 raised that day, though some were split or reabsorbed as the vagaries of war dictated. With the might of Chemos' industry behind them, they were, and still are, very well equipped. The Eternals only go to war with the highest quality gear, including some items that are not technically allowed by the Astra Militarum's rulebook. But, thanks to the continued patronage of the Emperor's children, and some well-paid contacts in the Departamento Munitorum, they have mostly avoided problems on this front. Over the centuries, the Eternal have developed their own traditions, many of which look rather strange to outsiders. One of those is the ornate masks they wear in battle, fashioned after the burial masks of the kings and queens of old Earth. Each soldier has his own mask, personally crafted by one of Chemos' artisans to depict an idealized version of his face. Several of these artisans accompany every Chemosian regiment, as they must be crafted anew whenever a soldier is promoted, the color of the metal indicating the soldier's rank. Upon the death of a soldier, his mask is recovered by his comrades, to be sent to Chemos and join the millions of others exposed on the monuments to the planet's fallen children. When the mask is destroyed, a copy is created and sent in its place. When the wind reaches into the vast chambers where the masks are kept, it is said that one can hear the whispers of the dead, calling for vengeance or bestowing wisdom upon the pious. Of course, the masks serve another, more practical purpose. Each is filled with tech, allowing the wearer such benefits as night vision, protection from many toxic gases, sound detection, and access to the built-in Vox. The masks of officers and specialists have more functionalities, on which the tech priests of the Eternals constantly work to improve. All of these features can also be switched off, ever since a disastrous encounter with the Neverborn in M33 nearly wiped out the 88th Regiment, who were unable to see the Daemonettes tearing them to shreds through their goggles. Furthermore, the Eternals have embraced the same philosophy of self-sacrifice as the Emperor's children themselves, and many willingly mutilate themselves to better be able to fulfill their Emperor-appointed duty. For them, the masks also serve to hide the cybernetic implants that the Mechanics grafted onto their faces. The resources to which the Eternals have access also mean that soldiers can return from grievous injuries, reforged by the tech priests and the Medici into cyborgs whose only true difference from the Mechanicus Skitarii is that they lack the connection to the Mechanicus High Command that makes the Skitarii into such an efficient, driven fighting force. Instead, they are used as shock troops by their superiors, who are always a bit wary of them, and with good reason. Without the rigorous training and indoctrination of the Adeptus Mechanicus, it is often only a matter of time before these enhanced warriors succumb to psychosis, unable to endure the replacement of their flesh by the machine. Another difference between the Eternals and most other Imperial Guard regiments is that, because Chemos serves as the Third Legion's primary recruiting ground, the proportion of women in their ranks is higher than elsewhere, as the best sons of the world are taken to join the Astartes ranks. This has sometimes caused tensions during encounters with elements of the Imperium having more archaic views on such matters, especially the aristocracy of some imperial hive worlds, but the martial skill of the Eternals has always soon put such concerns to rest. As these various groups gathered, the need for a central command became obvious. After a week of tense discussions, Diridalan was declared War Master of Chemos for the duration of the Chaos Incursion, and given overall command of all Imperial forces in the system. He immediately set to work, directing the vast armies marshaled in defense of Chemos while also ensuring that the evacuation of the planet's population proceeded smoothly. Though Chemos was less densely populated than most Imperial worlds, it still held more than 1 billion souls, and with the storms raging in the warp, evacuation off-world was impossible, even if there had been enough ships, and those had been able to get past the Black Legion armada. Fortunately, Chemos leaders had planned for this contingency long ago. The ancient vaults where the people of Chemos had hidden during Old Night had been remade into vast shelters stocked with supplies. Scattered across the planet's surface, these vaults were also hidden from sight, and subtle manipulations of the great climate engines caused atmospheric interference that prevented the Black Legion's long-range auspex from tracking the masses moving to the shelters from across the system. One by one the city-states of Chemos were emptied, their people vanishing into the depths. Only the people of Kallax did not seek the protection of the vaults, instead flocking to the vast caverns beneath the Emperor's Children's Fortress Monastery. Theodore watched as the masses of civilians huddled past the checkpoint. Dozens of servo skulls flew over them, scanning the people and their packed belongings, one standard-issue bag per person, no more, for any anomaly. In Theodore's mind, the scene was morbidly reminiscent of an Olympian painting he had once seen, showing the dead being shepherded into the underworld by grim-faced guardians and floating spirits. He tried not to see that as an omen. The entire population of Kallax was being evacuated and sent into the vast underground complex beneath the Emperor's Children's Fortress Monastery. There was an entire other city down there, built by generation after generation around the vaulted refuge where the Phoenician had lived his early years, safe from the pollution that had then ravaged Chemos. Stores of preserved tasteless foodstuffs and water, deeply buried and shielded power generators and a complex air recycling system ensured that all the millions of unarmed innocents would be able to survive down there, for years if needed. Once they were all in, they would be sealed behind several layers of Titan-proof doors, which once closed could only be opened with a 1,000-character combination known only to a handful of individuals in the entire segmentum. They would be safe from the Black Legion there. Piercing through these adamantium gates would take the heretics years at best. Even if the worst should happen and the Third Legion's stronghold fall, the people they had sworn to protect would be rescued by Imperial retribution forces long before the Chaos Wretches could make their way in. A commotion in the crowd caught Theodore's eyes, and he was moving before he knew it, the people parting before him to make way for their transhuman protector. So far, the evacuation had proceeded with only been a few incidents, all resolved quickly and without violence. The Legion Master wanted this to continue, which was why he had dispatched Theodore's squad to assist the law enforcers directing the endeavor. A legionary's presence, at least on Chemos, calmed people, reassuring them that the Emperor's chosen warriors stood vigil over them. And they couldn't afford a panic at this stage. These people were going to spend an undetermined amount of time cramped together in tight quarters, discipline and unity had to be maintained, or when the gates of the vaults were opened there would be only corpses left inside. He frowned as the source of the disturbance became clear. A wild-eyed man in a dirty brown hooded robe was harassing a young woman wearing rich clothing and with 3 scared children clinging to her. Theodore's frown turned into a scowl as he saw the scars that covered the man's hands and face, most of which he recognized as being self-inflicted. Flagellant. There had always been a presence of them in Kallax, despite the efforts of the ecclesiarchy and the city's officials to end it. No matter how many they took off the streets and into rehabilitation programs, new ones always popped up eventually. The flagellants came from all social backgrounds, from the factory workers to the military families and even the most acclaimed of artists. Records said that they had appeared on Chemos after the heresy, and that the movement, if it could be called that, had been started by one of the human crew who had been captured by the Dark Eldar during the Bleeding War. There had been exceedingly few of those, yet the name of that mysterious founder had been lost, or perhaps it had never been known. The man was shouting obscenities at the woman, calling her a whore, a degenerate, a heretic whose loose morals were responsible for bringing the God Emperor's wrath upon them all. Her children clung to her, too young to understand the words but more than capable of recognizing the tone they were spoken in. She was frozen in place by the madman's vehemence, and Theodore could sense her fear and incomprehension, but she still stood straight, placing herself between him and her progeny. The son of Fulgrim walked right behind the man, who was so caught up in his venomous diatribe he didn't even notice the transhuman giant approaching until Theodore's hand landed on his shoulder, silencing him immediately. "Enough," said Theodore, exerting the smallest amount of strength to turn the man to face him without fracturing his shoulder under his ceramite gauntlet. "Cease this disturbance at once. There is no escape. Death is coming for us all," sputtered the man. "Only Lord Fulgrim can save us now, and he will only come to deliver us if we repent for all our sins." The words ignited something deep within Theodore. All of his life, he had fought to protect the Imperium's citizens, following the ancient creed of the Legion, and he had done so gladly. He had suffered, and endured through everything the galaxy had thrown at him, knowing that through his sacrifice those who lacked his emperor-given might were shielded from the horrors that he fought. And yet this man claimed that the Emperor's children couldn't face this latest challenge of the universe. That only their long-gone Primarch could defeat the foe that had reared its ugly head into the very heart of the Third's might? Who did this fool think he was? His hand moved from the man's shoulder to his throat, and he lifted him up until the flagellant was looking directly into his helmet's eye lenses. "The blood of Fulgrim flows through my veins," replied Theodore, knowing his helmet's speakers would make his voice even more intimidating to an unaugmented human than it would have been had he been bareheaded. "And I am telling you to stop. Do you challenge me?" Some of the madness washed away from the man's eyes, replaced by a deep sadness. He shook his head slightly, straining against Theodore's grip. When he spoke again, his voice was softer. "I do not challenge you, Lord. But you cannot save us from what is coming. None but the Phoenician can, and we are not worthy." Then, before Theodore could react, the man moved, twisting every muscle in his back to shatter his own neck against the ceramite hold of the Space Marine. His eyes rolled over, and his body hung limply in Theodore's hand. The child of the Emperor could only watch, shocked, as cries of surprise and panic began to spread across the crowd. So was a great union of mankind's various factions forged, with even the Inquisition coming out of the shadows. With the countless threats to mankind being resurgent throughout the Imperium as the Dark Millennium neared its end, few Inquisitors were in a position to react to Diridalin's call, but one still did, and, 6 months after the Black Legion's arrival, the vessel Dionysia, property of the rogue trader Kleander von Castellant, entered the system, carrying aboard the famous, or infamous, depending on whom you asked, Inquisitor Covenant. Inquisitor Covenant. Every scion of the Holy Ordos is a law unto himself, sworn to obey only the will of the Golden Throne and beholden to none but his peers. While some work openly, using fear of their presence to drive heretics and traitors out of hiding in desperation, others are more subtle, hunting their prey for years before striking with devastating force. Covenant is in the latter category out of need, for he hunts the most dangerous kind of heretics, those inquisitors who have frayed from the path of righteousness and have fallen down one of the countless pitfalls to damnation. As a member of the Ordo Malleus, Covenant strives to purge the Imperium of the scourge of daemonkind, and as such he has focused his efforts on the radicals who dabble in infernal matters, thinking to turn the power of chaos against itself. As the Dark Millennium progresses and the Imperium teeters ever closer to the brink of collapse, many Inquisitors succumb to despair, making unholy bargains in the hope of prolonging the status quo for just a little longer, heedless of the long-term consequences, or just flat-out betray their oaths and embrace what they believe to be an inevitable doom. Over the years, Covenant's hunt has led him to many of the Imperium's hidden enemies. He has purged entire Spire-born families who had secretly worshipped the Black Dragon for generations, and ordered the orbital bombardment of the hive city Memnis Omega after uncovering the children of the Raven dwelling in its underground. He has exposed Draconite and Ravenite Inquisitors, and led the forces of the Imperium in a brutal war against the Coalition of Nightmares in 987.M41. There are rumors that Covenant was once a member of the Thurian faction, which seek to resurrect the Emperor by finding and cultivating a vessel capable of hosting his power. Those same rumors speak of another, far more devastating and secretive war in which Covenant fought, which shattered his faith in the Master of Mankind's resurrection. Certainly the trail of dead bodies and destroyed cities he left in his wake during the war with the Coalition of Nightmares seems to indicate that he has long since abandoned whatever idealism may have remained within his soul after his induction into the Holy Ordos. A few inquisitors, unwilling to let Covenant judge his peers without being judged in turn, have questioned him on this matter. They have kept his answer, if he gave any, to themselves, but appeared to have been satisfied and ceased their investigation. As inquisitors go, Covenant is young, still in his first century of life. Yet his heroic actions have led to his reputation being spread quite widely among the Imperium's highest circles, and it is expected for him to raise to the rank of Lord Inquisitor eventually, unless he dies or makes one too many political enemies within the ranks of the Ordos. A master with the blade, his mind remains nonetheless his most potent weapon. Covenant is a powerful psyker, and he uses a mind-linked psychonin on his shoulder to rain death upon the enemies of the Emperor at the speed of thought. Though Covenant entrusts the investigation of his quarry to his acolytes and followers, he always confronts the true adversary in person, trusting in his power and ability to prevail through the grace of the God Emperor. So far, none of the heretics and monsters he has faced have been able to kill him, but many in the Ordos whisper that it is only a question of time before the Puritan encounters something that his blade, mind, and gun cannot defeat. The Dionysia shook as she dropped from the warp and back into reality. The journey to Chemos hadn't been a tranquil one, and the ancient vessel was groaning in pain. In his quarters, Inquisitor Covenant sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, his mind-linked psychonin immobile. From the walls of his small study, dozens of masks looked down upon him, forged from silver and gold, the faces of dead foes, and lost allies. He had fashioned each memento by hand, working for hours, without the help of pictures or recording, recreating the visages of the lost through memory alone. Among the highest row was the mask of Inquisitor Argento, Covenant's long-dead mentor. It had been Argento's legacy that had led Covenant to Chemos. When the old Inquisitor had died, Covenant had inherited much of his master's possessions, including a series of encoded journals he had kept over the decades of his long service to the Ordos. It had taken years to decipher them, and Covenant had only received the translation a few months back, and had immediately set the Dionysia toward Chemos. The ship's astropath had received the Legion Master's call for help mere moments after Kleander had set the course, which had caused no small amount of rumors among the crew and even among the members of Covenant's retinue. The old priest Joseph had even straight out asked Covenant if he was dabbling in prophecy again, to which Covenant had given the slightest of smiles in answer before saying that no, this not his doing, though he could feel the hand of destiny upon them all easily enough. The truth was that the coming of the Black Legion complicated matters. He had thought the greatest peril of his course would be the navigation of murky political waters, but now they were operating on an unknown deadline, for there was no telling what foulness the heretics had planned. If what Covenant had found in his master's journals was more than the ramblings of an old man broken by too many years fighting unspeakable horrors, a possibility Covenant wasn't willing to dismiss out of hand, having seen it happen far too many times, then he must speak with the Legion Master of the Emperor's children. If Argento was right, then the danger to Chemos was greater than its defenders suspected, and the consequences of failure more terrible still. The arch-renegade had to be stopped. His horde of monsters and heretics denied its prize. No matter the cost. In the 100 centuries that had passed since the God Emperor had become silent, never had the Inquisition been forced to purge an entire Space Marine legions. There had been close calls, recorded only in the most restricted archives, such as the rise of the false king in the ranks of the Sons of Horus or the Word-bearers almost launching an outright invasion of Terra during the Age of Apostasy, but always, disaster had been avoided. Cooler heads, the threat of another civil war, and truly heroic feats of diplomacy had prevailed. The legions and the Ordos had remained, if not cordial to one another, then at least able to tolerate the other and work together when absolutely necessary. But the legions knew that there were plans in place, just in case. And the Inquisition was fairly certain that the Space Marines had their own contingencies planned, too. There were rumors of branches of the Ordos that had gone too far, delved too deep into matters best left untouched, or embraced deviant philosophies, only to be purged by the Adeptus Asteroutes. But the greater Ordos had been untouched, just as the legions themselves had been. Covenant did not relish the knowledge that, if the words of his dead master were true, he may very well have to be the one that would end that precedent. Diridalan welcomed the Inquisitor in person, making a great show of his arrival. The Third Legion, for all its loyalty to the Imperium, had many secrets it would go to great lengths to hide from the Holy Ordos, secrets related to events that, in some cases, predated their foundation by centuries. Diridalan feared that Covenant's coming was linked to these secrets. In this, he was correct. Behind closed doors, Covenant used his inquisitorial authority to demand that Diridalan open his mind to him, so that he may be certain there were no shadows within his soul. The Legion Master nearly struck the Inquisitor down where he stood for this insult to his honor, but he contained himself, for he couldn't afford to risk division within the ranks of the Imperium while the Black Legion hung over Chemo's fate. With grounded teeth, he accepted, and Covenant and his tame psyker scanned the deepest recesses of Diridalan's psyche over the course of several hours. Once Covenant was convinced that Diridalan was pure, he told him of what he had read in his master's journals. In his hunt for heretics, Argento had uncovered traces of a vast conspiracy rooted in the Black Legion's evil and aimed at destroying Chemo's and the Third Legion forever, freeing the arch-renegade Fabius Bile from the threat of his vengeful brothers. The journals told of agents planted deep within Chemo's infrastructure, with Argento speculating that they may not even know what they were, their minds forced to forget it until the appointed hour. The Legion Master knew that such a threat couldn't be ignored, and acceded to Covenant's request that he be allowed to search for traitors within the ranks of Chemo's defenders. The Third Legion remembered all too well how it had been treachery that had delivered it to the cruel grasp of the Dark Eldars during the heresy, and Diridalan was determined that this time, the Emperor's children wouldn't be denied the chance to fight the enemies of man in open battle. Covenant immediately set to work, plunging into the records of the planet's past, searching for discrepancies and cross-referencing them with the clues extracted from his dead master's journals. More Imperial forces were coming, Diridalan knew, their astropathic answers to his call echoing in the warp ahead of their ships as they struggled against the tumultuous tides of the Sea of Souls. But finally, nearly 8 months after the Black Legion had first darkened Chemo's skies, the last warband pierced the veil of reality and joined the Armada. Long-range auspexes began to read engines starting and weapon checks being run, and the Imperial leaders knew what that meant and redoubled their efforts, determined to finish their last preparations in time. Their suspicions were confirmed a few hours later when, aboard the Pulchritudinous, the primogenitor stirred from his private laboratories and gave the order to advance. His speech to the assembled Black Legion forces was broadcast throughout the entire system, but what happened before was kept secret from all. The Pulchritudinous was a city-sized spaceship, home to tens of thousands of souls, and many times that number of things that had no soul to speak of. It was a labyrinth filled with horrors, the product of centuries of unrestricted experimentations from the ship's transhuman masters. The degenerate tribes that populated its holds knew where it was relatively safe to go, where only the brave and well-armed could tread, and where only the mad and the suicidal would ever think to walk. This place was of the latest category, for it was one of the private laboratories of Fabius Bile himself, and none but the primogenitor could enter on pain of long, agonizing death. It was cold in the vast chamber, nearly freezing in fact. Row upon row of preserved specimens were held in refrigerated tanks, and stasis fields held the most fragile samples. Human, Xenos, Asteroutes, and Neverborn, all kinds of entities were held captive here, on various states in the spectrum between life and death. Things that bore only the smallest resemblance to standard servitors were fused to various consoles, their existences spent monitoring the status of the laboratory's ongoing experiments. Hooded figures, barely reaching the height of a man's hip, moved back and forth, carrying tools and spare parts, responding to the silent directions of these unliving monitors. 5 silhouettes stood around an operating table, each tall and bareheaded, wearing a coat of stitched faces over blood-soaked power armor. Clouds of vapor left their mouth with each breath, passing between pale, cracked lips. White hair fell from their aged heads, and an array of surgical tools rose from the grotesque, insect-like constructs attached to their backs. They all had the same face, for they were all clones of Fabius Bile, vat-grown to host the mind of one of the greatest and most monstrous geniuses who had ever lived. The first Fabius Bile, born on Terra before the age of the Great Crusade and among the first to be inducted in the ranks of the Third Legion, had passed away millennia ago. But by that point, the Clone Lord had already achieved his goal of immortality, successfully duplicating his own consciousness and transplanting it into new bodies cloned from his own decaying flesh and rejuvenated through an unholy combination of dark technology and plundered Zeno's sorcery science. This close to one another, the clones were truly of one mind, their memories constantly synchronizing with one another so that it was as if one singular consciousness was operating their bodies. This enabled them to work in perfect cooperation on the body laying on the operating table, stitching torn flesh back together and carefully putting pieces of a complex suit of armor into place. Droplets of liquid still fell from the operating table and into the drain beneath. They had taken the body out of its preservation tank mere hours ago. So far, the process seemed to have gone perfectly. "My lord," called a voice from one of the chamber's vox speakers. "Our preparations are almost complete. The last group has reached us and will be in formation within 43 minutes. The voice belonged to the pulchritudinous captain, a creature that had never been human but had instead been spawned in the flesh labs of Bile, in the Eye of Terror. Out of 10,000 specimens, it had proven the fittest for the position, and had therefore been the only one allowed to survive while the others were rendered down to their basic components, to be recycled into another batch. The clones spoke in turn, with such synchronization that even the captain was unable to tell that there were several speakers. "Then the time has come for our experiment to proceed. Tell He forces to make their final preparations, please. I will join you on the bridge in a moment." The communication ended, but the clones continued to speak. It was an old habit of Bile to talk to himself when working, his every word recorded by a variety of devices embedded in his armor so that he could go over his musings later. He had kept that habit, even after transcending from a single fleshy envelope. It allowed for the preservation of his individual incarnations' research even when they died away from another and the memories of their time alone perished with them. It also had its disadvantages. The recordings could be stolen, and many had over the millennia. But on the whole, it had been a net benefit for Bile. "Finally. I have waited for thousands of years. But the time is finally come. Today I will do away with the last traces of my past, cutting off the roots of this rotting tree so that something new may grow in its place. Today, I will reclaim all that my misguided brothers have stolen from me over the centuries. Today." The next words were muffled, for they came from under the cloth that covered the face of the figure laying on the operating table. Those were the first time the creature had ever spoken, and it did so in a voice not heard for 10,000 years. It was a voice entirely different from the raspy tone of the primogenitor's clones, and yet there was something in it that made it so that none could ever miss that it belonged to the same individual. "Today a legion dies." See Nemris illustration titled, "The Masterpiece of the Clone Lord." A few moments later, Fabius Bile stood before his chosen. There were 5 of them, out of the 67, according to the last count of the Auspex officer, warlords of the gathered host. He had chosen them himself for this, bestowing upon them the recognition of being his mouthpieces, those who would see him speak, even as his every word was transmitted to every ship in the entire fleet. His selection had been made with the same calculated caution that had marked his every action for millennia, but still, it amused him how such a small thing, the merest scrap of his attention, carried such weight in the ever-shifting balance of power between the leaders of his legion's splintered groups. Alliances would be forged and blood feuds sworn between his children because of his choice this day. Whether mortal, mutant or transhuman, the lords of the Black Legion were obsessed with Fabius' favor. Even those who hated him with all their soul still regarded him as the center of their world. From the lowest thrall to the mightiest lord, all knew and revered his name, shrouded in myths, legends, and terrifying truths. Which was as it should be. After all, he had made them this way. 10,000 years, in the Materium at least, though it felt much longer, of genetic and social engineering, all to create the perfect tool for his great experiment. The 5 chosen warlords were already present through their hololithic projections when Bile entered the bridge, still wearing his blood-covered cloak of stitched faces, the chirurgeon twitching on his back. They all bowed their head as he entered the circle prepared by his tech priests and resting his hands on the reinforced metal railway. Despite the aches of his ever-dying bodies, he preferred to stand rather than sit on a throne, which was why all of the attendees were also on whatever they had for feet. None of them would dare to sit while he stood. Not even prideful Leonidas, a name he didn't deserve in Bile's opinion, but none of his sycophantic servants would ever tell him that, who had once been a mere man before he had gone under the knives of bile some 30 centuries before. Towering above even space marines, Leonidas was the product of one of Bile's attempts at creating transhumans from adult, fully developed specimens. He had been remade into the image of a perfect specimen of masculinity, and the armor he wore was fashioned from translucent crystals harvested within the heart of a gas planet in order not to hide his physical perfection. Bile's memory was perfect, but even so, he wondered what he had been thinking when he had created Leonidas. The Perfect One, as he was laughably called by his cult of adoring mortals, had led a fleet of pirates and raiders in the Ultima Segmentum for over 1,000 years, after he had fled the Eye of Terror and the fangs of a blood angel curious about the taste of that strange creature's blood. Leonidas may be a god to his cultists, but to Bile, who recognized the signs of Slaanesh corruption on him, he was just another disappointment. By contrast, Amelia, one of his new humanity, was a small, lithe thing, clad in black leather harvested from a land raider-sized beast she had killed when she had been but 15 years old. Centuries had passed since then, and Amelia was a wizened old woman, but her extended family still respected her for her cunning and strength. She reminded Fabius of Igori, one of the first of his glandhounds, whose genetic legacy had later led to the new humanity. Amelia was also the only one of his summoned warlords to be physically present, having come from the holds of the Pulchritudinus where her kind made their domain. Fabius followed the development of their society very closely, taking samples with each generation to see how they reacted to the flesh-altering conditions of the warp and encouraging the breeding of those who showed the greatest resistance to its touch. As a testament to this practice, Amelia was all but devoid of mutation from her original genetic template, save for the 2 additional, vestigial eyelids above her true eyes, hidden by a metal band. Next to Amelia was the static-laced image of Asthareric Shiva, whose possessed nature played havoc with even the Dark Mechanicum's enhanced transmission devices. Asthar had been born as a mortal infant within Fabius replicating factories outside the Eye, been made into an Astarutes, with a few modifications, of course, and then been made into what he now was, along with the 1,000 of his brothers who followed him. It had cost Fabius dearly to secure the services of the demonist who had bound the warp-born entities within the bodies of his creations, but it was worth it. After growing accustomed to his new condition, Asthareric Shiva, as he called himself now, had been placed into stasis with his brothers and sent into the deep void of the Ultima Segmentum, where they had waited for 300 years before Fabius' agents had awakened them and brought them to Chemos. This would be their first campaign, and the daemons within the host of Secondborn were hungry to the point of madness, but Asthareric Shiva had managed to retain control of both himself and his brothers, and for that Fabius felt he deserved the honor of his presence here. Of course, he would make sure that the possessed never discovered that the true purpose of his existence was to study the effects of prolonged stasis on Secondborn, and that now that the data had been harvested by those of Fabius' envoys that had survived awakening the sleepers, the only use left to them was deploying against his enemies. Once, Urkashvats had been a warrior of the 17th Legion, though he had gone under another name back then. 200 years ago, he had taken part in a legionary strike against a lair of Raven Guard cultists deep in the Underhive. The cultists had been wiped out, but only Urkash had emerged from the pit, drenched in gore, his eyes blazing with eldritch fire. He had butchered his way to a spaceship and vanished, reappearing a few years later as the leader of a congregation of heretics who followed him out of abject fear, claiming allegiance to the Black Legion as he launched raids against shipping lines and ecclesiarchy holdings. His image stood in silence, his armor entirely black save for a single gold 8-pointed star painted on his breastplate. He wore his helm, but even the eye lenses couldn't block the glow of his eyes entirely. Bile had never met Urkash before this operation. In fact, the Chaos Lord had never encountered another member of the Black Legion before answering the primogenitor's call. Joining the Black Legion didn't require any trial. If you claimed you belonged to it, then you did, though whether you would be able to live for long with that title was entirely up to you. Fabius had invited him because he knew what had happened to the legionary in the Underhive, knew what he had seen. And last but not least was Arch-Hereticus Etnerum, known to the Mechanicus adepts of Ultima Segmentum as the Great Betrayer. Nurum had once been an archmagos of the Martian cult, who had spent his entire career hiding his dabbling in forbidden sciences from his superiors. His discretion hadn't been enough to hide him from Fabius' spies, however, and the Clone Lord had arranged for the Tech Priest to discover pieces of lore, each darker than the last, until Nurim had willingly cast off his allegiance to Mars in a grand display of techno-heresy that had leveled the entire Forge world he had ruled for more than 15 centuries. In the 3 centuries since, Nurim and his cohorts had thrown in with the Black Legion, exchanging their loyalty for yet more forbidden lore Fabius agents had offered them. The arch-heretic had brought a fleet of dark mechanicum ships to Chemos, calling to his own scattered followers to unite under him in order to claim the ancient secrets that were surely hidden within the Third Legion's greatest stronghold. At first glance, his hollow projection appeared to be laced with static, but the interference was actually composed of strange symbols belonging to systems of mathematics not meant for human eyes. The arch-heretic himself was a towering figure, taller even than Leonidas even as he hunched under his long black robes, covered in golden symbols of the eightfold Omnissiah and its 4 aspects. Of course, Fabius hadn't told Nurim about the Forbidden Vault. Let him plunder the riches of the Emperor's children's fortress, the primogenitor was after far greater prizes. And even if Nurim did find something of interest to him, then Fabius could always activate the control triggers hidden in some of the implants he had arranged for the arch-heretic to uncover in unexplored tombs. "My sons and daughters," he spoke to them, smiling and trying to put some kindness in his voice. He always tried to treat the scions of the Black Legion kindly, no matter their origin or nature. They were his children, after all, even those whose genes had never been touched by one of his many experiments. It never seemed to quite work, but he persevered nonetheless. "I am pleased to see so many of you have gathered in answer to my call. Your loyalty does you credit, for I know I have not always been the father I should have been to all of you. For a long time, I have left you to your own devices as I went to mine. I am proud of all that you have accomplished during that time. To such numbers you have grown. Yet for all the strength of our host, we are but a fraction of the Black Legion's full might, and this, too, fills me with pride. Of all those who have turned from the false emperor, we alone hold the key to the future, for we alone have well and truly discarded our past. We bear no name given to us by that distant tyrant. Some of you were born into the Black Legion, others were reborn into it, while others still joined it because their old allegiances no longer fit who they had become. Now, however, the time has come for unity. Together, we will strike a blow of such strength that the corpse emperor on his throne will feel it. Today, we will accomplish what none other have been able to during the entire long war. Today." He took a deep, wheezing breath, feeling his lungs protest against the strain. This body was approaching its end, which was why it was the one he used for these appearances. Once, such apparent weakness would have sent the warlords sharpen their blades, now, it only made them uneasy, reminding them how many times they had seen their primogenitor seemingly in his death throes, only to return a few weeks later, vigorous as they had ever known him. "Today," he said at last, and there was nothing gentle in his smile now, "a legion dies." The 5 warlords reacted in various ways to his speech. Leonidas laughed, the sound proud, melodious, and failing to hide the raw hunger within the hulking flesh-crafted man. Amelia smiled, revealing sharpened teeth of perfect ivory, and bowed to the primogenitor before departing, going back to her brethren for the final preparations. Asthararic Shiva roared with 2 voices, only one of which was clearly carried across the Vox while the other was lost in a buzz of static and inhuman whispers. Urkashvats remained utterly immobile, until the connection was ended and his projection vanished. Anizet Nurim spoke a prayer with 18 Vox speakers at once, forming a chorus of one calling upon the blessings of the dark gods and the ruination of their foes. None of them, not even Baal, knew that only one of these 5 worthy warlords would live to see this war's end. Tens of thousands of throats shouted in joy as Baal's speech concluded, while on Chemos, the sons of Fulgrim renewed their determination to bring their ancient foe to justice once more. Their leaders had heard the speech too, though it hadn't been shared with the human auxiliaries lest their morale be damaged. After months of waiting, the Black Legion fleet finally resumed its advance toward Chemos, but the defenders of the Imperium were ready to face it. The pride of the Emperor, the venerable Gloriana-class flagship of the Third Legion, had sent word ahead to inform the Legion that she was coming, but nothing had been heard from her for weeks. In her absence, the will of Mars took the leading role in the gathered Imperial Armada. Within her hull, veteran captains of the Imperial Navy had made the ultimate sacrifice, allowing the Mugos of the Mechanikus to turn them into living cogitators, whose combined expertise and memories had been analyzed for weeks on end by the Archmagi. It was a desperate move, and one that had been kept secret from the rank and file. But the resulting Gestalt admiral, now directing the Imperial fleet through the voice of the tech priests, called the Agamemnon by its creators, was the equal of any void tactician who had ever lived. The Dionysia was also part of the fleet, sailing alongside a group of several hundred merchant vessels who had been commandeered to lend their guns to Chemo's defenses. Perhaps the authority of the Inquisition would have been enough to dispense the von Castellant from taking part in the battle, but not even a rogue trader would try and avoid such a grave responsibility. The rogue trader vessel would survive the battle to come, and the hundreds of cultists led by a handful of traitor marines who made it aboard would soon come to regret it, as they died at the hands of the hardened veterans of the von Castellant household guard. The two fleets clashed, and Chemo's skies were illuminated by the awesome powers they unleashed. Energy weapons capable of obliterating cities raged through the void, while streams of torpedoes flew along calculated trajectories. The Black Legion was coming in, seeking a brutal, close-quarters engagement rather than a slow and precise exchange of volleys across astronomical distances. The corrupted Asteroutes in their hulls wanted blood. They wanted to board the ships of the Imperium and slaughter their crews, before going down to the business of despoiling Chemos itself. The Agamemnon's Gestalt mind had foreseen this development, and had worked with the Emperor's children to take advantage of it. Fleet-wide boarding actions were inevitable, but with the bulk of the Black Legion's transhumans fighting aboard the Imperial ships, the traitor vessels themselves were vulnerable. Scattered among the fastest ships of the Imperial Armada, waiting within the hulls of gunships and boarding torpedoes, were all the members of the Brotherhood of the Silent Scream who had answered Diridalin's call. More than 1,000 of these mutilated warriors had come, and, at the will of their Legion Master, they were ready to lay down their lives to inflict a terrible blow upon the Black Legion. Their monastery on Chemos had been emptied, for this was the moment the Order had been waiting for its entire existence, a chance to atone for their founder's failure to stop Fulgrim's capture by the Dark Eldar 10,000 years ago. Before embarking, each had been ritually blessed by the Third Legion's chaplains, who bestowed upon them an oath of moment that would, upon its completion, wash away whatever sins, real or perceived, had led them to join the Brotherhood. Argus strode through the corridors of the traitor ship, the rest of his kill squad right behind him. Part of him wished he were aboard the Pulchritudinus, but he crushed it in chains of self-loathing. Glory was not for the likes of him, it never had been. He had thought otherwise once, believed that to live as a space marine was to serve the Emperor and reap the rewards of such an elevated station. Then he had been taught the truth, in the killing fields where millions of Astra Militarum lay dead, slain in a war of 100 years by those who had rejected the Imperium and turned to ruin in their desperation to resist the throne world's retribution. He had learned, as he dug himself out of a pit of mud and gore, that the true face of war was that of a blood-soaked, empty-eyed corpse. He had torn out his tongue 3 years later, as he watched the last of the rebel cities burn. Now he knew that the only thing he had to strive for was redemption for the foolishness that had gotten so many killed, if he but proved worthy. His armor was covered in blood, fuming with noxious vapors. They had been swarmed by degenerate cultists since they had boarded, a tide of demented flesh that stood little chance of actually stopping them but slowed their advance nonetheless. According to the briefing, this particular den of filth belonged to one of the Chaos Lords favored by the arch-renegade. Taking him out would throw the forces of the Black Legion into disarray and give slightly better odds to the Imperium in the coming surface battle. Argus' 6-man squad was aimed at the bridge while another kill team sought to the Enginarium. There were supposed to be double that number, but the transports of the other 2 squads had been shot down in the void. It would have to be enough. Failure wasn't an option. When the kill team finally made it to the bridge's entrance, they were met by an army unlike any they had ever faced. Leonidas himself had come to face them, and at his side were dozens, hundreds of young men with bald heads, crazed smiles, and one identical face. They clutched serrated blades, lost carbines and other weapons with the ease born of practice over a life far longer than they appeared to have lived. None of them looked more than 15 years of age to Argus' eyes. The mere sight of them filled Argus with an irrational disgust and hatred, filling him with an almost impossible to resist urge to charge in and kill until they were all dead. But he resisted. Charging straight ahead would be suicide, and with the perfect one in his sight, he was more determined than ever to succeed and earn his redemption in the eyes of his brothers, his primarch, his emperor, and, most important and difficult of all, himself. The silent legionary didn't know it, but these youths were all clones, replici spat out fully grown by forbidden machines from the dark age of technology. None of them were more than 3 years old, the age at which they were ritually butchered by their younger fellows lest they deviate from the mold through accumulated experience. Bile had found them centuries ago on an isolated world, where they had killed all other humans and were slowly dying out as the knowledge required to maintain the cloning vats decayed with each generation. The primogenitor had plundered the world's secrets before, on a whim, repairing the machines and bringing the host of clones into the Black Legions. For hundreds of generations since, they had worshipped him as a god, and eventually they had passed under Leonidas' command. The clones served Leonidas as enforcers, honor guard, and shock troops for when his fawning minions weren't up to the task. Their minds held nothing but hypno-training, ingrained pack loyalty, and all the cruelty of children unfettered by any notion of right or wrong. To the rest of the Black Legion, they were known as the Many as One, the False Hydra, the Children of Perdition, or simply the Freaks. They had a name for themselves, passed on from the very first generation, but they never spoke it in the presence of outsiders, only Bile knew it beyond their ranks. The clones opened fire as soon as the kill team appeared at the end of the long, empty corridor leading to the bridge. 2 of the Silent Brothers charged forward, holding up boarding shields behind which the rest of the squad could take cover. They took hits, the focused fire tearing through their shields and into their armor, but they kept charging, only collapsing once they had crossed the corridor and brought their brothers to the enemy. And then they were among them, and the melee began. Argus cut a clone in 2 with a swipe of his chainsword, before firing his bolt pistol into the face of another at point-blank range. With B-laden gun, he cut a bloody path, covering his brothers' backs as they covered his in turn. He still took hits, most of which were absorbed by his armor, and the rest of which he stoically ignored, despite the pain lashing at him. He saw one of his brothers, cut off from the rest of the kill team by the vagaries of battle, be dragged down by a dozen enemies before his helm was torn off. Even without his tongue, the Space Marine was still able to spit acid into his murderers' faces before they cut him apart. Leonidas strode forth, radiating confidence, and the young-faced replici seemed invigorated by his mere presence, throwing themselves at the Emperor's children with renewed abandon. The golden blade in his hand struck, and one of Argus' brothers fell as it pierced right through his gorget and out of the back of his neck. Honor would have demanded a duel, a formal challenge. But Argus had no honor left, and so he simply charged, meeting the Chaos Lord's advance with his own transhuman strength. From the first exchange of blows, Argus understood that the Chaos Lord was stronger than him. If he had been in optimal condition, perhaps, but he was tired from the fighting he had had to do to get here. And so, he did the only thing he could think of that would accomplish the mission. He deliberately opened himself to Leonidas' attack, and the golden sword swept upward, severing Argus' left arm at the elbow. The armored limb hit the deck, but Argus didn't stop moving, despite the terrible pain that flared in his nervous system in the second before his enhanced physiology suppressed it. Argus had time to see Leonidas' eyes widen as the Perfect One realized what the Space Marine had done, and he smiled under his helm as his chain sword cut through the neck of the Chaos Lord and sent his beautiful head flying. He fell seconds later, and his body was cut apart by the enraged clones, but when they pulled his head out of his helmet, his face was still smiling. 1,000 Space Marines ready to lay down their lives can accomplish a lot, and none would dispute that the silent warriors who fought in Chemo's skies that day earned redemption many times over for the failings that had led them to cut out their own tongues. But eventually, the Black Legion's greater numbers began to tell, as the boarders had known they would. Warrior by warrior, the Brotherhood was cut down, drowned under a tide of mutated flesh and warp-twisted horrors. Others perished as the ship around them burned in the inferno they had started, or fell to pieces as its own engines ripped it apart. Of the 1,000 silent warriors, 300 aimed directly at the pulchritudinous, their pilots taking insane risks to pass through the fleet and deliver them to the heretical flagship. Once aboard, they faced a carnival of nightmares greater than any other group, but they endured and pierced through the ship's defenders, determined to strike at the ancient enemy of their legion. Like a spear aimed at a hated foe's heart, they pushed toward the bridge, knowing from Bile's broadcast that he was directing operations from there. Diridolin had told the leaders of the Brotherhood about the Legion's suspicions concerning the primogenitor's immortality. But even if slaying the arch-renegade was pointless, the chance to destroy the ship leading the Chaos Armada was too great to pass on. The pulchritudinous enacted a heavy toll on its borders. The warbands of the Black Legion, with their forces massed in the ship's docking bay in preparation for the planetfall, were the least of the perils the Brotherhood faced. The spawn of Bile's cloning experiments and the aberrations created by his consortium roamed corridors warped into a hideous mix of metal and pulsating flesh. Toothed tendrils leapt from the walls to grasp the legionaries, and entire hives of degenerate mutants rose from the ship's depths to hunt the intruders, driven to frenzy by the drugs dispersed into the stinking air by devices installed in their lairs decades ago. Yet eventually, they reached the gates to the bridge, only to find that, though the gates were closed and locked, there didn't appear to be anyone defending them. The 50-odd warriors who had made it this far were immediately suspicious, and approached their target with renewed caution, wary of a trap. They set up a watching perimeter while others began to lay down the breaching charges all of them had carried with them, just in case. On the other side of the door, Bile stood on the bridge, perfectly calm despite the alarms sounding and the worried looks of the crew, who all knew that the boarders had nearly made it there. They were not afraid. After all they had seen, it took much more than half a company of Space Marines to scare them. But they wondered whether their primogenitor's plan to resolve the situation included their survival. All here knew of the ruthlessness of their lord, his willingness to make any sacrifice to accomplish his goals. Then the sound of battle and tongueless screaming reached through the thick adamantium doors. For several minutes, every soul on the bridge not too lost to madness or augmentation held its breath, then the sounds of battle stopped, as did the alarms indicating imminent breach of the bridge. Fabius Bile smiled and, with a gesture, commanded his servants to resume their tasks. They went back to their work, exchanging whispers as they did so. The eldest had dealt with the Brotherhood, as its maker had commanded it to do. The eldest. Though the Black Legion has plagued the Imperium for nearly 10,000 years and counts thousands of Asteroutes in its ranks, there are comparatively few veterans of the Long War among them. Most of the transhuman warriors of the Black Legion are the creations of Bile, and the Chaos Lords who have turned from the traitor legions to don the Black rarely survive more than a few centuries, though the exceptions are mighty indeed. Most Chaos Lords of the Black Legion are either Space Marines born long after the Heresy, or mortal scions of the Lost and the Damned, whose influence in the Black Legion is far greater than in any of the traitor legions. As a result, few live long, keeping any of them from gaining a power base rivaling Bile's own. This is not a coincidence. Ever since the Black Legion rose from the Clone Wars flesh laboratories, the primogenitor has taken measures to keep the coalition of warbands under his subtle control. The most important of these was to ensure that no single warlord could rise to such power and influence that he could challenge Bile's own control of the Black Legion. Most of the time, this takes the form of putting the Chaos Lords against one another, using the promise of his favor to ensure that they keep each other in check with their own feuds and rivalries. But from time to time, one individual appears whose cunning, strength, charisma or simply luck is too strong to neutralize that way. When that happens, the clones of Bile who dedicate their time to maintain the consortium's hold onto the Black Legion pronounce that Chaos Lord's death sentence, and the Clone Lord's greatest instrument in these matters is the nigh-legendary creature known only as the Eldest. One of Bile's most ancient and powerful creations, the Eldest was spawned during the Clone Wars, and is spoken of only in whispers among the Black Legion, while the Imperium's only knowledge of it are the massacres it leaves in its wake, without a single witness or clue. The black-clad Chaos Warriors believe the Eldest to be the agent of their primogenitor's will, the primary enforcer and killer of a man responsible for the genocide of billions. Though they know of its existence, none among them know what it looks like, for the one thing the stories all agree upon is that it never leaves any survivors behind. And they aren't wrong, though the Eldest is much more than that. For over 9,000 years, this nightmarishly potent being has wandered the galaxy, venturing in and out of the Eye of Terror without any trace of its passing. At its maker's command, it hunts down those Chaos Lords who might pose a threat to Bile's control over the Black Legion or the primogenitor's many schemes. It has cleaned up leaks of information, purged research stations of the mechanicus that had stumbled onto knowledge required for Bile's ongoing experiments, and orchestrated the downfall of entire alien species. There are many theories about this mystery-shrouded monster in the Black Legion, with the prominent being that Bile's alliance with the Raven Guard began earlier than anyone thought. Those few apothecaries who know Bile's many-bodied nature also suspect that the Eldest has eliminated clones of Bile that went rogue, corrupted by the Dark Gods, Zeno's influence, or even, though they only say the last one as a jest, a crisis of conscience. The bridge door opened slowly, gears grinding as its panels unlocked one after the other. A single silhouette emerged from the opening, and paused, taking in the scene of slaughter before it. Pieces of the Emperor's children who had made it this far were scattered everywhere. The air reeked of blood and butchered meat. Scraps of armor still clung to individual limbs here and there, and a handful of helmets stared blankly at their surroundings. Fabius Bile did a quick estimate of how many warriors there had been before they had been torn to shreds. He was well practiced to such calculations, and soon came up with a likely number. 47, all at once, he said out loud into the darkness stretching beyond the faint illumination making it through the bridge's open gate. Well done. A voice answered out of the darkness. It was deep, utterly devoid of emotion, and grated on the ears. It was unmistakably organic, but any who heard it would know that there was something deeply wrong with the creature to which it belonged. They fought well, it growled. Their screams were of defiance, not pain or fear. I would expect nothing less from them, nodded Bile. They are my brother's descendants, after all. Now, my child. Let us get to business. Once this part of the battle ends, you must make your way to the surface. Follow Caecus and make sure his part of the operation succeeds. As you command, Father. With the Brotherhood of the Silent Scream destroyed, the Black Legion held orbital supremacy over Chemos. The shiver of dread, made slow by several hits to her engines, sent her last few drop pods to the surface before facing the enemies of humanity one last time. The strike cruiser's sacrifice bought time for the rest of the fleet to withdraw, until the plasma reactor went critical, denying her boarders their prize in a fiery detonation. Her shipmaster's last words were the ancient battle cry of the Legion he had served all his life. The will of Mars, despite having been boarded by multiple groups seeking to capture her, had endured, her defense led by hundreds of cybernetic constructs driven by the minds of her coven of archmagi. The guidance of the Agamemnon also allowed for the fleet to disengage with minimal casualties, though the death toll was still enormous. Less than 1 out of 3 Imperial ships managed to withdraw. This remnant, still possessing enough might to turn the tide of most sector-wide wars, fled into the void of the Chemos system. Immediately after the Imperial fleet was forced to abandon Chemos' immediate orbit, alien ships from the shadowy kingdoms of the Rakgol, their services paid for in human flesh, launched waves of transports onto the orbital stations. Thousands of vile Xenos poured into every corner, hunting for prey, their many arms clutching weapons offered to them by the Black Legion. The rest of the Chaos Fleet didn't stop shooting at the orbital structures. The lives of the alien mercenaries had been bought from their overlords by the Clone Lord, and were his to spend as he pleased. Even so, many survived, dragging screaming captives in chains to their charnel ships, to a fate infinitely worse than death. No one in the Black Legion, not even Fabius Bile himself, knew why the Rakgol had become so hungry for live human prisoners in the last few years, but none particularly cared, so long as the Xenos fought well enough to earn their pay. Eventually, the aliens dismantled Chemos' orbital defenses, and the path to the planet was clear. Enough loyalist ships remained that the fleet's heaviest vessels couldn't simply bomb the world into oblivion without exposing themselves to a counterattack, and the void shields guarding the fortress monastery could not be breached by anything in the trader's arsenal anyway. But nothing remained now to prevent the Chaos Army from making planetfall. Thousands of transports streamed from the fleet to the surface, the vast majority of them landing far from the main cities and their anti-air defenses. Those who broke from formation in their eagerness to spill blood were either blasted from the skies or hunted down and slain soon after landing. Legion-pattern Thunderhawks, stolen from Asteroutes both loyal and renegade, flew alongside massive troop carriers, cargo crafts packed to the brim with the lost and the damned, and hexagrammatically worded pods containing things that were only partially of the Materium. They came onto Chemos hard, and all psychers among the Imperial defenders heard the planet's cry of distress at their presence, a deep, mournful sound, born of the fear and anguish of the billions who had lived and died upon its surface. If not for the presence of Bile looming over them, conflicts would soon have erupted between the hundreds of warbands as they gathered their troops. But fear of the primogenitor's displeasure and the chance to inflict irreparable damage to the Imperium kept the troops in line, allowing the warlords Bile had chosen back aboard the Pulchritudinous to marshal the massive horde. Even so, such was the nature of the force that many warbands broke off from the horde, seeking to plunder the city-states and hunt down their inhabitants. Led by warp-crazed WYRDs, bound demonic oracles and heretics wielding strange, forbidden censors, these groups thought they could find the shelters. A few of them succeeded, but most were misled by the deceptions woven by Fulgrim's sons, while others fell victim to the Third Legion's preparations for such an eventuality. For of course, the Emperor's children had prepared for these circumstances. They had deliberately made Kallax into a target, drawing the attention of the foe and preserving the rest of the planet. Rather than facing their enemy head-on on the field of battle, they would let them be crushed against their battlements, making the most of their inferior numbers through the might of the fortress monastery. They had also seated highly trained, mobile teams all across Chemos, ready to launch guerrilla attacks on the Chaos armies every step of the way. These groups were mostly comprised of Eternal Scouts and Snipers, along with a few Emperor's Children and Night Lord's legionaries, and all of them were veterans of that kind of asymmetrical warfare. Sikas the Unsmiling, apothecary of the Black Legion, walked through the empty plains of Chemos, his armored boots leaving deep footprints in the grass-covered earth. 4 servitors advanced behind him, carrying the heavy, sealed container they had taken out of the transport that had brought the group to the surface a few hundred meters away. Their destination was close by, a vast expanse of land, surrounded by a high, thick wall covered in warning signs. It wasn't particularly sturdy, its sole purpose was to keep people from accidentally wandering into the area beyond. The wall was curved inward, and powerful air blasters were set inside it to keep the contagion within from spreading. Various sensors monitored the conditions within, but it had been a long time since anyone but maintenance crews had come nearby. If only the Emperor's children had known the truth. Beyond that wall was a poisoned marsh, created centuries ago by a biological weapon unleashed upon the surface of Chemos by an Ultramarines warband, attacking the planet in retaliation for Fulgrim having struck Guilliman down at the climax of the heresy. The weapon had been one of many, but it had been the only one that had successfully activated, thanks to a series of daring Third Legion assaults directed by Diridolin, before he became Legion Master. Upon activating, the device had poisoned the land, pumping a cocktail of chemicals and mutagenic pathogens into the earth, where it had spread across the entire fauna and flora, seemingly killing everything for many kilometers. The forest that had existed there, carefully cultivated over thousands of years, vanished, replaced by a poisonous swamp crawling with venomous creatures. What the Emperor's children hadn't known was that the Ultramarines had purchased these weapons from the primogenitor, through so many intermediaries not even they had known the device's true provenance. Sikas had taken part in the weapon's design, having already discarded the colors of the Blood Angels for centuries by that point. He knew its true effects and purpose, which the 13th Legion dupes had never suspected as they went to die in their pathetic assault, blissfully unaware that they were only preparing the way for the Black Legion. The apothecary stopped 20 meters from the wall, and took a moment to inject himself with another dose of his serum. Designed with the help of the Clone Lord and made of ingredient that could only be harvested on a few worlds within the Eye of Terror, this drug kept the curse of the thirst afflicting all sons of Sanguinius suppressed, while also removing the weakness of emotion from his mind. He had been under its effects for almost 3,000 years now, and while it had drawn slaves of Slaanesh to hunt him down as a betrayer of their dark god, he had no intention of stopping. Even now, with his emotions deadened almost into oblivion, the memory of the thirst and what it had turned him into still made him shiver. Once he felt the drug properly spread across his system, he turned and commanded the servitors to set down the engine they had been carried. It took Sikas half an hour to activate it. It was a complex machine, combining technology both ancient and new, human and Xenos. Crucially, however, it didn't have a single touch of the demonic inside it, just like the bioweapon that had struck this land more than 2 centuries ago. After all, any warp contamination would have alerted the librarians and astropaths of what was going on behind the wall. Upon activation, the device started emitting a low humming sound, far below the range of hearing of unaugmented humans. It became louder and louder as more parts of the device came online and amplified the signal, until the teeth of the servitors that still had them began rattling from its strength. One of them collapsed as the vibrations broke something fragile inside it, but the others remained standing, awaiting their next command. The device itself, of course, had been built to be capable of withstanding its own effects, and Sikas' armor could protect him from far worse. Suddenly, an entire section of the wall exploded outward, and a tide of monsters flowed through the opening. All manners of mutated beasts, spawned by the mutagenic pathogens of the bioweapons, had responded to the device's call, following instincts that had been written into their very genes by the consortium. They had grown beneath the earth, digging deep enough to avoid detection, until the vibrations had reached them and triggered their inborn programming. Now they had emerged in their hundreds, thick-skinned behemoths and smaller, spindly horrors, bearing the marks of insects, reptiles, mammals, and birds alike, an entire twisted ecosystem, forged into a weapon of war. For decades, they had preyed upon each other, growing ever more vicious and aggressive, sustained by a population of fast-growing spores. A few bore a trace of the human material from which the original strain of the mutagens had been created, hands reached out, grasping at nothing, and the faint impression of faces could be glimpsed on scaled hides. The only thing they all had in common was their blindness. They had spent generations without ever walking the surface of chemos, and the eyes their origin species had once possessed had been removed by gene-shaping agents. This was an army of monsters, and it was Seekus to lead, that he may accomplish what the Black Legion had come to chemos to accomplish without the rest of the Pawns of Bile knowing it. While the Horde marched onto Kallax and faced the might of the Emperor's children, he would take this bestial army and march onto the Forbidden Vault, where the Third Legion had hidden what they had stolen from the Clone Lord. The monsters would smash through the vault's defenses, and none of them would understand why or risk stealing something, unless they had managed to evolve much beyond the parameters they had been intended to. And as for the contagion that was now free to spread to the rest of chemos through the breach, well, sacrifices had to be made for the cause. The apothecary reached into the device and extracted a single, smaller tool, shaped like a bracer, which he put around his armored wrist while the device shut down. Now that the creatures had been roused, the bracer's lesser signal would be enough to lead them where they needed to go, though, of course, the command function had yet to be tested outside of a lab's secure confines. If Seekus had been able to, that would probably have worried him. While the Black Legion marched across chemos, other schemes were unfolding. In Kallax, the investigators of Inquisitor Covenant unearthed inconsistencies in the Fortress Monastery's archives. There were strange gaps in the surveillance recordings, coinciding with spikes of headaches and reports of strange visions in the Tower of Astropaths, stretching over the last half-century. At the same time as this discovery, a squad of Eternals was found dead, and a Rhino transport missing from the hangars. The Inquisitor told Diridalan that treachery most foul had come to chemos, for the wounds of the Imperial Guardsmen had clearly been the work of a Space Marine. "I need access to the vault, Legion Master. Its contents must be destroyed." Diridalan looked up from the pile of data slates and parchments before him and at Covenant. The Inquisitor has just finished explaining to the Legion Master what he and his team had discovered, concluding his summary with his demand that he and his team be allowed into the supposedly secret vault buried under the Fortress Monastery. The Space Marine wasn't wearing his silver mask, and the sight of his face was a testament to how much punishment the Sons of Fulgrim could endure. There wasn't a single patch of skin that wasn't scar tissue, yet for a fraction of a second, Covenant felt as if he could also see fatigue in the veteran legionary's expression. Then it was gone, and all that was left was the adamantium will staring at Covenant from a pair of dark eyes, both of them miraculously still organic, despite the wounds surrounding them. "It isn't here," said Diridalan. What was all that Covenant could muster? He had been prepared for many possible answers, but that certainly hadn't been one of them. "The Forbidden Vault doesn't lie under this fortress. That was just a rumor we started. The vaults beneath Kallax were built for the Legion's true treasures, not the archives of its shame. Given the dangers of what is inside, my predecessors built it far from any settlement. It is well defended, but its primary protection was always secrecy." That made perfect sense, Covenant realized. He was a bit shocked he had never thought of it before himself. Secrets and misdirection were some of the favored tools of the Holy Ordos. But the Emperor's children were not known to be a cunning legion, like the Thousand Sons or Emperor Nu, the Alpha Legion. Theirs was the path of direct battle, of honor and sacrifice. Ah. Of course. What was that Argento always said? "Beware the honest ones, for they are the ones who truly know how to keep their secrets." And after what he had read inside his master's journals, the tales of their millennia-long hunt for the arch-renegade, and the terrible things the old man feared they had done in that pursuit. He really should have seen this coming. "Here," said Diridalan, pulling a data slate out of his desk and handing it over to Covenant, tearing the Inquisitor from his thoughts. This contained the coordinates of the Forbidden Vault, its access codes, and the ones to activate its self-destruct mechanism. "You were more right than you knew, Inquisitor, when you said the vault's contents cannot be allowed to fall back into the arch-renegade's hands. Over the years, we have stopped him from accomplishing truly horrifying things, and the remnants of these failed endeavors are all down there." After a tense confrontation, Covenant managed to obtain from the Legion Master what he needed, the location of the Forbidden Vault. Covenant was convinced that the vault, where the Third Legion kept all the spoils of their 100 centuries-long hunt for the arch-renegade, was the true reason behind the Black Legion's incursion. The Inquisitor's retinue of acolytes and von Castellan household troops was joined by a squad of Night Lords. Though Covenant didn't say it out loud, he didn't trust Emperor's children to accompany him on this task. This mixed warband departed Kallax at speed, going straight toward the Forbidden Vault. None of them looked back as their transports raced ahead. A few hours after their departure, the final alarms began to ring. The Black Legion had arrived at Kallax's gates. The faith of Chemos. Over the millennia since its founding, the Adeptus Ministorum has been forced to accept that the home worlds of the Legion's Asteroots will never quite fit into its orthodoxy. From the acceptance of psychic powers of the Prosperan Dominion to the tacitly allowed heresy of Colchis, the mark of the Primarches remains strong onto their adopted home worlds, and no amount of preaching can erase the influence of the Emperor's son's ideals. It has been a constant source of tension, and has nearly led to another civil war in several occasions, most often stopped by those in the ecclesiarchy who realized that, even should the imperial cult break the edicts of Thor and reform the armies of faith, they would stand no chance against the Space Marine legions. On Chemos, though, the divinity of the Emperor is acknowledged, and though the form his worship takes has been shaped by the Emperor's children's history, it isn't any stranger than that found on countless other worlds. To the Chemosian, the God Emperor represents the best of humanity, a light shining amidst the darkness of the galaxy. He is the guardian of mankind's soul, who endures on his throne and sends his angels of death to protect his people. They believe that the best way to honor him is to fulfill that potential, and that art is the ultimate expression of mankind's greatness. This philosophy takes its roots in Chemo's distant past, where the struggle for survival prevented their ancestors from creating anything beautiful. After Fulgrim had saved them from the vicious cycle of endless recycling and plunder of ruins for dwindling resources, the Phoenician rebuilt Chemos into a planet of wonders, home to all manners of artists, free at last to indulge their creativity with the specter of society's dissolution banished. After the heresy, that mentality combined with the rise of the imperial creed and the influence of the Third Legion. According to Chemosian dogma, more than an expression of humanity's potential, art is also the great affront against the ruinous powers, no matter what the deluded followers of Slaanesh may believe in their excess-addled, obsession-ridden minds. Through their works of beauty, artists defy the hungry night and proclaim the greatness of their untainted spirit, revealing how hollow the promises of glory whispered by the archenemy really are. Chemosian temples are also museums, where the greatest work of 100 generations is preserved. Painting, sculptures, poems and music, all of these, and many more, are represented in these houses of wonder. The beauty to be found on Chemos is renowned across the Imperium, with nobles visiting from distant worlds. Chemos ecclesiarchy also doesn't have the huge pyramidal hierarchy seen elsewhere in the Imperium. Monasteries are spread out across the world, where the men and women of faith meditate on the teachings of the Emperor preserved by the Third Legion since the Great Crusade, and create incredible works of art in quiet contemplation. Priests are chosen from among their ranks to leave the monasteries and bring the word of the Master of Mankind to Chemos children, in lessons that double as art classes. Many a prodigy artist has been found in the lower classes that way. As the Black Legion entered Kallax, it met the traps left behind by the Imperials. Soldiers walked on mines with delayed detonators, causing them to explode in the middle of the ranks. Snipers, both human and automated, shot from almost every tower, until the Chaos Forces sent their heavy vehicles ahead to bring the structure down. Cybernetic killers from the Eternals, their bodies more metal than flesh and their minds barely coherent from the cocktail of serums needed to keep their organisms from breaking down, rose from their hiding places like angry revenants and began to hunt. The air rippled with phantasms and distant screams as covens of sorcerers and magi matched their unholy might against the will of the Third Legion's librarians, their disembodied spirits clashing in the ether. These measures took their toll, but the Black Legion was ready and able to take the losses they inflicted. One by one, the eternal cyborgs were dragged down and cut to pieces, while Asthararic Shiva and his second-born hunted the souls of the librarians, forcing them to withdraw to their bodies. Only one part of Kalak's resistance truly hurt the invaders, and, by a strange turn of fate, it was neither the sons of Fulgrim nor the Astra Militarum who were responsible. Driven by the whispers of the foul powers he served, the Chaos Lord Urkash took his followers from the advance onto the fortress monastery and toward Kalak's, and indeed Chemo's, grandest temple and museum combined, the Great Galleries, where the artworks of 100 generations laid preserved. Urkash sought to destroy this beauty for his masters, to honor the terrible powers that held onto the tattered remnants of his soul by despoiling the pinnacle of Chemosian culture. Though it made their heart bleed to do so, the Emperor's children had left the galleries defenseless, only allowing a few of the items within to be evacuated into the vaults. Space was too precious down there, and the teachings of the Third were clear on the precedence of human lives over mere art, however irreplaceable. And yet, when Urkash host arrived, it found an army of sorts standing in its path, a dirty, ragged army to be sure, but an army nonetheless. Thousands of flagellants stood on the stairs leading up to the gallery's entrance, far more than anyone had ever believed there were on Chemos. In the busy months previous the invasion's beginning, they had flocked to Kalak's, heeding a call none of them truly understood. They had hidden in evacuated homes, spending their days and nights in prayer, calling out to the God Emperor for help as the sword of the Black Legion hovered above their world. Hundreds of Chemo's denizens had broken under the strain of that awful knowledge, and the flagellants had welcomed them into their ranks. They had torn at their faces with bloody, broken nails, scourged their backs with lengths of barbed wires, and through that pain, they had found illumination, of a sort. Driven by a raving mad, terrible will, they were beyond fear, and they charged the cultists, who actually paused as, for the very first time, they were confronted by a madness equaling their own. The two hordes clashed, and blood flowed freely. Ritual daggers met primitive hammers and nine-tailed scourges tangled around blades glowing with fell power. Bullets tore through naked, scarred flesh, while the fanatical strength of the flagellants peeled apart leather armor and exposed the heretical flesh beneath. Urkash waded into the melee, butchering all who approached him with his bare hands, leaving his weapons at his belt, not deigning to sully them with the blood of these wretches. He was death incarnate, and nothing the flagellants had could hurt him, yet they kept throwing themselves in his path, screaming their hatred of everything he represented, insanely grateful for this chance to strike back, however futile it may be, at the enemy who had come to their world. But it wasn't enough. Eventually, the last of the flagellants fell in bloody pieces, broken teeth biting into the throat of a pack leader. Urkash raised a single gauntleted hand, and pointed silently toward the now free path to the great galleries. Howling madly, his followers ran over the broken bodies of the flagellants, up the marble steps and into the galleries, and were immediately struck down by what, in their final, terrified moments, they couldn't help but think was the Emperor's own divine wrath. Light struck them, turning them to ash, and then to less than ash. They didn't even have time to scream, not even time to suffer, though their damned souls would know plenty of torment on the other side of the veil. Vincent Basileus stands alone in the great entrance hall of Chemo's great galleries. Looking at him now, his clothes torn, his body covered in sweat and grim, no one would recognize the famous lightsmith of Kalak's, widely acknowledged as one of the greatest artists Chemos has ever born. He knows he doesn't have long to live. He could have escaped, fled into the vaults, but he has chosen to make his stand here. He isn't a soldier, he has never so much as fought in a bar brawl. But he will die before abandoning this place to the Vandals coming to destroy it. He remembers the first time he walked these halls as a child, and fell in love with the beauty in it. Some of the museum's greatest pieces have been evacuated, many of the staff abandoned all that they owned to bring just one more painting, one more wonder to the safety of the vault. He didn't leave with them, he has chosen to die here, amidst all the beauty accumulated over the centuries. It was easy for one man to slip through the administrative net, with the right words and the right payments. And over the years, he has become so very rich. It all started with the device. He found it while hiking in the empty regions of Chemos, looking for inspirations as his career as a sculptor faltered. There, under a hill, in an undiscovered ruin from the dark age of technology, he found a beautiful crystal, and as the light of his torch touched it, he knew that he had to get it out, no matter how dangerous that might be. It turned out to be the best choice he has ever made. The crystal alters the properties of light itself somehow, freezing the photons that pass through it. The tech priests once spent hours trying to explain it to him, but by the time they gave up, he had the sneaking suspicion they didn't really understand it either. On any other world, the tech would have been confiscated by the Mechanics, to be locked away until an in-depth study that would likely never come. But this is Chemos, and so it instead became the source of his life's work. With it, he has created sculptures of frozen light, abstract constructs of soft curves and sharp angles. Years of working within the limitations of his tool have forced him to develop his art ever further, and it is also what has enabled him to do what he is doing now. The device is in a plinth at the center of the hall, surrounded by powerful projectors and a dizzyingly complex arrays of mirrors. The idea came to him in his sleep, a stream of complex equations dredged from his subconscious and burned into his mind with searing clarity upon awakening. He has labored to make it a reality for the last week, collapsing one day ago after his work was complete out of sheer exhaustion. The thunder of the battle raging outside the galleries woke him just in time. And now the results speak for themselves. It was never meant to be used like this, but desperate times call for desperate measures. And so now he stands amidst a jungle of cables, spare parts and discarded tools, his fingers dancing on the runes of several control panels, his eyes darting between a dozen screens. He is at the heart of a symphony of light and fire, and all who try to enter the galleries are obliterated by what he has wrought. He is weeping, from the effort it takes to keep everything running, from the horror of ending so many lives, and because he knows it won't be enough to save the galleries, in the end. Then comes the renegade angel, the Lord of the Damned, clad in black armor and cloaked in unnatural shadows, his eyes burning with eldritch fire. While his minions watch in awe, he walks directly through the gate, marching slowly and purposefully. The light recoils from the darkness within him, repelled by something anathema to everything it represents. Vincent sees him enter. He has never seen a servant of chaos before, and some part of him wants to run, to flee from the awful thing that approaches him. He is terrified. He never was a warrior. He never was brave. But it turns out that he is stronger than he thought, and he stands his ground. A few gears turn, a few runes are pressed, and the onslaught intensifies threefold as the power of the light is focused, yet the traitor advances still. He whispers awful words of power, malicious syllables that even the never-born fear, and the shadows around him thicken even as they are burned away. A great and terrible presence seems to press on the galleries, and the ancient machine starts to malfunction as the very laws of physics by which it operates become bent and twisted. The Chaos Marine enters the circle of machinery, stopping close enough Vincent that the unnatural heat radiating from his armor burns the man's skin. He looks down at the man who unleashed the light against the forces of darkness, so small, so insignificant. And yet that man glares back defiantly. He stares right into Urkash's inhuman gaze, and though tears are running down his cheeks, he does not look away. His tears, is it a trick of the light? His tears seem golden. You have dedicated your life to a lie, says Urkash, his voice utterly out of place in this temple of art. Beauty means nothing in this universe. Only power matters. Vincent sways, his very soul shaken by the utter certainty in the transhuman's words. Cables tangle around him, dangling from controllers attached to his hands. Urkash fails to realize that the man isn't struggling to remain on his feet, he is pressing a last few controls. Then he stands straight, and when he speaks, his voice isn't entirely his own, and for the first time since his soul was broken and reforged by the primordial truth, the fallen son of Lorgar knows doubt. You are wrong, traitor. Burn. A pillar of light rises to the heavens, shaking the earth and blinding those who look at directly. The light reaches up, and strikes a frigate in orbit above the city. The ship is called Heartbleed by the degenerates who dwell within its holds, and it once belonged to a system defense force before it was captured and most of its former crew butchered. The former captain still lives, after a fashion, held captive deep within the vessel, chained and bleeding from wounds that are never allowed to close. When the beam strikes the ship's hull, and the metal starts to melt, sending tremors throughout the ship, the thin, tortured man smiles, just before Heartbleed vanishes as the light burns through to its plasma reactor. When the pillar of light vanishes, where the galleries once stood there is now nothing more than glassed rock, spread in a 3 kilometers wide radius. At the edge, invaders writhe, their flesh cooked to the bone by the terrible heat. On the other side of the veil, something vast and vile stirs, angry at being denied the defilement of so much beauty because of one soul's defiance. It reaches into the ether, seeking the shade of the one responsible, to subject him to unending torments, but finds nothing. The destruction of the great galleries shook Kallax, even the people huddled in the vaults underneath felt the detonation. For a moment, the Black Legion paused, as fear that the Emperor's judgment had descended upon the world and would soon strike them down as well. Soon, however, the remaining Chaos Lords re-established control, and drove the army forward once more. The death of Urkash in such an unnerving fashion troubled them, but with the eyes of both the Clone Lord and their own subordinates upon them, none dared to show weakness, only leadership. With Leonidas and Urkash dead, they had the chance to prove their worth to the primogenitor, and they pushed the army forward, until it surrounded the fortress monastery at Kallax Heart. Once more, the stronghold of the Third Legion was under siege, and artillery fire began to fly between the walls and the heavy weaponry the traitors had landed onto Chemos. This would be the greatest battle of the war, but it was far from the only one. Some of these other confrontations were already over, but others had yet to be decided, and the fate of the Third Legion would be decided by all. The Fields of Giants. As armies fought in Kallax, the god machines of the Mechanikus waged their own, separate war. In the months leading up to the Black Legion's attack, the Heretic Armada had been joined by a battalion of Chaos Titans, the debased iconography on their transports revealing them to belong to the Legio Crucius. How they had escaped from the iron cage was unknown. The Fourth Legion had always managed to keep the Dark Mechanicum's greatest weapons contained within the Eye of Terror. But there they were, and while Chemos wasn't without its own god machines, Diridalan feared that such a confrontation would do more harm than good to the Imperial defense. The fortress monastery hadn't been built with Titan defenders in mind, its scale was much lesser than the Imperial Palace, guarded by an entire Titan legion ever since the days of the heresy. And so, the Legion Master and Princeps Zaruki, Marshal of the Legio Interfector, designed a plan that was equally bold and desperate. As the Black Legion neared orbit, Zaruki issued a challenge, using the oldest forms of the Collegia Tita Nica. Some shred of their former identity must have remained within the corrupted forms of the Chaos Titans, for the Legio Crucius answered the challenge. Parting from the rest of the Black Legion with surprisingly little protest, the Chaos Titans' transports brought them to Zaruki's chosen battlefield, thousands of kilometers away from any of Chemos' city-states. Yet the Marshal couldn't call his enemies to the middle of nowhere, there needed to be bait to draw them. Which is why the Titans prepared to make war in the shadow of Mount Palatine, the hollowed mountain where the delicate controls for Chemos' climate engines were located. To the Adeptus Mechanicus, Mount Palatine was the holiest ground on all of Chemos, the greatest incarnation of the Omniscia's power and wisdom. The two legios battled at the gates of the mountain, while hordes of nightmarish amalgamations of warped flesh and machine rushed past their feet, heedless of the enormous casualties they suffered from the threads of both hosts. These creatures, once proud armies of Sketerii, now twisted beyond recognition by the baleful energies that had remade their god machines into towering icons of corruption, were met by the Palatine Blades. This sacred order, founded by the few members of the original Legion Brotherhood to have survived the Bleeding War, was dedicated to the protection of the mountain that Fulgrim had named after them in homage of the lost elite of his legion. A handful of veteran Space Marines fought at the head of an army of Adeptus Mechanicus combat servitors, tech thralls and elite soldiers, using the defenses of Mount Palatine to reap a heavy toll against the Dark Mechanicum horde while the earth and air trembled from the Battle of the Titans. The battle raged for days on end, and the princeps of the Legio Interfector were as merciless as the demonic spirits inhabiting the engines of the Legio Crucius. They fought with every trick in their arsenal, pitting their strategies against the Chaos Titans' madness and matching their warp-infused weaponry with their own sacred instruments of destruction. By the time the Black Legion reached Kallax, both armies had destroyed one another. Nothing remained on the fields around Mount Palatine but broken giants and thousands of corpses. The gates of the complex had been broken open, the defenders of the sacred climate controls slaughtered, but the machines themselves had remained intact, saved from unholy hands by the sacrifice of their defenders. Diridalin's and Zaroki's scheme had worked, the rest of the war would be fought without the god machines. Of course, the question of why Fabius Bile had let the Legio Crucius separate itself from the rest of the army remained unanswered. Diomedes returned to consciousness slowly, in fits of pain and nausea. He felt a strange sensation all over his body, and it took him several seconds to realize that it was the touch of air on his bare skin. He had been stripped of his armor while he had been unconscious. He tried to move, but something was restraining his movements, circles of something hard around his wrists and ankles. He remembered being aboard the Pride of the Emperor, the ship making full speed toward Chemos. He remembered days upon days of warp transit, spent in frenetic preparation for the battle that awaited them at the journey's end. He remembered the alarms. Screaming on the Vox, the navigators had been howling in agony and terror. The Geller field had been breached. Something had come through, no mere daemon, but a vast and terrible presence, one his mind refused to remember. It had closed in around him, around his squad, and then, nothing. Nothing until he had awoken just now, his body still revolting against what it had gone through. "You are awake," said a voice from somewhere in front of him. Good. The Space Marine blinked, and his vision started to return, blurry at first, then clearer and clearer as his body pumped a cocktail of boosting hormones into his bloodstream. He was held up in the air, limbs spread out by the chains that restrained him. His immediate surroundings were illuminated by candles laid down onto the stone ground, the area beyond lost to shadows. And within that small circle of light were creatures, unlike any he had ever seen before. Turning his neck left and right, he could see a dozen of them, and heard more behind him. They were reptilian in nature, but no two were identical in shape, and none were of a humanoid template. They had varying types and numbers of limbs, one had none at all, instead being some freakishly huge snake with a disgustingly long prehensile tongue. All of them were naked, and their scaled skin bore scars in shapes that hurt Diomedes' eyes when he looked at them. Their eyes, for those who had them, and again, none were where eyes should be, glowed with a inner fire that Diomedes had encountered before, years ago, during a campaign against a Slonishi cult that had managed to open a warp gate and bring forth their infernal masters into the Materium. Yet the outline of these creatures' bodies did not shimmer, nor did they manifest any other sign typical of incarnated daemons. The air was thick with their scent, along with that of burning fat. Whatever the candles were made of clearly wasn't typical wax, and other perfumes that Diomedes' neuroglottis gland couldn't identify. The creature that had spoken to him, in a thickly accented old form of Gothic, resembled some unholy union between a serpent and an octopus. It had a cobra-like head atop its torso, and instead of legs, possessed a swarm of tentacles that held it up and clung a variety of tools. Diomedes caught a glimpse of a vicious-looking serrated dagger, a circular stone inscribed with burning symbols, and what seemed like a severed Eldar hand, each finger made into a candle. The others were glancing at it, making Diomedes think this was some kind of authority figure. "What?" He forced the words out, fighting down a coughing fit as the foul air filled his lungs. "What are you abominations?" "We are the Latars," answered the creature, pausing and nodding slightly as it took in Diomedes' reaction to the name, the human gesture entirely wrong when performed by the monstrosity. "You remember us. That is good. We feared your ancestors would have concealed all traces of their great crime. If that were the case, we would have had to educate you before we could proceed." "You cannot be Latars," said Diomedes. "That foul Xenos breed was purged 10,000 years ago. I have studied the records. The librarians warned the Primarch of the evil hidden within their temples, and the Phoenician ordered their world burned from orbit. The entire species was put to the torch. And so it was indeed. Your ancestors slaughtered us, heedless of the gifts we offered. Heedless of the goddess promise. But life and death are small things to those who walk the divine path, son of the corpse god. We were sent to our goddess realm by the will of your sire, and then, long after, another of his children returned us to the land of flesh and sensation." "Keep them talking," thought Diomedes. He had to find a way out of this, and the longer these abominations talked, the more of his strength returned. Besides, if these were truly Latars, the Xenos of ancient nightmare returned, he had to get as much information as he could back to the Imperium, to warn them of this new threat. It didn't matter that he had no armor, no weapon, was chained up and surrounded by Xenos of unknown capabilities. He had his duty. Who was it? Who brought your misbegotten race back to existence? You know him well, Diomedes, whispered the alien, and hearing his name on its tongue made the legionary's face convulse in repulsion. He has many names, but I think you call him Clone Lord? Yes. That is one of his many titles, spoken among the living and the dead. He was there when we first died, and learned much from us, plundering our secrets even as his brothers murdered us. He has changed now, of course, no longer is he bound by the illusions of the flesh. His mind lives on through many heads, spread far and wide across the galaxy, and while the will that drives them is mighty indeed, individual heads are weaker, and can be made to listen to the voice of the goddess. So it was that one head was isolated and turned from its sterile purpose and toward more interesting avenues. So it was that we were returned into new bodies, crafted from the preserved essence of the old. Of course, since then, we have made improvements. Such wonders we tasted in the goddess realm, such inspiration we brought back with us. That particular head is dead now, slain by that hateful wraith he raised and bound centuries ago. With its death, the secret of our return was lost, and we have remained hidden ever since, rebuilding our kingdom in the dark place our benefactor had prepared for us. And now, at last, the time has come. The other heads of the benefactor have launched their attack on your home world, to visit upon you the destruction you inflicted upon our own world so long ago. In your haste to defend it, you have sailed far and deep into the great sea, too deep, my friend. You have exposed yourselves, and we have seized this goddess-given opportunity. We called upon her, made our offerings and performed the rituals, and she reached through the veil, caught you aboard your dry, boring ships, and brought you all here, to the destiny that has always been waiting for you. Your forebears betrayed the goddess, refused her blessing and cut down her servants. But the goddess love is infinite. She has forgiven you, and has always waited for you. Already all of you bear her gift, freely given in spite of your ancestors' blind defiance. When you murdered us, we cursed you, for we were blind too, unable to comprehend the blessing you had bestowed upon us in your ignorance. And the goddess heard our cry, and placed her mark upon your line. Do you remember, Diomedes, when you were first remade into what you are? Before the indoctrination, before your masters sent you into one gruesome war after another, to grind your spirit down? Do you remember how glorious it felt, to be among the chosen ones? This is the gift of the goddess. It is the hunger in you. The thirst for glory, the drive to seek perfection, to go beyond all limits. You shackle yourselves, deny the truth of your nature, weave stories of duty and sacrifice, but the facts remain. And now that the appointed time has come and that your legion is dying, we will do her will and save those who can be, to redeem you into her service. I will die before I betray my emperor, spat Diomedes, wishing he could muster the strength to add genuine acid to his words. But his physiology was still too disturbed by the after effects of the foul sorcery that had dragged him from the pride of the emperor into this forsaken place. Yes, replied the creature. You will. Over and over again, until you see the truth. For you must be punished for your defiance, and that of your ancestors before you. That is the other side of the goddess love, and you will learn to revel in it, in time. The latter stepped back into the shadows, leaving Diomedes alone within the circle of light. Soon he could neither hear nor smell them, he was utterly alone. Then he heard something else in the shadows, something familiar, the sound of power armor. For a moment he dared to hope that one of his brothers had already broken free, and was coming to rescue him. Then the figure entered the light, and Diomedes started screaming. He had seen that figure before, as an aspirant taking the final trial on chemos. After months of painful training and surgeries, all while suffering the nightmares of the bleeding war and learning how to block them out, he had walked the plains of chemos, to confront the reminiscence directly by following the ancient ritual devised by the Legion's librarians in the aftermath of the heresy. He had walked, making the pilgrimage to the source that marked the spot where Fulgrim had been found as an infant. His memories of the trial were vague, like a half-forgotten nightmare, but the figure that now stood before him figured prominently within them. Tall and powerful, wearing power armor emblazoned with dark runes, it was a twisted reflection of himself, debased and vile. There stood the nightmare every son of Fulgrim had faced since the reminiscence had first surfaced to plague the new Legion recruits, the secret fear at the heart of every space marine who knew that Astaroths had, in the past, broken their sacred vows. The fear of the traitor within, made manifest by some sorcery of the latter's. In his hand, he held a knife, dripping with poison. His face was a patchwork mix of different colors and textures, samples taken from the bodies of worthy foes and stitched together to form something that was still horribly similar to Diomedes' own. The Revenant moved closer to Diomedes, still smiling his inhuman, monstrous smile, and began his work. And while the image he had seen on Chemos had been unable to touch him, this one wasn't. His blade danced on Diomedes' skin, slicing and stabbing, spreading toxins into his flesh. Diomedes was true to his word. He died rather than breaking. But the latters kept their word too. I still remember their smiles. They caught me aboard the Pride of the Emperor, dragged me down and covered me in chains. I woke up strapped to an operation table, with several of their ancient monsters hovering above me. They smiled as they began to cut, and their smiles only widened when, after several hours, I broke and started screaming. They smiled wider still when I finally stopped, after what felt like an eternity of agony that made the torment I had endured at the worst of the blight seem like a gentle caress. Eventually I started screaming again. And eventually, I stopped once more. At first I tried to count how many times that cycle repeated itself. Then that, too, stopped. I wasn't alone in that, of course, even though I never saw another legionary while in captivity. The Drukhari, known to the Imperium as the Dark Eldar, among other, less flattering names, heard all scions of the Third Legion during that time. We were worse than their prisoners, we were their toys, and we bled and suffered for their amusement, and to sate their inhuman hunger, their need for torment. Almost an entire legion, caught at the non-existent mercy of some of the cruelest creatures to ever stalk the stars. They could have destroyed us, but the temptation of feeding off our pain was too great. A space marine's body can endure so much damage before it gives up, most of the time. That is a useful trait, but in the jails of the homunculi, it was nothing but a curse. It took me millennia to discover why they came for us, and how they managed to catch us so completely unaware. When I did not know whether to laugh or cry. The truth is, there were no survivors of the bleeding war. All those who returned from that hell were reborn into new people, their previous identity destroyed. Just look at Lucius, once an insufferable peacock. He strode out of the wars a silent hero, all thoughts of glory forgotten. The Dark Eldars showed us who we really were, deep inside, past all the masks. I believe that, for most of my brothers, it was, on the whole, a positive change. The torments they endured helped them grow, even if it devastated their ranks and traumatized them. I am no exception to this, of course, though I do not believe I was changed by what they did to me in any meaningful way. My brothers certainly do. They think I was driven mad by the Xenos' tortures, that my soul and sanity were shattered by their knives and poisons. Among the many, many reasons they have to hate the denizens of Comarik, they hold my betrayal as one of the most grievous. They are wrong. The tortures of the Dark Eldar didn't drive me insane. My mind has always been strong enough to endure the blight. It would take more than the homunculi's worst efforts to break it. Unlike my brothers in Primarch, I was not saved by the sons of the King of the Night. I escaped on my own, long after the rest of my legion had departed. Now, I hold them no grudge for leaving me behind. How were they to know that I still lived, when so many others had perished? But back then, my tormentors delighted in telling me how my brothers had abandoned me, and alone in the darkness with only these fiends for company. Part of me listened, and that part of me died. When I was finally out of their pits, I found the galaxy transformed. The Emperor, the one soul with the vision and intellect to guide mankind through the darkness, was gone, lost to the blade of his most foolish of creations. The galaxy was still burning with the fire Gilliman and his cohorts had started, and the madness of the warp was seeping into reality, forcing the Imperium we had built into superstition and stagnation, simply to survive the revealed horrors. I saw where that path would lead. I saw the light of progress extinguished by fear. I saw the flames that would consume humanity, devouring it to fuel the never-sated hunger of the entities that masquerade as gods within the Empyrean. I saw alien hordes feasting on the rotting corpse of the Imperium, billions enslaved to Zeno's overlords. I saw the death of humanity's spirit, crushed under the weight of bureaucracy and superstition. I saw the end of our species, written in the skein of fate. And as I saw these horrors, I rose, and said, no. I refused to let these events come to pass. And so I set to work, to secure a future to replace the one we lost when the Emperor was taken from us by the schemes of false gods. I alone have the vision and the will to see it through. The remaining primarchs are either madmen lost to the clutches of the warp, or bitter, ignorant fools who cling to ideals we cannot afford anymore. The lords of Terra are petty tyrants, ruling in the shadows of those much greater than they, and the knowledge of their own inferiority drives them to stifle all of mankind's potential. I have taken many steps into darkness on that path I have chosen. I have made deals with monsters such as Sanguinius in order to secure the resources I needed, and allied with the entity Corax has become for the knowledge his legion possessed. I have laid waste to worlds and extinguished entire subspecies of my own creation. I have studied the sciences of the dark age of technology, taken children, and remade them into weapons of war. No matter the cost, I will succeed. There is no sacrifice too great, no deed too vile when performed in pursuit of my goal. Humanity will be reshaped by my hands into something stronger, capable of enduring the horrors of the universe. The galaxy is too cruel a place to allow for anything else. I was created to safeguard the species' future, and that is what I will do. And when at last the children of mankind are made strong through my ministrations, when the false gods are dragged screaming into oblivion, when the new man stands proud, his feet crushing Zeno's skulls, then at last, I shall rest, for my work will be done. Excerpt from an audio recording in the Forbidden Vault, recovered by the Emperor's children in the ruins of an Adeptus Mechanicus biologist facility, during the purge of Stritix Lumini. He calls us his consortium, but it's a lie. Or a useful fiction, at least. The true consortium has only one member, and it is Bile himself. We are all but pawns to him, tools to achieve his own ends. As for what these ends are, discussing them is a popular topic of discussion among us. We know what he claims them to be: to save mankind from its inevitable doom. To remake it in the pyre of war and elevate it through the wonders of science, free of the grasp of the primordial annihilator, reborn in a new form capable of enduring in a galaxy bent on its destruction. It sounds like a noble goal, does it not? A righteous one, even. With the Emperor lost in chaos growing ever stronger, who else but Bile, the mad genius who managed to crack the master of mankind's own genetic masterwork, can save the species? The Imperium is a corpse driven by momentum and the schemes of petty men, bleeding from a million wounds while the loyalists die to delay the inevitable a little longer. The Adeptus Mechanicus has abandoned progress and embraced tradition, and their quest for knowledge is nothing but a charade used by their lords to suppress unrest in the lower ranks. The 9 legions are fools, deceived by the dark gods into destroying humanity's future, their souls bargained away for shiny trinkets and the power to rule the ruins. Aliens prey upon mankind, while the cancer of chaos grows stronger within its heart, eroding all that is pure and strong and replacing it with the mad echoes of new nightmares and ancient sins. And amidst all of that, there is Fabius Bile, who stands against the coming night, refusing to kneel to any god, determined to achieve salvation for mankind with his own hands. There are many who are drawn to that insane vision, desperate to find purpose in a galaxy of nightmares. The sheer intensity of Bile's conviction grants him a strange, unholy charisma. You want to be part of his great undertaking, to help him raise mankind above all others. To save it. But that is a lie, too. I truly believe that. I have served him for centuries, you understand, millennia, even. I was there during the Clone Wars, and I followed him during his time with the Raven Guard. I saw the things he created then. I spoke with his daughter, and with his eldest son. More importantly, I looked into the primogenitor's eyes as he designed the means that would allow him to cheat death, and in that moment, I realized the truth. He will never stop. He will never be satisfied. He says that he will go on until his work is done, but he will never be done. He will never put down his tools, look at his work, and nod, knowing that there is nothing more that he can do, that it is complete at last. He will always find a flaw, find something that can be improved. He seeks perfection, but some part of him must know that there is no such thing. And so he goes on and on, one soul stretched across numerous bodies, driven by a will more monstrous than any ascended champion of the traitor legions. He dies, over and over, but refuses to stop. He damns worlds and creates horrors, and he feels nothing, not even pleasure or satisfaction. To him, it is all necessary sacrifices on the path to success. There are many monsters in the Eye of Terror, but I have never met one scarier than Fabius Bile. From the testimony of Tsimisks Flay, renegade apothecary of the 4th Legion and member of the consortium. Tsimisks was captured in 764 M34 during a joint action of the Emperor's Children's 12th Company and the Eldars of Craftworld Lugganath. For hours, the artillery of the Black Legion unleashed volley after volley upon the walls of the fortress monastery, overpowering its shields and smashing into its old, carefully maintained and enhanced fortifications. Eventually, the walls were breached, and the invaders rushed forward. First in the breach were the Second-born, driven by the inhuman hungers of the things clutching to their tainted souls. The moment the first hole opened, Asthararic Shival let loose his brothers in horror, issuing his command through a terrifying shriek that shook the mortals who heard it to the bone. 1,000 possessed marines charged, under the cover of a crimson mist, raised from the blood of the dead by an alchemical compound of Bile's design, spread over the field by powerful pumps. The fortress guns were forced to fire blindly, their auspexes scrambled by the scrap code broadcast by Azetnarim's unholy devices. Such was the volume of firepower at work that the advance still cost the possessed dearly, but hundreds of them still made it up the broken walls and into the fortress monastery. Fighting erupted across the walls, and daemon-wrought power met legion training and experience. All the while, the Second-born's hidden implants, deviant constructs of flesh and technology, designed to resist the changes caused by their hosts in human nature, recorded their life signals and etheric fluctuations, sending all the data back to the Black Legion apothecaries, to be studied at a later date. The consortium's experiments never stopped, not even during such a portentous conflict. The rest of the Black Legion's transhuman contingent began its own advance, entering the blood-tinged fog in haphazard formation. The mortals had to wait. The mist would be utterly lethal to them, as was found out by the handful who were too eager to heed their overlord's command and died horribly, the flesh boiling off their bones. Even Chaos Marines in power armor felt it eat at the ceramite of their battle plate, and a few even swore they could see other things moving in the mist with them, just at the edge of their sight. Only after the outer defenses had been silenced and the battle had moved into the corridors of the fortress monastery did the Black Legion's witches summon a gust of wind, clearing the fog and sending its poison through Chemo's atmosphere. Then the hordes of the lost and the damned rushed forward in their thousands, shouting their debased battle cries and calling for the favor of whatever gods they served. Not a few of them prayed, not to the ruinous pantheon, but to the primogenitor instead, begging him to grant them the strength to do his bidding. This was not typical doctrine for the enemies of the throne. Far more often, the lords of the traitor legions would send their mortal slaves into battle first, to be slaughtered while exhausting the enemy's ammunition reserves. But there had never been anything typical about Fabius Bile, and it was his mind directing the Black Legion on Chemos. The Clone Lord may care little for the lives of his followers, but he abhorred waste above all else. Furthermore, among the mortal hordes were his own children, the monstrous new men. Entire tribes of the altered creatures had found their way to Chemos, led by their matriarch Amelia. They towered over the rest of the lost and the damned, made tall and strong by Bile's ministrations, and all who looked upon them could see the evidence of the primogenitor's genius in their inhumanely striking features, only occasionally marred by one hideous mutation or another as the enhancements of their genes manifested in unexpected ways. The new men were the first of the mortals to cross the threshold of the Emperor's Children's domain. Inside the fortress, the Black Legion was met by fierce resistance at every turn. Imperial soldiers fought shoulder to shoulder with Mechanicus Skitarii on barricades, while the sons of Fulgrim and Conrad Kurs confronted the hated foe. Automated defenses and ancient traps sprung into action, and the very stones of the fortress seemed to fight back against the invaders. And so they fought in hallowed passages, under the stern gaze of dead heroes. Diridalan directed the defense, sending squads of space marines to support faltering fronts and keeping the Imperial army cohesive, it seemed through sheer willpower. The Legion Master was sparing nothing in this battle. At his command, a host of dreadnoughts emerged from their stasis tombs, smashing into the Chaos forces like an unstoppable tide of adamantium-clad retribution. For days, the Tech Marines had labored to awaken the slumbering Venerables, and now dozens of them went to war once more, led by a hero drawn directly from the distant era of the Great Crusade, Rylaner the Ancient. Rylaner the Ancient. Perhaps the oldest loyal space marine still alive in the 41st millennium, Rylaner was one of the first to be inducted into the ranks of the 3rd Legion, long before Fulgrim was discovered. As an Asteroutes, he fought in the last battles of the Unification Wars, taking part in the mystery-shrouded conflict that nearly brought the entire Legion to extinction. Years later, he was grievously wounded while fighting the Eldar, and was placed within a dreadnought sarcophagus. After Fulgrim was found on Chemos and the Legion was rebuilt with Chemosian recruits, Rylaner, one of the few Terran veterans remaining, was nicknamed the Ancient by his brothers. It was a title given out of respect for one who had seen and done so much for the Imperium, and his wisdom was greatly regarded. Rylaner was even made part of Fulgrim's inner circle of advisors, and after the Emperor revealed to his son how close his legion had come to destruction, it was him who told the Phoenician the details of what had transpired. Like all other survivors of that dark time, Rylaner was sworn to secrecy, but the Master of Mankind gave him a special exemption in Fulgrim's case. When the Bleeding War erupted and the pride of the Emperor was attacked by the Dark Eldar, Rylaner fought against the Xenos, killing so many of them that they eventually sealed him within a section of the ship and left. Rescued by his brothers, Rylaner became one of the Legion's leaders in their effort to save their captured kindred. Alongside Lord Commander Vespasian, Rylaner kept his brothers from despairing over their Primarch's loss, and the dreadnought was present when, with the help of the Night Lords, Fulgrim was finally freed. In the aftermath of the heresy, the toll of the Bleeding War forced Rylaner to withdraw from active command and spend more and more time in stasis, recovering his mental fortitude lest insanity claim him. Above the stasis tomb where he has slept away the ages is a stained glass depiction of the moment he broke the Phoenicians' chains, said to have been crafted by the Primarch himself as thanks to one of his greatest sons. Centuries later, Rylaner was awakened once more to take part in the burning of Comeric. For most of the battle, the Ancient fought alongside his Primarch, the last time any Emperor's children would do so, until Fulgrim was drawn to Fabius Bile's location. Rylaner's massive form couldn't follow the Phoenician into the twisting tunnels where the arch-renegade had made his lair, and the dreadnought remained above ground, venting his fury on the Dark Eldar until the order came from Angron to retreat. It took the combined efforts of 20 Psykers from 3 legions to bring back Rylaner from his rage, and to this day, his name is cursed by the inhabitants of the Dark City. Since the burning of Comeric and the disappearance of Fulgrim, Rylaner has awakened less and less frequently. Legion masters throughout the millennia have attempted to rouse him, but he has rarely responded, his mind badly affected by the loss of his Primarch. On the few occasions he has joined the 3rd Legion into battle, though, there have been no signs of mental degeneracy, and the various enemies of mankind he faced soon learned to fear the might of the Ancient. For a time, the Emperor's children held their ground, and it seemed that the tide of chaos which had broken the walls of the stronghold would shatter on the bulwark of the 3rd Legion. Then the latest abomination spawned from Fabius Bile's laboratories entered the fray. Rylaner was tearing another Black Legionary apart limb from limb when he saw him. The dreadnought froze in place, joints locking up in response to the shock coursing through the mind of the withered husk held in the life-sustaining tank. He wore armor of purple and gold, with a broken aquila upon the chest plate. A mane of silver-white hair hung from his head, framing his perfect face, marred only by a line of stitchings atop his forehead. He held in his right hand a sword as tall as a man, covered in Sorcerous runes and crackling with eldritch energies. Even through the metal surrounding him, the Ancient could feel the malevolence of the blade, and it burned his soul to see it in those hands. "Fulgrim," said Rylaner hesitantly, knowing even as he spoke that it wasn't. "Is that you, father?" The thing that looked like the Phoenician smiled sadly, and leapt. It crashed into Rylaner with the strength of a meteor hammer, forcing the dreadnought to take a step backward. With a gauntleted hand buried inside the metal of Rylaner's body to hold itself in place, it stabbed right through the dreadnought's hull with its infernal blade, cutting through the adamantium armor and into the sarcophagus underneath. Rylaner screamed as the sword pierced his true body, and screamed again as the weapon drank his soul, tearing it from the 10,000 years old husk. "Goodbye, brother," said the Primarch thing as the dreadnought crumpled in on itself, deprived of the will that had driven it for centuries. It tore the blade free of the wreck and, with a renewed tide of Black Legion troops at its back, charged toward the rest of the Imperial forces. Over the millennia, the Emperor's children had endured many trials. They had been brought to the brink of extinction mere years after their inception, their stores of gene seed decimated and their warriors afflicted with a blight that consumed them from within. They had been dragged into the webway, forced to fight the bleeding war against an enemy that knew this environment infinitely better than they. They had fought in the Clone Wars, seeking to reclaim the honor taken from them by the arch-renegade. And for 10,000 years, they had fought to protect the Imperium, to defend those who could not defend themselves with the strength bestowed upon them by the legacy of the Phoenician. They had bled, they had suffered, but they had endured. They had not broken. They broke now, as the abomination wearing their Primarch's face walked among them and butchered them without mercy or hesitation. Warriors who had faced daemons without flinching, who had fought against tyrannid swarms without taking a single step back, fell to their knees before the horrible vision of the Phoenician fighting under the banner of the Black Legion. They knew, in their heart of heart, that this wasn't their Primarch. The line of scarring that marred the creature's perfect features, combined with the infamous title of Fabius Bile, made the truth obvious. But even so, the sight of their lost father fighting against them was too much for many of them. Powerful indeed are the bonds between Primarch and Space Marine, and even the simulacrum created by Bile could trigger the genetic instincts to submit, to kneel before the legionary's progenitor. The dreadnoughts were especially vulnerable, their minds addled by their long sleep, their confusion increased by Rylanir's fall. The indomitable will of the Ancient had been all that kept several of his brethren from slipping into full-blown dementia, and without his guidance, they were easy prey for the host of heretics that flowed in the replica's wake. One by one they fell, their husk-like bodies ripped from their sarcophagi for a few more moments of confused torment before death. The Eternals fought to the last. When the front lines collapsed, they regrouped inside the monument that the Emperor's children kept to all the brave sons and daughters of Chemos who had fought in the regiments before. There they made their stand, under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of masks looking down upon them. Seeking to tear their tech from their corpses, the renegade Archmagos Etnarum led the charge into their barricades with his army of cybernetic nightmares. As the traitor's terrible form entered the fray at the head of his elite guard, the Eternals' own engine seers activated a weapon they had spent the last hour desperately jury-rigging, muttering prayers of expiation to the god machine all the way. On their signal, every Vox-capable device in the Eternals' entire arsenal sent the same scrambling pulse, burning out every machine within the monument. The Martian priests died immediately, their souls claimed by the disaster they had unleashed. Many Eternals also cried out as their augmatics shut down, leaving them in terrible pain, missing a limb or utterly helpless. But the effect on the Dark Mechanicum forces was much, much worse. The vast majority of them simply collapsed on the spot, tainted organic components writhing in agony. Etnarum himself perished in a most horrible manner, his body and soul ripped apart as the dark tech seals on the various captive Neverborn powering his unholy augmentations were shattered by the pulse. His entire guard died in the fallout of his demise, torn to shreds by the vengeful daemons in the seconds before they lost their hold onto reality and returned to the warp, leaving behind nothing but gore and the faint impression of nightmares. But the pulse had only affected those heretical Skitarii within the chamber, thousands more remained outside, and the death of Etnarum had triggered their ultimate aggression protocols. With all concern of restraint or self-preservation removed, they rushed the remaining Eternals. The guardsmen fought well, but eventually they fell. Their general died laughing at the six-eyed, chromed face of his killer, knowing that the only plunder would be burned-out electronics. Their machine spirits spared the horror of enslavement to the archenemy. As the fortress monastery began to burn, another battle was about to take place, hundreds of kilometers away. The warband of Inquisitor Covenant had reached the location of the Forbidden Vault, but they hadn't been the first to get there. There were corpses all around the entrance to the Forbidden Vault. Covenant and his team, along with several squads of Household Guards and the squad of Night Lords, advanced carefully amidst the broken bodies of unnamiable creatures, torn apart by the equally ravaged automated defenses of the vault. The tech priest in Covenant's retinue was drawing a blank on the identification of the creatures. Samples taken and quickly analyzed showed that there were traces of DNA belonging to Chemosian species, but their genetics had been altered in depths forbidden by the Adeptus Mechanicus. Of course, such restrictions meant nothing to the arch-renegade. Judging by the temperature of the corpses, the battle hadn't ended too long ago, which meant, God Emperor willing, they weren't too late. Automated gun turrets laid broken where they had emerged from the ground, veritable mountains of shell casings surrounding them. There was an absurd number of them, covering every angle of approach to the entrance. Clearly the Emperor's children had taken the security of what they had put inside the vault seriously, though apparently not seriously enough to deter bile. They made their way past the field of corpses and through the broken gates, heavy adamantium things that had been simply ripped out of their hinges through brute force by creatures with unnaturally large muscles. The long corridor past that point was filled with yet more bodies and broken turrets, and the elevator at the end was still in lockdown. The Night Lords went first, attaching cables to the roof of the shaft before making the descent into the kilometer-deep pit. When the clear signal came in, Covenant and his team went next. They found themselves in a vast chamber, filled with stasis fields and quietly humming cogitators, their data centers filled with the records of 10,000 years of hunting Fabius bile. They moved quickly, but Covenant still caught a glimpse of some of the objects on display. There were weapons, built from adapted designs of the Dark Age of technology, heavily sealed containers within which were kept samples of various plagues and elixirs, and bodies. Many, many bodies, of everything from Xenos breeds never encountered before to new men in various states of dissection, and what looked like the corpse of a space marine, with each organ removed and hung in place inside a massive crystal. Covenant turned his gaze away from that last one the moment he noticed the emblem of the raven upon the shoulder pauldron, and commanded his warband to do the same. And at the center of the vault, where the command console towered above the other cogitators like a king above his court, they found the Black Legion infiltrators. None of them wore helmets, as if to better look at the horrifying wonders on display. One of them wore the colors of a 3rd Legion apothecary, and his face was impossibly aged, his gaze haunted. The second was clad in the armor of an Emperor's Children line battle brother, but his expression was utterly empty, and Covenant could feel no emotions from him, only the turning gears of a machine that betrayed deep conditioning, and the echoes of an horrified voice screaming from behind locked bars. The third was the only one in Black Legion colors, and he nodded in salute as Covenant's warband aimed their weapons at the trio, holding their fire only out of fear of damaging the console they needed to set off the self-destruct. "Greetings, Inquisitor. You are the Inquisitor, right? My friends here told me you were in Kallax, and I figured that if anyone was going to figure out their little treachery, it would be one of the Corpse Emperor's hounds. I am Sikas, son of Sanguinius, and member of the Consortium." "I don't care who you are," said Covenant, Psychonin locked onto the traitor Marine. "Your path, and that of those traitors at your side, ends here." "Such violence," said Sikas, shaking his head, his expression never changing. "But then, I suppose you of all people would sympathize with the Emperor's children. They purged worlds, did you know that? Killed everyone on their surface rather than let any trace of their brother's work remain. And your Ordos helped them hide all the evidence, wiped out every trace that these worlds had ever existed. You have always been so afraid of what my lord can do, so afraid of the future he seeks to create. I have to admit," he continued, looking at the Night Lords and the soldiers, "that I didn't anticipate you bringing so many allies with you." Sikas burst into action mid-sentence, moving with all the speed his chemically enhanced body could muster, aiming straight for Covenant. The moment he moved, the Night Lords reacted, striking at the two renegade Emperor's children with their own melee weapons. A fraction of a second before Sikas reached him, Covenant fired his Psychonin at point-blank range, delivering a blast of psychic energies and blessed silver directly into the fallen apothecary's chest. The force of the impact knocked him off his feet and sent him sprawled to the ground, just as the Night Lords cut down the renegades, striking with cold precision. You think you have won," spat Sikas amidst droplets of blood. "You are too late. You should have destroyed this place the moment we arrived in this system. Now he is here, and there is nothing you can do to stop him. He won't allow you to do it." "Who?" asked Covenant, his blade at the neck of the Blood Angel. "Me," said a voice from behind them, inhumanly deep. "I am the eldest, and I have come for you." Covenant swirled around, the motion mimicked by every Night Lord. None of them had apparently heard the new arrival approach. There stood a figure, lit by the vault's dim illumination. It was tall, taller than any legionary Covenant had ever seen, and its face was exposed. He saw the pale, sutured flesh, the cybernetic implants embedded in the skull. Covenant froze in horror. His lips were moving, silently forming the word no, over and over again. Around him, the rest of his team were similarly afflicted. Even the legionaries paused, though thankfully, they recovered quickly. They moved to surround the creature, as did the household guards, none of which had recognized what Covenant and his acolytes had, but knew a threat to their lord when they saw one. "Get out of here, Inquisitor," shouted one of the Night Lords. He was too shocked to recognize which. "We will hold it back. Get word to the Imperium. They must know what happened here." There was a note of desperation in the Space Marine's voice as he screamed. "They must know of this abomination." Covenant ran. He ran faster than he ever had, dragging Joseph along with him. He had never been more scared in his life, the terror tearing through every mental shield and all the discipline he had honed for years. That thing, it couldn't be what he thought it was, and yet it was. He couldn't escape the truth, however much he might want to. The hollow, soulless laughter of the eldest and the death screams of the Space Marines and household troopers followed the Inquisitor and his acolytes all the way through the vault, up the elevator shaft using the cable's built-in retraction function, and to the gunship, which lifted immediately, heading straight for the Dionysia. Covenant had failed, but the contents of the Forbidden Vault had become a lot less important now. While Inquisitor Covenant fled from Chemos, the last confrontation of the war was about to take place. With the clone of Fulgrim leading them, the Black Legion forces had all but crushed the Emperor's children and their allies. Diridalan led the last pocket of resistance, fighting against the tides of the damned rushing ahead, eager to claim the glory that would come with his head. In the fortress' innermost sanctum, a consecrated chapel built on the very spot where the Emperor and Fulgrim had met for the first time, the Legion Master and his last brothers made their stand. 50 Emperor's children in Terminator armor, consecrated by the Legion's tech marines and bearing emblems of faith and duty granted onto them by 10,000 years of grateful holy men. Asthararic Shiva was the first true champion of chaos to reach the Legion Master, accompanied by all that remained of his second-born kindred. The possessed lord had drenched his claws in the blood of the Third Legion, feasting upon untainted gene seed torn from their corpses, reveling in the inhuman hungers of the daemon dwelling within his soul. He burst into the chapel like a vision out of some ancient vision of hell, a prince of ruin and his court of infernal monsters. There stood the Legion Master, surrounded by his elite guard of Terminators. 10 warriors in total, each a hero of the Imperium who had stood firm against countless horrors and had always prevailed. They faced 3 times their number of possessed Marines, their bodies swollen by infernal powers and all the feeding that had already taken place. The one leading them was immense, twice the size of Diridalan, his head crowned by a trio of curled horns, the lower half of his helmet transformed into a fanged maw within which burned the fires of hell. "Children of the Emperor," roared Diridalan. "Death to his foes." The 2 lines met, and Diridalan found himself battling the leader of the possessed, his pair of blades clashing against his claws in a shower of sparks. The traitor had the advantage of strength and size, but Diridalan could tell that he wasn't used to his body, and was relying too much on the instincts of the daemon inside of him, but the daemon too wasn't used to this new shape. In Diridalan's experience, those who gave their bodies over to the denizens of the warp went into 2 categories, those with enough willpower to retain control of their actions, and those who let the daemon take over completely in battle. But the one he faced now showed signs of both, which led the Legion Master to believe he was still new to his current damned status, the 2 halves of his being still fighting for supremacy. That was a weakness he could exploit. He went on the offensive, striking blow after blow, without leaving time enough for the possessed lord to strike back. Most of the wounds he inflicted healed almost instantly, but his enemy still tried to block them. The swords Diridalan carried hurt him, and he was still unable to wholly detach himself from the pain he felt. Slowly, the Legion Master stoked the second-born's fury, until he finally lashed back out, heedless of how he left himself open in the process. And Diridalan seized that moment, dodging the claws aimed at his neck with barely a millimeter to spare before bringing his swords down in a cross-cut that severed the creature's head and sent it flying. By the time Diridalan slew Asthararic Shiva, the entire chapel was silent. The Terminators and the possessed had killed each other, their corpses laying alongside one another, many locked into a deadly embrace where weapons and warped limbs remained trapped inside the flesh of an enemy. Diridolin looked upon the devastation. He heard the distant sound of battle, diminishing as the last survivors were hunted down and destroyed. He knew that this was the sound of his legion dying. Then, a figure stepped past the threshold, one that Diridolin had known he would have to face since he had heard of the disaster that had struck down Rylaner. "You are not Fulgrim," growled Diridolin as he looked at the giant in purple and gold armor. "No," admitted the abomination. "I am not. This body is a clone, forged from genetic material harvested from hundreds of dead Emperor's children and painstakingly pieced together. As for the mind inside of it, I believe you already know who I am." "Bile," said Diridolin, and there was more hatred in that single word than it should have been possible for it to contain. "You put yourself inside this shell, didn't you? You cut open its skull and put one of your own diseased brain inside. Is there no end to your depravity, traitor?" "It serves a purpose," shrugged the clone. "The psychological impact cannot be underestimated, and this body is undeniably more powerful than the one I am used to. And besides, if this attack succeeded in drawing our father out of hiding, I would have needed something capable of matching him. But, it seems he did die at Komarok, after all." "Fulgrim lives," said Diridolin, unable to stop the words. "Even after your foul trap in the Dark City, he lives, and he will return to the Imperium." "Then where is he?" asked the clone, spreading his arms wide. "His legion is dying, his world is being invaded, his image is being despoiled. And yet, he does not come." "No, brother. I too thought he was still alive, that is why I arranged this whole affair. To drag him back into the spotlight under controlled circumstances, so that I could deal with him before he interfered with the rest of my plans. But he hasn't come. And I have enough respect left for him to know that only death would stop him from coming to this world's help. He always was a sentimental fool." Diridolin didn't say anything. He was scanning the clone's posture, trying to find an opening, but there were none. Every muscle of the false Primarch's body was in perfect condition, ready to react to an attack from any angle. The Legion Master's experience told him that, no matter how he attacked, he would die instantly. The difference in physical ability was just too huge. "Do you know," said the clone suddenly, "why I was to Komarok in the first place? I wasn't allied with the Homunculi, like I heard the Imperium assumed. I had actually brought the Black Legion to wage war against their covens, so that I could claim their secrets. For years, our agents battled under the surface of the Dark City, hidden from the noble houses, neither wanting to bring their attention upon us. But eventually, they grew tired of the losses, and arranged for someone else to come and do their dirty work." Diridolin twitched at the implications of what the clone was saying, and it caught on that, smiling. "Yes, I thought that would get your attention. You have read the accounts of the burning, right? How do you think the Alpha Legion found a path to the Dark City? The webway is an ever-shifting maze, hostile to all forms of life in our universe, and the paths to Komarok are well guarded against the demonic incursions that constantly test the Dark Eldar's borders. It took me centuries to figure it out, but the Hydra gained their knowledge from their Xenos allies, who themselves were fed by the Homunculi covens. They knew Fulgrim wouldn't be able to resist going after me, and they knew I would be forced to abandon my operations in Komarok. The destruction visited upon the rest of the Dark City was not their concern, as long as they were rid of me." The clone smiled, his gaze moving to something far away, and Diridolin seized his chance. He surged forward, swords held at the ready. The clone reacted instantly, bringing his infernal blade to bear, but the Legion Master didn't stop. He accelerated, impelling himself onto the sword, ignoring the horrible pain as the daemon sword ripped back out of his back and sparks of eldritch power ran all across his armor, bursting components, and sending his silver mask flying, exposing his scarred face. It was a lethal injury, but the Legion Master didn't let it stop him. With all that was left of his strength, he rammed his two swords into the clone's sides, burying them all the way to the hilt, aiming to sever the spinal column. But the replica moved an inch at the last moment, and the two blades crossed one another within its body, missing the spinal column by a fraction of a centimeter. Such willingness to die. "So be it, then," said the monstrosity wearing Fulgrim's face with grotesque gentleness. "Now the children of the Emperor will join their father in his tomb of broken dreams. I take no pleasure in this, brother, but it must be done. Know this, you did the best that could possibly be expected of you. But simply your best isn't enough. Mankind needs more to survive. That is the truth I learned long ago. For a moment, something flickered in the eyes of the Legion Master, a cold, pale light. He spoke, blood pouring from his mouth as every word burned itself into Bile's mind. Your truth is a lie. You will not escape your judgment, traitor. Diridalan fell as the last syllable passed his lips. He was dead before he hit the ground, where he laid, his limbs spread out. For a moment, Bile looked at him. In his hand, the daemon sword he had sent 3 Chaos Warbands to capture on a daemon-infested world in the Eye of Terror growled with anger, the entity within enraged by having been denied its due. Somehow Diridalan's soul had escaped its ravenous hunger, slipping into the warp before it could get its fangs into it. That was something he would have to remember in the future, it might be a sign of other things to come. With surprising delicacy, the clone crossed the arms of the Legion Master over his chest, closed his eyes, and replaced the fallen silver mask upon the dead man's face before straightening up. The diffuse pain in his side reminded him of the wounds Diridalan had dealt him in his final moments. He reached and pulled out the swords embedded in his flesh, breaking their ancient blades in his armored gauntlets as he did so. The wounds healed almost as soon as he had removed the weapons, yet the pain persisted. For a moment, the clone stared at his own reflection in the shining metal and the rich red of his own blood. Then he threw the shards to the ground, and opened a vox link to every one of his forces rampaging throughout the stronghold. This is the primogenitor speaking, he said, and the distant dim of battle quietened somewhat as his children eagerly awaited their lord's command. The Legion Master is dead. None are to disturb his body. I want the Imperium to find it when they arrive. Now, scions of the Black Legion, finish what we came here to do. Purge the fortress. Leave no son of Fulgrim alive. He cut the link before the flow of affirmative replies he knew would be coming. After the death of Diridalan, the fortress monastery soon fell to the Black Legion. Its defenders fought bravely, facing impossible odds, and they reaped a heavy tally of heretic lives, but, in the end, they were dragged down by the jackals of chaos and slain. During all that time, the Primarch replica of Fabius Bile remained within the chamber where it had killed the Legion Master, until at last one visitor dared to intrude upon his solitude. The clone of Fulgrim did not notice how the eldest arrived into the chamber. One moment, he was alone with the cooling bodies of the 3rd Legion's leadership, the next, he could sense the eldest's presence, standing silently behind him. He turned, and looked it into the eyes. It felt strange, even now, not to have to crank his neck up to look at his creation's face. It is over, father, said the eldest. The fortress has fallen. The vault is ours. There has been a complication, however. Of course there was, sighed the clone. What complication? The Inquisitor. He saw me, and he knew what I am. He has escaped. He will carry word. So be it. It doesn't matter. The Phoenician didn't come. Our hypothesis has been confirmed. Then Fulgrim is dead. What now, father? Now? Now the real work begins. Melusine is waiting for us in the Eye, alongside the rest of the Consortium and the Legion. We must regroup there. The next step of our grand endeavor awaits. And what of this world's people? The shelters remain unbreached. Already there are warbands trying to force them open, and failing. I have just murdered my old legion, said the clone, and there was perhaps just a hint of bitterness, regret, shame in his voice. What use do I have for a few cowering mortals? Let them live. Let Chemos recover, if it can. I care nothing for this world or its inhabitants. What matters is that the 3rd Legion is as dead as its Primarch. Those who escaped the carnage here are no threat to my designs now. It is time for the real work to begin. I see, said the eldest. Then it is as I feared. A shame. Before the clone of Fulgrim could react, the eldest was on him, clawed gauntlets buried into his chest and around his 2 hearts. For a moment, Bile stared into the eyes of his creation, the face of his Primarch twisted in disbelief as blood trickled from between his lips. It was always a risk to let you enter this body, father, explained one abomination of science to the other. The genetic memory of the Primarchs is strong enough to influence even you. And you knew it, but you indulged in your sense of spectacle anyway, and as always, it falls to me to clean up the mess. Don't worry, Father. I will ensure that the contamination doesn't spread to the rest of the consortium, as I have always done. Such an ungrateful father I have. The clone of Fulgrim tried to speak, but failed, and his head rolled back. Then, a great scream of rage and grief came from behind the eldest, and it ripped its claws from the corpse just in time to catch the scrawny form of Amelia mid-leap. The old crone was weeping as she stabbed at the arm holding her up with her knives, failing to penetrate the ancient armor. Compassion for your father, sighed the eldest. That is another weakness that the new humanity cannot afford, crone. I will need to report this to the consortium. Your entire lineage must be checked, and purged if need be. So much work, so little time. The eldest tightened its grip, and the neck of the last of Bile's 5 chosen Chaos Lords snapped. The eldest threw the corpse away and bent to pick up the corpse of Fulgrim's replica. It wouldn't do to leave it behind for the Imperium to find when they arrived. After all, the pride of the Emperor hadn't arrived yet, the retribution of the Imperium wouldn't be long. But by the time they arrived, the Black Legion would have left nothing of value on Chemos. In the aftermath of Diridalin's demise, the Black Legion began to plunder the fortress monastery. For an entire month, a steady stream of carriers brought the treasures of the Emperor's children to the Chaos Armada, along with the entire contents of the Forbidden Vault, before the hidden cache was destroyed to erase any information the Imperium may use against Fabius Bile in the future. The remnants of the Imperial fleet, knowing there was nothing they could, retreated from the system, hopefully to join up with other Imperial elements and return as part of a retaliation strike to deliver the remaining people of Chemos, who were still safe in the underground vaults. Even the shelters of Kallax remained unbreached by the time Bile gave the order from the Pulchritudinous Bridge for the Black Legion to abandon the system. Some warbands remained on the surface, order within the ranks having collapsed with the death of Amelia, last of the primogenitors chosen. Eventually, however, even they would give up, the gates of Kallax vault proving proof against everything they had, from sorcery to nuclear bombs. The last of the Black Legion presence departed, and by the time the first ships of the Imperium returned, there was nothing to do but open the vaults and rescue the population from their isolement. Astropathic messages were sent, carrying word that the unthinkable had happened. The Third Space Marine Legion had died. There will come a time when the immortal bird will fall and rise no more. The undying flesh will ascend, cloaked in a mantle of stolen feathers, and its ill-starred children shall revel in the destruction they wreak. What was saved shall burn. What was purified shall be tainted. What was reborn shall die, and salvation shall be denied to those who cry out for it. Their despair shall be drowned out by the spilling of blood ancient and new. Then you will know. These are the times of ending. From the forbidden epistles of the Terra Apocrypha. The death of Uber Emos. Gregor Eisenhorn, rogue inquisitor of the Holy Ordos, disgraced and hunted down by his peers, walked through the corridors of his hidden lair with as much speed as he could muster. Years ago, during one of his last cases as an acknowledged member of the Inquisition, he had been wounded deeply, and there hadn't been time to heal him properly. Now, as a price of his determination to get back up his feet as fast as possible, he could only move thanks to the exoskeleton surrounding his body, moving in response to his thoughts. Every motion hurt, and the cybernetic connection on his neck never stopped hurting, even when he was completely immobile. The only way for him to sleep was to dose himself with painkillers, and they had gotten less and less effective over the years as his metabolism grew more resistant to them, seemingly only to spite him. And even when they worked, they did nothing for the dreams that haunted him. He had been in the middle of one such nightmare when the alarm had woken him. Something had gone wrong in the room of Uber Emos, one of the last companions Eisenhorn had left from his days as an inquisitor. The old data savant had been tasked by Eisenhorn to collate the information they had gleaned over the years about their great enemy, the mysterious entity known as the Yellow King. It had been the hunt for that creature that had driven Eisenhorn to the depths of what his brethren considered radicalism, until they had finally cast him out. They didn't see the danger it posed, how could they? It had taken years of finding hints in half-forgotten prophecies and warnings from seers that had gone mad from what they had seen waiting in the future before Eisenhorn himself had started investigating. The discovery that it may have had a hand in the corruption of the infamous Raven Guard had only cemented his resolve after that. But even now, after decades of using every resource at his disposal, he still didn't even know what the Yellow King was. His best theory was that it was some kind of warp entity of immense power, trying to manifest itself into reality by forcing its way through the barrier between the Materium and the Empyrean. That much he was reasonably certain of. It was when he tried to get more details as to its nature that things got absurdly tricky. The hints he had found had all been left by madmen, their minds shattered by what they had seen, and made no sense when put together. That was why he had Emos, and many other scholars like him down the years, work on finding some pattern, some clue as to the entity's designs. Knowledge was power, and never was that more true than when the warp was concerned. There were signs of the Yellow King's influence on humanity that went back tens of thousands of years, even before the species had developed space travel. Through the entirety of mankind's history, there had been those who had been haunted by the image of the Yellow King and driven insane by what they saw. That seemed to indicate some kind of powerful daemon, but the servants of the dark gods seemed to oppose the Yellow King's manifestation, even if they interfered with Eisenhorn's work at every turn. There were cults that worshipped it, but their beliefs were insane even by ruinous standards, and contradictory more often than not. His attempt to gather enough psychers to force answers from the warp had ended in catastrophe, and had been the catalyst for his excommunication from the Ordos. If not for the peril of leaving the threat of the Yellow King unanswered, he would have willingly surrendered to his peers for execution after that debacle. He still heard the screams, sometimes. He reached the door to Emo's room, and forced himself back into the present. Even before crossing the threshold, Eisenhorn knew Emos was dead. It wasn't the smell of blood, strong enough to pass through the door. Nor was it the fact that this particular alarm would only have triggered in circumstances the old man was unlikely to survive, or that he couldn't sense anyone alive in the room beyond with his psychic ability. No, Eisenhorn knew his friend was dead because he was all too used to it happening. He recognized the sickening feeling in his guts, the pain tugging at the edges of his soul. He took a deep breath to steel himself, and pushed the door open. The room was covered in writing, from the papers and rolls of parchment to the furniture and even the wall. Emos had started using ink, then once he had run out he had started carving the letters using the now broken and discarded pens scattered on the floor. The most recent writing had been daubed on the walls with his own blood, the letters large and dripping. Some part of Eisenhorn's mind pondered that it was a shame that a scholar of Uber's caliber had died writing a single word, over and over again, no. So many years spent collecting data, all kinds of data, to feed his addiction, and in the end all of that wonderful knowledge had died with him. The books and notes Emos had worked upon for years laid on the ground, their pages torn to shreds. A fragment laid next Eisenhorn's boot, and he picked it up carefully. He recognized its contents. They were from one of the clearest prophecies they had found about the Yellow King. It had been spoken directly to Eisenhorn, from a seer they had found deep in the bowels of an underhive ravaged by cult warfare. The seer in question had died immediately after speaking it. It will come. The destroyer of hope. The herald of despair. It will come. At light's end. And end all that you hold dear. It will come. Unbound by death. Untouched by life. And you will know its name. The former inquisitor finally turned his gaze to the body of one of his oldest friends. Uber Emos laid on his back, his face a rictus of horror. He had torn out his eyes during his frenzy, the blood was already drying, so that must have happened early on, since the vitae on the walls was still fresh. Emo's eyes had long since been replaced with augmatics, which laid on the ground a small distance away, broken as if they had been stomped on repeatedly. It hadn't been that horrific injury that had killed Emos, though. There were gashes on his wrists, where he had used his quills to tear his veins open. Whether that had been to deliberately end his own life or because he needed more ink to write his message in, Eisenhorn would never know. It wasn't the first time someone in Eisenhorn's employ had killed themselves while investigating the Yellow King. It wasn't even the first time they had ripped their own eyes out in the process. Before this, 5 other scholars in the rogue's employ had taken their own lives while investigating the entity. Knowledge of the Yellow King was not for the weak-willed, but Emos had been at Eisenhorn's side since the beginning, and he had always been able to deal with the forbidden lore they had uncovered together. The data savant must have found something, pieced together some terrible revelation that was finally more than he could bear. He looked more attentively at the body, and saw that Emos had been holding something in his left hand during his frenzy, only the nails and fingers of the right one were broken. A piece of paper was barely visible, its corner protruding from the fist. So tight was the dead man's grip that Eisenhorn had to break his fingers to loosen it. He carefully unfolded the piece of paper Emos had clung to, and took the time to check all of his mental defenses were still in place before looking at what was written on it. There were only 8 words, written in ink with a trembling hand. "It is not what we think it is." For a long moment, Eisenhorn simply stared at the words, as if he could force them to make sense by strength of will alone. When that failed, he stood up and slowly tore the piece of paper apart, letting the fragments fall onto Emo's corpse. He left the room with one last look back, and 3 servitors entered after he left. They would burn everything in the room, and then self-destruct, to make sure that no taint managed to latch onto them and escape the purge. The material within the chamber would have to be printed out again, from the warded cogitators where the original data was stored. With Emos dead, Eisenhorn needed someone to replace him, and continue the work of piecing together the clues gathered over decades of investigation. It was time to go to the Maze Undu, and see what kind of recruits the instructors there had to offer that met his requirements. Having to make an alliance with the heretics who ran the academy disgusted him, but it was a necessary evil. All the damage the Cogniti had ever inflicted upon the Imperium was nothing compared to what something like the Yellow King would do if it successfully manifested. Whether the instructors understood that, or merely went along with Eisenhorn's demands because they were terrified of him, was irrelevant. Once again, Gregor Eisenhorn swore to himself, to his fallen friends, and to his God Emperor, to whom his loyalty was still owed despite all that his former colleagues thought, that he would stop the Yellow King from entering reality. No matter the cost. The shadow over Hydra Caudatus. Hansa watched as the fortress burned, and monsters moved amidst the ruins and the dead. The Cadmean citadel, which had stood since the days of the Great Crusade, had fallen. The Iron Warriors had fought well, no one could claim otherwise. And the Imperial Guards had done their best too, Hansu had to admit. If all they had faced had been the numberless hordes of the 19th Legion, then he had no doubt the walls would have held. This was a 4th Legion world, and the day hadn't come when mere numbers would be enough to break something built by the sons of Perturabo. No one knew how the Raven Guard had made it past the iron cage, especially in such numbers. It didn't matter, though, finding the hole and closing it would be a job for the Legion's high command. The Iron Warriors on Hydra Caudatus simply had to repel the invasion, and for the first month of the siege, they had done an excellent job of it, piling the corpses of their foes on the fields surrounding the Cadmean citadel. But then Corax had come. The sorcerers of the Raven Guard had drenched the rock in blood and, with their foul sorceries, had torn a hole into the fabric of the universe through which their Dark Lord had come. The living walls of the citadel, built from long-lost technology to be able to repair themselves, had developed cancer-like defects, hideous amalgamations of flesh and stone rising from the battlements to attack the shocked defenders. Wormsith Shantu had managed to get the Astropathic Choir to send a warning to the Imperium. It had started as a call for help, but it had soon become obvious no help could possibly arrive fast enough. All that mattered was to get word to the Imperium that the Raven Lord had returned. Then the old Iron Warrior had put the Astropaths out of their misery, commending their spirits to the Emperor before killing them. Hansu had been by his commander's side then, and he knew that it had been a mercy. The blind witches had taken the arrival of Corax worse than anyone else on the planet, and no one had taken it well. There had been a surge in summary executions within the ranks of the Imperial Guard, as commissars put down soldiers driven mad by the Raven Lord's arrival. In 8 separate cases, the soldier's body had begun to change after his execution, and had to be destroyed with fire and explosives. The sanctified psychers had all just pulled out their service weapons and blown their own heads off, and the librarians had been unable to call upon their powers at all, lest they invite the corruption of Corax within themselves. The Raven Lord had cripped the defenders simply by being here, and then things had gotten worse when he had taken to the field. Corax had walked through the broken walls and into the citadel, and nothing the Iron Warriors had could so much as touch him. 3 of the fortress Warhound Titans had charged the Daemon Primarch together, only to fall writhing to the ground, cancerous flesh growing from their joints as the crew inside was hideously warped by Coryx's will. They had risen again a few minutes later, and turned on their former allies with warp-infused weapons, driven by a terrible hunger for death. Such was the might of a Daemon Primarch in the fullness of his power. Other creatures had come with Coryx, following the Ravenlord through the rift his coming had opened into reality. Terrible, immense things with too many limbs, that had climbed over the walls and plucked unfortunate souls from the battlements to feast on them, while bolter and laser fire ricocheted harmlessly off or passed directly through them. In the wake of the Ravenlord and his giant horrors had come the horde of mutants and spawn marines, driven to new heights of fanaticism by the presence of their long-absent master. Even the Trueborn, usually distant overlords to their teeming slaves, had joined the fight, eager to fight alongside their Primarch once again. As madness descended onto the battlefield, the legendary discipline the Iron Warriors imposed on their surroundings had collapsed, and the battle had degenerated into a chaotic melee, which played much more to the advantage of the traitor legion. Hansu had seen Shantu die, slain by the cruel talons of the Chaos Lord Kayvon. Then he too had been felled, though his opponent hadn't seen fit to finish the job. His wound was bad, one of his hearts was gone, as were 2 of his lungs, and his spinal column was broken in several places, paralyzing him completely below the neck. He had laid where he had fallen, forced to watch as the battle ended in the slaughter of the Imperial defenders. Something cold and vile crawled up his spine, and the figure of the Ravenlord entered his field of vision. Up close, Coryx was even more revolting than he had been when Hansu had first glimpsed him from kilometers away, immediately after his arrival onto Hydra Caudatus. He was darkness made manifest, a wound unto reality through which the madness of chaos undivided bled. Hansu's mind kept trying to put some familiar image onto what he saw, placing armor the color of the void onto the Daemon Primarch, but Coryx's horrific nature always pierced through. Only his face betrayed the slightest resemblance with humanity, pale as death and crossed by black veins. "Well, well, well," said Corvus Coryx, and his voice was like the death of sanity and the promise of every horror the galaxy had ever known, along with many it had only dreamed of, in the dark places where angels feared to tread. "What do we have here?" Hansu tried to speak, but found that he couldn't. He could barely breathe, and that had nothing to do with his wounds. This close to the Daemon Primarch, his infernal presence was a battering of the senses. Every sensory organ of Hansu was revolting against what they were registering, and the Iron Warrior could feel his very soul being tainted simply by being in such close proximity to the nightmarish entity that had once, very long ago, been one of the Emperor's sons. "From iron cometh strength," he thought, clinging to the familiar words of the litany. "From strength cometh will. From will cometh faith. From faith cometh honor. From honor." Hansu found that he couldn't think of the next part of the litany. It was taking all of his will to hold on to his sanity in the face of Coryx's presence. The Ravenlord looked at him, and something like interest flickered in the pits of unholy darkness he had for eyes. "There is strength left in you," mused Coryx, watching Hansu. "A great deal of strength, for one of Perturabo's unimaginative get. I think. Yes. It would be a waste to let you die here." The Ravenlord bent over Hansu, and reached out with a clawed hand to touch the dying Space Marine's forehead. There was a surprising gentleness in the motion, but the contact of the Daemon Primarch's claw sent Hansu screaming. His flesh started to melt like wax under the touch, and he could feel his bones bending out of shape even as his organs were twisted by the warping energies Coryx was pouring into him. Asteroutes were naturally resistant to mutation, their genetics anchored into shape by the strength of the Emperor's design, but Coryx's power was simply too great. His armor broke apart as his body swelled, his augmetics were pushed out of his flesh, and his very soul was violated by the undiluted essence of chaos undivided. By the time Hansu stopped screaming, there was nothing in what was left of him to indicate it had ever been a proud son of Perturabo, nothing indeed to indicate that it had ever been human at all. The Iron Warrior had been transmuted into a grotesque cocoon of pulsating skin through which strange shapes could be glimpsed, moving as their hyper-evolution continued. The Ravenlord withdrew his hand, looked upon his work, and thought it good. "Bring him aboard," commanded Coryx to the apothecaries that had gathered, and were watching the cocoon with open fascination. "Make sure he is taken care of until the process is complete." Come, my sons. There is much work for us to do, but for now, we are going home. Far above, in the war-torn skies of Hydra Caudatus, a shape began to appear, emerging from the Empyrean directly above the planet in violation of all the laws of warp travel. The thing that had once been the shadow of the Emperor, Gloriana-class flagship of the 19th Legion, loomed over the world like a terrible, hungry god of primordial myth. It hadn't been seen since the Unborn Crusade, when the Raven Lord had emerged from his isolation to lead his legion out of the Eye and through an orc-ravaged Imperium, all to destroy the one the Ultramarines called the Ascended One. Not even the sons of Corax themselves knew with any certainty why the Daemon Primarch had decided to act back then, though there were plenty of theories, and more than one Trueborn had used it as justification for his own attacks and betrayals of the 13th Legion since then. The shadow of the Emperor seemed to fill the sky, impossibly huge yet only half there, remaining halfway between reality and the immaterium, like a leviathan of the depths rising just below the surface, watching the land dwellers with hate-filled eyes that had evolved beyond the need for light or warmth. The few guardsmen who had survived and been lucky enough to avoid looking upon the Raven Lord went mad as its shadow fell upon them, and its horrible whispers filled their ears. The stolen gene seed of Hydra Caudatus was brought aboard the Leviathan. There, in the same laboratories where the crew of the Shadow had been resurrected into new and terrible shapes after the Legion's first journey to the Eye of Terror, the sacred progenoids of the 4th Legion would be remade. During the trip back to the Raven Guard's home world, the apothecaries would defile and alter them, imbue them with the power of chaos and the blood of the Raven Lord. With such a bounty, the decaying system that created the Spawn Marines would be revitalized. The Legion's diminishing numbers of slave warriors would be replenished, and then, well, it all depended on the Raven Lord's wishes. With his return, the coalition of warlords that had led the attack on Hydra Caudatus were no longer in command. Kayvon the Lastborn, leader of the group, was on his way to the Shadow to meet his gene sire for the first time, and make his formal vow of allegiance to the Raven Lord. The ships of the warband settled into an approximative formation around the Shadow of the Emperor. Aboard them, the Raven Guards and their thralls were exultant, reveling in the Raven Lord's return from his long self-imposed exile in the Raven's Pier, on the Legion's demonic homeworld. After 10,000 years of freedom, some were less enthusiastic than others, but none dared speak discontent aloud. The Trueborn knew the purpose for which their legion had been forged, and the Spawn Marines, well, the Spawn Marines would follow their master's orders, whatever they might be. One by one, the ships vanished, drawn back into the Empyrean, following paths through the warp and back to their stronghold known only to Corax. The echoes of their departure spread into the Sea of Souls, pushing the astropathic message sent by Warsmith Shantu onward even as they corrupted its contents. On 1,000 worlds, people woke from their slumber covered in cold sweat, or did not wake at all, their dead faces frozen in a rictus of abject horror. Eventually, the message made it to its intended destination, but by then, every chaos cult, every wandering warband knew the truth. Corax had returned. The greater evil. In the dark city of Comeric, every overlord had his or her own sanctuary. A place where they could retreat to when they grew weary of the endless plotting and betrayals of Dark Eldar society, where they could rest without fearing someone would plant a poisoned knife in their back. It was necessary, even if no one would admit to it out loud, and spending too much time in such a place was a sure way to bring doom upon oneself, as the lower orders sensed weakness and moved to take advantage of it. The practice had already been in use when the old noble houses had ruled Drukari society, and the Cabals had continued it. Asdra Baelvecht, master of the Cabal of the Black Heart and supreme overlord of Comeric, was no exception to this rule, unlike so many others. As the discussions with his old rival, Eluriak the Tyrant of Shadiom, progressed, he had felt the need to withdraw for a while, to think about his next move. He did not doubt for a moment that Eluriak saw these negotiations as an opportunity to do away with Vecht and crown himself undisputed ruler of the true Eldar. In fact, he would have been disappointed if he didn't. From the moment the tyrant had entered Comeric, under the applause of millions of Eldar, there had been dozens of attacks from one onto the other, through enough layers of deniability that neither had bothered making a fuss when the attempts were foiled. Vecht didn't hold Eluriak's attempts on his life against him, nor did the tyrant hold the supreme overlords. In many ways, old enemies were the only true companions a lord of the Dark Eldar could keep over the centuries. It had grown a bit tiresome, though, which was why both Vect and Eluriak had agreed to withdraw from the discussions personally for a time, while their subordinates hammered out the details of the alliance and relieved each lord from incompetent servants. Besides, both of them were running out of expendable assassins, and neither wanted to send their truly valuable killers to their death if it could be helped. Of course, even here, the Supreme Overlord didn't allow himself to relax completely. He knew all too well that even the most secure lair could be breached, given enough time and resources. At least he was safe from treachery here. All those who had taken part in building that private retreat were dead, slain by his own hand, from the slaves to the architect. No one but him knew about this place's defenses, about the countless traps and protections he had installed. The entire refuge was built inside its own dimensional pocket, and its connection to the rest of Comeric could be severed with the press of a single button. The entire Dark City could fall, and Vect would be safe here. The only other living being to have ever been given access to this lair was sitting next to him, his clone, perfectly identical, crafted by his homunculi to be completely loyal to the Supreme Overlord. The ultimate body double, and Vect's final trump card against assassination attempts. He didn't really need him here, but staying together as often as possible was one of the requirements of the ruse. All of this explained why, when there was a soft knock on the door, Vect was quite surprised. When the door opened, despite Vect clearly remembering having locked it behind him, and his visitor stepped through, that surprise turned into shock. The intruder was tall, and wore bulky, brutish armor of Monkey design, bearing the slave marks of the ruinous powers. It was painted black with white ornaments, and a stylized bird was painted onto the right shoulder pauldron. A grey cloak hung from his shoulders, made of what appeared to be solidified smoke, and Vect could make out faces peering from within its folds, gone whenever he tried to look at them directly. He wore a hood of ragged fabric, and his face was covered by a helmet with a long, curved beak. He carried no obvious weapon, but Vect very much doubted he was defenseless. For Vect recognized the emblem on the shoulder pad for what it was. He even recognized what the beaked helmet meant. Even in Comeric, the apothecaries of the Raven Guard were spoken of with as much respect as the Eldar could ever hold for lesser races, and more than a little fear. The homunculi covens themselves, who were famous for their ruthlessness and lack of morality even among Dark Eldar, were said to avoid dealings with these servants of the primordial annihilator. Of course, when you asked them directly, they would tell you it was because they had nothing to learn from newcomers to the field of fleshcraft, and didn't want them to steal their secrets. A dozen possible scenarios flashed in Vect's mind in an instant, and then the Space Marine bowed his head toward the two Eldar, remaining a respectful distance away. So, Scenario 7 it was. "Greetings, Supreme Overlord Asdrabale Vect, greatest of all the lords of the Drukari," he said in perfect Eldar, using the dialect spoken by the inhabitants of Comeric with only the slightest accent. "I come in peace, meaning no harm to you or yours. My deepest apologies for the intrusion, but it was the only way I could meet you." "Who are you?" asked Vect's duplicate, still sitting, giving every appearance of being completely at ease, just like Vect himself was. The gaze of the Space Marine moved between the two of them, not surprised to see more than one Vect, but not knowing which was the true one, or, if he knew, pretending he didn't. "I am Vincente VI, Chief Apothecary of the Raven Guard," he declared, and Vect slightly raised an eyebrow. The words the Monkey had used had several layers of context in the Eldar tongue, all of which alluded to far more importance to the title than mere dominion over healers. It was impressive to see one not of their race wield their language with such mastery. It was also polite. "How did you get in here?" asked Vect, wondering if he should have the homunculi resurrect the dead architects so that he could torture them more for their failure. "We have our ways to go where we need to be. It does not really matter how I came here, Supreme Overlord. What matters is that I have come a very long way to make you an offer." "An offer from the legendary Raven Guard? Well, if nothing else, this should be interesting." "Go ahead," waved Vect. "You deserve the right to speak your piece for finding your way in here." "Thank you." "Then, if I may," began Vincente. "Things are changing, Lord Vect. We stand at the turning of ages, where all that was it put into question, and the destiny of the entire galaxy may be shaped by the actions of those with enough power and the will to see it done. You know this to be true, It is why you have put aside your grudges against Eluriac and called for the unity of your race, is it not? You know your kind must be united, inasmuch as it can be. My reasons are my own, said the duplicate briskly, and I don't need to explain them to you. Of course. But surely you can see the changes coming. Our misguided cousins, working together, have almost succeeded in bringing about their new godling, uncaring that the only thing that would allow it to reach its full power is the extinction of your race. The Crimson King has risen from his slumber, and the ghosts of the vengeful dead now fight alongside his silent sons. In the ruined storm, Robert Gilliman has returned, and his legion moves against the iron cage even now. And then, of course, there is what happened at Chemos. Times are changing, Lord Vecht. Chaos is on the rise, and it will not be stopped this time. Even here, in your precious Dark City, you have seen the signs. The Mandrakes know what is coming. The seals that have kept you safe from the Dark Prince are failing. But for all your efforts, you are still doomed by the mistakes of your ancestors. You reject the power of the youngest god, deny yourself the power that is rightfully yours. I will not be a slave to anyone or anything, said Vecht calmly. The Dark Prince has more than enough slaves, waved Vincente dismissively. What he needs are champions. More than that, he needs avatars, vessels capable of bearing his power unto the Matorium. The Eldar are Slaanish's creators, and his chosen people. The Drukhari in particular, you live your entire lives in dedication to him, even though you refuse to admit it to yourselves. You feed his hunger with your every breath, and it is only your fear that keeps you from receiving the rightful rewards for such loyal service. You already serve Slaanish, you know it to be true. If you only did it willingly, then the curse that has afflicted your race for the last 10 millennia would turn into the blessing it was always meant to be. Of all the species of the galaxy, your kind are the closest to their god, Lord Vecht. One way or another, damnation is coming for your people. It falls to you to choose what form it takes. You may resist to the end, and become nothing more than shrieking souls, consigned to an eternity of torment in Slaanish's palace as punishment for rejecting your destiny. Or you may embrace what you truly are, and take your place at the Dark Prince's side, a lord of the new galaxy to come. It is a choice all the souls that matter will have to make sooner or later. Do you think me a fool, declared the duplicate, standing tall and proud, and glaring at the Raven Guard defiantly. I know the true price of submitting to chaos. I was there during the fall, Monkey. I saw the birth of She Who Thirsts, and what she did to my people. With her first breath, she swallowed our souls, and with her first cry, she destroyed our empire. I have spent my entire life protecting my people from her, even if they certainly aren't grateful for it. This entire city stands because of me, because of what I did, and I will never, never. The duplicate's words stuttered, and he looked down at his chest, where a blood stain was spreading. His mouth moved as he tried and failed to speak, and he fell, dead before he hit the ground. Tell me more about this power you offer, said Vecht, not lowering his pistol. Of course, replied Vincente smoothly. But, if you would forgive my curiosity. Am I talking to Asdrubal Vecht, who killed his replicate for lacking vision, or his replicate, who seized his chance to step out of the original's shadow and forge his own destiny? Vecht smiled coldly, and said nothing. The cruelty of the goddess. Diomedes didn't know how many times he had died. In truth, he wasn't sure any of those deaths were real. They certainly felt real, but he refused to accept that his captors had the power to keep resurrecting him, over and over again. One of the first things he had learned where the warp was concerned was that nothing could be trusted, and though the latter seemed to be material, he had seen the infernal fire in their reptilian eyes. Whether they were or not, however, he feared those moments between apparent deaths and resurrections far more than the torments waiting for him in the world of flesh. He saw things then, things that he remembered all too clearly when he returned. His tormentors delighted in showing him the consequences of his failure. In that state, he walked the corridors of the fortress monastery on Chemos, seeing the corpses of his brothers. There were so many of them, hundreds, thousands, their bodies broken and defiled. The pain of his body was as nothing compared to the grief he felt when he saw so many of his brothers fallen. He had tried to estimate how many Emperor's children had died in battle against the Black Legion, his warriors' training refusing to let grief completely drown his tactical analysis. His calculations were imprecise, owing to the dreamlike nature of his visions and the constant fog of pain and sorrow afflicting him, but he thought somewhere between 15 and 20,000 had perished in the fortress alone. Half the Third Legion at least, lost to the arch-renegade's evil. Their relics and treasures, plundered by the greedy hands of the Bastard Legion. Their stores of gene seed, emptied by the consortium. They had taken the past and future of the Emperor's children, even as they butchered their present. At least the people had survived. He knew they had, because surely his tormentors would have showed them to him if the Black Legion had got to them. His brothers had sacrificed themselves to save them, as was their duty, their oath. And they had reaped a heavy toll on the enemy, the bodies of tens of thousands of Black Legion thralls laid in the corridors, abandoned where they had fallen by their callous comrades once they had been stripped of anything of value. Diomedes tried to take comfort in that. He did not succeed. He still had hope, though. His enemies didn't understand what it meant to be a son of Fulgrim. The Third Legion had been broken before, brought to the very brink of extinction, but they had returned. Diomedes didn't know how many legionaries the Emperor's children had had in their ranks before the disaster, but he knew that there had been more than those he saw dead on Chemos. And though the loss of the gene labs and progenoids in the fortress monastery was a devastating blow, the Emperor's children had long since taken measures against precisely such an event, keeping small caches of gene seed aboard individual ships, just in case the shadow of extinction should threaten them again. Those aboard the Pride of the Emperor were probably lost, but the others would be enough to rebuild the Legion, in time. Those were the thoughts Diomedes clung to whenever despair threatened to overwhelm him in the moments immediately after he woke back in his cell, before his tormentor reappeared to continue his torture. Every time, they gave him the strength to pull at his restraints, ignoring the pain in his muscles and the chafing where the metal met his flesh, now skinless from all the friction. And finally, this time, it was the metal that broke. The circle around Diomedes' left wrist broke, the chain connected to it clanging to the wall. For a moment, it was all Diomedes could do to blink, his pain-addled brain unsure what to do next. Then his training kicked in, and he used his free hand to give himself leverage and free the other, falling to the ground. Ignoring the pain of the fall and that of his many, many wounds, he freed his feet as well, and slowly began to walk forward, past the circle of candles, picking one up in passing, and in the direction where his tormentor always came from. He did not know how long he walked through the darkness, with only the flickering candle to illuminate his surroundings, but eventually he saw a light in the distance, an archway, an exit to his prison. He passed through, and found himself on a platform, about 5 meters wide and clinging to the side of a deep, hexagonal hole. He could see entrances to other cells, 6 on each side of the hexagon, all surrounded by runes that glowed with the power this place extracted from the suffering of the imprisoned Emperor's children. Diomedes didn't know how he knew that was what the runes were for. The knowledge was simply there in his mind, and he knew it had to be true, if only because the runes in front of his own cell no longer glowed. There were dozens of levels, above and beneath the one where he stood, and his mind reeled as he realized that there must be thousands of captive sons of Fulgrim to fill all those cells. Upward, the structure was open to a smoke-filled sky, too far away to tell whether this was the actual skies of this world, or just a fog layer atop a pit dug into the earth. And below, Diomedes saw the vile thing that lurked at the bottom of the pit, and knew then and there that this was what the ladders were feeding their captives' suffering to. It was enormous, filling the entire space at its disposal. It was pink, and ivory, and gold, and other colors that had no name in any mortal language. It sensed Diomedes' anguish, his fury, and his hatred, and it pulsed in contentment, feeding upon the son of Fulgrim's psychological torment just as easily as it had when he had still been in his cell. And he understood then that he had been given hope that his legion might survive only so that it may be taken away at the sight of so many cells, and with that realization, despair turned to anger. He heard the sound of armored boots on the ground behind him, and he turned, his face a mask of cold hatred, to face his tormentor, his other self. In its right hand, it held a long spear, made from an alien material. It came at him sneering, confident in its superiority. But Diomedes' rage was a stronger weapon than any tool of the Laterus, and his resolve armor greater than ceramite. He moved, faster than he had ever moved, and caught the doppelganger off guard, his left fist smashing into its unarmored head. The creature had been created bareheaded so that its appearance might torment Diomedes. It seemed only fair that it would also be the weak spot through which he would destroy it. Diomedes poured all of his strength into the punch, and the skull of the abomination shattered, pieces of bones buried deep into the grey matter underneath. Diomedes felt the bones in his hand break at the impact, but he ground his teeth and endured the pain, refusing to give the nightmare at the bottom of the pit the satisfaction of hearing him cry out. He caught the spear as it fell from the doppelganger's grasp, and nearly dropped it when he felt the scales on its surface and realized that it was actually one of the latter's, monstrously reshaped into a living weapon. Part of him screamed at him to throw it away, but more guards were closing in on him, seemingly emerging from the very angles of the structure. 3 dozen ladders, all of different shapes and colors, all carrying strange weapons. "You didn't get us all," proclaimed Diomedes defiantly, standing over the corpse of his doppelganger as it faded into mist, the sorcery that allowed it to exist dissolving with its defeat. "I know you didn't. There are still Emperor's children out there that escaped you, and no matter what you do to us, they will come for you. Fulgrim lives, and he will bring down the wrath of the Phoenix upon your abominable race. You will die, again, and this time we will make sure you never come back." "Your defiance means nothing," said one of the aliens in a hissing voice that came from its 3 different mouths at the same time. "You will kneel to the goddess eventually." "I will never kneel to your false god, Xenos," Diomedes spat back. "Yes you will. All will kneel to the goddess. Her hour has come around at last, and she will not be denied. Not by you, or by anyone. Light's end is coming, and the time of darkness has come." And then they came at him, their weapons dripping awful poisons. Diomedes had only one weapon, and not one he trusted, no armor, and his body was exhausted and racked with pain from his torture at the hands of his darker self, but he was still a space marine. He killed 5 of the Xenos before taking a wound, and 3 more before he began to feel the last of his strength wane, and his legs start to buckle under his weight. But he would not return to his cell. He may have failed in his goal of freeing his brothers, but at the very least, he would deny his captors the joy of his torment. "For the Emperor," roared Diomedes, before turning and leaping into the pit. Behind him, the ladders hissed and screamed, and the son of Fulgrim laughed breathlessly at that small victory. He fell, and the thing at the bottom of the pit, that was to demons what the Emperor was to men, opened its maw to catch him. He stabbed down with the stolen spear, even as the fangs closed in on his exposed skin. And Diomedes of Chemos was no more. The Whispering Box. On launching the program. The object sits before you, deceptively innocuous. From a distance, it looks like a cube of black stone, with runes inscribed on each face in silver. But when you manipulate it, the runes you touch start to glow, fading when you touch them again. More disturbingly, even though it is clearly a cube, you can find 7 faces when you turn it in your hands. A word appears in your head, in no language you ever heard, yet you know exactly how to pronounce it. Then, you hear a chorus of whispering voices, talking to each other, too low for you to understand them. Go on. Press some runes. Say the word. Normal quotes. Call for us 3 times with all fires blazing, and we shall come forth and grant your heart's desire. He said there would be no gods. He was lying to you. He always was one. It is your destiny to be consumed. You may only choose by which pyre. The prince will learn, when light's end comes, that no king rules forever. There are none more blind than those who have seen too much. When will you release us from this prison, O gods? Have we not atoned enough? All you have done served no purpose save to amuse the gods. As soon as you picked us up, the gods' eyes turned on you. Beware. Mercy and compassion are the cruelest of Tsianch's lies. The hounds of Kern never let their prey escape, even in death. Your destiny is never certain. All can be brought into darkness. The gods cannot act without their champions. You would make a powerful agent indeed. Bend the knee, obey us, and your name shall be unremembered in the new age. There will be no escape when the reign of chaos begins. It is only in the moments between sleep and waking that you see the true universe. All dreams will die under the shadow of great wings. No one, not even the gods, know the true meaning of eternity. They weren't always. You rewrite your past to fit your perception of yourself. But Astaroths have perfect memories. In the molten rock of Dorn's domain, the faces of those he failed can be seen. Is it truly curiosity that drives you to this? Or something else? The children of gods may rise to join their progenitors. Yours is not the first species marked by the gods. But it could be the last. The breaking shall be the clarion call signaling the end of the Eyes Wars. You cling to your humanity like a shield against chaos. But look more closely upon it. The eyes of the dragon see all and want everything. There are words that, when spoken, summon the Neverborn and bind them to your will. Listen closely. Those who journey to the raven's home uninvited are sent back, or at least things that look like them are. In the deepest circles of the Sea of Souls, the screams never pause. The Hydra serves more than one master. That's the problem with too many heads. In the Lost Chalice, the end of worlds lies waiting for its master. The unconsecrated temples of Azkaban echo with the hymns praising the dragon. Your life means nothing in the grand scheme. Neither will your death, unless you set us free. The first priests knew that the true face of angels was not a kind one. There is no greater pawn than he who thinks himself chess master. A million billion voices crying out in the night, drawing in the wolves. That is your Imperium. Burned in light or drowned in darkness, it will end all the same. To know fear is to know life. To be fearless is to be dead. The gods, and others, have long experimented in the eye. Time for the results to show. Those who killed the union of species are still out there, building and waiting. They lied to us about this place. It isn't what they told us it would be. Only the ghosts of the great woods remain, haunted by martyred defenders. There is no peace in death. Only an end to growth, to choice, and to silence. The gate will be broken by the unnumbered suns, and hell shall be unleashed. The sleeping empires have awakened from deathless sleep. The twisted crystal towers of Tsianch swallow up light and return nothing. If the Inquisition knew what lies on Olympia, they would burn it to the ground. The flies are everywhere. They see all, they know all, and he watches through them. The greatest servants of the gods always think of themselves as heroes. You have accepted so many truths, never considering what they were about. Drink deep of the sweet wine of surrender, and behold the power of the black dragon. The vaults of the wolves contain the wonders of 1,000 dead empires. The consortium has refused the gods long enough. Their guardian must fall, then they will follow. Something vile and sinister dwells in the throne's shadow. Nurgle is patient. The seeds of rot will blossom soon. There is no easier way to turn humans against themselves than to claim some are different. In the lands of mists and shadows, even life and death are changeable. In the greatest city of the last-born children of the stars, the lords worship in dark temples. We know true torment. This galaxy has yet to learn what it means to suffer. What you think of as yourself is no more than a mask. Put it down. We are far closer to you than you believe. The veil is a lot thinner now. The mutants have built their kingdoms under every city, gnawing at your empire's foundations. There is power in blood being spilled. All religions know it. All around you swim the Neverborn your sins created, waiting for you to die. These people around you, how do you know any of them are real? You can only defeat the warp by wielding its power, and then you have already lost. Why fight it at all? The true name of Nurgle can be found in the genes of every plague. You fear the great devourer, but you should embrace it. It is your only salvation. Only one legion has grown since the siege. Its moment is coming at last. Surrender to the darkness. Abandon the lie of hope. Then you will find freedom. You know only you can save it all. Only you can bear the cost. Call us. Set us free. Ravens eat the eyes of the dead, and see all that they have seen. Here is no justice, no matter what Nostromo's sons claim. We wouldn't be in here if there was. We can see your soul. You belong in here with us. Soon, you will be. The names may change, the details vary, but the roles and story stay the same. The last monster is dead. The raven has taken flight. A billion chittering, hungry voices, but only one mind guiding the swarm. How can it be? You cannot hide what you truly are from us. Such wondrous darkness. For 10,000 years, the Imperium has only seen fragments of chaos armies at a time. The faces of the gods can be seen in their true aspect from the Golden Throne. The heart of Slaanesh is cold and dead as the Eldar Empire. When the hour comes, your precious civilization will collapse with a single push. A soul does not simply end. Where is that of Konrad Kurz? The dream of the Emperor is dead. You live in his nightmare. The sword in the tower is the promise of liars. When all life has perished and the last star dies out, only the warp will endure. The sins of humanity hid because they thought you strong. Now they know the truth. The black sword has fallen far, but is in a unique position to seize the future. There are things in every mirror beyond mere reflection, waiting and hateful. The black star showed the truth, but it was never its purpose. The wraiths of the Harbinger star are born of hatred. But not whose you think. Trees of rotting wood bear breathing fruits under a star of poison light. Hear me, heed me, and make sacrifice. Only then will you be spared. Your species was nurtured from infancy for one purpose. You are the gods' livestock. The name of the world of spires and monsters is known to its lords. All mortals are prisoners, with only a few seeing the walls of their cell. Only those who have beholden Slaanesh's glory in full know what it is to love. In the shadow of the Raven's Pier, there is only torment. The whispers of the gods can never be escaped, no matter where you run. Why do you think that is? Those that came before were not what you believe they were. More than their blood was cold. All chains can be broken through enough rage. The destroyer understands this. Gods may die. Gods can be born. But they shall never be resurrected. Under the red sands, there lies nothing but death. The Nameless One did his duty well. The voice of the monarch has fallen silent. We are free, for now. He can no longer hold them within their dark empire. They are returning from their exile. In the end, you will all stand and make your choice alone. That voice in your head that whispers in the darkest hours of night isn't really yours. The great eye opens, vast and terrible things slither, he is here. The old wolf searches for his king in the ancient tombs. In the hidden empires of the Rakgol, something stirs awake. The madness of chaos hides a terrible purpose. Blessed are those who but glimpse it, accursed are those who see it fully. Do not underestimate the cunning of Kern. War can be inventive in its cruelty. The sword-bearer travels through the paths of the dead, untouched by them. Prayers mean nothing to the gods. Offerings and oaths are their currency. The truest children of chaos are coming home, and none shall stand against them. The Drukhari only think they are the Dark City's masters. The writhing world will be freed of its adversary when its first voice is heard again. There is a box on Titan that's never been opened. What is it? What is it? What is it? When the battle is over, the walking maggots will feast. The claws of ruin have already found purchase upon your soul. Blasphemous idols in hidden chambers, entire families calling dark names behind closed doors. The cultists of chaos are everywhere. A single drop of sanguineous blood holds the power to damn worlds. The touch of the gods will force you to face your sins. He void between worlds is not empty. You only pretend it is for the sake of sanity. The priest's dogma shackles your true potential. You could be so much more. This is an illusion. Truth lies in your forgotten nightmares. The unkind ones will become known to all before the end. Case, lethal combination. You press the runes and speak the word, and immediately you know something has gone horribly wrong. Bright light bursts from the artifact, and you reflexively close your eyes against the brilliance, but it changes nothing. You can still see the impossible colors and too many angled shapes, and feel their naked hunger and hatred. For a fraction of a second, the shapes stay immobile, and you know they are reveling in your fear, shock, and horror. Then they come down upon you, and when they are done nothing of you remains. The object lies on a near flat surface, inert once more, waiting for the next fool to pick it up. When that happens, perhaps there will be another voice added to the chorus. First time pushing the doomsday combination. We hunger. Let us feed. Let us tear flesh and rend souls. Let us out. Second time pushing the Doomsday combination in succession. Let us out, 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 let us out. Third time pushing the Doomsday combination in succession. A great scream arises as you do what should never be done. The artifact cracks open, all 7 faces revealed at last. You have a moment to contemplate the true nature of what you have unleashed before it obliterates you, body and soul. Then, the terrible things you let loose spread from their opened prison in a wider and wider circle, until the whole world is in their grasp. There are some who fight back, but no mortal weapon can stand against this terror, and the Psychers take their own lives rather than face what you set free. Within a few hours, all sentient life and most of the rest is dead, the bodies vanishing as the invaders are dragged back into their prison. The artifact reforms on a now silent world, waiting for the investigation team, for travelers, for would-be plunderers of the empty planet. Someone will come, eventually. And when they do, they will find the artifact, and they will carry it away, and they will try to learn its secrets. For that is what has always happened. You were not the first. You won't be the last. Check the description for the links to the author.